Chapter 321 Anorectal Department welcomes you. And, what secret technique did the kid give you? After her niece Tsunade returned and explained some of her experiences in the Shimura family, the focus of which was the Meridian A cup ointment reconstruction technique, Senju Orange Water came to her aunt to ask about it. The transformed Meridian acupoints were too strange. He thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out why Shimura Gentoi wanted to transform Tsunade into this way. Tsunade, come here. Uzumaki-mei, who was eating a bowl of perverted spicy Kung Pao chicken, saw her granddaughter coming and waved to her. Tsunade obediently stepped forward and let her grandmother grab her wrist, allowing her chakra to enter the meridians and acupoints in her body to check. The body is indeed much better and stronger, and the meridians and acupoints have been transformed perfectly. Uzumaki-mei was very satisfied after retracting her palm. The little brother really fulfilled his original promise and cured all the hidden injuries in Tsunade's body, and even improved her physical fitness and vitality. Grandma, what is the use of this form of meridian acupoints? Tsunade asked curiously. She had asked Shimura Keiko many times before, but unfortunately the woman was very tight-lipped and didn't give any information. That is the basis for practicing the next powerful secret technique. You will understand it when you see Xiao Xianding next time. With a mysterious smile, Uzumaki-mei didn't explain much. And, what is that secret technique? Is it very strong? Senju Orange Water on the side was even more curious and itchy. That's not a question of strength. Let's put it this way. After initially mastering this set of secret techniques, I can now hang up Hashirama and beat him. This is Hashirama after he has used the Sage mode. After thinking about it, Uzumaki-mei gave a more vivid description. This description is indeed very vivid, and it also shocked Tsunade and the others. Although they have not seen the strength of the first generation with their own eyes, they have read the detailed records of the Battle of the Valley of the End, and they know very well how terrible the ultimate power of wood release is. One blow is enough to destroy the entire Konoha. But Uzumaki-mei now has the confidence to hang up such a powerful existence. How powerful is this? Did Uchiha Madara also get this set of secret techniques from the Shimura family? Recalling the information obtained from the hidden cloud village, Senju Orange Water's face suddenly darkened. According to the information, Uchiha Madara used the Sage mode and grew the wooden man to a size of more than 1,000 meters, enough to rival the uncle's true 1,000 hands. But the uncle forced himself to overdraw his body to perform that ninjutsu. According to the information, it seemed easy for Uchiha Madara to create 1,000-meter wooden man, at least he didn't look desperate. That's not all, he still had the energy to condense Susanoo into armor to put on the wooden man, and condense 2 spiritual weapon long swords. It was hard to believe when I saw this information at the time, but now hearing what my aunt said, it was obvious that the problem was with the secret technique of the Shimura family. It should be, and the last time I saw Ban, I vaguely sensed a pupil power stronger than the Mangekyo in his eyes, and even that kind of pupil power made me feel depressed. Nodding, Uzumaki-mei also put down the chopsticks in her hand calmly. This was also a major reason why she did not choose to take action that day. Then this kind of pupil power is too strong, much stronger than the pupil power of the Eternal Eye, plus the Raise Nanjindan secret technique, she has no confidence that she can defeat Uchiha Madara. Then this set of secret techniques. With greed in her heart, Senju Orange Water has her mind on this set of secret techniques. If she can get it, it will be of great benefit to herself and the family. No. Knowing what her nephew is thinking, Uzumaki-mei decisively refused. She didn't want to harm the Senju family. And, the family needs this secret technique now. Senju Orange Water was anxious. They must get such a powerful secret technique. It's not my problem, but you can't practice it. The secret technique that Xiao Xianding gave me was tailored according to my physical condition. Even if others get it, they can't practice it, and it may even be very dangerous. After explaining casually, Uzumaki-mei picked up the chopsticks again and ate the Kung Pao chicken in front of her. Stopping her uncle who was about to say something, Tsunade hugged her grandmother's arm and said coquettishly like when she was a child, "Grandma, just tell us a little bit." Just a little bit. She gestured with her little finger, indicating just a little bit. Then just a little bit, but you guys eat these 2 bowls of Kung Pao chicken first. The unbearable Uzumaki-mei could only reluctantly agree, but also made a limit. Picked up the 2 large bowls that originally held steamed buns and filled the basin with 2 full bowls of Kung Pao chicken. Looking at the bowl of scarlet Kung Pao chicken in front of them, Tsunade and Senju Orange Water hesitated. They had eaten the genuine Kung Pao chicken developed by the Shimura family, and it was not like this at all. Although there was chili in that dish, it was only a little bit, but now this chili accounted for at least 60%, and the chili oil fried dyed the chicken cubes blood red. If you eat this full bowl, you have to stay in the anorectal department of the hospital for a month. However, in order to obtain the information of the secret technique, both of them gritted their teeth and decided to fight. But they regretted it as soon as they took a bite. It was too spicy. What kind of pepper is this? Why is it so spicy? It was so spicy that she gasped for air, and a thin layer of sweat immediately broke out on Tsunade's fair cheeks. It was too spicy. This is a new type of pepper specially cultivated by the Shimura family. It is 10 times spicier than ordinary peppers. It tastes so good. With a smile, Uzumaki Mito introduced it. She couldn't be more satisfied with the little brother and the Shimura family. She herself is a person who can't live without spicy food. However, as she practiced the Shimura's bodybuilding secret technique, her tolerance for spiciness continued to increase. The ordinary peppers in the past could no longer satisfy her appetite. For this reason, the Shimura family specially developed this new type of pepper, which was very enjoyable to eat. Damn little pervert! Damn Shimura! Tsunade's uncle and nephew cursed at the same time. The Shimura family must have a hole in their brains, otherwise how could they develop such a boring thing? However, in order to obtain the secret information, they could only bear it with tears. Using medical ninjutsu to temporarily cut off the sensory nerves of the mouth and stomach, the two slurped 2 bowls of perverted spicy Kung Pao chicken into their stomachs, and then, with rosy and shiny sausage lips, waited for Uzumaki Mito to explain the information of the secret technique. Seeing that the two had finished the 2 bowls of Kung Pao chicken, Uzumaki Mito smiled with satisfaction. I believe that this will definitely leave a deep psychological shadow on the two, and they will not ask for information about Shimura's secret technique in this way in the future. She did this not because she was stingy, but mainly because it was useless to tell the two about the information of Shimura's secret technique. It can't be cracked at all, and knowing it will affect their mood. This is called Raise Nan, a non-series ninjutsu developed with the tailed beast ball as inspiration. Raise Nan is divided into 2 types, left spiral and right spiral, corresponding to the left and right spiral meridians respectively. Because of the different directions of rotation, one energy rotates outward and flows, and the other energy converges inward. After the 2 sides touch each other, a line is used to connect the core to form a closed loop. The practice of the Raise Nan Jinden secret technique is to condense this left and right Raise Nan Jinden in the 361 modified acupoints in the body. Every time a pair is condensed, the practice speed and strength will be improved to a certain extent. After briefly explaining the information about the Raise Nan Jinden, Uzumaki Mei stopped talking. That's all the information that can be revealed, and it's useless to say more about the rest. It's not difficult. Tsunade tried to condense a Raise Nan. She didn't think this secret method was difficult. As long as the control of chakra reached the standard, she could practice it. In order to wear that suit, she had used the sealing crystal to assist in her training. Under the influence of radiation, her control over chakra was greatly improved, and she was able to quickly master this unmarked ninjutsu. It's not that simple. The Raise Nan Jinden will affect each other in the acupoints. The Raise Nan condensed in each A-cup ointment must conform to a law to ensure that all the Raise Nan Jinden have a benign effect. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Don't try it randomly, or you will die. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Speaking of the last warning, Uzumaki Midoriya was really afraid that these 2 people would try to condense without knowing the height of the world. The danger was not low. Auntie, don't you understand this law? When she thought of the consequences of this unmarked ninjutsu exploding in her body, even with the state of mind of Senju orange water, she couldn't help but shudder, and then she was full of resentment. Just hearing this secret technique, you can tell how awesome it is. Their Senju family must get it. It's not that easy. The chakra circulation circuit designed by Xiao Xianding for me is not fixed. Every time a pair of Raise Nan Jinden is condensed, the circulation circuit will change. There is no way to figure out the essence of it. Shaking his head to indicate that he has no way, Uzumaki Miyado is right. This is also very impressive. The Zero Research Institute of the Shimura family is really awesome. Seeing that Uzumaki Mei was unwilling to say more, Tsunade and the others did not stay for long, and left to discuss in another villa. Give up, the workload is too large, there is no way to calculate it. After discussing for a long time, Tsunade decisively gave up after realizing the complexity and danger of this secret technique. The anti-theft ability of this thing is too strong. The Rei's Nan Jindan in each A-cup ointment must be operated at a specific speed frequency, which is equivalent to a 361-digit password lock, and the password may not be a number from 0 to 9, it may be letters such as ABCD, or even more. It is too difficult to crack, and the most important thing is that this thing is very dangerous, and there is no way to do experiments, because the consequence of failure is death. Even if a strong person like them explodes one or more Rei's Nan in the body, they will die, and there is no way to survive. How many people did the Shimura family sacrifice to develop this secret technique? Thinking of another thing, Tsunade felt very uncomfortable. To develop such a dangerous and perfect secret technique, unimaginable sacrifices must be made. I really don't know how many innocent lives have died in the Zero Research Institute over the years. On the side, Senju Orange Water had a gloomy face. He didn't care how many people died at the hands of the Shimura family. What he cared about was that the Shimura family actually mastered such a powerful secret technique. It can be imagined how powerful the Shimura family is at this stage, which is definitely far beyond the power shown. We must find an opportunity to destroy the Shimura family as soon as possible. The murderous intent surged in his heart, and the murderous intention became stronger. Konoha belongs to them, and it can only belong to them, and even the future of the ninja world belongs to them, and they will never allow outsiders to interfere. Thinking of the treasure left by his father, Senju Orange Water had some plans in his mind. Oh no! At this time, as if she remembered something, Tsunade's face changed drastically, and her palm gently stroked her abdomen. This was really fatal. The reaction of her niece made Senju Orange Water understand, and she hurriedly used medical ninjutsu to connect the previously cut gastrointestinal nerve induction, and then the whole stomach and intestines felt hot and painful, as if burning. In order to reduce the pain, they chose to cut off the sensory nerves in the stomach and intestines. The original plan was to vomit out the perverted spicy version of Kung Pao chicken immediately after returning, so as not to really stay in the anorectal department of Konoha Hospital. But who would have thought that the shock brought by the Rei's Nan Jindan cultivation method was too great, and coupled with the cutting of the gastrointestinal sensory nerves, she forgot about it. After returning, they discussed and deduced for a long time, and the stomach and intestines had already digested it, so this time there was really no hope. 323. Chapter 322 I am not a good person. Sister, you are getting lazier now. Looking at his sister lying on the back of Shimurata's wise father, Senju Nawaka said dissatisfiedly. He didn't know how the Shimura family spoiled his sister. When he heard that his sister had returned from the Shimura family, he ran back to visit her excitedly. Who would have thought that his sister was so lazy that she had been lying on the bed without moving and didn't even play with him? Get lost. Said this word again, Tsunade was too lazy to pay attention to this silly and cute Oudoudu. It's not that she wants to lie dead, but she has to lie. That big bowl of perverted spicy version of Kung Pao chicken made her. Forget it, I won't say more, it's all tears. But I am still good, I have inherited some of my grandmother's genes for eating spicy food. I heard that my uncle Senju Orange Water was bleeding, so he was directly admitted to the anorectal department of Konoha Hospital for rescue. Teacher, is it really okay for us to go to Iwagakure like this? Uchiha Mikoto, who was sitting on the back of Shimurata's wise mother, was very worried about this mission. Last time, she was abducted by Sand Village to Wind Country, and she knew very well how dangerous and cruel those ninjas from other villages were. Going directly to Iwagakure this time might be dangerous. It's okay, that little pervert will meet us in Iwagakure. Turning her head to comfort him, Tsunade knew the experience of this disciple very well, and could understand what the other party was worried about. However, this trip should be fine. According to the intelligence, the trader was doing well in the daimyo mansion of the Land of Earth in Iwagakure. On this trip, they escorted a new batch of exquisite clothes prepared by the Shimura family for the clothing agent of Iwagakure village, so there would be no problem. Otherwise, she would not have brought 3 disciples out for training. Of course, the most important thing is absolute confidence in her own strength. With the Yin Seal and the 8 Gates of Ninja Forbidden Technique as the foundation, plus the heavy gold battlesuit on her body, she is enough to deal with any enemy in the current ninja world. That bastard is also in the Hidden Rock village. Tsunade's words made Uchiha Mikoto furious. She really didn't expect that the focus of this mission would be that pervert. Is this a sheep falling into the tiger's mouth? Why are you reacting so strongly? Did that little pervert bully you in the Wind Country? The disciple's overreaction made Tsunade's beautiful eyes narrow slightly, and she thought of a possibility, and then clenched her bare hands with gauntlets tightly. Damn little pervert, he didn't even let a girl as young as Mikoto go. No. No. Realizing that she overreacted, Uchiha Mikoto hurriedly shook her head to deny it, and then sat down worriedly. And this look made Tsunade more certain of her guess in her heart, that her precious disciple must have been ruined by that traitor. Beast! At this moment, Tsunade wanted to rush to the hidden cloud village immediately to open the 8 gates of ninjutsu and beat that traitor to death. It's really hateful. Naoki, why don't you continue to pester Mikoto? Turning her head to look at Hidaudu who was carrying an axe, Tsunade felt a little disappointed. This Hidaudu is too stupid now, even her childhood sweetheart is being abused. How could there be such a stupid Hidaudu when Tsunade-ji was so wise? Could it be that Hidaudu was actually picked up by her father from outside? It would be fine if she didn't mention this. As soon as she mentioned this, Senju Nuways felt wronged and wanted to cry. Her eyes sparkled with tears of humiliation. Why are you crying? She was even more disappointed. If it weren't for the burning pain there and it was inconvenient to move, Tsunade would have wanted to use the iron fist of love on the spot to teach this stupid Hidaudu a lesson. Sister, I'm not pure anymore. With a sad face, Senju Nuways felt humiliated and wronged. What happened? Seeing that her brother was really wronged, Tsunade asked with concern. She still cared about her brother. That Huowu sister wanted me to be her child husband. If I didn't agree, she would hang me up and bounce me. I was swollen several times. Wipe away the tears from her eyes, Senju Tree said humiliatedly, it was really bad luck to meet that woman. Huowu fell in love with you. The expression became weird. Tsunade was no stranger to Huowu. She even fought with her several times in the mansion of the Flame Blade Sword Master and had some understanding of her. As far as she knew, although Huowu looked strong and domineering, she actually lacked a sense of security in her heart. She also had a good impression of tall men. It was not surprising that she fell in love with her own handsome and muscular Hidaudu. After looking at Hidaudu's devilish figure and appearance, and then looking at Uchiha Mikoto, who was carrying a washboard on the back of Shimurata's wise mother next to her, and thinking back to Huowu, who had a hot and domineering figure, Tsunade gradually made a decision in her heart. Since Huowu wants you to be her child husband, then do it. What's the big deal? Tsunade waved her hand carelessly and decided to let her brother go. After all, the girl has already expressed her intention to take him back as a child husband. What else can she say? After sniffing, Senju Nuways was confused and couldn't understand why her sister had such a change. I am your dearest Hidaudu. I knew that my sister was unreliable. If you want to regain your freedom, you have to rely on the eldest brother. Knowing that he could not rely on his sister, Senju Nuways planned to ask the eldest brother for help to make himself stronger. At this moment, the big brother Shimura Gentoi that Senju Nuways missed was still in the hidden cloud village, and things here were not yet dealt with. Mr. Xianding, Uchiha Madara is not a good person. You have to be careful. In the construction site of the Ninja Samurai Academy in the hidden cloud village, the Ushiki split solemnly reminded, and the Matada split beside him was also full of fear and worry. When the hidden cloud village was attacked and Uchiha Madara appeared, they were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. After they came to their senses, they decisively retreated to the construction site of the Ninja Samurai Academy and lived there. They never returned to the hidden cloud village to avoid meeting Uchiha Madara. Although they have never fought with Uchiha Madara, they have obtained the memory sharing of Kurama and are very clear about the horror of Uchiha Madara. In fact, Uchiha Madara's Sharingan has a greater restraint on their tailed beasts, which is stronger than the restraint of wood release and whirlpool sealing technique. The most important thing is that Uchiha Madara is not a good person. They are afraid that Shimura Xianding will be calculated. I am not a good person. A Euro trademark. After replying in his heart, Shimura Gentoi knew that Uchiha Madara was indeed not a good person, but he was not a good person either, so there was nothing wrong with getting along with him. Not to mention that Uchiha Madara had been fooled by him at this stage, and he was just waiting for his grandmother to use the beauty trap to completely take him down and tie him firmly to the chariot of their Shimura family. Uchiha Madara is actually not as bad as you think, at least the current split body is not that bad, but his original body is a completely evil person. According to the information my father got before, Uchiha Madara's original body went to Konoha some time ago, and it seems that his eyes have evolved again. I don't know what he will do. Putting on that little expression of worrying about the village and the people again, Shimura Gentoi started the fooling mode. The eyes have evolved. Niugui and Matatabi looked at each other and realized that something was wrong. If the eyes of Uchihamadara's original body evolve again, it is very likely that he will get the old man's eyes back then, and then release the body of that monster. It will be troublesome if that happens. Seeing the two-tailed beasts fall silent, Shimura Gentoi secretly laughed in his heart. That's right, he was tripping up the Otsutsuki class and the Six-Path Sage, so that the nine-tailed beasts would be alert in advance and intensify their training. I really want to see how the Otsutsuki class can collect tailed beasts to revive the 10 tails after each of the 9-tailed beasts has become as powerful as the 6 paths level. Could it be that they can't even pass the first level of Shikaku? What's the situation with Uchihamadara in the Hidden Cloud Village now? Since Uchihamadara's real body is likely to awaken the Samsara Eye, the Uchihamadara clone staying in the Hidden Cloud Village must also be alert. Last time he was attacked by the enemy, he used the Izanaga technique, and somehow he separated a remnant soul from his main body soul, and then formed a completely independent consciousness, a brand new individual, and the connection with the main body was also cut off. After observing for a period of time, I found that this Uchihamadara is a trustworthy person, and he has given up chakra and practiced immortal energy with me. For this topic, Shimura Gento was very serious, and he trusted Uchihamadara very much, and he was a real one. Given chakra. Looking at each other again, the Ushiki Matatabi split body was incredible. I didn't expect that Uchihamadara, the reincarnation of Indra, would actually. It is really absurd that he would choose to give up his chakra. However, if he really gave up his chakra, he would no longer covet the power of their tailed beasts. It's just that the opponent's main body needs to be guarded. If he really awakens the old man's eyes and releases that monster, the problem will be serious. Okay, in the future, just follow this circuit to continuously condense the Reisnan Jinden. After the Reisnan Jinden cultivation is completely stable, I will teach you the next stage of cultivation. Seeing that Yulu and the Ushiki split body have already memorized the chakra circulation circuit that he tailored for them, Shimura Gento retracted his palm and gave a warning. During this period, Yulu and the Ushiki split body have been stepping up their cultivation, and have successively completed the cultivation of half flesh and blood and the art of reconstructing meridians and acupoints. At this stage, it is just the right time to formally condense the left and right Reisnan Jinden. Ignoring the recorded operating circuit, they secretly discussed with other tailed beasts in the spiritual space, especially after confirming through Karama that Uchihamadara had indeed gained stronger pupil power. The split body suddenly asked for help. Mr. Xianding, we have a natural enemy. When facing that natural enemy, we have no power to resist at all. Once caught, we will surely die, and that natural enemy will also gain unimaginable power. Can you please think of a way to break this situation? They really couldn't think of a way to break the situation, because this was their inherent defect. They originated from the 10-tailed divine tree, and they had the power characteristics of the 10-tailed divine tree by nature, but there was also a price, that is, they would be restrained by the 10-tailed divine tree. Even if it was not the 10-tailed divine tree itself, they could not contend with the power it had passed down. For example, they could not resist the Sharingan, wood release, and the Vajra chains and sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Although the split body has now cultivated the Reisnan Jinden system and its strength has increased a lot, it can only compete with the split bodies of Indra and Ashura at most. It has no chance of winning against the Samsara Eye and the 10-tailed divine tree. At this moment, we can only turn to the young man predicted by the old man, hoping that there is a way. Can you tell me how that natural enemy restrains you? Curiously asked, Shimura Gentoi was actually secretly happy in his heart, knowing that these tailed beasts have finally taken the bait, and it is time to further deceive them. Yalo hesitated for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and explained, that is our source, we were born from it, and its power can form an absolute suppression on us. At this point, there is no need to hide some things anymore. 324. Chapter 323, Battle Pets in Place. Your previous body was composed of spiritual consciousness, original power, and chakra. Which of these three were restrained by you? Pretending to think about it, Shimura Gentoi analyzed and asked. He had carefully studied the structure of the tailed beasts in the Black Cauldron space. This thing was created by the Six-Path Sage using the original power of the 10-tailed sacred tree and yin-yang release. It is different from ordinary creatures in nature, without flesh and blood and without soul. In the original work, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze used the Shikigami Fujin to seal only the unattribute origin of the nine-tailed fox. Otherwise, if the soul was really extracted, the remaining body should not have consciousness and would have died long ago. Obviously, the body structure of the tailed beasts is different from that of normal creatures. The original power and chakra that make up the body are restrained, and our spiritual consciousness is independent. Gyogui gave an answer. They are still very clear about their own body structure. Since these two aspects are restrained, then abandon them and create an independent body with spiritual consciousness as the core, so that it will not be restrained. You don't have to stick to that body. Spreading his hands, Shimura Gentoi said the simplest and most direct solution. Without waiting for the two-tailed beasts to speak, he continued to deceive. The core of life lies in consciousness, followed by the soul, and finally the body. It is difficult to change your original body, but you can try the split body. At least there is one more way out. In the future, if you really have to face your natural enemy, even if your original body is gone, you can use the split body to survive, and you can continue to practice and become stronger. I have never seen the natural enemy you are talking about. This is the only solution I can think of. Think about it carefully whether you want to do it or not. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first. After saying that, Shimura Gentoi turned around and left, while thinking about whether to come up with a secret technique for the Otsutsuki team to completely refine the tailed beasts and even kill their consciousness. In this way, once the tailed beasts in the future know that the six-path sage helped Otsutsuki Madara awaken his samsara eye, they will definitely break off with that old silver coin and split up. Imagining a beautiful future, Shimura Gentoi felt that he was a very competent friend of the tailed beasts. He not only helped the tailed beasts to practice and become stronger, but also guided them to recognize the true face of some bad guys to avoid being deceived. This is what is called a confidant. After sighing for a while, he began to think about the reason why the six-path sage helped Otsutsuki Ban awaken his samsara eye. From the original work, the function of Ban's samsara eye was only to release Kaguya, and then it was sealed again not long after it came out. The old cunning six-path sage should not be so idle that he would do something unnecessary. He must have a deep-level plan, and the thing he planned must be on Miss Kaguya. Thinking of Miss Kaguya, the first thing that came to mind was the blood gem-like big eyes of Kazalin. That old bastard is probably plotting to get Miss Kaguya's samsara Sharingan. Thinking of this possibility, Shimura Gentoi agreed with this speculation more and more. In the original work, the Ten Tails Divine Tree only has 6 eyes. The six-path sage once sealed and seized the power of the 10 tails, and at most raised his own samsara eye to the level of 6 Megatama. In the original work, only a 6 Magatama purple samsara eye was opened for Harudasuke during the Fourth War, and the samsara eye at the Lilin Dragon Vein was also at the level of 6 Megatama. It seems that I have to analyze it with Black Zetsu and reveal this guess. I must not let the filial son do something that he will regret for the rest of his life. Thinking about it, I thought of Black Zetsu. Shimura Gentoi felt that it was necessary to improve Black Zetsu's IQ and must not let him fall into the conspiracy of the six-path sage. As the saying goes, think of CAO CAO, CAO CAO will come. Old CAO, no, it was Old Black who came to the Hidden Cloud Village a week later. Dinger, you have lived up to your trust and found creatures with other attribute talents. In the basement built under the mansion, Black Zetsu showed off the many attribute creatures he had found with great difficulty as if to take credit. Only he, who has lived for thousands of years and can be called a living fossil, can know these special creatures. Others would never know them. But Shimura Gentoi couldn't help but fall into deep thought when he saw the creatures that Black Zetsu had created. This kind of wolf lives in the forests of the far north. It is naturally compatible with the natural energy of the wind attribute. Some of them can even absorb natural energy on their own. It's just that they are a little active and not very smart. He came to an iron cage and introduced the first creature of this attribute. However, when he said the last word, Black Zetsu felt a little embarrassed when he saw the dog gnawing at the steel bars of the iron cage with his teeth. This kind of wolf meets Shimura Gentoi's requirements. It has a certain talent for the wind attribute, but its brain is very abnormal. Are you sure he is a wolf, not a dog? Looking at the familiar figure in the cage, Shimura Gentoi doubted Black Zetsu's wording. Don't think that I wouldn't recognize Urha in another world. It should be a wolf. They usually live with wolves. Heizetsu was not sure about this question. After all, although this thing looks exactly like a wolf, it has no wolf nature at all. Kaka. Woo woo woo. Just then, a crisp sound suddenly came, and then the Urha howled miserably, and there was still a bloody tooth on the ground. Seeing this scene, Heizetsu and Shimura Gentoi both twitched their eyes, and had a deep understanding of the IQ of that thing. Or does this thing have IQ? Okay, from now on, he will be called Shimura Urha. Handing his face in depression, Shimura Gentoi could only recognize this battle pet. After all, it is a native creature with attribute talents. Because of the existence of natural energy in this world, some animals have special powers, and can even absorb natural energy to practice and improve themselves. For example, the group of toads in Myaboku Mountain existed before the Six-Path Sage, and they can also exert power similar to water escape, which is the application of natural energy attributes. However, since the mythological era, as the concentration of natural energy has continued to decrease, the number of creatures with these attributes has gradually decreased, and many have become extinct. If it weren't for the black Zetsu, a living fossil, it would take many years to find all these creatures with these attributes. This is called the thunder vulture. The current vultures are separated from this biological group. They generally live only in thunderclouds and are rare. There are probably less than 100 thunder vultures in the world now, and they are almost extinct. He mentioned a bird cage next to him and introduced the bird inside. In order to catch this thunder vulture, he spent a lot of effort. If it weren't for the assistance of more than 100,000 white Zetsu and knowing the living habits of this thing, it would be impossible to catch it. Nodding, Shimura Gendo still recognized Black Zetsu's ability to do things. Although this thunder vulture was a little small, only the size of a palm, it was not a problem for him who was proficient in medical skills. Then he looked at the things in the cage next to him curiously. Does this little thing have a grudge against that thunder vulture? In the cage in front of him was a fiery red lizard, also only the size of a palm, but it was in a deadlock with the thunder vulture in the cage next to it, as if it had a grudge against the thunder vulture for killing its father. I call this little thing a salamander. It lives near a volcano, is also about to become extinct, and is a natural enemy of the thunder vulture. According to the information found, someone has seen a salamander spitting flames from its mouth, so it should have a good talent for fire attributes. He picked up the cage and introduced it, and Black Zetsu was quite grateful to this little thing. At the beginning, he and White Zetsu first found this salamander, and then used it as bait to trap the thunder vulture, waiting for a full month to attract a thunder vulture. Salamander, thunder vulture, or mortal enemies. Rubbing his chin, Shimura Gendo looked at the two little things in front of him, and inexplicably thought of the two monster kings in the neighboring monster universe. This one will be called Shimura Godzilla, and this one will be called Shimura Ghidorah. He named the two pets immediately, which was his expectation for them. He hoped that they would grow to the size of a deep-sea fat man in the future. This is a golden-backed gorilla, which has long been extinct. The current silver-backed gorilla evolved from the golden-backed gorilla. This is a silver-backed gorilla with atavism that Baiju and I found with great difficulty. It has a certain earth attribute talent. Pointing to the chimpanzee in another large iron cage, Baiju felt lucky for this. It is difficult to find native creatures that are not polluted by chakra and have attribute talents in this era. This silver-backed gorilla with atavism was found by them with great difficulty. It is indeed a bit yellowish. Shimura Xianding was very satisfied after looking at the gorilla's back, which was faintly tinged with earth yellow. After all, it is good to be able to find it in this era, and you can't ask for too much. Well, from now on, he will be called Shimura Kongo. Turning his head to look at Shimura Ghidorah and Shimura Godzilla who were still in a standoff, and then looking at the silent gorilla, Shimura Xianding couldn't help but think of the three giants of the monster universe next door, and named it. This is a pufferfish. Turning his eyes to the fish tank next to him, he saw another familiar animal in it. It is indeed a pufferfish, but it is also a reversion to its ancestors. It can become larger than ordinary pufferfish. While speaking, Black Zetsu put his finger into the fish tank and poked the small pufferfish inside. Then he saw the thumb-sized pufferfish desperately swallowing the clear water in the fish tank, and soon swallowed it all up, turning into a basketball-sized ball, and filling the fish tank. It doesn't look very smart, but it's okay if it has talent. From now on, it will be called Shimura Tun Tunnel. Nodding his head was considered as approval. Although it looked a little silly, he was not qualified to choose after all, so he was thankful that he could find it. Seeing Shimura Gentoi's satisfaction, Black Zetsu smiled even happier, patted the last big guy and said, I found this big guy based on the clues I found from the Hyuga clan. I was seriously injured when I found him, and I found the figure of Uchiha Madara's body in my memory. The last big guy was the river crab beast that Black Zetsu brought back from the entrance of the Otsutsuki space channel on the moon. After being treated with Greyer's energy liquid, his injuries have recovered, and even his legs and feet that were broken by the Otsutsuki class have regenerated. However, even if he was not restricted by the cage, the big river crab still did not dare to act rashly. He had been dealt with many times during this period, and he had long recognized the dangers of society. Did the class's body in his memory awaken the samsara eye? Is it the same purple as the six-path sage? Seeing Black Zetsu mention Uchiha Madara, Shimura Gentoi asked, it was time to let Black Zetsu know how insidious and vicious his eldest brother was. In the memory, when this guy fought with Uchiha Madara, his eyes did turn purple, but it seemed very unstable and flashed. With a thought in his mind, Black Zetsu replied, feeling that this junior might know some secrets that he didn't know. Although he has lived for thousands of years, Black Zetsu doesn't think he knows the secrets of the entire world. There are many places he can't enter. For example, the daimyo prefecture that inherited the swordsman lineage and the 5 great temples that inherited the monk lineage. His concealment ability only works on the chakra system, which will be greatly reduced against monks and samurai swordsmen, and he is likely to be discovered. So he doesn't know much about the secrets of the daimyo prefecture swordsman lineage and monks. It happens that the Shimura family has connections with these 2 major forces and must know some secrets. This is exactly what he needs. 325. Chapter 324, Plan for Ban. Sure enough, it was the six-path sage who helped Otsutsuki Ban awaken the samsara eye. The old man's plan that has been hidden for thousands of years is about to begin. With a gloomy face, Shimura Gentoi's acting skills exploded, and he turned on the deception mode. Otsutsuki Ban. He showed curiosity, and Shimura Gentoi almost didn't see the curiosity of Black Zetsu. There was no way, mainly because it was too dark, just like the cameras in the previous life couldn't take pictures of the Black Brothers, making it difficult to see clearly. Ban's body has become a pawn of the six-path sage Otsutsuki Hago Romo, and it is even possible that his memory has been modified. He will definitely be our enemy in the future. Black Zetsu, you should develop clones as soon as possible and insert eyes throughout the world. We must find Otsutsuki Ban as soon as possible and destroy the six-path sage's conspiracy. With a gloomier expression, Shimura Gentoi once again put on the posture of worrying about the village and the people, expressing his concern about the conspiracy of the six-path sage and Otsutsuki Ban. I'm working hard to make clones, but the clones have lower IQs, so we need a lot of souls to nourish them. By the way, the original body named these clones White Zetsu. Looking serious, Black Zetsu asked doubtfully, are there any new discoveries? He really didn't pay much attention to the information from Shimura Gentoi some time ago, and he had been searching for these creatures with attribute talents. But since Shimura Gentoi said so, there must be new discoveries. Could it be that the six-path sage is secretly planning something? Also, didn't the Uchiha, no, the Otsutsuki class's samsara eye awaken by itself? Uchiha Madara had already used the Raise-Nan Jinden system to fuse the power in his body with the power in Hashirama's living cells. Although it was enhanced, it did not undergo a transformation. It is impossible to drive the eternal eye to rise again, and even if it is raised, it is impossible to awaken the samsara eye. Last time, there was a 6 Magadama purple samsara eye in the Lilin dragon vein, which should be the eye of the six-path sage. I found that the structure of the fine acupoints inside is completely different from that of the Sharingan. Obviously, as the rumors in the ninja world say, the Sharingan, the Byakugan and the Samsara Eye are 3 completely different eye techniques. Just like 2 rivers that do not intersect, no matter how turbid the water in one river is, it cannot affect the other river. The pair of Samsara Eyes of the Otsutsuki class were definitely not awakened by him alone, and the eye techniques he possessed were definitely not 2, and there was even no connection between the eye techniques and the original Sharingan eye techniques. After giving Black Zetsu a serious popular science lesson, Shimura Gendo hoped to wake up this poor filial son. The Uchiha are descendants of the six-path sage. Perhaps they have the potential to awaken the samsara eye in their blood. After a little thought, Black Zetsu put forward a different opinion. As the son of Princess Kaguya, he naturally knew about the samsara eye and the Sharingan. They are 2 completely different eye techniques, otherwise the eye of my mother would not be called the Samsara Sharingan, but the 9 Magatama Samsara eye. His original plan was not to merge the power of Indra and Asura to awaken the Samsara eye directly, but to use the power of both to stimulate Uchiha Madara's bloodline potential and then awaken the Samsara eye. As for the appearance of the Samsara Eye in Lulin, he knew that he had secretly checked it at that time and indeed found traces of Shinra Tensei's spell. At this time, the Samsara Eye in the ninja world could only be the pair of Six-Path Sage, but he didn't understand how Shimura Gentoi studied that Six-Path Samsara Eye. I have thought about this idea, but unfortunately, after my research, Uchiha Madara's bloodline genes do not have the slightest power to awaken the Samsara Eye. Shaking his head slightly, Shimura Gentoi was very sure about this, and Black Zetsu did not ask about it. He was very clear about the research and development capabilities of this young demon. Although he didn't know how he got the Six-Path Samsara Eye from the Six-Path Sage and how he studied it, since he could come to this conclusion, it must be credible. Could it be that Uchiha Madara's Samsara Eye was really planned by Hago Romo? Thinking of this, Black Zetsu felt uneasy. Uchiha Madara was an important chess piece in his original plan. If his pair of Samsara Eyes was planned by Hago Romo, then was his plan to save his mother also known to the other party? In this case, can he really save his mother? Even if he saves her, will he fall into the trap of Hago Romo? The information obtained from the daimyo's mansion shows that the Six-Path Sage has another mother, and she seems to be even more powerful. In addition, the evolutionary foundation of the Byakugan Sharingan and the Samsara Eye lies in the layout and structure of the pupil power and the subtle acupoints. If I am right, the Six-Path Sage should want to take the opportunity to seize the power of his mother and make his own Six Megatama Samsara Eye further. It's just that there is too little information at this stage to calculate how the Six-Path Sage will seize it. But no matter what, the pair of Samsara Eyes of the Otsutsuki class must be the key point. We must find the hiding Otsutsuki class as soon as possible. The expression is still gloomy. If we want to find the Otsutsuki class, we have to rely on the eye insertion plan of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. What should we do after we find it? Just surround and kill it. Keeping this guess in mind, Black Zetsu is very curious about what the young man will plan next. As for whether he can find the hiding Otsutsuki Madara, he is not worried. Even without the assistance of White Zetsu, he can find Uchiha Madara, at most it will take some time. Not to mention that there are more than 100,000 White Zetsu assisting now, and it won't take long to find it. The question now is what to do after finding it. Should we start fighting directly? No, siege is the lowest level approach. Even if we kill the Otsutsuki class, the Six-Path Sage will find another puppet to execute his conspiracy. You know, he is likely hiding in the Pure Land. He has collected countless souls of strong men for thousands of years. Since he can revive Otsutsuki Madara this time, he can definitely revive other strong men. The Otsutsuki class should be the best choice for that old shady guy, not the only choice. Compared to a stranger we don't know, the Otsutsuki class is more suitable. By the way, as a creature of the power of the second generation of the sacred tree, can you withstand the transformation of the Samsara Eye? At the end, Shimura Gendo revealed his true intention. You want me to go undercover in the Otsutsuki class? As a sinister person, Black Zetsu understood immediately. This is indeed a good suggestion. You can observe the Otsutsuki team closely to see if it is the conspiracy of the Six-Path Sage. When the time comes, you will disguise yourself to spy on the Otsutsuki team, let the other party notice it just right, and then let him catch you, and then let him use the Samsara Eye to transform you and believe that you are already his, and let him send you back as his undercover. We can then control some of the movements of the Otsutsuki team through you, and then spy on how the Six-Path Sage is planning. We can even send some specific secret techniques through you to affect the progress of the Otsutsuki team. He should be in great need of the Meridian Acupointment reconstruction technique and the true practice secret method of the Raise Nan Jinden. He pushed his glasses and showed a sinister smile, and Black Zetsu also showed a sinister smile to cooperate. This weird atmosphere made several animals nearby tremble with fear, and even Shimura Godzilla and Shimura Ghidorah, who had been holding off, looked over vigilantly and sensed the extreme danger. You can arrange these matters yourself. Although you are your father's clone, you should learn to think independently. You can make decisions on small matters by yourself. Those clones are now named White Zetsu, right? You are in charge of them. After giving some advice, Shimura Gentoi indicated that Black Zetsu could go to work, and he needed to tame these little cuties and let them awaken their innate immortal energy with attributes. I won't let you down. With a sinister smile, Black Zetsu's tall real body turned into liquid and disappeared underground, and started to handle this matter. On the other side, the Otsutsuki team hiding was really a headache, a real headache. Why is it so difficult? After dispersing the several pairs of left and right rays Nanjindan condensed in the acupoints of the head again, the Otsutsuki team rubbed their foreheads with a headache. This is a real headache, a physical pain. Before, only one head was preserved, and the body below the neck was regenerated by the fusion of the Rinnegan and Yin-Yang escape, and the meridians and acupoints were no different from those of ordinary people. It is necessary to practice the art of meridian acupointment reconstruction to transform it into the previous perfect double helix meridian acupointment. Acupoints, but this step was stuck. Damn kid! Swearing angrily, the Otsutsuki class hated the kid so much. The kid was on guard against him at the beginning, and the meridian acupointment reconstruction technique he gave was a tailor-made exclusive version, which would be difficult to use if the body was not in good condition. Even if he used the yin-yang escape technique to reshape his body to be very close to the original, there were some things that could not be shaped by yin-yang escape. For example, the pair of original Mangekai's transplanted on Hashirama's face, and the Byakugan of the Heavenly Ninja. In desperation, he could only temporarily put aside the transformation of the meridian acupoints, and wanted to recondense the left and right rays Nanjindan in the acupoints in his head. After all, the head was original and the meridian acupoints were also transformed. But who would have thought that the rays Nanjindan cultivation method was also an exclusive version, and he wanted to study and crack it by himself, but it was not possible to condense the sixth pair of left and right rays Nanjindan. Without that perfect fit, the condensed rays Nanjindan will have a negative impact on each other, causing the chakra to run wild in the meridians on the head. If it weren't for the strong pupil power to suppress it, coupled with the strong control of his own chakra, his head would have exploded long ago. How did the Shimura family's Zero Research Institute create this kind of secret method of cultivation? After a little relief, Otsutsuki-ban was very confused and even a little self-doubting. He had his previous cultivation experience as a reference, and it was extremely difficult to deduce it, and it was even very dangerous. How did the rumored Zero Research Institute of the Shimura family create these secrets from scratch? We must get the complete set of cultivation methods for these two secrets and understand the essence of them. With his fists clenched, Otsutsuki-ban knew that he could no longer hide. He must get these two sets of full-version secrets of the Shimura family, otherwise his strength would only stagnate. However, Shimura Gento and his son can continue to practice and become stronger. If the time is delayed too long, even if he completely masters the power of the Samsara Eye in the future, he may not be the opponent of the father and son, not to mention that the Shimura family must be hiding a more terrifying power in secret. I can't go to Konoha and the Shimura family for the time being. I have to restore the outer path demon statue first. Pressing his palm on his abdomen, the Otsutsuki class thought about how to restore the power of the outer path demon statue. He learned a lot of secrets from the memories of the Moon Otsutsuki people who were knocked down by his illusion. The ancestral stone tablet of the family also recorded some ancient secrets, which made him know a lot of things. For example, the origin of the tailed beast and the outer path demon statue. If you want to restore the outer path demon statue, you must have the chakra of the tailed beast, or even the original power. The tailed beasts of the 5 major ninja villages cannot be moved, otherwise they will definitely attract the attention of the Shimura family. It is not appropriate to fight against the father and son now. After a brief thought, the Otsutsuki team gave up the idea of a collecting the tailed beasts. First, they did not want to fight against the Shimura father and son. Second, his Samsara Eye lacked the chakra of the Uzumaki sage and was not stable. Even if all the tailed beasts were collected to revive the 10-tailed divine tree, they might not be able to control it. The tailed beasts themselves could not be moved, so they could only think of other ways. It seems that we have to go to the hidden cloud village again. The forbidden technique developed by the rat Tobirama is still of some use value. Thinking of the information they got in the hidden cloud village last time, the corners of the Otsutsuki team's lips curled up with a cold smile. 326. Chapter 325. A little green on the head. When did you have such a perverted hobby? Looking at the dark green butterfly on the forehead of the boy next to him, Yi Rain showed disgust. Green is a very healthy color, but since the emergence of the master of Yiwei Dujiang, the color has been given a very different meaning. But who would have thought that this traitor would put a butterfly on his forehead and even tattoo a small green butterfly on his forehead? Too perverted. What do you know as a woman? Shimura Xianding, who was practicing with the Shimura Yam butterfly on his forehead with immortal energy, glanced at him, saying that you don't understand. In fact, he was also very depressed. The Yam butterfly itself is green, and the stronger the potential, the darker the color. This dark green yam butterfly was carefully selected by Heizetsu, but the spiritual power corresponds to the key point in the pineal gland, which means that he wants to tattoo the tattoo corresponding to the yam butterfly on his forehead. The feeling of being in high spirits is really uncomfortable, especially when you need to practice dual cultivation with Yamat. In addition, this thing is an insect. Not only is its body small, but its meridians and acupoints are also fragile. It can only be attached to the center of the eyebrows for dual cultivation. This is green on green. Fortunately, Yamat's spiritual talent is indeed very strong. It awakened after being nurtured for so many days and cultivated the innate yin attribute immortal energy. Now I am practicing dual cultivation with him, and I will soon be able to obtain this innate yin attribute. Is there any other problem with chakra? Resisting the strange feeling caused by being pulled by the tail, Yi Yunyan asked a very sensitive question. The last battle when the hidden cloud village was attacked showed that there was a problem with chakra, but at that time they only thought it was a small problem. Who would have thought that Uchiha Madara would also abolish chakra and switch to cultivating immortal energy? This is very abnormal. You are not going to abolish chakra, why are you asking this? Playing with the little calf's tail in his hand, Shimura Xianding did not intend to answer this question. Some things have to be kept secret for the time being, and even if they are told, it is useless, and these people do not intend to abolish chakra. In the previous plan to purify chakra, the third Raikage only allowed 30% of the ninjas in the village to come to purify, which was obviously just a precaution and a lack of trust in the father and son. Even purifying chakra is so defensive and petty, let alone letting them abolish chakra and convert it into immortal energy. What? If I want to cultivate your immortal energy? Turn sideways, Yi Rain said seriously. This was the task given to her by the third Raikage during the day, to find out what the secret of Shimura Gento's immortal energy is. The immortal energy can allow you to change your cultivation, but you are not qualified to know the secret of chakra now. Still didn't say much, Shimura Gento is a man who keeps his mouth shut. Stingy. Turning around unhappily, with her beautiful white back facing someone, Rain was more certain that there must be problems with chakra that they didn't know about, or even hidden dangers. Otherwise, a strong man like Uchiha Madara would never give up the chakra that he had cultivated for decades to cultivate immortal energy. It's a pity that the traitor was too tight-lipped, and most importantly, too defensive, so he couldn't ask anything. The next morning, the two women couldn't bear to be caught and exploded again, but after such a long period of adaptation, they would no longer flee shyly like they did at the beginning. After getting up, she sealed the sheets and mattress with a sealing scroll and took them back to wash, but her pretty face was still a little red and a little annoyed. The claws of that traitor were too annoying. But I have to say that this guy is really good. He can make subtle adjustments to the operating circuits of the secret techniques they practice every day, so that the efficiency of practice is always at its peak. The rapid improvement of their strength forced them to come here every night to be checked by him, and then hold his tail all night. It's time to go to the Hidden Rock Village. Pushing open the window, looking at the rising sun in the east, Shimura Xianding had a dark green Yamat butterfly on his head, and knew that it was time to set off for the Hidden Rock Village. There was no way, the money that could be earned here had almost been earned. During this period, I have been transforming between the gynecological master and the male master, bringing good news to the majority of male compatriots and young ladies in the Hidden Cloud Village. Although the working hours are far less than when I was in the Hidden Mist Village, the level of medical skills has been improved to a higher level, and the efficiency has not decreased at all. You are going to Uegakur. In the temporary Raikage office, the third Raikage frowned as he looked at the golden-armored boy who had sunk his whole body into the sofa. There are no patients who need me in our Cloud Village for the time being. I have to go to Uegakur to continue to shine. I am too kind and cannot bear to see those patients have no access to medical care and suffer for the rest of their lives. Putting his feet on the coffee table in front of him, Shimura Gento shrugged helplessly. Last time, he had planned to send good news to the young ladies and brothers in Uegakur, but unfortunately, the plan could not keep up with the changes. The evil demon incident forced him to leave Uegakur first. Since he had time this time, he naturally had to squeeze the little money in the pockets of the young ladies in Uegakur. You will die for money sooner or later. The helplessness shown by the boy made the third Raikage want to slap him. This kid is too good at pretending. Although there is no clear statistics, this guy has made at least hundreds of billions of yuan in their Cloud Village in the past few months. The process is the same as that of the Mist Village, but he can only agree and even give him the green light all the way. There is no way. The ninja forces in their Cloud Village are not weak. After all, the ninja village was originally gathered by many ninja forces. Although the ninja forces made the ninja village quickly built and became powerful, they also became a hidden danger and constraint for the ninja village. As the head of a village, it is politically correct to weaken the ninja forces. I can only take this opportunity to let this kid earn the small money of those ninjas to achieve the purpose of weakening the ninja forces. I won't disturb you from working, auntie. Without staying for long, Shimura Gentoi got up and left. This time he came mainly to say hello to the third Reikage, so that the old guy would not think that he disappeared for no reason and put on the name of a traitor. Not long after Shimura Gentoi left, the sisters Yui Ino also came to say goodbye. Third generation, we plan to follow Matatabi and Ushiki to the land of water to meet other tailed beasts and practice together. Be careful. Nodding in agreement, the third generation Reikage also wanted to get information about the second generation Tsuchikage's wife, Amaseki, and others, especially the Rei's Nanjindan secret technique that those people practiced. Still can't figure out that secret technique? He asked again unwillingly. The third generation Reikage was very jealous of that set of Rei's Nanjindan secret techniques. Some time ago, that kid taught the sisters Yui and Union the Rei's Nanjindan secret technique. This new secret method also opened his eyes. Even if he hadn't practiced it, he could see the power of this set of secret techniques. It's a pity that the secret technique obtained by the sisters Yui and Union was a tailor-made exclusive version, which could not be popularized at all, and involved many new knowledge points. They had no way to crack it and could only stare blankly. Facing the inquiry of the third generation Reikage, the Union sisters lowered their heads and remained silent, and they were also very unwilling in their hearts. The secret arts passed down by the traitor were too profound, far beyond their knowledge accumulation. In many aspects, they only knew the reasons but not the reasons. They had not really understood any of the secret arts they had obtained so far. At this stage, they could only circulate chakra along the circulation circuit set by the traitor. They could not do anything else, let alone crack it. Don't be anxious. These secret arts involve too many new knowledge points. It is normal to have no idea where to start. You should be able to see something after your strength is improved. Speaking to comfort them, the third Reikage also understood that he was anxious. Not to mention the secret art circulation circuits obtained by the two girls, even if he obtained the practice scroll of the perfect lightning escape chakra mode traded by the Shimura family, he did not understand the circulation circuit that Shimura Xianding gave him when he upgraded the Black Thunder. There are too many new knowledge points involved, and the more than 95% of the new knowledge in the secret technique was unknown to him. Even he was like this, let alone the two sisters of Hago Romo Ino. Third generation, let's go. Without staying for long, the two sisters of Hago Romo Ino turned around and left the office, preparing to go to the land of water with the two-tailed beasts to join the other tailed beasts. His purpose of going to the hidden rock village must be not simple. The earth platform that sent Shimura Gentoi away returned and expressed his opinion, and was sure that Shimura Gentoi must have a plan for going to the hidden rock village this time. There must be other purposes, and Onoki will bleed heavily this time. He sneered. The third generation Reikage has always known that Shimura Gentoi is not a good person, and this trip to the hidden rock village is definitely not just for making money. He knew that the hidden rock village had looted a lot of chakra metal in the land of iron in the past, and those should be the goals of Shimura Gentoi and the entire Shimura family. We must be able to keep the secret of the perfect lightning chakra mode we traded from him. Maybe the third Tsuchikage has already prepared the bargaining chips for the trade. It will be more difficult for us to fight against the Uegakure village in the future. With a worried look on his face, Dode knew that there would be a war between the Kumigakure village and the Uegakure village in the future, and the conflict of interests between the two sides was too great. Even if they had formed a secret alliance, it was only aimed at dealing with the Shimura family in Konoha. Once Konoha and the Shimura family were destroyed, they would inevitably fall into a melee and fight for interests. Take a look at this information. Throwing a scroll of information in the drawer to Dode, the third Reikage's smile became more ferocious and happier. This, can you be sure it's true? After unfolding the intelligence scroll and scanning the contents inside, Dode was so shocked that he almost couldn't hold the scroll in his hand. It's not that his mind is not stable enough, but the information inside is too shocking. The information provided in this scroll shows that the reason why the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage fought in the last Ninja World War was not only because of old hatreds and personal grudges, but also because of Konoha's secret plan. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just succeeded to the position of Hokage. Facing the siege of the four major ninja villages, the situation was critical. Shimura Danzo thought of a way to break the situation. He sent a secret inheritance that both the Hidden Rock Village and the Hidden Mist Village needed to the junction of the Hidden Rock Village and the Hidden Mist Village ninja army. Both sides wanted to get the secret inheritance, and then they fought, with heavy casualties. Even the second Tsuchikage Mu and the second Mizukage Hojiki died together. The critical situation of Konoha being besieged was resolved in an instant. In other words, it was Shimura Danzo who killed the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage. Although this matter itself is very interesting, what is more interesting is the person behind the scenes who sent this information. The grim smile on his face remained, and the third Raikage became more and more certain of the instability within Konoha. This kind of top-secret information is not available to ordinary people. Someone in Konoha wants to use us to expose this to Uegakuer and Kirigakuer. Tuchai is not stupid, and he guessed the intention of the person behind the scenes. Although we are being used, it is more beneficial to us. Spread this information to Uegakuer and Kirigakuer, and then send the original to that kid. He asked Tuchai to handle this matter. The third Raikage was not stupid, and naturally would not be willing to be the knife of the person behind the scenes. He also took this opportunity to alienate the relationship between the Shimura family and Konoha, and prepare for the future war in the country of whirlpools. No, we can't send it to Xianding Jun, and we even have to help the person behind the scenes cover up the traces. Tuchai thought more after giving his own suggestions. This is a good idea. Let the person behind the scenes hide for a while, and stab the Shimura family from the back at the critical moment. Immediately reacting, the third Raikage applauded this proposal. Just like those spies, the deeper they hide, the longer they stay, the greater the harm they will cause. Compared to exposing this matter now and making the Shimura family alert, it is better to help cover it up and let the people behind the scenes attack the Shimura family at the most critical and fatal moment. At that time, they can definitely cooperate with each other to completely destroy the Shimura family and divide up the Shimura family's heritage. 327. Chapter 326 Making a Deal with Onaki. Shimura Xianding didn't know that he had been calculated. At this moment, he was standing on the broad and flat back of Shimura Harmony, using the anti-gravity technique to float in the sky and fly to the west. There are many figures on the back of Shimura Harmony Crab. All the battle pets sent by Black Zetsu are there, and Shimura Xianding is using the immortal energy thread to connect all the 7 battle pets with himself to operate the immortal energy dual cultivation. Compared to Shimura Yamat, who was sent long ago, the other 6 war pets were sent not long ago, and they cultivated immortal energy for them, and did not stimulate their own talents to form innate attributes. It takes a wave of dual cultivation to guide, and at the same time, the dual cultivation with Yamat must be deepened, using the innate yin attribute immortal energy cultivated by the other party to render themselves and shape their spiritual power talents. Really don't need me to go to the Hidden Rock Village with you. Standing on Shimura Harmony's back, Uchihamadara stood in the wind. With the experience of being attacked and killed by the Moon Otsutsuki strongman last time, he was not very confident to let this cheap disciple wander around in the ninja world alone. Not to mention that his fallen body is still hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity to move, who knows when it will appear. Let's not do that. You bullied Onoki a lot back then. If we really go over, we'll have to fight. He quickly refused. Shimura Gentoi didn't want Uchihamadara to fight the third Tsuchikage with Susanoo in Uegakuer village. If that happened, how could he plan for Uegakuer village in the future? Without saying anything else, the eternal Manjakaya Sharingan in Uchihamadara's eyes rotated, and the ultimate Susanoo appeared. However, this Susanoo only 10 meters in size, not as large as the hundreds or thousands of meters used before. He controlled the wings of Susanoo to flap, and flew away from the back of Shimura Big Mouth to the south. 8 figures jumped up from the back and entered the chest of Susanoo together. They were the split bodies of Uchihamadara. Since he decided to embark on the path of attribute swallowing, Uchihamadara had split into 9 split bodies in advance with the assistance of Shimura Xianding. 7 of them were mainly engaged in the ultimate cultivation of the 7 basic attributes of yin and yang, wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth. The remaining 2 split bodies were prepared for the 2 attributes of space and time. It's a lot more spacious. With 9 people missing all of a sudden, the space was immediately a lot more spacious, and Shimura Xianding even lay down comfortably to sunbathe. You 2 little things, behave yourself. Shimura Godzilla and Shimura Ghidorah, who were fighting again, were pulled over and separated with the immortal energy silk thread. Shimura Xianding had a headache for these 2 little guys. This is a natural conflict. As long as there is no cage to restrain them, they will fight immediately. The two separated little guys are still grinning, and it is obvious that the fight is not over. In fact, it is no longer appropriate to call them little guys. After the induced development of Zhikan Xianding, the two have grown from the original palm size to the size of a basin, and they look fierce. King Kong, don't be restrained. Eat if you want to. The same goes for you. We will be comrades in the future. I will help you practice and become stronger, and then you can lead your tribe to grow together. Seeing that Zhikan Kong was squatting there and staring at several large bowls of food, Zhikan Xianding signaled the 7 war pets not to be polite. During this period, he mainly used the immortal power to assist the 7 war pets to activate brain cells and improve intelligence. Now they can simply understand human words. And the gorilla is indeed worthy of being a primate. Zhikan Kong has the highest intelligence, even Zhikan Yamati, who has the talent of mental power, can't compare. This is a racial advantage. You guys also help feed Urha and Hexi. He gestured to the war pets to eat as they pleased, and Shimura Xianding sunbathed peacefully. Wo euro a euro. At this time, Shimura Urha expressed his opposition and howled, strongly protesting against the discrimination and differential treatment of his own shit-shoveling master. Because among the 7 war pets, he was the only one who was often locked in a cage, which was too aggrieved. Unfortunately, the protest was ineffective, and Shimura Xianding ignored Urha's howl. The war pets looked at each other, and gathered in front of the large bowls of food and ate silently. Even Shimura Godzilla and Shimura Ghidorah, who were born to be incompatible, did not fight while eating. This was the majesty and rules established by Shimura Xianding. It didn't matter how they fought at other times, but they had to be harmonious when eating, and whoever dared to make trouble would not be given food. In this way, 1 person and 7 beasts flew in the sky. Because they were not in a hurry, the speed was not fast. They flew and stopped all the way, and arrived at the hidden rock village nearly a month later. Old man, how come you are still alive? Hurry up and die, I'm waiting to eat your meal. After landing at the entrance of the village, he met Haito who was waiting for him. Shimura Gentoi said that he had always been thinking about your meal and was waiting for you to die. That's what I want to say. He said with a dark face, and Haito really hated this poisonous boy. Is it easy for me to live to such an old age? Under the leadership of Haito and a group of Anbu ninjas who escorted him but actually monitored him, Shimura Gentoi came to the office of the Tsuchikage and met the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. Onoki, you've adapted well. I thought you had died and wanted to take advantage of this time to come back and succeed to the throne as the 4th Tsuchikage. Based on his experience, Shimura Gentoi roughly saw Onoki's physical condition, and said congratulations, but the regretful expression was undoubtedly revealed. I knew this kid had a poisonous mouth. The brown-faced man beside him twitched and complained. It was that kid. If anyone else dared to say that, Onoki would have slapped him to death. When Onoki, who was already in a bad mood, heard this, his old face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and his eyes became ferocious. This is 10 tons of perfect chakram metal. I want your Shimura family's perfect Earth Escape armor and Earth Escape chakram mode. Resisting his dissatisfaction and not wanting to talk nonsense, the 3rd Tsuchikage threw a sealed scroll on the table over. He got information from the spy and knew that the 3rd Raikage had traded the perfect Lightning Escape armor and Lightning Escape chakram mode developed by the Shimura family's Zero Research Institute from Shimura Xianding in the name of the Hidden Cloud Village. And from the Battle of the Hidden Cloud Village, it can be seen that the Shimura family has indeed developed a complete set of 7 chakram modes, including the Earth Escape chakram mode. This chakram mode is invaluable to their rock village, and they must get it. Not enough. 10 tons of perfect energy metal can only be traded for Earth Escape chakram mode, and if you want to get Earth Escape armor, you need to add another 5 tons. Don't be unconvinced, although the perfect energy metal in your village is more valuable than the single attribute lightning chakram metal in the Cloud Village. The Cloud Village itself has a set of Lightning Escape armor and Lightning Escape chakram mode as a base, and 15 tons of single attribute chakram metal is a preferential price. If you really want to talk about it, it will be 20 tons. And your perfect energy metal will be 15 tons. Don't forget, after trading it for the secret technique, you can pass it on to anyone in the rock village to practice, which has a very different meaning. He took the sealed scroll very naturally, unwrapped it and checked it, and started bargaining. At the beginning, the rock village asked him to use natural fairy fire to smelt hundreds of tons of perfect energy metal in batches, and he had been eyeing these treasures for a long time. Go and get it for him. The old face darkened again, but Onoki didn't refuse. After all, This time they took the initiative to propose the deal, which was considered asking for help, so naturally they would be more passive. Brother is really generous. After completing the inspection, Shimura gave Onoki a thumbs up, and his face made everyone present unable to bear to look directly at him. Before, he called him a big head, but now that the money is in place, he immediately became a senior brother. Too mercenary. Brother, do you want the Odin of the third rakeage, the power of the rakeage? Pulling a chair over to sit in front of Onoki's desk, sitting opposite him, Shimura told him another pie deal. This time, we must find a way to get all the perfect energy metals in the hidden rock village. The Black Thunder of the third AI. The funny wine nose wrinkled, and Onoki knew that Shimura was talking about the black lightning escape of the third rakeage. It's that kind of black lightning. With a serious face, Shimura seriously deceived, no, explained, that kind of black lightning escape is a special lightning formed by integrating natural lightning on the basis of the lightning escape chakra mode, which exceeds the level of escape chakra. Before in the hidden cloud village, I assisted the third generation of Rakeage to transform the golden earth escape power with the earth escape chakra mode combined with the natural energy of the earth attribute, which is also a powerful force beyond the earth escape chakra. Then the black lightning devoured the gold and earth power according to the principle of attribute restraint, which doubled the strength of the black lightning. According to my speculation, it should be able to continue to devour. Once the other 6 basic attributes are devoured, the black lightning will be 6 times stronger than the original one, and it will definitely be able to beat you, the senior brother who has the dust escape. He said it in great detail, and even used Onoki as a negative example. Shimura planned to use this to deceive Onoki. But I don't have water attribute. After automatically filtering out the last sentence that was used as a negative example, Onoki was indeed moved, but it was a pity. Although the boy didn't say much, he could hear that the core of this improvement route was to rely on the principle of attribute restraint to devour other attributes. As the Tsuchikage of the hidden rock village, he naturally had to use earth escape as the foundation to devour other attributes one by one. But unfortunately, he only had 5 chakra attributes, lacking the yin attribute and water attribute. According to the theory of attribute restraint, he should use earth escape to devour the water attribute, and then the fire attribute, wind attribute, and thunder attribute. Unfortunately, he just lacked the first step of water attribute. When facing the remaining 3 attributes of fire, wind, and thunder, the earth attribute had no advantage. It might not be easy or even impossible to devour. I can provide attribute completion surgery services, 1 ton of perfect energy metal for each attribute. Very considerately said the fee service. It is very cost-effective to charge 1 ton of perfect energy metal for each attribute these days. For example, if a strong man like Onoki completes the missing yin and water attributes, his strength can at least double. Using 2 tons of perfect energy metal to exchange for such a big improvement, isn't it a big profit? This attribute swallowing secret method has flaws. Looking at the cheap junior brother in front of him for a long time, Onoki sneered. He didn't believe that this kid would be so kind, and that attribute swallowing secret technique must have some flaws. Senior brother, you have a keen eye. Under this swallowing secret technique system, all the attributes swallowed will completely disappear from the body. However, if one attribute can be amplified to the extreme, it doesn't matter whether there are other attributes. Just like your blood inheritance elimination of dust release, you know best how big the gap between the power of dust release and the power of ordinary single attribute ninjutsu is. Smilingly replied, Shimura didn't care at all that Onoki said this. After all, although there are flaws, the flaws are not enough to cover up the merits. Compared to the increase in strength gained by raising one attribute to the extreme, losing other attributes is nothing. What price? After thinking for a while, Onoki decided to do it. The only question now is what price this kid will offer. Onoki's decision did not surprise Shimura. He even knew that Onoki would agree to this pie deal. 328. Chapter 327 Tsuchikage Power Plan. It takes 1 ton of perfect energy metal to transform a single attribute into the corresponding attribute natural energy. It also costs 1 ton to devour one attribute. I calculated for you. A complete set of Tsuchikage Power Package requires 13 tons of perfect energy metal. In addition, to complete the 2 attributes you lack, a total of 15 tons of perfect energy metal is required. Since we are brothers, I will give you a 9.99% discount. He counted on his fingers and gave a discount after he finished speaking. After all, we are brothers. I need to do an experiment for free first to see the effect. After thinking for a while, Onoki thought that the deal could be done, but he had to see the results first. If the improvement was really great, then he would do it. After all, perfect energy metal is a dead thing, and a top-level strongman is more valuable in comparison. Not to mention that their 4 major ninja villages have secretly formed an alliance against the Shimura family, and now they are just temporarily storing those perfect energy metals in the Shimura family. Shimura Xianding had no idea of a euro the evil thoughts of the senior brother in front of him. After hearing that Onoki needed a free experiment to see the results, he instinctively looked at the brown soil. Little ghost, don't go too far. An old face instantly turned black like the bottom of a pot, and the brown soil knew that this kid wanted to eat his meal. Uncle Brown Soil, this is your fault. As an assistant to the Tsuchikage, you must set an example and be ready to dedicate yourself to the great revival of the Hidden Rock Village. And your attribute is Yin Earth Water, just as the first experimental subject, rest assured, the success rate is very high, at least 10% or more. Grabbing the brown soil that wanted to retreat, Shimura Gentoi rebuked him righteously, and after that, he even ignored the old man's resistance and used the immortal energy thread to construct a special version of the Earth Escape Chakra mode operation circuit in his body. Onoki and several old men beside him did not object, and watched quietly waiting for the result. Little boy, be careful, I still want to eat your meal. Seeing that things had come to this, Haito could only helplessly admit defeat. In the end, he glared at the venomous boy in front of him fiercely, and he regretted it more and more in his heart. I shouldn't have brought this kid back in the first place. It would have been better to let Onoki destroy him directly with a dust release humanity. Calming down, Haito memorized this exclusive version of the operating circuit while mobilizing the earth release chakra in his body to operate it. Soon, a stream of earth yellow chakra appeared on the surface of his body, which was the earth release chakra mode. Let Haito adapt for a while, and Shimura Gento took out the earth megatama, using it as a medium to gather a little natural energy and transform it into earth attribute and pour it into Haito's body. Then the operating trajectory of the earth release chakra mode changed, driving the earth release chakra to devour the earth attribute natural energy pouring into the body, and slowly transformed. Because of the suppression of Shimura Gendo, the natural energy of earth attribute did not run wild after meeting chakra. The earth chakra also activated some characteristics derived from the sacred tree, and the absorption and fusion of the natural energy of earth attribute was very smooth. After a day, a golden earth chakra replaced the previous earth yellow earth chakra, rendering the whole skinny body of the brown earth as if it were cast in gold. Seeing this scene, Onoki and others were all excited. The previous earth chakra mode surprised them, and they didn't expect that they could really transform into this kind of golden earth power comparable to the third generation Reikage Black Thunder on this basis. Without fighting, the breath emitted alone can make them clearly feel the power of this power. Very strong, twice as strong as the earth chakra. As a guinea pig, Brown Earth sensed the new power that had transformed in his body, and soon roughly estimated the strength of the increase. In terms of chakra quality, this kind of gold and earth power is twice as strong as his previous earth escape chakra. The increase that can be obtained by using it to release earth escape ninjutsu is not as simple as doubling. Rest for 3 hours, and then we will transform water escape chakra. Retracting the immortal energy thread to signal Brown Earth to rest, Shimura Gento knew Brown Earth's limit very well. This old guy is not young, and his physical fitness is far inferior to the third generation Reikage. It is impossible for him to persist in completing the entire swallowing experiment in one breath, and a half-time break is necessary. It's really necessary to rest. Hammering his old waist, a clanging sound like a huge bell came out, and Brown Earth took the lead to sit on the chair in front of Shimura Gento, and even arrogantly crossed his legs. He has been enduring this kid for a long time. Tisk. Pouting disdainfully, Shimura Gentoi respected the old and loved the young and didn't try to grab the chair from the old guy. Instead, he sat on Onoki's Tsuchikage throne under the stunned gaze of everyone, and even more arrogantly put his combat boots on the Tsuchikage's desk. Onoki, you don't know how to enjoy yourself. The chair needs a cushion to be comfortable. This bare hard chair is not good for the waist. After trying this Tsuchikage throne, Shimura Gentoi gave guidance in a very realistic way, and even suspected that Onoki's waist problem in the original book was caused by sitting on this hard chair. This made Onoki's face black again, and he almost couldn't help but hit him with a dust escape. It's okay for you to sit on my Tsuchikage throne, but you also look down on me. You are really not a human being. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Onoki turned his head away and didn't want to see that hateful face again, and turned to check the brown soil's physical condition, especially the power of gold and earth. Tsuchikage-sama. At this time, several medical ninjas walked into the Tsuchikage's office, but when they saw the golden armored boy sitting on the Tsuchikage's throne, they were all confused. One of them even rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was dazzled. Where is the third Tsuchikage who is so old in their family? How did he become a handsome boy? Did the third generation Sama finally figure it out and have plastic surgery? Check the body of the brown earth consultant and see how many days he has left to live. Sitting upright, Shimura Gentoi posed as a Tsuchikage and gave a serious order, which made the several medical ninjas who came in even more confused. Check the body of the brown earth. Glazing at a certain boy, Onoki signaled the medical ninjas to work. Ah! Oh! The medical ninjas who had just reacted hurried forward and took out a lot of medical equipment from the sealed scroll to assist in the examination of Haitu's body. Lord Haitu is in good health, and his physical fitness is at least 5 times stronger than the physical examination 2 months ago, especially the bone strength. Not long after, a medical ninja who had been responsible for the physical examination of Haitu told the results of the examination, with an incredible look on his face. According to common sense, once a ninja has passed the peak age, all aspects of the body's functions will decline, and the older they are, the more they decline, especially in the bones. But Haitu has a counter-strengthening that goes against common sense, which is really incredible. It's normal. Earth escape and Yang escape can directly act on the body. The Earth escape chakra mode itself has certain characteristics of strengthening the body, and the power of gold and earth strengthens this characteristic many times. With the explanation, Shimura Gentoi had expected this. When the third generation Reikage was strengthened by the power of gold and earth, the bone strength suddenly reached the peak level of the past, and Haitu could naturally get a considerable improvement. What? A pity. I was expecting you to have osteoporosis, fall down and die on the road one day, and then I'll go to your house for dinner. At the end, his expression suddenly changed, and he felt very sorry. This sudden turn almost broke everyone's waist, and Haitu, as the person involved, had a black line on his forehead. I'm really sorry, I disappoint you. He said angrily. If he could use the dust escape, Haitu would definitely use the dust escape to destroy the bastard. You will die if you don't curse me. No need to apologize. There will be a little risk in the next devouring attribute. Maybe it will become a medical accident. Then I can still go to your house for dinner. With a warm smile on his face, she, will eat the old guy's dinner. Damn it, I should have let Onoki kill you. He was so angry that he covered his chest, and he regretted it in his heart. Hurry up, let's fuse and transform the water escape chakra. He stood up and came to Haitu, put his palm on his vest, and constructed a special version of the water escape chakra mode operation trajectory according to his physical condition. Although he was unwilling and unhappy in his heart, for the sake of the village, Haitu could only suppress his anger, memorizing this operation circuit while mobilizing the water escape chakra to follow the operation. As a veteran Zhengying level strongman, he had long cultivated his own yin earth and water attributes to the peak level of escape chakra. Although he was most proficient in earth escape, it was mainly because there were not many water escape ninjutsu in the Hidden Rock village. In terms of the quality of water escape chakra, it was no worse than earth escape chakra, and naturally reached the standard of water escape chakra mode. Soon a tough water film appeared on the surface of the body, and then absorbed and fused the water attribute natural energy transformed by Shimura Shending with water Megatama, and transformed it into a light blue water chakra. Counselor Brown Earth is not doing well. Rest for 3 hours. Seeing Brown Earth's physical condition declining and his chakra consumption not small, Shimura Gentoi greeted him and walked towards the Tsuchikage throne, but the words he said made Brown Earth, who was slightly out of breath, angry to death. You are the one who is not doing well. This kid is too bad. He always curses him to die. Onoki and others did not care about the venomous tongue of a certain boy. They gathered around to observe and test the blue water chakra on Brown Earth and the unique water escape chakra mode to see if they could take the opportunity to peek into some of the secrets inside. Shimura Gentoi was too lazy to pay attention to these people's little thoughts. The genuine chakra mode training method he wrote was not easy to practice, let alone this exclusive version. It's like giving a computer novice a computer, but you ask him to study the functions of every component in the computer, and even the principles of the software system. It's a miracle that he can study it. Sure enough, after 3 hours of research, everyone found nothing again, just like the results of yesterday's research on the Earth Escape Chakra mode and Gold Earth Chakra. Old man, the next step is the attribute swallowing step. This step is quite dangerous, and it can be said that there is no chance of survival. And I have never tried to use the Earth attribute to swallow the Water attribute. There are too many uncertain factors. I think it is necessary for you to write a will to explain your funeral affairs, and the most important thing is the division of property. By the way, do you have descendants? If not, just transfer it to me. I will help you with your funeral affairs, and provide an 8 immortal table and top-notch dishes for free, and invite all the villagers in the village to your house for a feast. You must believe in the strength of our Shimura family's food. It is definitely the strongest in the ninja world, and it is guaranteed to satisfy the villagers. With a serious expression on his face, Shimura Xianding, as a doctor with medical ethics, asked the mice to arrange their funeral affairs before the experiment. It is reasonable and absolutely logical. Staring with a pair of dead fish eyes, Haito was too lazy to argue with this kid now, and turned his head to look at the third Tsuchikage Onoki beside him. If I die, please use dust release to send this kid down, so that I won't be lonely down there. Gritting his teeth, Haito said word by word, hoping that this kid could be buried with him. 329. Chapter 328 Beating Up the Elderly. Haito's threat finally worked. Shimura Gento originally wanted to create a medical accident to make this old guy die, and then go to his house for a feast, or even receive some inheritance, but unfortunately the experiment went smoothly. Among the 5 attributes of escape, earth restrains water, and there is a natural restraint relationship, which makes it easier to swallow. However, the power of gold and earth of Haito has just been condensed, which is not as good as the Black Thunder that the 3rd generation Reikage has practiced for many years. His physical fitness is also much worse. It took him 3 days to devour the blue water power transformed from the water escape chakra and successfully upgrade the power of gold and earth. Boy, I feel I can beat you now. Feeling the doubled power of gold and earth in his body, Haito's face gradually became more ferocious, and he looked at the golden armored boy in front of him with ill intentions. If you want a perfect experiment, you must have actual combat. Actual combat is the ultimate test method. He really hopes to let this boy be the inspector. After a moment of silence, Shimura Xianding kicked over. Dang! The sound of metal clashing like a huge bell rang out, and a golden figure flew out of the Tsuchikage building, followed by a bright golden figure, and then several figures flew out, the leader of which was extremely burly, and it was Onoki. However, when Onoki arrived, Shimura Gentoi had already started fighting with Azuchi. Neither of them used weapons, but only used fists and kicks to fight, and their fighting styles were very open and fierce. Heroic. Dang dang dang. The sound of heavy blows continued to be heard. Suin Shimura was wearing a heavy gold suit, while Juntu used the power of gold and earth to maintain his chakra mode. Both of them were indestructible and their defenses were off the charts. Fight in the sky. Gradually mastering the other functions of the earth release chakra mode, Brown Earth directly used the super light heavy rock technique without any seals on his hands, and his body quickly flew high into the air. Suin Shimura also used anti-gravity techniques to keep up. The 2 golden figures continued to fight in the air, and each used gravity to strengthen their offensive. This battle lasted for a full 2 minutes before it ended with Brown Earth's chakra exhausted. After all, he himself was not known for his chakra capacity, and the Earth Escape chakra mode consumed a relatively large amount of energy. In order to maintain the power of gold and earth, the power of swallowing blue water consumes a lot of chakra, and it is already good to be able to last for 2 minutes. You've become stronger again, kid. Falling to the ground and panting heavily, Brown Earth was filled with emotion and fear. According to the intelligence, this kid's qualifications are obviously very poor, but his improvement speed is quite astonishing. Since graduating from the ninja school, he has been improving rapidly, almost like using the overload squeezing training method popular in the Warring States period. It's not that I'm making rapid progress, it's that you are standing still. After closing and opening the 3 gates and 8 gates of Dungia, Suin Shimura did not think that he had improved very quickly. This was not modesty, but seeking truth from facts. After all, this is a world of cheating. Compared to Mingzuo's speed of improvement, which he achieved at the age of 17, he was nowhere near where he was. Anyway, he didn't have the confidence to break through to the 6 realms at the age of 17, so he had to be self-aware and not be complacent, let alone arrogant. It's a pity that no one can understand this feeling. Brown 2 on the other side vomited blood in displeasure, thinking that the kid was showing off again. The kid just hit him in the face with the last blow. Although the indestructible body blessed by the earth escaped chakra mode and the power of metal and earth did not suffer much damage, there were still wounds inside the mouth, and even some teeth. Lose. Brother, are you satisfied? He turned to look at Onaki, who had also landed, and saw whether he was happy or not. I'll give you an answer in 3 days. After replying, Onaki was actually moved. I knew you were back, boss. After Onaki and a group of ANBU ninjas left, several figures jumped out, and the first one was Ditai. He happily stepped forward and punched Shimura Xianding in the chest. Ditai was very happy for the arrival of this big brother. He is just waiting for this big brother to come back and transplant the alloy skeleton to become a real man. There was quite a commotion before, and they, who were in Uegakuer village, naturally saw it. However, the area was blocked by ANBU ninjas and there was no way to get in. After the group of ANBU ninjas left, they rushed over to take a look and found that it was indeed Shimura Suand who had returned. Your body is recovering well. Looking at the much stronger Ditai, Shimura Xianding showed a fatherly smile, and he was very happy that this cheap boy, no, the cheap junior brother could become healthy. Although the alloy frame was not transplanted to him at the beginning, his body was carefully conditioned, and a set of chakra circulation circuits were even built for him to repair hidden injuries and strengthen his body. This is not over yet. He specially designed a dual cultivation method for Ditai and Jingzi, which can use Jingzi's Yang chakra to assist Ditai in cultivating and strengthening his body, which is equivalent to the superimposed cultivation efficiency of the two. Boss, I have now developed the half-tailed beast to the four-tailed level. The young man Zi is gearing up and full of fighting spirit. He did not relax his training during this period. Although the four-tailed Sun Wukong in the sealed space did not actively cooperate, he still allowed him to extract chakra and form a powerful tailed beast, and his combat power soared. He feels he is now in a position to compete for the big brother spot. Quite confident. Smiling, Shimura Xianding opened the 8-gate Dunjia to the 7th gate in one breath. His whole body was wrapped in green immortal power, blooming with a powerful aura. The airwaves rolled up by the immortal power shook the bodies of several people. Difficulty standing still. Gudu. Boss, I was just talking casually. Feeling the powerful aura erupting from Shimura Xianding, Zi swallowed her saliva and felt a little scared. I thought that the strength of this boss was at the same level as the previous battle with Brown Earth, but who would have thought that he could be even stronger and so much stronger? Stop talking nonsense and let the fight begin. Without the slightest courtesy, he rushed over and beat the horseboy violently. He will never be merciful to his younger brother who dares to covet his big brother's throne. In desperation, Murasaki could only extract the tailed beast chakra to form the tailed beast mode, and waved a copycat version of the fairy iron rod to meet him. Welcome to the beating. Although he did not use the big silver sword and only used his fists, the explosive power provided by the 8-gate Dunjia was extremely powerful. He still beat Zi Press and even broke the tailed beast's coat forcefully in the end. Boss, why are you so much stronger? Even without the increase of the 8-gate Dunjia, this physical strength must be at the shadow level. After the war, Zeman was shocked with a bruised nose and swollen face. After the tailed beast's coat was blown away, the big brother turned off the 8-gate dungeon and beat him violently with only his own strength, but even so, he was unable to fight back. That kind of physical prowess is so powerful that even a shadow-level strong person would probably have a headache against him. I had a small breakthrough when I was in Union Village. Smiling, Shimura Xianding was actually quite grateful to those powerful people from Otsutsuki. If it hadn't been for the attack and killing by those people, he would not have been able to make up his mind to use the 7-attribute Megatama to simultaneously display the 7-attribute Sinai Yuan power mode. All 7 attributes are combined. Moreover, the benefits brought by the mutually circulating immortal energy mode are indescribable, and his physical fitness has directly soared to a higher level. Originally, the physical strength without the use of 8-gate Dunjia was at the peak level of shadow level, but after using it last time, it directly broke through to the level of shadow level, saving at least 3 years of hard training. You must know that his immortal energy is not released like ninjutsu, but is all blessed on the body. Naturally, these energies will not disappear out of thin air, nor will they be consumed because they are converted into kinetic energy, but will be integrated into the cells of the body. With so much immortal energy integrated into the cells of the body, the improvement in physical fitness is naturally quite significant. It's a pity that this method cannot be commonly used. The last time I used it, I took a lot of risks. If I were not careful, I would be dead or disabled. And the physical fitness that has been improved in this way also needs to be slowly and steadily controlled, otherwise it will affect subsequent practice. I thought I was getting closer to you, but I didn't expect that we are getting farther and farther away. Zi squatted down depressedly, feeling quite unwilling in her heart. He had also experienced a battle with evil spirits in the body of the four-tailed Sun Wukong, and he knew very well how heartbreaking a battle at that level could be. When he came back, he intensified his hard training. He originally thought he could catch up with Big Brother, but unexpectedly he fell further and further away. Sun Wukong's power is not used that way. Forget it, he hates you ninjas and can't have a heart-to-heart with you. In this way, from now on you use his chakra to train your body, and I will teach you the deep development of melting release. Seeing Ma Zhe's loss, Shimura Xianding couldn't bear it and prepared to improve the strength of Ma Zhe's younger brother. Although this kid has been coveting the position of his big brother, he is indeed a good chess piece. The most important thing is that this kid also dislikes Onoki and is very valuable. For one force, dictatorship is a must. Someone must check and balance Onoki, lest the old guy's arbitrary actions lead to big mistakes. This is all for Iwagakure village. Of course, the same goes for you. I will teach you the in-depth development and application of blood succession limits. After glancing at Ditahan and others who were looking at him eagerly, Suin Shimura said angrily that he would open cheats for everyone. Yet, Ditai clenched his fists excitedly. He was very confident in the teaching ability of this big brother. They have made such great progress in the past 2 years thanks to his original guidance. If we can get further guidance from him, our strength will definitely increase dramatically again. The most important thing is that the training guided by this big brother is not the kind of overload training that squeezes potential and damages oneself. There are almost no side effects and no damage to potential. Jun Xianding, what should we do if we don't have the limit of blood inheritance? Jingzi beside Ditai said eagerly, she also wanted to further improve her strength, but she was not a blood successor ninja, and her attributes only had 3 types of yin, yang, earth, and it was difficult to form a blood successor limit. Not only Jingzi looked over eagerly, but Lois on the other side was also full of longing. Although I am still unhappy with this guy, I have to say that this guy's coaching ability is really awesome. During that time, he was beaten continuously, and his strength gradually increased, especially his physical fitness. It would be great if I could get deeper guidance. It's okay, I'll help you fuse one. The generous offer means that I have taken care of the boundaries of your inheritance. After all, to a certain extent, this original sister Yuan can be regarded as his daughter-in-law. When we win over teacher Yuguan and Miss Yuguan in the future, we will become a family, so how can we distinguish each other? Thank you very much, Mr. Xianding. His eyes lit up, and Jingzi thanked him gratefully. Fusion of blood inheritance boundaries may seem impossible to others, but she has great confidence in this boy. Xianding Jun, can you also give brother Huang Tu a blood inheritance limit? The white earth lily who had been speechless couldn't help but speak. Although she has the limit of blood inheritance, during this period, she also used the power of the four-tailed Sun Wukong to evolve the original lime melt escape into magma melt escape. But her brother Huang Tu has no blood limit, and now he is at the bottom of the group in terms of strength, not even as good as sister Jingzi. If this guy can help Yellow Earth brother fuse a kind of blood inheritance limit, his strength will definitely increase greatly, and he may even compete for the position of Earth Shadow. 330. Chapter 329, Regretful Tsunade. No, I can't let him fuse the blood successor boundary, and his brain is not suitable for taking the blood successor boundary path. Faced with the big loli's request, Shimura Xianding decisively refused without any hesitation. At first, Huang Tu felt disappointed after being rejected, but after hearing the second half of the sentence, he became confused. What does it mean that my brain is not suitable for following the path of blood inheritance? Are you insulting my intelligence? Although I recognize you as my big brother, you can't humiliate me like this. Don't be dissatisfied. Do you think the path of Chakra blood successor is easy? Seeing that Ma Zhe was not convinced, Shimura Xianding smiled and explained, the Chakra blood successor is not only the limit of the 2-attribute blood successor, but also the elimination of your father's 3-attribute blood successor, and the subsequent 4 and 5 attributes. The strongest blood successor with 6 attributes and even 7 basic attributes. The strongest blood successor known in the ninja world today is a fusion blood successor with 7 attributes. So far, the strongest blood successors can be counted on one hand. Impossible. In the ninja world, the elimination of blood successors of the third generation of adults is the strongest. How can there be a limit of blood successors with the fusion of 7 attributes? The big Lolita Beto was the first to retort, saying she didn't think there was a blood successor with 7 attributes, at least she hadn't heard of it. How young are you? Don't use your limited vision to measure the entire world. The water in the ninja world is much deeper than you think. He took a deep look at Baitu de Loli. Shimuragento also secretly lamented the chakra in the ninja world and its unreasonableness. The peak of a normal ninja in the ninja world is the level of the 5 kage. Only Unaki's 3 attribute bloodline elimination dust escape is a bit outstanding. After that, the 4 attribute bloodline, the 5 attribute bloodline and the 6 attribute bloodline are all blank. It directly skips from the 3 attribute bloodline elimination to the 7 attribute bloodline net. This is equivalent to the 9-year compulsory education in the previous life, cutting off the 4th, 5th, and 6th grades of elementary school, and directly letting the 3rd grade elementary school students skip to junior high school. It's really a pitfall. The 4 wars in the original work have become a family ethics drama of the Otsutsuki family, which is a bloody mess. This is the generation gap of inheritance, and it is a cliff-like generation gap. Without further explanation, Shimuragento glanced at Huangtu and continued, Huangtu's training route has been arranged by his father, but it costs a little money. He did have other arrangements for Huangtu. Although the initial meeting was not pleasant, after dozens of times of beating him up, the boy also became honest and followed Zi and others to call him boss. He was considered a good lackey. Cost of money. Huangtu blinked in confusion, not quite understanding what this meant. What kind of training needs to cost money? Can money buy strong strength? I proposed a plan for the power of the earth shadow to Damu, which is different from the promotion route of chakra bloodline. It uses one attribute as the foundation to devour other attributes and push the power of a single attribute to the extreme. The old guy he too was the first beneficiary before. He used the earth attribute to devour the water attribute, and you have seen the strength he showed. With a little explanation, there is no need to say too much in this regard. If Onoki really chooses to accept this plan for the power of the earth shadow, then the target must be Huangtu. Although Huangtu did not succeed Onoki as the 4th Tsuchikage in the original work, it was not because of his lack of strength, but because of his lack of brains. After all, this guy will be the captain of the 2nd unit of the Ninja Alliance in the future. His strength has definitely reached the level of the official shadow, and he is not considered a weak person among the official shadows, otherwise he would not be able to convince the crowd. It's a pity that this guy doesn't have enough brains and skills. He can charge into battle and lead the battle, but he is far from being a Tsuchikage. The power of the Tsuchikage. Muttering this new term, Huangtu gradually became excited. This thing sounded like it was tailor-made for him, the son of the Tsuchikage. As for the condition of spending money, he didn't need to consider it. He believed that his old father would take care of it. He just needed to sit back and enjoy the success. To perfectly carry the power of the Tsuchikage, there are 2 prerequisites. One is to cultivate the earth escape chakra, the second is to meet the physical fitness standards, and the third is to have the chakra qualifications of all attributes. I can help you with the third point. The physical fitness can be solved through surgery, but the most basic earth escape chakra must be cultivated by yourself. Practice boldly, practice desperately, practice to death, you will not die with me. I will stay in the Hidden Rock Village for 3 months this time. You should cultivate the earth escape chakra as soon as possible, and then we will start the power of the Tsuchikage plan. Patting Huangtu's shoulder, Shimura Xianding had an expression that said I am optimistic about you. He deliberately found the old guy he too to be a guinea pig before. Although the old guy was a veteran of the main shadow level, he was too old after all and could not support high-intensity combat, and he was not very useful to the Hidden Rock Village. If it really takes a huge amount of money to implement the power of the Tsuchikage plan, Onoki and others will definitely choose young people to carry it, so that they can have a longer time to serve the Hidden Rock Village. After chatting for a while, Shimura Gentoi took a group of his younger brothers and sisters to the restaurant opened by the Shimura family in Uegakure village for a feast. Like the clothing industry, the Shimura family can only expand the catering industry to major ninja villages, and can only collect patent fees from the daimyo mansion outside the ninja village. However, even if it is only in the ninja village, a lot of small money can be earned. After eating and drinking, Shimura Gentoi came to the Ninja Samurai Academy to stay. Although the daimyo mansion of the land country set up that mansion in Uegakure village, it is not auspicious that a person is buried in it. It is still comfortable to live in the Ninja Samurai Academy, and the most important thing is that his teacher sister also lives here. In the evening, Shimura Gentoi sneaked into a boudoir. Unfortunately, as soon as he sneaked into the door, a huge sword was placed on his neck. "Little pervert, you are here to die." In the darkness, Tsunade gnashed her teeth in hatred, wishing she could get rid of this traitor right now. "Don't make trouble, I'm here to help you practice the Raise-nan Jinden." Pushing the giant sword away with the palm of his hand covered with heavy gold gauntlets, Shimura Gentoi looked serious. Seeing the mention of the Raise-nan Jinden, Tsunade hesitated for a moment, and finally put the giant sword down and leaned it against the wall. But at this moment, her delicate body was suddenly hugged tightly, and when she was about to break free, a low voice suddenly came into her ears. "Don't move, Mikoto, Suzune and Nawaki all live next door to each other, do you want them to see what we are like now?" Holding the domineering teacher tightly, Shimura Gentoi smiled and carried her to the bed, tearing off her clothes and belt. Of course, before that, he took the opportunity to use the immortal energy silk thread to block the acupoints in the teacher's body to prevent her from struggling and resisting with strange power. "What do you want to do?" Sure enough, seeing this traitor tearing her clothes and belt again, Tsunade was angry and struggled hard. Unfortunately, she couldn't use chakra to perform strange power, and her own strength alone couldn't compete with Shimura Gentoi. In the end, even the neural network was temporarily cut off, and the parts below the neck lost control. She really didn't expect this traitor to be so rampant and bold. "You know, this is the Hidden Rock Village. The practice of the Raise-nan Jinden is extremely dangerous. We must understand your physical condition in order to design a perfectly suitable operating circuit, so a detailed physical examination is essential." Responding with a gentleman's smile, Shimura Gentoi threw out a thread of immortal energy to turn on the light, and carefully admired this teacher. After all, a detailed examination is not possible in the dark. It's a pity that the current lights in the ninja world are not very bright, similar to the low-wattage incandescent lamps in the previous life. The light is dim, and it is not as bright as the new era lamps. "Little pervert, you will definitely die in my hands in the future." Knowing that she couldn't resist, Tsunade glared at him hatefully, then closed her eyes, as if she was bitten by a dog. However, she secretly hated herself for being careless. She thought that she was in a hostile ninja village, surrounded by a group of rock ninjas and samurai from the daimyo of the land of Earth, and that this traitor would not dare to mess around. In addition, she also wanted the method of practicing the Raise-nan Jinden, so she let down her guard. Who would have thought that she underestimated the courage of this traitor again? The teacher's mind has improved a lot. This time it should be a perfect fit for the breastplate of the fat sheep battlesuit. Looking at the terrible light illusion and the terrifying summoner's rift, Shimura Gentoi was amazed. He is really worthy of being the #1 villain in the ninja world. The scale of this murder weapon is definitely 40. Except for those Yuan sisters of the Akimichi family, no normal beautiful lady can match it. Even the equally broad-minded Miss Shuirong is far from being a match. These words made Tsunade's delicate body tremble, and her pearly teeth clenched tighter, hating this traitor to death. Without delay, Shimura Gentoi once again used the hand of the rebel, which had not been used for a month, to conduct the most detailed physical examination for the teacher and sister, copying and updating her physical data. Unfortunately, he really had no talent in this regard, and was always clumsy. He had to check back and forth several times to confirm the situation, especially the obstruction at the chest was too large. In order to figure out the situation data of the heart inside, he used a lot of effort to suppress it and complete the examination. "First write down this set of operating circuits, and then I will release the suppression of your acupoints after writing it down." After completing the examination, Shimura Gentoi lay on the bed, hugged the teacher's sister in his arms, and used the immortal force silk thread to construct an exclusive version of the Raise-nan Jinden condensation circuit in her body. Crack! The new move of the traitor made Tsunade open her eyes, her teeth creaked, and she regretted it in her heart. "I shouldn't have been greedy and accepted this traitor. Now, I fell directly into the trap designed by the traitor and couldn't jump out. However, things have come to this point, and the advantage has been taken by the traitor. If he doesn't get the Raise-nan Jinden condensation method, he will really lose a lot. Release my acupoints." After memorizing the extremely complicated chakra circulation circuit, Tsunade said coldly. "Okay." Naturally responding, Shimura Gentoi loosened the immortal energy threads that blocked the acupoints, but did not retract the threads. There is no way, he has been spoiled by the two teachers, Yi Jingyan and Yi Laner, and he can't sleep at night without hugging the little sisters. The only pity is that these little sisters are too fierce, so he has to wear a heavy gold battle suit to defend himself, and can't further experience the kindness of the little sisters. Damn little pervert! Tsunade was so angry that she realized that the immortal energy threads did not leave the acupoints and the neural network was not connected. In the end, she could only mobilize the chakra to flow along the circuit. The condensation of the rays Nan Jindan itself is not difficult, as long as you know how to use the rays Nan. The key point is how to make the influence of the rays Nan Jindan on each other become benign, rather than malignant. It is like the combination of various attribute ninjutsu. Wind escape can strengthen fire escape, but water escape can weaken and restrain fire escape. Now we need to make the condensed rays Nan Jindan show the effect of mutual promotion, rather than mutual weakening, or even directly collapse and explode. It is difficult to achieve this, and it is not possible to try one by one. Maybe the first few can slowly deduce the appropriate rules, but after a few, they will be stuck and it will be difficult to continue anyway. To prove that the rules found before are wrong, you have to start from the beginning, and the difficulty will increase as you go on. It is like a 361-digit combination lock. There is only one correct digital password, and it is difficult to find this correct digital password. Ignoring the two claws wandering on her body, Tsunade devoted herself to the condensation of the rays Nan Jindan. She condensed very slowly, because according to her grandmother, this circuit will constantly change according to the condensed rays Nan Jindan, and each condensed rays Nan Jindan will cause the circuit to change slightly. It is necessary to record the circuit after each change, so that it is possible to study the secret of the condensation of rays Nan Jindan. Don't waste your energy, that set of operating circuits is just a superficial appearance. If you don't understand the secret of the essence, it's useless even if you write down all the operating circuits. Sensing the intention of the beauty in his arms, Shimura Gentoi said with a smile. Humph! With a cold snort, Tsunade ignored it and continued to analyze the memory. Shimura Gentoi didn't care, and fell asleep with the teacher in his arms. Compared with a little sister, it is much easier to deal with. The most important thing is that this is not Tsunade's territory. This woman can't call for help. As long as the fairy energy thread blocks the neural network, she can sleep with her arms boldly. Of course, he was sleeping on the surface, but in reality his consciousness had entered the black cauldron space, and he continued to use the trial and error method to deduce a new cultivation method. 331. Chapter 330, Master and Disciple Fight Again. The morning sun shone into the room through the window, shining on the two figures on the bed. Shimura Gentoi naturally got up and washed, and returned to his room. Tsunade, who had slowly repaired the severed nerves, looked at the two barely detectable claw marks on her chest, and she was so angry in her heart. Little pervert, you'd better pray that you don't fall into my hands. While wearing the fat sheep battle suit, Tsunade secretly swore that she would clean up the house when she had the chance in the future. Especially those thief hands, they must be smashed into urinary balls. On the other side, Shimura Gentoi, who returned to the room, asked casually, "What's the matter?" When he came to the Ninja Warrior Academy last night, he sensed the obscure fluctuations that Black Zetsu deliberately revealed, which meant that he came to find him for something. But he had to go to attack the teacher and sister at night last night, so he ignored it. Anyway, it seems that Black Zetsu's matter is not too urgent, so it's okay to delay it. A week after you left, the Otsutsuki team sneaked into the hidden cloud village and stole the bodies of the two brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku. A group of Black Zetsu emerged from the ground and told the information they had found. Ever since he found an excuse to get the White Zetsu army out of his mother's space, he dispersed them to various ninja villages. Naturally, there were also arrangements in the hidden cloud village, and then the traces of the Otsutsuki team were discovered. Those two brothers. Thinking, Shimura Gentoi knew the value of bloodline ninjas very well. The Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers came from the Hago Romo family, and they themselves had the bloodline limit of the Hago Romo sage body, and they also swallowed and fused the power of the Nine Tails, which was of great research value. The hidden cloud village would naturally not bury them and let the bodies slowly rot, but sealed them in the laboratory for research, but now they were stolen by the Otsutsuki team. He should be eyeing the power of the Nine Tails and wants to revive the first generation of the God Tree. After a little thought, I roughly understood the intention of the Otsutsuki team. After all, the reason why the two brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku were favored by the Otsutsuki team was the power of the Nine Tails in their bodies. In the original work, Uchiha Obito used part of the Nine Tails power in the bodies of the two brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku to replace the Nine Tails body and revive the Ten Tails God Tree. That's what I guessed too. It seems that the Otsutsuki team has indeed awakened the Samsara Eye and has the ability to reshape the first generation of the Chakra God Tree. However, he did not go directly to capture the tailed beasts of the ninja village, but instead targeted the bodies of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, and sneaked over, which is not in line with his previous style of doing things. I guess there should be something wrong with his Samsara Eye, at least not as powerful or complete as the Six Paths Sage. He said sinisterly. Black Zetsu also thought so and analyzed more information. In the current ninja world, apart from the Six Paths Sage, he is the only one who knows about the Samsara Eye. This is part of the knowledge inherited from his mother. Complete? That's right. The Otsutsuki class is just a pawn of the Six Paths Sage. It is impossible to give the complete version of the Samsara Eye directly. It should be necessary for the Otsutsuki class to slowly nurture and perfect it. He now only has the blood of the Uchiha and Senju families, and still lacks the power of the Uzumaki clan. Black Zetsu, keep an eye on him and the Uzumaki clan. Pushing his glasses, Shimura Gentoi analyzed along with Black Zetsu's words. He had long guessed that the formation of the Samsara Eye was not simple. Even if Uchiha Madara wanted to use the Samsara rebirth to revive, there was no need to transplant the Samsara Eye to the young Uzumaki Nagato. Wouldn't it be better to find an adult Uzumaki clan ninja to transplant it, and then control and sacrifice his life to activate the Samsara rebirth technique? But in fact, the Samsara Eye stayed in Uzumaki Nagato for decades, and Uchiha Madara also stayed in the Pure Land for nearly 20 years. This seems unnecessary. Apparently, the Samsara Eye was not perfect at that time, and it needed to be perfected by Nagato Uzumaki Suzumaki bloodline. We're already watching, but the Uzumaki clan's Kagura Heart Eye is a bit troublesome. We have to wait until those white Zetsu abolish their chakra and turn it into sage power to ensure that it will not be sensed. Nodding, Black Zetsu naturally knew that the Samsara Eye needed the complete feather power to be perfect. Back then, the Senju inherited the sage body, and the Uchiha inherited the sage eye, but the sage power was inherited by the Uzumaki clan from Ashura. Have you found the foothold of the Otsutsuki class? Asking about another matter, Shimura Gentoi felt that he could start the Black Zetsu undercover plan. His perception is very strong, and the white Zetsu dare not get too close. Now only a rough range has been determined, and further search is needed. With a sinister smile, Black Zetsu had already started preparing, and even planned to find the Otsutsuki class as a double agent after reporting to Shimura Gentoi this time. Very good, you can arrange the next things yourself, and come to me if you need anything. With the same sinister smile, Shimura Gentoi motioned Black Zetsu to work. Without saying much, Black Zetsu merged into the ground and left. A new day is about to begin. Looking at the rising sun outside the window, Shimura Gentoi put on a gentle and elegant smile, got up and left the room. Boss, come and have breakfast. Senju Noeki, who was having breakfast in the living room, hurriedly made room and called the big brother to come and have a meal. All the food and beverages here at the Ninja Samurai Academy are provided by the restaurant opened by the Shimura family in the Hidden Rock Village. They are absolutely delicious, at least much better and more abundant than the local delicacies of this world. Why do you have to refine so much chakra? She picked up the pancake that Uchiha Mikoto had finally rolled up next to her and took a bite, ignoring the angry eyes of her big lowly teammate, and asked in confusion. I just sensed that the chakra of these three teammates has increased significantly. It is obvious that they have been practicing hard, but the direction of their practice is wrong. Chakra is a thing that combines mental power and life force. Refining too much will damage the foundation. This is also why ninjas cannot a major reason for longevity. The most important thing is that these teammates are not yet adults, and too much chakra refining is more harmful and not worth the loss. Uncle Orange Water said that the Ninja World War is about to begin, so let us improve our strength as much as possible to save our lives on the battlefield. Putting down the steamed bun in his hand, Senju Noeki explained honestly. If he asks you to practice like this, you will practice. Will you go to the battlefield to die in the future? After swallowing the last bite of pancake, Shimura Gendo's face turned cold. Senju Noeki is a good chess piece. He has already had a complete plan for his training, and he cannot be interfered with by outsiders. Watch your words. Tsunade, who was also enjoying breakfast, couldn't help but glare at him. She didn't want to deal with the traitor at this time, but the boy was too much, but unfortunately he was scolded by Shimura Gendo. I didn't ask you. If you don't want your brother to die on the battlefield, shut up. Shimura Gentoi turned his eyes to Hinata Suzune and Uchiha Mikoto with a sidelong glance. War is a matter for adults. It has nothing to do with you. Unless all the adults and men in Konoha are dead, you will never appear on the battlefield. This is what Shimura Gentoi said. The qualifications of these three people are very good. It is a great waste to send them to the battlefield in advance. The most important thing is that he still wants to use these three people to plan the three major ninja clans of Senjo, Uchiha and Hyuga. How can he let them go to the battlefield? Why are you so fierce? Although he was very unhappy with this perverted teammate, Uchiha Mikoto did not dare to refute at this time, and could only mutter in a low voice. On the other side, the introverted Hinata Suzune lowered her head even more, and kept fiddling with her fingers, looking very uneasy. Although I don't agree with the first-generation Hokage's ninja village system, his philosophy is correct. He established the village to prevent children from going to the battlefield and experiencing fighting too early. Unfortunately, few people can understand his philosophy, and some high-ranking officials in the village make stupid decisions for their own selfish interests. But I am different from those idiots. I will ask my father to propose that underage ninjas be prohibited from experiencing killing and going to the battlefield, including you. If someone asks you to go to the battlefield in the future, let him come to me to argue, and I will send his whole family to the battlefield first. Scanning the four people present, Shimura Gentoi announced domineeringly, without any intention of negotiation in his tone. Your approach is not necessarily a good thing. Only through hardships can you truly grow up. Flowers grown in a greenhouse cannot withstand the wind and rain. Tsunade raised objections. She herself came out of killing. Although the First Ninja World War ended when they graduated at the age of 6, local conflicts still exist. The three of them experienced killing and tempering under the leadership of teacher Sarutobi, and then they achieved today's achievements. The ninja world is a place where fists are used to make sense. I am better than you, and you have to listen to what I say. Too lazy to argue with that woman, he was not interested in changing the concept of an adult. Shimura Gentoi clenched his fist, indicating that his fist was the biggest and hardest here. That's not necessarily true. Tsunade opened her mouth to refute again, and the fighting spirit rose in her heart. She was very dissatisfied with the last battle of the Hokage Cliff, and she was indeed a little careless, but she would never do that this time. Let's go out and practice. Let's practice. Let's go. Let's go. The two of them started fighting as soon as they said they would. Before they left, Shimura Gentoi took another pancake with hundreds of dishes that Uchiha Mikoto had rolled up and ate it while walking. He also took away Hinata Suzune's cup of milk tea. Fighting on an empty stomach is not a good habit. Asshole pervert. Seeing that the pancake that was finally rolled up was snatched away again, Uchiha Mikoto was so angry that her three Magatama Sharingan was revealed. Hurry up! Shocking several baskets of steamed buns in front of him into his mouth quickly, Senju Nawaka called out to the two lowly teammates and quickly chased after them. This level of physical skills confrontation is rare. Uchiha Mikoto and Hinata Suzune also hurried to catch up, and they also wanted to watch the confrontation between the two physical skills masters. When the Ninja Samurai Academy in Uegakure was built, Shimura Gentoi specially had people build a lot of battle venues, or competition venues. Among them, there is a super large competition venue built according to the terrain. The flat terrain used for fighting alone has a diameter of 1 kilometer, which is used for group fighting. The outer periphery is a stand built on the stone mountain, which is tilted upward layer by layer and can accommodate millions of people to watch at the same time. At this moment, Shimura Gentoi brought Tsunade to this largest battle venue, and the two stood opposite each other. I won't take advantage of you. This time we won't fight with swords, but fists and feet. Shimura Gentoi generously threw the big silver sword hanging on his back to the side, and the sword body deeply pierced into the hard rock ground. Just what I want. Without hesitation, Tsunade took off the giant sword behind her and threw it aside. Compared with the swordsmanship that she had only practiced for 1 or 2 years, she prefers to fight with fists. At the same time, after discovering that Shimura Gentoi and his apprentice were about to fight, the IWA ninja in charge of the Ninja Samurai Academy immediately sent the information back to the Tsuchikage building, and then a large number of people came to watch the battle by various means. Huang Yan also brought a group of samurai instructors from the daimyo's mansion to watch the battle, and even asked people to organize the ninja samurai students to come quickly. This kind of confrontation between strong physical skills is rare and should not be missed. 332. Chapter 330 100 Healings Technique. In the venue, Shimuragento and Tsunade stood opposite each other, holding each other, with only each other in their eyes, no one else. In the end, it was Tsunade's endurance that won. The sex is a little worse, so he attacked first. With the help of the strange power technique, the beautiful feet wrapped in the combat boots stepped hard, and the huge reaction force drove the body to rush out quickly. Painful kick. Jumping up, the right leg wrapped in the armor smashed down like a heavy hammer. Shimuragento did not dodge, but blocked it with both hands and took the blow steadily. Bang! The indescribable power was transmitted to the ground, causing the rocky ground within a radius of 100 meters to shake, and the combat boots sank 10 centimeters deep into the rock. It can be seen that the power of this blow is tyrannical. He grabbed Tsunade's combat boot ankle with his backhand and swung it to the ground. He entered the sage mode and had no thought of mercy. Before his body hit the ground, Tsunade's body twisted rapidly and forcibly broke free from the palm that grabbed the combat boot ankle. Then the two of them fought fiercely. The moves were very simple, all of which were open and fierce, but the power they carried was extremely amazing. The destructive power of each attack is no less than that of the ninja's A-level offensive ninjutsu. Xianding Jun has become stronger again. Watching the battle below, Huang Yan stroked the big guandao with emotion. I thought I had worked hard enough and improved a lot, but who would have thought that the guy's improvement was even greater? On the other side, Onoki and others were also carefully observing the two people fighting below. Comparing the information of the two people during the Battle of the Hokage Cliff, it can be clearly seen that the strength of the other party has greatly improved. Although both sides have not used big moves, this most basic competition can best show their strength. In terms of physical skills alone, the two have reached the peak of the current ninja world, and no one has the confidence to beat them in physical skills. After fighting for 10 minutes in the field, they were evenly matched, and even suppressed themselves. Tsunade decisively withdrew and retreated, ending the first round of confrontation. Ninjutsu creation in Life 100 Healings Technique. Raised his hand to seal and performed the big move developed in the past few months. The black lines spread all over the body starting from the yin seal. With the blessing of the vast chakra, the cells in the body were activated, and the Thousand Hands Sage's body was also stimulated to the extreme. Super painful sky kick. It was still the same move, performing the physical type instant body technique to rush over, and the right leg chopped down heavily. Bang! Still not dodging or avoiding, he raised his hands with the powerful Kirin arm technique, and took the blow with a move of Overlord lifting the tripod. This time, the rock ground within a radius of 100 meters was no longer shaking but exploded, and half of Shimuragendo's body also sank into the ground. Yang Dun Armor. Shimuragendo also decisively used a big move. With the blessing of the Yang Dun Armor, the innate Yang attribute immortal energy flowed throughout the body, the cells were also activated, and the body functions were greatly improved. The battle continued, but the power carried by the two people's fists and feet was even more terrifying. Every punch and kick that landed on the ground caused the hard rock ground to explode on a large scale. Under the power of the two, the earth seemed to have turned into crispy chocolate, and was destroyed beyond recognition. This was not over yet. After fighting for another 10 minutes, Tsunade withdrew again. 8 gates of ninja, shock gate, open. Realizing that the 100 healings technique alone was still not enough to defeat the traitor, Tsunade opened 7 gates of the 8 gates of ninja in one breath. Shimuragento on the opposite side also opened 7 gates of the 8 gates of ninja, and the master and disciple collided fiercely again. Dang! The two fists hit each other, and the deafening sound waves and air waves stirred up, causing the people watching the battle in the outer stands to cover their ears and squint their eyes. Old, old. With a sigh, Haito had to admit that he was old. If Shimuragento had used this level of strength yesterday, he would not have been able to hold on for even 10 seconds. The gap was too big. The main reason is that his body is old. Even if he obtains the power of gold and earth and the earth escape chakra mode, it is difficult to exert the power of the two to the extreme. Their glory has faded, and now is the era of young people. Onoki's face is gloomy, thinking about how to deal with such a strong physical technique in the future. It is unrealistic to use dust escape. The speed of such a strong physical technique is too fast, and it is impossible to lock and hit him. No matter how powerful his dust escape is, it is useless. We must speed up the practice of Earth Escape Chakra mode and the power of Earth Shadow plan. Immediately decided to step up the practice of physical skills, especially Earth Escape Chakra mode. Judging from the performance of Brown Earth yesterday, the Earth Escape Chakram mode has a great blessing on physical fitness, especially defense. At that time, with his non-human body, not to mention surpassing the two evil juniors below, but at least physical skills will no longer be his shortcoming. With the indestructible dust escape, even if he faces Uchiha Madara, he has the confidence to fight with him. It's not impossible for the power of gold and earth to coexist with the power of dust escape. Suddenly thinking of a forbidden technique, Onoki's mind became active. If this idea is established, he will have both the power of dust escape and gold and earth at the same time. At that time, the invincible defense combined with the invincible attack of dust escape will be both offensive and defensive. With the ability to fly, it will be an unsolvable existence in the current ninja world. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it was. Onoki decided to practice that forbidden technique after returning. He didn't care what the spectators in the stands thought of Shimura Gentoi. Now he only had a pair of majestic weapons in his eyes. No, it was the teacher with a big chest. The battle was fierce, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that Shimura Gentoi had a slight advantage, while Tsunade had more defense than offense. What are the bones of the traitor made of? Tsunade felt depressed after withdrawing again to end this round. Their Thousand Hands secret strange power technique is actually composed of two parts, one is the earth escape enhancement, and the other is the muscle explosiveness blessed by Yang escape. After all, if the bones and muscles are not strong enough, explosive force will only hurt oneself. Add to that the recoil force of the collision, and you can imagine the pressure on the bones. Even though the bones were strengthened by earth escape just now, they were still broken many times. If it weren't for the super speed repair of the 100 healings technique, they would have been kneeling long ago. Death Gate, open. 8 gates of ninjutsu. Gritting her teeth, Tsunade decisively used her final trump card, and with the blessing of the 100 healings technique, she opened the last gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, the Death Gate. Pink chakra emerged, and the momentum that burst out made the eyes of the people outside narrow again, and they were even more shocked. Even most people who have no perception can see the power of Tsunade's chakra at this moment, which is a powerful force far beyond the level of the regular shadow. Super painful sky kick. Knowing that the 100 healings technique can't last too long, Tsunade instantly came to the top of Shimura Gendo's head and chopped down with her right leg again. It's still the same trick, but the power contained has been raised to a higher level. The indescribable terrible force tore through the air, smashing down with enough force to destroy everything, unstoppable. However, facing this attack, Shimura Gento still did not dodge or avoid, and raised his hands. The powerful Kirin body technique. Take a deep breath, and the muscles of the whole body instantly swelled several times, making the battle suit bulge high. The swollen muscles provided a strong force, but even so, it was difficult to completely withstand the kick that was enough to destroy everything. It was difficult to block with both arms, and the beautiful legs wrapped in heavy gold combat boots hit the shoulders fiercely. The huge force twisted and deformed the heavy gold shoulder armor, and Shimura Gento's whole body disappeared on the ground, and a deep pit appeared in the original place, and it was unknown how deep it was. Hoo-hoo! Hurrying to release the 8 gates formation, Tsunade was panting heavily, and blood continued to seep out of her pores. The 8 gates of the ninjutsu is a forbidden power. Even if she only opened the death gate halfway and had the 100 healings technique as a foundation, she still paid a heavy price. Now her right leg bone is shattered and her muscles are injured countless times, making it difficult for her to even move. Finally, I won. Looking at the pit in front of her, Tsunade was happy. Although she paid a heavy price, she won. Indeed, I won, but I won, Teacher Tsunade. At this time, a golden figure suddenly flew out of the deep pit and slowly landed in front of Tsunade. Who else could it be but Shimura Gendo? But at this moment, he was also in a very bad state. The heavy gold wings behind him were twisted and deformed, and the shoulder armor was completely deformed. Even with the strong toughness and repairability of the heavy gold, it would take a while to recover. It can be seen how strong Tsunade's attack just now was. But Shimura Gentoi still did not suffer any substantial damage. With the double protection of the heavy gold battlesuit and the meteorite alloy on the surface of the bones, unless Tsunade fully unleashed the 8 gates formation and delivered a blow like Kaihuang Yekai that was enough to distort space, he could not be killed. Tsunade-sensei, I will take you back to heal your wounds properly. Showing a gentleman's smile, Shimura Gentoi leaned over and held Tsunade, who was unable to move, horizontally. Next, he had to carefully heal his teacher's wounds, and he had to carefully treat her whole body, inside and out. I don't need you to treat me. Tsunade would naturally not accept this malicious kindness, otherwise who knows how this traitor would humiliate her next. Unfortunately, her muscles and bones were severely damaged, and even her meridians and acupoints were not small. It was difficult for her to move, let alone resist the brute force of this traitor. Terrible forbidden technique. On the stands, watching the master and apprentice leave, Huang Yan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling extremely fearful. The forbidden technique of 8 gates of ninja is really too terrifying, especially the last 8 gates of ninja, which is simply invincible. A ninja with such power is too dangerous. I wonder if the Shimura family can use the 8 gates of ninja used by Xianding Jun for a deal. Thinking back to Shimura Xianding's performance before, Huang Yan thought about the chances of a successful deal. There were many people who were as shocked as Huang Yan. To be precise, everyone present was deeply shocked. Especially those ninja warrior students who were organized to watch the battle. They were not even ninjas before, so how could they have seen such a terrible battle? This kind of power is what can destroy mountains and break peaks. 3rd generation, if we are under the blessing of Earth Escape Chakra mode, can we use the 8 gates of ninja safely? At this time, an old man suddenly spoke out a suggestion, which shocked the high-level people in the surrounding Iwagakure village, and then fell into deep thought, and then looked at Haituo in unison. The forbidden technique of 8 gates of ninja actually has no technical content, which is to open the 8 gates of the body. The difficulty lies in the risk of that thing. In the current ninja world, except for the Senjo clan, the Hago Romo clan, and the Kagaya clan, who are born with self-healing physique, no one can withstand the forbidden technique of 8 gates of ninja. However, the indestructible characteristics of the Earth Escape Chakra mode should be able to resist a wave, and at this stage, only Haituo in the entire Iwagakure village can perform the Earth Escape Chakra mode according to the circuit designed by Shimura Gentoi, and it is also an enhanced version of the power of gold and earth, which is the best guinea pig. Get lost! You old bastards, don't even think about taking advantage of me. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Haituo decisively refused. He would never risk his life to try that kind of forbidden technique. 333. Chapter 332, Learn from Itaki. The teacher's big toe is also very cute. It would be a pity not to use it to step on my back. After taking off all the battle clothes on his teacher and carrying him to the bathtub to wash him, Shimura Gento admired the swollen pig's hoof's feet. The teacher's big toe is similar to that of his fiancée copyright, both of which are suitable for back padding. Moreover, Tsunade is proficient in medicine and has a better understanding of the human body, so she can definitely do a better job. It's a pity. What a pity! With regret on his face, Shimura Gentoi knew that it would take a long time to enjoy the back padding service of the teacher, otherwise she might get a painful kick during the back padding, which would become a criminal case. With her eyes closed, Tsunade ignored it and thought of it as being bitten by a dog again. On the other side, Shimura Gentoi did not delay and started to treat. First, release the Kagaya puppet sealed in the sealing scroll, and let it use the corpse bone vein to repair the shattered leg bone of Tsunade's right leg, and then the cracks on the bones of other parts. The previous explosion of the 8 gates of Dunjia not only squeezed the vitality of this woman, but also consumed the chakra stored in the yin seal, making it difficult to maintain even the 100 healings technique. Only the 1,000 hands sage's body is strong enough, if it were someone else, they would have been useless long ago. However, the current injuries are also very difficult. The damage to the bones is secondary, and the key is the meridians and acupoints. Restore the bones, then repair the muscles, blood vessels, nerves, etc., and even repair the broken capillaries one by one. After repairing the injuries on the body, it is already night. Tsunade teacher, let's face-to-face double cultivation and healing. Still maintaining that gentleman's smile, Shimura Gento took off his battle clothes and took his teacher sister into his arms. Face to face, the immortal energy threads extended from the acupoints in the body and pierced into the corresponding acupoints in Tsunade's body, transferring his own innate yang attribute immortal energy to them, forming a double cultivation cycle between the two. It's not that he was deliberately taking advantage, but the 8 gates formation had exploded too much vitality, and refining chakra in this situation would undoubtedly make matters worse. The most important thing is that this woman's meridians and acupoints were severely damaged, and many meridians were broken, making it difficult to refine chakra. You hit me. Tsunade, who was hit, couldn't help but open her tightly closed eyes, and she was so ashamed in her heart. I can't help it, I can't help it. With a slightly embarrassed smile, Shimura Gendo used the immortal force thread to turn the twin brother who was pressed from horizontal to vertical, so that he would not hit the teacher's navel acupoints, and changed to a riding posture. Tsunade, who was forced to change her job to a knight, was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. If her body could move, she would definitely castrate this traitor. In the end, she endured it. There was no way. His body was severely damaged and he could not even refine chakra. His neural network was temporarily cut off again. He could not resist. He had no choice but to endure. Shimura Xianding, who was healing his teacher through dual cultivation, did not know that a girl was peeping outside with bright eyes. Hurriedly turning off the ability of the Byakugan to see through, Hyaga Suzun's pretty face turned red as blood. The scene just now was too embarrassing. "How is my sister?" Senju Nawake hurriedly asked. They had been standing outside the door waiting since they came back, but they did not see the big brother come out, and they became more and more worried. Tsunade's heartbeat is very stable, and the broken bones have been repaired. She is receiving further treatment from Xianding Jun. Don't disturb them. Holding back her shyness, Hyaga Suzun quickly said the results of her observations, and then hurriedly ran back to the room with a red face. It's good that she's fine. Hearing that his sister was fine, Senju Nawake finally let go of his worries. He was almost worried to death before, after all, that was the 8 gates of ninja array, the ultimate forbidden power. All the ancestors in the clan who had used the 8 gates of ninja array had never survived, and it was too risky for the elder sister to use such a desperate forbidden power in the competition. Fortunately, the eldest brother had superb medical skills, otherwise he would have to invite the whole village to have a feast at home after returning. "Misaki, do you want to go eat something?" Rubbing his stomach, Senju Nawake invited Uchiha Misaki beside him, and wanted to have dinner with this goddess in his mind. "I'm not hungry." Uchiha Misaki replied coldly and went straight back to her room. Misaki is getting colder and colder. Looking at the door of the goddess room, Senju Nawake muttered and turned to go out to eat. People are made of iron and food is made of steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you will be hungry. Especially for a ninja like him who is good at physical training, food is indispensable. But what Senju Nawake didn't know was that not long after he left, Uchiha Mikoto walked out of the room again and came to Tsunade's door. What did Suzun see? Looking at her best friend's room on the other side, Uchiha Mikoto always felt that Suzun's expression was very strange before, as if she had seen something bad. After hesitating for a while, she finally stretched out her slender jade finger and pointed at the keyhole of the door lock. The chakra thread extended into it, and the door lock was quickly opened with the lock-picking skills taught by the ninja school. Then she walked into the room and was stunned by the scene inside. "Pervert, let go of teacher Tsunade." After coming to her senses, although her pretty face was blushing with shame, Uchiha Mikoto still rushed forward, and even instinctively took out a shuriken from the ninja tool bag behind her and threw it, aiming directly at the that came out from under the teacher. As the eldest daughter of the Uchiha family, Mikoto Uchiha naturally carries the finest ninja tools. The sharpness of the shuriken is beyond doubt, and the force used is not small. Even though Shimura Gento's body is extremely strong, it is difficult to resist such an attack. Swish! The sharp edge of the shuriken passed by, directly coming a move to pierce the stem and cut off the head. Just now, because the immortal energy thread was touched, Shimura Xianding, who had withdrawn from the black cauldron space, experienced the pain of a pierced stem and cut off the head. That taste was so sour and refreshing. "Hiss, what are you doing?" Sucking in pain, Shimura Xianding used the immortal energy thread to pull the twin brother's head back and connect it, while angrily questioning the big lowly teammate. "Is this girl looking for a fight? Let go of teacher Tsunade." Holding the kunai against someone's neck, the girl looked contemptuous and disgusted. "This guy is too perverted. Last time he fainted and did that perverted thing, this time he took advantage of teacher Tsunade. Let go of your head." Shimura Xianding couldn't stand it anymore, and pushed the teacher who was pressing on him to the inside of the bed, turned over and got out of bed, staring at the girl teammate in front of him unkindly. At this time, Uchiha Mikoto realized that something was wrong. She instinctively wanted to turn around and run away to call for help, but Shimura Gentoi would not let her run away. Before she could turn around, a thread of immortal energy penetrated her body, blocking her acupoints and even cutting off her nerves. Although the girl had improved a lot during this period, she was still a weakling that he could defeat with one move, not to mention that she was so close to him. "You, don't mess around." The girl panicked even more as her body was restrained. The three megatama in her bright eyes spun rapidly, and even their shapes showed a tendency to deform. This change attracted Shimura Gentoi's attention. He originally just wanted to teach this girl a simple lesson, but now he had a bold idea. "Little Mikoto, comfort my brother from the same mother tonight." With a fierce look on his face, he tore off his clothes and belt. Tonight, he must make this girl compensate for his mental loss. The most important thing is to eliminate the psychological shadow in his heart, and the most important thing is to see if he can stimulate this girl to awaken the Mangekyo. "Don't mess around. If you dare to touch me, my father and brother Fugaku will not let you go." Uchiha Mikoto was scared. She warned and threatened, but her mouth was sealed tightly before she finished speaking. She could only make a whining sound. Her blood-red eyes were full of humiliation, and the three megatama were spinning faster and faster. "Would I be afraid of you, Uchiha?" With a cold smile, Shimura Gentoi hugged the teacher's sister, whose body was also unable to move, and continued to heal her. After all, this is a hostile ninja village. Who knows if Onoki will do something crazy? Moreover, the Otsutsuki class and the Moon Otsutsuki clan must be on guard, so Tsunade's injuries must be recovered as soon as possible. Otherwise, if a fight really breaks out, he will have to distract himself to protect this woman. He doesn't care whether this woman dies or not, but her death will affect many of his future plans. Originally, he was kind enough to help Tsunade recover from her injuries, but who would have thought that Uchiha Mikoto would interfere without knowing the truth and cut off her head? It was a complete trap. However, this was also an opportunity. Uchiha Mikoto had good qualifications. When she was in Lulin, her future self would integrate the pure pupil power refined from the six-path sage's samsara eye into this girl's body, giving her the potential to awaken the Mangekyo. It was a pity that she was too young, had insufficient experience, and most importantly, lacked sufficient stimulation, which led to her failure to awaken the Mangekyo. Maybe she could take this opportunity to awaken it. Tsunade, who saw everything, pursed her red lips tightly, not knowing what to do. This traitor used to disguise himself when he was weak, but now that he is strong, he often doesn't bother to disguise himself, showing his domineering and cold side. Facing this kind of traitor, she knew that it was useless to say anything. Looking at Uchiha Mikoto with her mouth sealed, Tsunade felt guilty. It was she who had implicated this disciple. "Little Mikoto, was I too gentle to you before? You dared to use shuriken on me. You are quite bold." Rubbing the girl's head and feeling the touch of her soft hair, Shimura Gentoi showed his cold and domineering side. Maybe he was a new man of the new era in his previous life, but after realizing that this other world is the world of Naruto, he took the initiative to develop a personality suitable for the ninja world, which can also be said to be releasing his heart. "You know, good people don't live long in the ninja world, unless they are super hungry like Uzumaki Naruto. Besides, as the son of the pot, if I really want to be a good person, I have to let the old father, the pot shadow, kill my relatives for the sake of justice." Because he was weak before, he naturally had to be kind, but he himself was no longer a good person. "Do you really want to kill me? It's a pity that you don't have the strength. If you can awaken the Mangekyo, there is still some hope. The three megatama alone is far from enough. By the way, I heard that you have a fiancé copyright. His name is Uchiha Fugaku, right? I don't like that guy. Let him die outside someday." With a sinister sneer, Shimura Gentoi kept provoking with words. Seeing the three megatama in the girl's eyes spinning faster and faster, and the fluctuation of pupil power became more and more intense, he became more and more satisfied. So this is how it feels to design to stimulate people to awaken the Mangekyo. It's pretty cool. No wonder Uchiha Itachi acted so well in the Pacific War in the original work. It turned out to be a true performance. He understood the feelings of Uchiha Itachi in the original work. It seems that he and Uchiha Itachi are actually the same kind of people. 334. Chapter 333 No More Pretending. A night passed like this. After a night of hard work, Shimura Gentoi used his superb medical skills, innate yang attributed immortal energy, and a certain amount of grayer energy liquid to finally repair Tsunade's meridians and acupoints. Now, except for the lack of chakra, this woman's body has recovered almost completely. The rest can only be slowly recuperated. At least she has the power to protect herself. Why don't the elder sisters come out for breakfast? In the morning, Senju Nawaki, who had bought a lot of breakfast, asked in confusion. Just now, he knocked on the door one by one, but only the eldest brother Shimuragento came out for breakfast, and the elder sisters and 3 others did not come down. I will send them to their room later. While eating the steamed buns, Shimuragento replied casually. Sorry for the trouble, boss. Without thinking much, Senju Nwaka stuffed the big meat bun into his mouth, took out a pair of clean chopsticks and started to operate, pulling the large plate with 100 small grids over, and used chopsticks to pick up a little bit of the hundreds of side dishes in it and evenly placed them in the thin pancakes, and finally rolled them up. This is a very famous pancake with 100 flavors. 100 kinds of special side dishes are arranged in sections and finally rolled up, so that you can eat hundreds of delicious foods in one meal. However, this is a test of skills. It is not easy to put hundreds of dishes in a 60 cm long pancake. Boss, please send this to Mikoto later. Carefully rolled the pancake with chopsticks, and Senju Nwaka asked the big brother to pass it over. But looking at the pancakes on the plate in front of him, Shimuragentoi's expression couldn't help but become more weird. I'm afraid Mikoto won't like this long food for a long time in the future. Why don't you send it yourself? He asked in confusion, not understanding the operation of this little brother. I want to, but Mikoto doesn't know what's wrong. She was very angry this morning. I just knocked on the door and asked her to come out for breakfast, but she told me to get out. I don't know if there are relatives coming. Scratching his head in distress, Senju Nwaka didn't know what happened to his goddess recently. Since returning from the Kingdom of Wind, her temperament has become much colder, and sometimes she will lose her temper for no reason. Okay, I'll send it to her later. Can a big brother refuse the request of a lackey? Shimuragentoi kindly agreed to this matter, and at the same time thought about how to persuade the big lowly teammate to eat. After all, not eating is not good for the body, especially when that girl awakened the Mangekyo in the early morning. She consumed a lot of energy and urgently needed nutritional supplements. Boss, I'm done. He stuffed a few big meat buns into his mouth in a few seconds, and finally took a bag of fried dough sticks and said hello before getting up and hurried out. What are you doing so early in the morning? Asked curiously, Shimuragentoi was still thinking about training this little brother today. A guy in purple clothes challenged me, and I must let him know what the glory of the 1,000 hands is today. Pick up the hammer and axe leaning against the gate of the villa and carry it on his shoulder, and the 1,000 hands rope tree simply explained and walked out. Just now when he was buying breakfast, he met a guy who made him very unhappy. He made an appointment to fight him at that time. He had to go over and make him realize the dangers of society. The guy wearing purple clothes, could it be that guy Zi? Thinking of another henchman, Shimuragentoi shook his head with a smile and didn't pay much attention. After eating and drinking, he put 3 breakfasts on 3 plates and brought them upstairs. Knock knock. Susan, come out and get your breakfast. Knocked on the door of his big lowly teammate Hinata Susan, and soon the door opened. Hinata Susan lowered her head to take a plate, and then quickly closed the door. This girl seems to be afraid of me? Did she see something she shouldn't have seen last night? Standing outside the door, Shimuragentoi pondered the abnormal reason for his big lowly teammate. Yesterday morning, she was fine when she had breakfast, but this morning she became very afraid of herself. Did that girl peek with her eyes last night and see her true face? Although he had specifically instructed to add soundproofing when building this villa, and even the door was soundproof, it could not block the Byakugan's ability to see through things. I have to talk to her later to clear up the misunderstanding. With a gentleman's smile on his face, Shimuragento felt that it was necessary to clear up the misunderstanding and make their relationship harmonious again. Knock, knock. Tsunade-sensei, open the door and get your breakfast. After knocking on the door and seeing no response, Shimuragento naturally used the lock-picking skills he learned from the ninja school to open the door, but walked in and saw no one. He turned around in confusion, left the room without stopping and came to the door of another big lowly teammate. He did not knock on the door this time, otherwise he would only get out like Nwaki. He still skillfully used the lock-picking skills to open the door, and found that there was no figure in the bedroom, but there were some noises coming from the bathroom. Showing a gentleman's smile, Shimuragento put the plate in his hand on the bedside table and went to the bathroom with empty hands. Misaki, stop brushing, your gums are bleeding. In the bathroom, watching the disciple brushing his teeth frantically, even brushing blood, Tsunade persuaded distressedly. It was all her fault. She shouldn't have brought 3 disciples to follow the training, and she shouldn't have sparred with that traitor, which led to what happened last night. She is really not a competent teacher. Misaki said nothing, still brushing her teeth with a toothbrush, with a vicious expression on her pretty face, and her white little hands clenched tightly, as if the toothbrush was a hateful guy. I've said it, it's just to help you awaken the special means of the Mangekyo, there's no need to torture yourself like this. Leaning against the bathroom door frame, Shimura Gento advised kindly. After his big Lolita teammate successfully awakened the kaleidoscope, he explained everything, saying that he was an upright person and that his previous cold and domineering side was intentional. Pretend. Unfortunately, both women misunderstood him too deeply and didn't believe him at all. I'd rather not have these eyes. Hearing someone's voice, Uchiha Mikoto turned her head and glared at him fiercely, and her eyes showed a strange pattern. After calming down and thinking about it again, I did find that this guy was deliberately provoking me last night, but how could I accept that kind of stimulation? The most hateful thing is that the awakened Mangekyo pupil technique is all illusion type, which is useless to this guy, which is even more infuriating. Get out! Coldly scolding, Tsunade didn't want to see this hateful traitor again, she would never forgive this bastard in her life. Tsunade teacher, I said yesterday that in this world, fists are the root of everything. Seeing that the two beauties didn't believe the previous explanation, Shimura Gendo pushed his glasses and turned into a cold and domineering style. Since you don't accept the toast, I won't pretend. Without waiting for the two women to resist, the immortal force thread pierced through, blocking the acupoints, and used puppetry to control the two bodies to sit on the bed, once again enjoying the blessing of being embraced by two women. You must be hungry too, come, have breakfast. He dragged 2 plates of food to the two women with the immortal force thread, and very considerately signaled them to eat. After they finished eating, he was going to teach the two women some secret techniques to enhance their strength. You bastard! Looking at the long pancakes and milky white milk on the plate, Uchiha Mikoto felt nauseous, turned her head and glared, and even showed her Mangekyo. Sharingan again. This guy did this on purpose to humiliate himself. Listen to my explanation. This is the pancake that Nawake prepared for you. It has nothing to do with me. I just prepared a cup of hot milk for you. Spreading his hands innocently, Shimura Gentoi smiled elegantly and said, eat quickly, don't let me feed you mouth to mouth later. You bastard! The girl was angry again, and she felt extremely regretful in her heart. She shouldn't have agreed to her father's request to get close to this guy. It's like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. In the end, the girl gave in, and endured the nausea to finish the pancake, and then drank the cup of hot milk. On the other side, Tsunade also ate those steamed buns humiliatingly under the coercion of someone, and then drank the cup of hot milk. That's good. Seeing that the two women finished eating neatly, Shimura Gentoi was satisfied and removed the plate, and then started to check the body of the big lowly teammate. Last night was too hasty, and the timing was wrong in the morning, so he had no time to update the body data of this big lowly teammate, especially the pair of Mangekyo. Sharingan. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Mikoto knew that he was now at the mercy of others, and it was useless to resist, so he did not struggle in vain. Tsunade on the other side glared at him, but she had no way to resist this traitor now, and could only watch helplessly. Mikoto, learn this set of lightning armor first, and then I will teach you the yin escape chakra mode. After checking the details of the girl's body, Shimura Gento hugged her in his arms and used the immortal force thread to construct an exclusive version of the lightning armor operation circuit in her body. This chess piece is very important, and its strength needs to be improved as soon as possible, so that it can better cooperate with some of his future plans. Bastard pervert. Staring at the perverted bastard beside him hatefully, Uchiha Mikoto closed his eyes and tried to memorize the complex circuits in his body. No matter what this pervert is up to, it is right to enhance her own strength, and obtaining the secret technique of the Shimura family is also the task given to her by her father. Tsunade-sensei, although you have developed a 100 healing technique with similar effects based on my Yang escape mode, I do not recommend that you continue to major in Yang escape in the future. As a woman, you are not suitable for pure physical skills, unless you can be cruel enough to become the body shape of rope tree. Turning his head to look at the teacher sister in his arms on the other side, Shimura Gendo has a new plan for her, and does not think that the other party can achieve much in the Yang Escape Physical Technique School. You must know that the foundation of the Yang Escape Physical Technique School lies in physical fitness, which is too dependent on the body. It can even be said that the body determines everything. The larger the body size, the stronger the power that can be exploded. This path is really not suitable for women to take. Unless Tsunade is willing to become the second-generation Raikage wife who is more manly than men, there is no future. The Yang escaped Taijutsu school really can't let me kill you, what do you want me to do? Tsunade spoke expressionlessly, and she understood the nature of this traitor. Everything before was a disguise, and he was even more domineering and cold than the dark ninja. Now that his chakra was exhausted and his vitality was greatly damaged, he had no capital to resist the other party at all, and could only let him do whatever he wanted and make long-term plans after recovery. Our Shimura family has discovered a new training system outside the path of chakra blood inheritance, which uses a chakra attribute to devour other basic attributes, and finally creates an extreme attribute, which has great power. Tsunade teacher, you are more suitable for this route. Expressing his own thoughts, Shimura Gentoi planned to give Tsunade a plan of the power of Hokage. After killing the Senju clan and the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in the next Second Ninja World War, he would find a way to use the connections between Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Senju family to support this woman to become the puppet Hokage of their Shimura family. 335. Chapter 334 for the family. Tsunade-sensei, you also know that with your talent, even if you can fuse a 2-attribute bloodline limit, you definitely can't fuse a 3-attribute bloodline elimination. Even if you use surgery to obtain the wood release of the first Hokage, it will be useless. It was the first Hokage who achieved wood release, not wood release. So you have no future in wood release and bloodline, but my Hokage power is different, it can make you become stronger quickly. Shimura Gentoi said seriously, hoping that this teacher's sister can take the initiative to take this path to avoid trouble. It's a very good path, but why should I listen to you? Still very calm, although the Hokage power plan sounds very good, she is 100% sure that this traitor has no good intentions. I don't know where the trap is set for me. I am only in your hands temporarily, not for a lifetime. After I go back this time, I will intensify my hard training and clean up the mess after I become stronger. Yes, you don't have to listen to me, but with Rope Tree's silly and cute appearance, he will definitely die outside in the future, and maybe his whole body will be blown up. Although I gave him a thick set of armor, it is not absolutely safe. For example, Uchiha Madara can kill him, and there are also the mysterious people who attacked the hidden cloud village. With a little expression of worrying about the village and the people, Shimura Gentoi is very worried about the little brother. Although he has made a lot of precautions, who can predict the fate and the future? What if the little brother dies like in the original book? You dare! Glazing, Tsunade was furious and even burst into murderous intent. If there was no chakra in her body and the neural network was controlled, she would definitely fight with this traitor. Even if the 8 gates are fully opened, this traitor must be hammered to death. Teacher, you may not know yet, your good teacher is already planning to trap you, the Senju clan. Don't blame him for being ungrateful. The main reason is that you Senju family don't know how to act. The second Hokage has been dead for more than 10 years, but you still cling to power. He is now a puppet Hokage, dealing with trivial matters all day long. He has to look at the face of your Senju family to do the big things that the Hokage should handle. This Hokage is so frustrated. Not paying attention to the murderous intent of the teacher, Shimura Gentoi still had the expression of worrying about the people and the village, and was very worried about the future of Konoha. In the original work, Konoha was ruined by F4. Look at other ninja villages, the cage was passed down to the younger generation, but when the plot began, Konoha was actually in a state of transition, and finally Tsunade took over. Although Tsunade is very good at pretending to be young, she is the elder of Minato Namikaze after all, more than 10 years older, and this reverse inheritance method can only be done in Konoha. It is estimated that Jiraiya was unwilling to succeed the position of Hokage in the original work. In addition to not having this intention, he also couldn't afford to lose that person. You have to know that Minato Namikaze was his disciple. It has always been the teacher who passed on the position to the disciple. How could the teacher take over the disciple's class? I will do it. After a long silence, Tsunade responded with resentment. She knew this was a threat. If she did not follow the traitor's intention and take the attribute-devouring path, he would definitely attack her family and her brother. The Ninja World War is about to begin, and anything can happen. Now their Senju family is not able to compete with the Shimura family. That's right. With a satisfied smile, Shimura Gentoi likes this kind of people with ties. As long as he grasps the other party's ties, many things will be much easier to handle. Mikoto. Looking at the big lowly teammate on the other side with a smile, he was also very satisfied with this teammate. The other party was also a person with ties and was easy to control. You bastard! The girl who was circulating in the memory circuit opened her beautiful eyes and stared at the bastard pervert in front of her with resentment. She really wanted to pounce on him and bite him to death. Be good, be obedient. Gently stroking the girl's soft hair, Shimuragento knew that this big lowly teammate was an obedient and good child. The girl bit her pink lips tightly and said nothing, but she didn't glare at him, obviously she surrendered. There is no way, the current Shimura family is too strong, and they are not able to fight against them at all. The most important thing is that Uchiha Madara is also on the other side. In this world, only the Sharingan can restrain the Sharingan. If Uchiha Madara wants to destroy the Uchiha family, none of them can stop it. For the sake of the family, for her father, and for her brother Fugaku, she can only endure it. That's good. The girl's surrender made Shimuragento more satisfied. After the girl memorized the exclusive version of the lightning armor's operating circuit, she stood up and took out 2 glass bottles from the ceiling scroll, in which 2 pieces of meat were sealed with nutrient solution. Second grandfather? How do you have the body cells of the second grandfather? Sensing the chakra aura that belonged to the second grandfather in the 2 pieces of meat, Tsunade couldn't help but glare again. When she assisted Uncle Orange Water in the wood release transplantation experiment, she had studied the body cells of the second grandfather and was very familiar with the weak chakra inside. The 2 cells in front of her are definitely from the second grandfather, but how could that boy have them? What's so strange? The second generation Hokage was killed by Kinkaku and Ginkaku, and his body fell into the hands of the Cloud Ninja. Now some secret research institutes in the hidden Cloud Village have cultivated many Tobirama cells. Shrugging, Shimuragento explained calmly. These are all the truth. Although the source of his Tobirama cells is not legitimate, no one knows it. And there are indeed a lot of Tobirama cells sealed in the hidden Cloud Village. What you think is none of my business. Sure enough, although she was itching with hatred, Tsunade didn't doubt it. The second grandfather was the corpse of the year was indeed returned by the hidden Cloud Village, and a new peace agreement was signed based on this. After all, the hidden Cloud Village also suffered heavy losses that year and could not continue fighting. It is normal for the second grandfather's corpse to fall into the hands of the hidden Cloud Village and be studied by them. They even checked the body of the second grandfather afterwards and found that the cells of various organs were missing. It is believed that the Tobirama cells in the hands of this traitor were obtained from the hidden Cloud Village. The path of attribute swallowing requires full attributes. Next, I will transplant Tobirama cells to you, and to a certain extent, you will obtain the full attribute qualifications of the second generation Hokage. Although the full attribute effect of this defective product is not very good, it is enough to practice the attribute swallowing route. While explaining, Shimuragento transplanted the Tobirama cells into the hearts of the 2 women respectively. The core of the Senju sage's body is the heart, which is also the main reason why Uchiha Madara transplanted Hashirama's living cells into the heart. Of course, the erosion of Tobirama's cells is far less than that of Hashirama's living cells. In addition, the 2 women are from the Uchiha and Senju families. Tsunade is a blood relative of Senju Tobirama, and Uchiha Mikoto has also awakened the Mangekyo, which is enough to suppress and fuse the 2 Tobirama cells. Your yin attribute chakra has been upgraded to the yin escape level because of the Mangekyo. And you can directly learn the operation circuit of the yin escape chakra mode. This thing is much more complicated than the previous lightning escape armor operation circuit. Remember it carefully. After completing the operation, Shimuragento once again hugged his big lowly teammate in his arms, enjoying the blessing of being hugged by both sides, while explaining. The Sharingan is indeed awesome. As long as it is upgraded to 3 Megatama yin attributes, it will be upgraded to the extreme. After being upgraded to Mangekyo, the yin attribute chakra in the body will automatically be upgraded to yin escape chakra under the drive of high-quality pupil power. In other words, Mikoto is now a quasi-shadow, and her achievements in this regard are not inferior to her filial son in the original work. I want to learn the operation circuit of Yin Dun armor. Suddenly speaking, Uchiha Mikoto has not forgotten the task assigned by her father, to obtain as many secret techniques of the Shimura family as possible, especially the whole set of chakra patterns. Although this bastard must have no good intentions in teaching her secret techniques, and that exclusive version of the operation circuit must be slowly cracked when she returns, but this is indeed an opportunity. With the heritage of their Uchiha family that has been passed down for thousands of years, they can definitely crack it and then strengthen the entire family. Did you misunderstand something? I give you and you two completely different concepts. You are not qualified to make demands on me now. Lifting the girl's delicate chin, the smile on his face turned cold. Shimura Xianding will not indulge these women. Those miserable men with bronchitis in the previous life have fully proved that women must not be indulged, otherwise they will definitely get more and more. But then he thought about it and decided that it would not be good to refuse directly, so as not to dampen the girl's enthusiasm for cultivation. He had to refuse in a more tactful way, such as finding an excuse that the other party would never agree to. If you want our Shimura family's Yindun armor, you can do the service last night again. If you don't want it, forget it. I believe this excuse is enough to make the girl retreat, but unfortunately he underestimated the professionalism of the ninja and the girl's determination. Unbutton the battlesuit. Sitting up, Uchiha Mikoto said coldly. For the sake of the family, for her father, and for her brother Fugaku, she can endure all grievances. Anyway, she has been humiliated once, and it doesn't matter if it happens again. Are you sure? Blinking his eyes in confusion, Shimura Gento found that he might have underestimated this big lowly teammate. Or are all ninjas of this age so cruel and ruthless? Although ninjas can endure what ordinary people cannot endure in order to complete tasks and goals, this is the concept proposed by the first generation of Hokage, so he reluctantly stabbed his good friend to death. But this concept feels very toxic no matter how you look at it. For example, the big lowly teammate in front of him is deeply poisoned. So now the question is, should he let the girl provide special massage services? What? You can't get up anymore, right? He sneered and even gave her a disdainful look. Uchiha Mikoto could see that this guy just said that just to find an excuse to refuse, but how could she let him do what he wanted? The most important thing is that this is indeed an opportunity. I believe that after getting the Yindun armor, it will definitely help the family to crack the next chakra mode operation circuit better and faster. The family raised her, and now it's time to repay the family. You asked for this. If my twin brother from the same mother doesn't nod and agree, you can't even think about getting the Yindun armor's operation circuit. Staring fiercely at the girl teammate with disdain, Shimura Xianding was now forced to have no choice but to compromise, but he also made restrictions. It's not that easy to get their Shimura family's Yindun armor, even if it's just an exclusive version of the operation circuit. Shameless. Tsunade couldn't help it. She couldn't stand the dirty thoughts of this traitor. She felt even more guilty. But after hesitating for a while, she whispered, I want your chakra armor circuit too. There was no other way. There were too many people watching the Senju family. And what this guy said before was right. The elders of the family were holding on to the power of the village, which really caused dissatisfaction among many people, including her teacher. In the next ninja war, the Senju family not only had to deal with enemies outside the village, but also had to guard against people in the village. It was like a precarious situation. If they were not careful, they might be destroyed. If they could get the chakra of the Shimura family pulling the armor and chakra mode can ensure that the family can safely survive this ninja world war. Uchiha Mikoto can make sacrifices for the family, so can Tsunade. Shimura Gentoi fell into silence, and then fell into deep thought. He always felt that this development trend was not right, and it was very different from what he planned. What went wrong? 336. Chapter 335 Yang Power Plan. Loli, I want it, and sister, I also want it. If I have both, everyone will die. Shimura Gentoi, who was in sage mode, deeply felt the horror of Loli and sister. Even with his supreme willpower, he only lasted for 8 hours. The current sage mode is not the one he developed, but the hidden talent that every man is born with. At this moment, he feels empty in the body and empty in the head. After you go back, each of your 2 families will send 1 ton of chakra metal to my house. Looking at the beautiful women coming out of the bathroom after washing, Shimura Gento said unhappily. The previous massage service was just a chance for the 2 women, and they still had to pay. I'll give you 7 tons of chakra metal. Uchiha Mikoto said generously that she would give 7 tons, and she wanted a full set of chakra armor. After all, she was humiliated like this, and it would be a big loss if she didn't get a full set of chakra armor. Before she came, her father told her about the amount of chakra metal that the family secretly stored, and if necessary, she could use chakra metal to trade with this bastard pervert. Now is the time to activate those chakra metals. I'll give you 7 tons too. Tsunade also spoke up. Although she didn't know how much chakra metal the family had secretly accumulated, since Uchiha could take out 7 tons, the chakra metal that their senju is secretly stored would definitely not be less. You are going to squeeze me dry. Shimura Gento was shocked. Although men can't stand up to women when they are ruthless, this master and apprentice are too ruthless. I really want to kill you. Tsunade sneered. She always wanted to clean up the family. It would be a good thing if she killed the traitor like this. Okay, as long as you are willing. Shrugged, Shimura Gento did not refuse. After all, it would be a waste if he didn't take the 14 tons of chakra metal. All he paid was some chakra armor and the exclusive version of the chakra mode running circuit. If you can crack it with this thing alone, you are awesome. He went to the bathroom in Mikato's room to take a shower first, put on the heavy gold battle suit, restored his gentle and elegant attitude, opened the door and left. After he left, Uchiha Mikato entered the bathroom again with a blank expression. Misaki, what are you doing? Tsunade hurriedly followed in, fearing that the girl would do something stupid. After all, she was an adult, and her mental quality was strong enough, so she could withstand such humiliation. But Misaki was just a girl, and her mind was unstable, so she was in danger now. Brush your teeth. She replied indifferently, picked up the toothbrush and started brushing again, and couldn't help retching when she thought of the experience just now. Seeing that Misaki didn't do anything stupid, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. If this girl did something to hurt herself, she wouldn't be able to explain to Uchiha. Then she looked down at the majestic chest, picked up a piece of soap and walked into the bathroom. She also wanted to wash again. On the other side, Shimura Gento came to the living room and found that his little brother Senju Nawaka had returned and brought several dinners, which made him feel a little guilty. After all, I just bullied someone's elder sister and childhood sweetheart, and now they are so considerate to buy dinner for me, how can I not feel guilty? Boss, you came down just in time, eat it while it's hot, this kind of noodles made of nut powder is delicious. Seeing the big brother coming down from upstairs, Senju Nawaka greeted him enthusiastically. How was the result of the fight with Zi, who won? Suppressing the little bit of guilt in his heart, Shimura Gento sat down unceremoniously and opened a bowl of nut powder ramen, asking while eating. This kid hurried out to fight with Zi in the morning, and I don't know what the result was. Don't mention it, that guy's tailed beast coat is disgusting, and my hammer axe can't cut it. Sentimental reply, Senju Nawaka was really disgusted by today's battle. It's normal. Your defense is greater than your attack power now. It's not surprising that you can't break the opponent's defense. Shimura Gentoi was not surprised and had expected this result. At this stage, the defense of the two younger brothers relies on external forces. One wears a heavy gold armor and the other has a tailed beast coat, but their own strength is not enough. This is like two heavy tanks without shells. It is impossible to penetrate the heavy armor layer with the machine guns they carry. Boss, I want to become stronger. Putting down the chopsticks in his hand, Senju Nawaka said seriously. Although he didn't spend much time with this big brother and had been cheated before, he knew that this was a trustworthy person who was sincerely helping him to become stronger. He urgently needed to become stronger so that he could go back and fight against the bad woman who swollen him. Okay, I will teach you to become stronger tomorrow. Without any hesitation, he decisively agreed to this matter. The henchman is so motivated, how can he, as the boss, let him down? By the way, have you cultivated the earth escape chakra? He was not very clear about the progress of this lackey's cultivation. Yesterday, he only sensed that this guy had refined a lot of chakra. In terms of chakra volume alone, it is no worse than that of a regular shadow-level strongman. This is the awesomeness of the Thousand Hands Sage's body. Of course the main reason is that Senju Nawaka's deeply activated the sage body, which allowed him to possess such a huge amount of chakra. Although it is still far behind the future Uzumaki Naruto, it is already very good. Of course I have cultivated it, otherwise I would not be able to wear this heavy gold armor. Patting the heavy armor on his body, Senju Nawaka was very pleased. He did not need to practice Yang escape. He has been focusing on practicing earth escape in the past 2 or 3 years. With the large amount of resources provided by the family and the teachings of many elders, he has already cultivated earth escape chakra. It is precisely because of the earth escape ninjutsu to strengthen the body strength, coupled with the Thousand Hands super strength technique, that he can wear this heavy gold armor and swing the heavy gold hammer axe. Okay, I will carry out the Yang Force plan for you tomorrow. Feeling very satisfied, Shimura Gentoi thought that he could start to let this little brother practice the ultimate Yang Force. Yang Force plan. With a puzzled look on his face, Senju Nawais heard of this plan for the first time. This is a brand new training system created by our Shimura family. It uses a chakra attribute to devour other attributes, and then creates an extreme single attribute. I have helped the third Raikage use the Black Thunder to devour the Earth attribute, which doubled the Black Thunder and increased the combat power even more. Shimura Gento explained briefly. He used to have a headache with this little brother. Although this kid has top talents in all attributes, his brain is very ordinary, stupid, and cute, and it is really not suitable to develop fusion bloodline. Although the first generation Hokage is also stupid and cute, he is a cheater who can do miracles with great strength. This kid is not a cheater, and there is no future in the chakra bloodline path. Can it become stronger quickly? With a bright light in his eyes, Senju Nawaki is very interested in the Yang power plan. He urgently needs to become stronger now. It's not easy to calculate. Letting Yang escape transform once should increase your physical fitness. Earth escape transforming into gold and earth can also increase it. In addition, the transformation after Yang escape devouring earth escape should increase it. The specific increase depends on your own potential. Shimura Gentoi did not give an accurate value. The specific situation is difficult to calculate. There are too many uncontrollable factors. Enough. Excitedly clenching his fist, Senju Nawaki was full of expectations. This adds up to 3 increases, enough to beat the bad woman down. They were all very happy to eat dinner. Senju Nawaki happily took off the heavy gold armor and went upstairs to sleep. He planned to keep his spirits up and start the big brother's Yang power plan tomorrow. On the other side, Shimura Gentoi delivered dinner to the doors of Tsunade and Uchiha Mikoto, and came to the door of another big lowly teammate Hinata Suzuan's room. Knock, knock. Suyin, it's time for dinner. After knocking on the door was opened after a long wait. The girl still lowered her head, took the bowl of ramen and was about to close the door, but unfortunately, Shimura Gentoi pushed the door open and squeezed in. This sudden scene scared the girl, but fortunately, she had a good foundation in physical training for many years, so she didn't spill the noodle soup in the bowl. Before she could react, her petite body was knocked against the wall behind the door. Little Suyin, did you see anything last night and during the day? Staring at the girl's bright eyes, Shimura Gentoi could clearly see that the girl was more afraid of him, and it was very likely that the scene that happened in Mikoto's room during the day was also peeped by this girl. To be honest, Hyaga's white eyes are really annoying, making people unable to keep even small secrets. Anyone who marries a woman from the Hyaga clan will definitely be very miserable, and they can't even hide their private money. The girl lowered her head and said nothing, obviously agreeing, and her pretty face gradually became pinker. The scenes last night and during the day had a huge impact on her. Xianding Jun, I also want your Shimura family's chakra armor and chakra mode circulation circuit, and our Hyaga family will also pay 7 tons of chakra metal. Just when Shimura Xianding wanted to clarify the misunderstanding, the girl in front of him suddenly spoke, put the bowl of noodles aside, and slowly untied her belt. Although the room has a good sound insulation effect, lip reading is an elective course in the ninja school and a compulsory course for Hyaga clan ninjas. With the help of the Byakugan, it can better obtain information. Before, he overheard the conversation of the 3 people with the help of Byakugan and lip reading. Seeing this scene, Shimura Xianding was stunned for a long time, and he didn't know how to say the words on his lips. God has mercy on him, he really came here just to clarify the misunderstanding with this girl. Don't be like this, it was all a misunderstanding before. I was helping teacher Tsunade last night. Not wanting the misunderstanding to continue, Shimura Gentoi hurriedly explained, but he was interrupted by the girl before he finished speaking. I will take the initiative. After saying this, the girl's pretty face turned red as blood. It was obvious that she was very shy inside, but she had to do so for the family. Eat your dinner first, and we'll talk after that. After a moment of silence, Shimura Gentoi gestured to the girl to fill her stomach first, and sat on the sofa in the room to think about what went wrong. According to his understanding of Hinata Suzuan, Uchiha Mikoto and Tsunade's 3 daughters, he shouldn't have given up like this. Something he didn't know must have happened. His consciousness entered the black tripod space, and read the data memory of Mikoto's and Tsunade's clones in detail, looking for the answer in it. Although he had copied and updated the physical data of the 2 before, he had never had time to check it carefully, and he didn't know what the two had experienced during this period. It would have been fine if he hadn't checked it, but once he checked it carefully, the memory fragments that appeared made him feel terrified. How could the Uchiha family have Hashirama cells? And living cells? Hey, ding in the space, Shimura Gento rubbed his forehead, and really didn't understand how the Uchiha family could have Hashirama's living cells. He could understand that the Senju family had reopened the wood release experiment and had made great gains, but it was unreasonable that the Uchiha family was also secretly conducting Hashirama cell transplantation experiments. 337. Chapter 336 Show of Affection. In Uchiha Mikato's memory, not long ago, Uchiha Yan led her into the family laboratory and saw the ongoing Hashirama living cell research experiment. It seemed that the progress was quite good, but it also encountered difficulties. They wanted to use the chakra mode of their Shimura family, especially the Yang release and Yin release chakra modes, to help overcome the experimental difficulties and directly enter the human experiment stage. The order given by Uchiha Yan's daughter Mikato was to obtain chakra armor and chakra modes at all costs to assist the family research. The Senju family was also doing the transplant and fusion experiment of wood release and Sharingan, but they were also stuck with some difficulties. They needed to use the chakra mode to help overcome the difficulties and directly enter the stage of human experiment. Hashirama cells plus Sharingan, Uchiha and Senju are going to heaven. After figuring out what was going on, Shimura Gento couldn't help but sigh at the madness and generosity of the two powerful families. However, their research directions were all right, and they would definitely have considerable results in the long run. Unfortunately, the two families were too eager for quick success. This kind of research must be done step by step, and only after countless experiments and data accumulation can it enter the human experiment stage. The two families were so good that they thought about taking shortcuts all day long, and they actually set their sights on him at the same time. Of course, the two families were mainly forced to do nothing. The terrible background shown by the Shimura family had already made them feel overwhelmed, and the appearance of Uchiha Madara almost crushed both sides. It was normal for them to be so eager for quick success. The Hyuga family was probably the same. After figuring out why Tsunade and Mikato were so eager to obtain the secret technique, Shimura Gentoi exited the black cauldron space with his consciousness, while the girl teammate knelt on the bed, still without putting on her dress, her fingers twisted together anxiously. You and Mikato are both very suitable for the attribute swallowing root of yin power, you should fuse this Tobirama cell first. Looking at the uneasy girl, Shimura Gentoi took out a Tobirama cell and skillfully cut the girl's sternum, merged the Tobirama cell into her heart, and solved the rejection reaction. This kind of cell-level rejection reaction is very fatal. In order to develop the secret technique that can solve the rejection reaction, he died many times in the black cauldron space. After completing the transplant, the wound was sutured and repaired, and even the cut sternum was repaired by the corpse bone veins of the Kagaya puppet. It will be healed in a few days of recuperation. After doing all this, Shimura Gentoi, with great medical ethics, carefully examined the girl's body, copied and updated the data, and finally leaned back on the bed, ready to have a good chat with this big lowly teammate. Do you know how to massage? Yes, a little bit. The girl lowered her head, her pretty face was still red, and she was almost embarrassed. Massage for me. Signing the girl to do it, Shimura Gentoi took off his battle clothes and revealed his angular body. Compared with Tsunade and Uchiha Mikato, he trusted Hinata Suzune more. This girl has a gentle temperament and is submissive. She shouldn't be pierced by him or anything like that. Hiss. Not that, forget it, it's up to you. After realizing that his tight shorts were taken off, Shimura Gentoi couldn't help but take a breath before he could react. He opened his eyes and looked at the girl beside him in shock. Is this the massage technique you learned? Does the Hyuga family also teach this special massage technique? Originally, I wanted to refuse, but how does that saying go? Men are cheap bones. In the end, he did not stick to his own principles and fell again. Xian. Xian Dingjun, will you marry me? The next morning, Hyuga Suzune raised her head for the first time and looked at Shimura Xianding, with a timidity and hope in her bright eyes. She is a conservative woman. She has done so much for Shimura Xianding, just like a husband and wife. In the future, she will have to marry this man. I will write a letter back today and ask my father to go to the Hyuga family to propose marriage. From now on, you are my Shimura Xianding's fiancé copyright. Of course, you are ranked behind Sister Keiko. Lovingly caressing the girl's jade-like cheek, who cannot love this kind of gentle big loli? The most important thing is that this girl has amazing talent. Although she was clumsy at the beginning of the massage yesterday, and it was obviously her first time to come into contact with this kind of massage, she has amazing learning ability. Coupled with the foundation of Hyuga soft fist, she only lasted for 6 hours last night, which is more terrible than Tsunade and Uchiha Mikoto combined. Yes. Husband. Leaning in the arms of the young man, Hyuga Suzun's hanging heart finally fell. She actually has no opinion on her future husband. After all, as a woman from the lineage of the great elder of the Hyuga family, she was destined to marry the descendants of other elders of the family to stabilize the major branches of the family since birth, which is also a kind of marriage. In this regard, her mother taught her that they have no right to choose their own happiness, unless they can have the powerful power of the first generation of Hokage to forcibly break the rules of the family inheritance for thousands of years. She does not have that kind of superstandard strength now, but the teammate next to her does. The most important thing is that she can use this to leave the Hyuga family. She doesn't want her future daughters and granddaughters to be trapped in the rules of the Hyuga family. The couple was affectionate for a while, and Shimura Gento got up to take a bath, and during the process he interacted with Hinata Suzun rubbing backs. Both of them were very natural, just like a couple who have been together for many years. After walking out of Ling Ian's room, Shimura Xianding returned to his own room, opened the window, and knocked on the potted plants outside the window. Master Xianding, do you have any instructions? A pale head emerged from the small tree and asked respectfully. It was a white Zetsu. This was a special one left by Black Zetsu to serve him. He could command all the white Zetsu hidden in the Hidden Rock Village through the sky. At the same time, if there is any abnormal behavior in the Hidden Rock Village, this guy will come out and report it as soon as possible. Send a message back and let my father go to the Hyuga family to propose marriage. After a simple order, Shimura Xianding turned around and went out to meet his little fiancé downstairs for breakfast. The white Zetsu did not dare to neglect it. He immediately passed the order back through the roots under the potted plants layer by layer, and soon notified Shimura Danzo himself, who was in the Shimura clan in Konoha. Dinger is too petty when it comes to marriage. After receiving the news from White Zetsu, Shimura Danzo didn't like his son's conservative approach to love and marriage. Since he wanted to propose marriage, how could he only propose one? If he wanted to marry, he naturally had to marry the Uchiha girl, and he couldn't favor one over the other. Go and call Keiko over. After thinking about what kind of betrothal gift to use, Shimura Danzo opened his mouth and ordered. He didn't plan to show up for this matter. After all, in terms of strength, the two great families of Uchiha and Hyuga were no longer qualified for him to come to their homes in person. Moreover, Keiko was his son's original wife. No matter what the future holds, she will be the main wife. It is most appropriate to let her handle these matters, and it can also establish the majesty of the main wife. On the other hand, Shimura Xianding, who was far away in Uegakure village, didn't know that his old father was going to take the initiative to pit him again. As soon as he walked out of his room, Hyuga Suzun came forward gently and tiptoed to tidy up his hair that was a little messy after taking a bath. No wonder Hinata is regarded as the #1 goddess of Naruto by countless stupid netizens. It's not just because of her ambition to pursue Tsunade, but also because of her Yamato Nadeshiko-style personality that is perfect. Squatting down to make it easier for his fiancée to fix her hair, Shimura Gento was filled with emotion. Such a woman is indeed what most men dream of. The next step is breakfast, and Senju Nawaka got up early to buy it. Although the Ninja Samurai Academy provides various breakfasts for free, if you want to eat better, you have to buy it from the restaurant belonging to the Shimura family in Uegakure village. After all, a big pot of rice cannot compare to the careful preparation of a small stove. This is an objective problem that cannot be solved. However, Tsunade's siblings and Uchiha Mikoto were very unhappy with this breakfast. They were full before they had even eaten 2 bites. Husband, try this soy milk. It's a little hot. Let me blow it for you. Does it taste right? Do you want me to add some sugar? Just add half a spoonful. Sitting on the sofa, Shimura Gentoi enjoyed the attentive service of his young fiancé copyright-e. He didn't have to do anything, and the girl would bring breakfast to his mouth. This is the real clothes come to you, food comes to you. However, this warm scene made the 3 people opposite lose their appetite and feel even worse. Originally, Tsunade and Uchiha Mikoto finally adjusted their mood and walked out of the room to eat breakfast. They even hypnotized themselves to temporarily forget what happened before, but who would have thought that when they came out, they saw those two dogs and men showing their love. When did that pervert become your husband? Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help asking, and she couldn't understand this. It was fine before, why did he suddenly call that guy husband? This is betrayal, naked betrayal. Mikoto, I know there are some misunderstandings between you and your husband, but please respect my husband in the future. He is not a pervert. Also, we got engaged this morning, and I have asked my father-in-law to propose. Hinata Suzun's face turned cold, and she warned seriously. Even if Uchiha Mikoto was her best friend, she would never allow her to verbally insult her good husband. As a reserved and conservative woman, she knew very well who her real future was. You. With her eyes wide open, Uchiha Mikoto didn't expect that this best friend really betrayed her, and betrayed so thoroughly. Tsunade on the side wanted to say something, but looking at the disciple's last heartfelt happiness, it really didn't seem like she was forced, and she couldn't say anything in the end. Although she was Hinata Suzun's teacher, she was not qualified to interfere with her emotional and marital choices. Mikoto, this is your favorite pancake. Seeing that the goddess in his heart was in a bad mood, Senju Nwaka handed over the specially rolled pancake diligently. He knew that Mikoto loved this the most. But looking at the long and round pancake in front of him, Uchiha Mikoto recalled very bad memories. Thank you, I don't want to eat pancakes today. Although she was in a worse mood, the girl was still very well-mannered and didn't scold. Then try this soy milk, I added sugar. Still diligent, handed over a cup of milky white soy milk, but unfortunately Senju Nwaka got a get out in return. No matter how good the upbringing and patience are, there are limits. Uchiha Mikoto is in a very bad mood now. Being rejected twice and finally getting a get out made Senju Nwaka very hurt. He found that the mind of that childhood sweetheart was getting harder and harder to guess. Much harder to guess than the mind of his own sister. Boss, when do we start the Yang Power plan? The naturally optimistic Senju Nwaka quickly calmed down and looked forward to the next Yang Power plan. Let's not talk about going back to teach that bad woman a lesson. When I become stronger, I must deal with the one wearing purple clothes. Guy, let him know that Master Rope Tree is not so easy to mess with. You want to get the Yang Power for Rope Tree? Tsunade couldn't sit still anymore, slammed the table and stood up, staring at the traitor angrily. She was 100% sure that this traitor had no good intentions on the path of attribute swallowing, just like the fire power plan arranged for her, he must have a sinister plot. If you don't give him the Yang Power, how can you make him stronger? How can he reach the level of his grandfather? Fusion development of wood escape? Does he have so many shitans to activate wood escape ninjutsu? Gentaiing him with a roll of his eyes, Shimura Gentoi also knew that the qualifications of all attributes were excellent, but the bloodline development route had high requirements for IQ. If it was the top smart people like the second-generation Hokage, the third-generation Hokage and Orochimaru, it would naturally be very suitable to take this path. But it is better for a silly little brother like Rope Tree to follow the route of attribute swallowing. Moreover, wood release requires a huge amount of shitan to activate. Unless you are a cheater like Hashirama Senju and Naruto Uzumaki, even if you use it, it is only at the level of Yamato in the original work. There is not much future. You will fall to the ground due to kidney failure after using it once or twice. No, Yamato's wood release has no future, but it has money. Thinking of Yamato in the original work, Shimura Gentoi couldn't help but think of the terrible housing prices that forced countless couples to divorce and separated countless lovers in his previous life. It feels that Yamato's wood release will be very profitable for real estate development. 338. Chapter 337 Transformation of Yang Power. Faced with the continuous questions from the traitor, Tsunade was speechless. She wanted to refute but didn't know how to refute. Although the wood release experiment in the family has progressed well, it is still far from human experiments and there are great risks. She couldn't let her brother take the risk of transplantation. Even if the transplantation was successful, without the inhuman chakra of the great-grandfather, the wood release used would not be very powerful. Forcibly performing it would only overdraw her brother's body. But how could she feel at ease watching her brother being plotted against by that traitor? Sister, you don't have to say anything more. The Yang Power project is my choice. I want to take a brand new path for Senju. Senju Nwaka suddenly spoke up, with an unprecedented determination. He also knew that the family secretly restarted the wood release reconstruction project, and even his uncle Senju Orange Water drew several tubes of his blood some time ago, just to prepare for the wood-release transplantation. But even the second grandfather couldn't develop that plan successfully, and the danger inside was unimaginable. Compared to planning the great-grandfather's wood release, he was more optimistic about the pioneering and innovative style of the Shimura family. I will keep an eye on you the whole time. Seeing that her brother had made up his mind, Tsunade secretly felt that her brother had finally grown up, and then glared at the traitor fiercely. Shrugging his shoulders without saying anything, he continued to eat and drink under the service of his young fiancée. After that, Shimura Gentoi ignored his young fiancée's shyness and hugged her in his arms, and then fed her breakfast. This show of affection made the three people around him feel full, and finally came to the basement of the villa to prepare. Half an hour later, Shimura Gentoi brought his blushing young fiancée to the basement below the villa. Tsunade has already set up several mixed barriers here to prevent the people of the Hidden Rock village from sensing abnormalities. After all, this is the territory of the hostile ninja village. First, the Yang release chakra mode, which is similar to the effect of the 100 healings technique used by your sister before, but it is more powerful and perfect. No need to remember, just use the Yang release chakra to follow it. With a simple reminder, Shimura Gentoi pressed his palm on the little brother's heart and used the immortal energy thread to build a set of exclusive chakra circulation circuits in his body. On the other side, Uchiha Mikoto used illusion to connect her vision with Tsunade, and through the power of Sharingan, she could see the chakra flow trajectory in Senjunawe's body to prevent the pervert from doing anything. Senjunawe's was very obedient and didn't bother to remember. He mobilized the Yang release chakra to flow along the complex operating circuit. After a few hours, a milky white Yang release chakra wrapped it and entered the Yang release chakra mode. Milky white, why not green? Shimura Gendo looked at the white Yang release chakra in front of him in confusion and was very confused and depressed. Why is his immortal energy green? He really doesn't like this healthy color. Isn't it right? Looking down at the white Yang release chakra on his body, Senjunawe's blinked in confusion. Is there something wrong with the Yang release chakra mode he created? It's okay. Next, I will integrate the Yang attribute natural energy into your body and guide your Yang escape chakra to transform into Yang power. Pay attention to cooperation. Take out the Yang Megatama, transform the Yang attribute natural energy into Senjuro tree's body, and then slowly adjust the chakra's circulation circuit to swallow and fuse the Yang attribute natural energy. This step was also very smooth, allowing Senjuro tree to successfully transform into white Yang power. The quality is indeed a level higher than the simple 5 escape power. Feeling this transformed Yang power, Shimura Gento secretly said that it was indeed true. In the original work, the Six-Path Sage once gave Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke the Yin and Yang power, helping Uchiha Sasuke open the 6 Megatama Samsara Eye, and also allowing Uzumaki Naruto to have the Seeking Deo Jade, and even more able to use the 6 Paths Chibaku Tensei to seal Kagaya. He has long been curious about that kind of Yin and Yang power, and the Black Thunder power of the Third Raikage gave him some guesses. The 6-Path Sage must have mastered the method of further transforming chakra at the level of escape technique, and the Yin-Yang power is the result of his practice. I just don't Euro trademark T know if the other part Euro trademark S Yin-Yang power transformation method is the same as his swallowing method. Can you persist, can you hold it? After the white Yang chakra stabilized, Shimura Gentoi asked. Don't underestimate me. With a smug smile, Rope Tree took off the forehead protector, revealing a diamond-shaped mark, which was the mark of the Yin seal. Yin seal, open. The seal opened the Yin seal, and the vast chakra poured out to make up for the consumption of the previous transformation of Yang chakra. You have even cultivated the nature change of Yin attributes, you are good. Surprised, he punched over. Shimura Gentoi really underestimated this little brother. Since you have the support of the Yin seal, let's do it. Without stopping, Shimura Gentoi signaled Nawaze to temporarily remove the Yang escape chakra mode, and then built a special version of the Earth escape chakra mode for it. Although Senju Nawaze's brain is average, his physical talent is really strong. It didn't take long for him to cultivate the Earth escape chakra mode. His whole body was wrapped in earthy yellow Earth escape chakra, and his body cells were also strengthened. Bang! Good strength. Tsunade gave a good evaluation by flicking her finger on her brother's arm. Earth Escape Ninjutsu can strengthen the hardness of the body, and the Earth Escape Chakra mode is the pinnacle of Earth Escape Ninjutsu, and the strengthening effect is even stronger. It's indeed much harder. I feel that it can ignore those fine ninja tools. Mikoto, what are you doing? Feeling the current physical strength, Senju Nweke was very satisfied with this earth escape chakra mode, but then he saw the goddess in his heart took out a kunao, and most importantly, it was flashing with lightning. This scared him a lot. The defense of earth escape chakra mode is indeed good, but the problem is that lightning escape restrains earth escape. Don't be distracted. After the transformation of the power of the earth, your physical fitness will be greatly improved. In addition, the defense of the power of the earth itself is enough to ignore the effects of ordinary S-level ninjutsu. Lightning escape should be able to ignore the A-level level. As a reminder, Shimura Gento took out the earth Megatama to transform the natural energy of earth attribute. It was the same operation, guiding the earth escape chakra to devour and fuse this natural energy of earth attribute, and smoothly transformed into the golden earth power. As the earth power appeared, it suddenly devoured the chakra of rope tree frantically, strengthening his body cells, especially bone cells. Because of Shimura Gento's advance instructions, Senju rope tree was well prepared, and the chakra sealed in the yin seal emerged and allowed the earth power to devour, and then strengthened his physical fitness. The speed of strengthening was not slow, and it was completed in half an hour, and rope tree's physical fitness was also improved several times. The most important thing is that the earth escape chakra mode operated by the earth power chakra is more powerful, rendering the skin golden, like cast in gold, revealing an indestructible texture. Mikoto, use your chidori to poke it. The wonderful eyes were bright, and Tsunade quickly signaled the disciples beside her to try the strength of this earth power chakra. Chidori. Uchiha Mikoto, who had wanted to try it for a long time, decisively condensed the chidori technique on the kunao, and the extremely condensed lightning attribute chakra showed an indestructible feeling. Senju Nweke could also feel the power of the earth, and was full of confidence, and then tragedy happened. Swish! Although there was a lot of resistance, Uchiha Mikoto still stabbed the kunao in her hand into Senju Nweke's thick arm, all the way to the handle. That's it. Tsunade was very disappointed, and her face showed contempt. It was a pity that she had expected so much before, but she didn't expect it to be a silver rod wax spear. Senju Nweke also cast a suspicious look at the big brother. The effect was really disappointing. That is a lightning attribute chakra ninja tool, and the penetration power of the previous attack is equivalent to that of an S-level lightning ninjutsu. Glazing at the girl with the Sharingan in a bad mood, Shimura Gento felt that this girl was deliberately embarrassing him. Chakra metal has a great bonus effect on ninjutsu. The higher the purity, the greater the bonus effect. Uchiha Mikoto's kunao is estimated to be forged entirely from thunder attribute chakra metal, otherwise it would be impossible to pierce the defense of the earth power with just a chidori. Mikoto. With an extremely resentful look, Senju Nweke felt very hurt. Although the kunao stabbed his arm, it was no different from stabbing his heart. Is it necessary for him to continue pursuing this childhood sweetheart? Sorry, I took the wrong kunao. The girl pulled out the kunao expressionlessly, and a stream of blood spurted out, but it healed quickly under the effect of the yang force after a while. Don't glare, quickly follow this set of circulation circuits to simultaneously operate the yang force chakra and the earth force chakra, and start the devouring steps. Signaling the younger brother to practice quickly, Shimura Gentoi tailored a set of yang earth chakra modes that can coexist according to Senju Nweke's current physical condition and the characteristics of yang earth and yang earth. That's right, the original 7 chakra modes cannot coexist, and he needs to make special adjustments. This is the second layer of anti-theft measures. After all, multiple superimposed chakra modes and single chakra modes are completely different concepts, and the power of amplification is also incomparable. Very obediently operated yang earth chakra and yang earth chakra. The power of earth chakra was swallowed up by yang, and then the power of earth chakra was slowly swallowed up with yang as the foundation. Although yang escape has no restraining characteristics against earth escape, the 2 attributes of yin and yang are essentially higher than the 5 escape attributes, which provides the basis for swallowing. In addition, a large amount of chakra was used to bless yang power, and the earth power chakra was completely swallowed up in just half a day. Yang power chakra also ushered in another transformation, and by the way, it led to a surge in the physique of Senju rope tree. The evolution of yang power was indeed very smooth, but it brought another problem. Crack! After completing the transformation, Senju Nweke waved his arms excitedly, and then his arms twisted into a weird angle. Boss! Looking at his broken arm, Senju Nweke felt even more resentful. He had experienced this before. When he first started practicing the strange power technique, he was greedy for merit and rushed forward without the strengthening blessing of earth escape. As a result, the muscle burst was too strong and broke the bones by itself. He didn't expect to experience this kind of bitter experience again today. Don't worry, I'm prepared. I will help you use this thing to replace the calcium in your bones. Pushing his glasses, Shimuragendo gave him a reassuring look. He had expected this result. This is also a major flaw of the attribute swallowing root. If other attributes are swallowed, it is naturally difficult to obtain the blessing effect of those attributes. The strength limit of calcium is not high, so it is normal for bones to be twisted. He took out the sealed scroll he carried with him, took out the Kaguya puppet inside, and then a magnetic field puppet from the Sand Village and an electromagnetic puppet from the Cloud Village. The originals of these 3 puppets were all sent by Black Zetsu along with the battle pets last time, and they were all quasi-shadow level strong men. Next, he wanted to use this little brother to experiment and practice the real magnetic bone replacement. 339. Chapter 338,000 Hands and Uchiha Join Forces. The magnetic bone replacement that Shimuragento really envisioned was to replace the calcium element in the bones with alloy molecules and reconstruct a new bone structure, rather than simply plating a layer of gold on the surface of the bones. It's just that before, his mental power was not enough, and he didn't have the blessing of the innate yin attribute immortal energy, so he couldn't perform such a subtle operation, but now it's different. Ignoring the little brother's screams, he cruelly took out the broken arm bone, first used the corpse bone vein of the Kaguya puppet to repair the broken arm bone, and then used the magnification technique to magnify the arm bone to tens of meters. Fortunately, the basement space is large enough, otherwise it really can't fit this thing. Use the magnetic force of the 2 magnetic escape puppets to bless its own magnetic immortal power, decompose the heavy gold armor of the rope tree, replace the calcium element in the arm bone with the molecules formed by the combination of heavy gold and perfect energy metal, and combine the power of the corpse bone vein of the Kaguya puppet to reshape the bone cell structure. Because I have experimented countless times in the black tripod space, I am very familiar with it, and the replacement speed is very fast. It took only half an hour to replace all the calcium elements in the arm bone with molecules of heavy gold perfect energy metal. As for the fact that the ceiling crystal has no molecular structure, it is not even a substance in itself, but a materialized crystal energy body. It had already been transformed into energy at high temperature and integrated into the molecules of the perfect energy metal, and naturally integrated into this arm bone. Let me try. Tsunade, who couldn't wait any longer, took the shrunken arm bone in her hand and bent it, and then tried all kinds of crazy things, and finally even raised the giant sword. Stop, stop, stop. This thing can't withstand the slashing of the giant sword without chakra. Quickly shouting to stop, Shimuragento grabbed the poor arm bone that was repeatedly destroyed by Tsunade. After all, this thing is not pure heavy gold, and its strength is not that high. If it is really chopped by the giant sword, it will definitely break into 2 pieces. And this thing has not been shaped yet. Use magnetic force to control the heavy gold armor again to separate some molecules and cover them on the bones layer by layer, adding a 3 mm thick dense alloy layer. Only then was the process of magnetic bone replacement completed, followed by the other bones in Senju Nue's body. In the end, only the key spine and skull were not replaced, but a shell was added to them, just like Yayuai did at the beginning. Of course, these alloy bones were finally sterilized at high temperature to avoid infection to the greatest extent. Stand up and walk around. After spending a whole day replacing the entire skeleton of the little brother, Shimuragento gestured to stand up and walk around. It's a bit heavy, but it's stronger, and it seems to be able to burst out stronger power. Following the instructions of the big brother, Senju Nue stood up and felt the brand new bones, and could clearly sense that he had become stronger. This alloy bone can make him burst out stronger power, and his combat power has increased by many times. It can indeed burst out stronger power. After practicing, it should be able to push the strange power technique to the S level. Nodding, Shimuragento knew very well that this kind of bone was powerful. Unless it was the ultimate power of the 8 gates of ninja formation, it would be indestructible. This is not over yet, because the molecules of perfect energy metal are integrated into it, which can be blessed with chakra and other energies, so it is not a problem to surpass heavy gold in strength. If the younger brother still stands on their side in the future, he does not mind letting him cultivate the ultimate power of other attributes again. Only the Senju rope tree in that state can be called invincible in physical skills, and it is not a problem to confront Kai Wang's Night Kai. You should remember this version of Yang Power Chakra mode first, and I will teach you the giant technique after you adapt to it. While using the immortal force silk thread to build a circuit suitable for the operation of Yang Power Chakra for the younger brother, Shimura Gentoi made a promise. The pure Yang Power Chakra mode still has limited improvement in strength. If you want to increase strength on the basis of Yang Power, you have to increase your body size. With an enlarged body size, you can naturally burst out stronger power under the blessing of Chakra. In the original novel, the father and son of Akimichi Koji can fight against the Outer Path Demon statue. If Senjunaways continues to grow, it will be no problem for him to press the Outer Path Demon statue and even the 10-tailed divine tree to the ground. Is it the same effect as the Akimichi family's secret technique? Excited, Senjunaways single from the name of the technique alone, we can tell its function. It must be similar to the Akimichi family's multiplication secret technique, which can transform into a giant. You should know that the ancestors of the Akimichi family used the super multiplication technique to fight the tailed beasts in the Warring States period. If you use your current body as the foundation to perform the multiplication technique, you can definitely hang up the tailed beasts and beat them. Almost, but not that simple. If you want to freely control your enlarged body, you'd better transplant a Mangekaya. Sharingan. With the experience of your Senju family and Uchiha for thousands of years of love and hatred, you should have seized and sealed the Mangekaya. Sharingan. I will transplant it perfectly for you at that time. Speaking of another plan, Shimura Gentoi is very optimistic about the future of Senju Nawaki. As long as this kid is not stupid and can always stand behind him, he doesn't mind training him. As for the Mangekaya Sharingan, the Senju family must have some in stock. After all, their old father was able to seize Uchiha Kagami's Mangekaya. And in the original book, he also seized Uchiha Shisui's Mangekaya. It doesn't make sense that the Senju family has only obtained some 3 Magatama Sharingans for thousands of years. It's a pity that the Senju family hid the real foundation too deeply, and even Black Zetsu couldn't find it. It is very likely hidden in a certain summoning beast space. Facing that kind of independent space, even Black Zetsu can't do anything. Little pervert, you've had enough. Seeing that the traitor was getting more and more angry, Tsunade scolded angrily, and glanced at Uchiha Mikoto while saying that she didn't want to have a conflict with that disciple because of those old things. Uchiha Mikoto was silent, and no one knew what she was thinking. You can slowly adapt here, and don't live upstairs in the future, otherwise the floor will collapse under your pressure. Even without paying much attention, after Nawaki memorized the operating circuit of the latest version of the Yang Power Chakra mode, Shimura Gentoi gave a warning, turned around and left the basement with his fiancée. Tsunade teacher, are you sure there is no problem? After someone left, Uchiha Mikoto suddenly spoke. Before, I only heard Shimura Gentoi briefly talk about the cultivation path of this attribute swallowing, but I didn't know the specific method of swallowing. This is the first time I have seen it. That pervert is not a good person. It is impossible for him to help them improve their strength with kindness. There must be a bigger plot inside, and even this attribute swallowing path itself has fatal flaws, or that guy has a backhand. I didn't see it. Seeing that the disciple didn't care about the provocation of the rebel just now, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief, and then shook her head to indicate that she didn't see the problem. Before, the two of them cooperated with each other. Uchiha Mikoto used illusion to connect their visual nerves, and used the Mangekaya Sharingan to observe and understand, while she analyzed it with her own knowledge. But from beginning to end, they did not find anything wrong, and that guy did not do anything secretly. They did not believe that the guy could hide from the inside of the Mangekaya. Sister, if you ask me, you all have misunderstandings about the elder brother. The elder brother is very good and is really helping me to become stronger. Just now, I realized what the two were discussing, and Senju Nawaki said dissatisfiedly. He trusted the elder brother very much, just like his grandmother, and he really helped him to become stronger. Just now, he has the confidence to press the strong man of the level of the cage to the ground. Who can achieve such an achievement at the age of less than 13? Even his great-grandfather, who is called the god of ninja, was not so fierce when he was a child. Bang! You idiot! Tsunade, who couldn't stand it any longer, punched Oyu Daudu on the forehead, and was so angry that she wanted to beat the idiot to death. Your sister and I have been taken advantage of by that little pervert, and even your childhood sweetheart goddess has been humiliated. You still speak for that boy? How could I have such a stupid brother like you? Sister. Although he was suppressed, Senju Nawaki still looked at his sister unconvinced. He wanted to correct his sister's prejudice and misunderstanding of his elder brother. What do you think of those chakra circulation circuits just now, teacher? Not even bothering to look at a certain idiot, Uchiha Mikoto asked another thing. The chakra mode that the guy just gave to Senju Awake has changed a lot, and it has even been changing all the time. The operating circuits used by the Yang Escape Chakra mode and the Earth Escape Chakra mode are the same, and the circuits used by the Yang Force Chakra mode and the Earth Force Chakra mode are the same. Even the operating circuit of the Yang Force Chakra mode that was transformed again at the end changed again, and the changes between them were not small. This greatly increased the difficulty of their cracking, and they might have underestimated the profundity of that thing before. Go back to the room and talk. Tsunade glared at her own Oudoudo with regret, and took Uchiha Mikoto out of the basement and returned to the room. It may be difficult to crack those secret chakra circulation circuits. Tsunade returned to the room and poured a glass of water for herself and her disciples. Her face was not good. Originally, she thought that after obtaining the chakra circuits of those secret arts, she could slowly crack them and then popularize them in the family. But the results of previous observations made her realize that things were not that simple. The difficulty of cracking the operating circuits of those chakra modes was probably no lower than the Reis-nan Jinden condensation method, which was a huge project. Uncle Jing once proposed that Senju and Uchiha join forces again. What do you think of this, teacher Tsunade? Thinking of another task given by her father before leaving, Uchiha Mikoto asked meaningfully. The threat from Uchiha Madara and the Shimura family is too great. They alone cannot withstand it. Only by joining forces with the Senju family can they have a chance of survival. I just don't know if the Senju family has the same idea as them. Your father trademark's intention thoughts. Looking over in surprise, Tsunade could roughly guess that this should be Uchiha Enika's intention, or a test to test whether the Senju had the intention to cooperate. Nodding, she said nothing more, quietly waiting for Tsunade's decision. Both of them are the eldest daughters of the family, and their status in the family is not low, and they are qualified to participate in such family affairs. Of course, the real decision-makers can only be her father and the current head of the Senju clan, Senju Orange Water. Today is just a test. And Senju Tsunade is indeed very tempted by this proposal, but there are also many problems inside. Full-scale cooperation is definitely not possible. The older generation of our two families will not agree, and we don't have the powerful strength of our great-grandfather and Uchiha Madara back then to subdue all the clan members. However, limited cooperation can be carried out, and even an alliance can be formed on the issue of the Shimura family and Uchiha Madara. Tsunade temporarily rejected the possibility of full cooperation, unless all the older generation died, so that the blood feud accumulated by the two families in the Warring States period would be completely turned into history, so that the two families could truly unite. My father and I thought so too. Nodding, Uchiha Mikoto agreed with Tsunade's analysis. She had heard from her father that when Uncle Uchiha Kagami proposed to cooperate with the Senju clan, he was opposed by almost all the clan members. The blood feud between the two families for thousands of years is not so easy to resolve. But this matter cannot be rushed, just take it slowly, and the Shimura family and Uchiha Madara will be the best helpers for the two clans to join forces. €, €. This chapter is specially added for readers, thank you for your support. 340. Chapter 339 Plotting against the Tsuchikage Small Treasury. The fight that day really made Senju Awake sick. After completing the operation, he devoted all his efforts to practicing the Yang Power Chakra mode, and barely adapted to it the next day. Putting on a thin layer of heavy gold armor, he entered the hidden rock village with an arrogant 8-character step, and asked all the way to the downstairs of Z's apartment. Purple Monkey, come down quickly and die. Carrying a hammer and axe on his shoulders, Senju Rope Tree roared, and the sound spread over thousands of meters under the blessing of Chakra. Zi, who was eating in the apartment, almost stuck chopsticks into his nostrils when he heard the roar. He was so angry. Without saying a word, he rushed out of the house with the copycat version of the immortal iron stick. Ironkin, you are itching, right? Carrying the copycat version of the immortal iron stick on his shoulders, Zi coldly scanned the whole body of the guy opposite, as if thinking about where to hit him. The old place, follow if you are not afraid of death. Leaving a word, Senju Rope Tree strode towards the training ground where they fought last time. This time, he must teach that guy a lesson and let him know how powerful Master Rope Tree is. I'm afraid of you. Zi didn't show any fear, and followed quickly with the copycat version of the immortal iron stick. He was also very dissatisfied with the last fight, and was disgusted by Senju Nowake's heavy gold armor. This time he wanted to let him know how powerful his uncle Zi was. After the two left, several Anbu ninjas rushed out from the surroundings, who were specifically responsible for protecting or monitoring Zi. Go and inform the third generation that Senju Nowake has come to fight again, full of confidence, and it is very likely that he has learned a new secret technique from Shimura Gento. The leading Anbu ninja told his younger brother to go back and report the news, and he took the remaining few people to chase after him. The most important thing for the ninja village is intelligence gathering. The grandson of the first generation of Hokage appeared again and took action, which is very valuable for research. On the other side, Senju Nowake walked very fast. Even if he had to carry dozens of tons of weight, it was nothing to him now. The heavy gold alloy bones and the blessing of strange power were enough for him to ignore this weight. Z's speed was naturally not slow. The two of them soon came to the training ground where they fought last time. Several rock ninjas who were originally training here had been dispersed by an Anbu ninja who arrived earlier, and martial law was imposed here. You make the first move, otherwise you won't have the chance to make a move. Carrying the heavy gold hammer axe on his shoulder, Senju Nowake hooked his finger, indicating that Zi should make the first move, arrogant and messed up. I will make the first move, so don't be beaten and cry later. He sneered. Zi was not polite, and drew the chakra of the four-tailed body to enter the tailed beast state. His body expanded to the level of 2 meters and 5, and 4 scarlet chakra tails appeared behind him. This is the half-tailed beast transformation second only to the complete body. The strength and speed are greatly enhanced. In addition to the defense of the tailed beast coat, it is not easy for even the ninjutsu of the main shadow-level strongman to penetrate it. Take my old Z's stick. After completing the pre-war preparations, Zi jumped up and swung the heavy copycat version of the immortal iron stick in his hand and smashed it down heavily, with great force. This is not over yet. He used the tailed beast chakra to perform the super heavy rock technique to increase the gravity of the copycat version of the immortal iron stick. The force of this stick was hundreds of tons. However, facing this terrible stick, Senju Rokutree learned the posture of Shimura Xianding at that time and did not dodge or avoid, holding the heavy gold hammer axe in his hand to block it. Yang Power Chakra Mode. White Yang Force Chakra emerged, the body cells were highly activated, and all aspects of quality were explosively improved. The most important thing is that the Yang Force Chakra Mode has its own super strength, and it has been transformed into a passive skill, which can be automatically carried with a punch or a kick. Ding! The dull sound of metal clashing spread, and even rolled up a wave of air, which shows that the terrible power of this attack is no weaker than S-level ninjutsu. How could it be? The purple face holding the stick was shocked, and the face hidden under the tailed beast's coat was full of disbelief. Last time, he also used this full-strength attack. With the thousand hands rope, the power of the tree was simply unstoppable, and it was finally resisted by the heavy gold armor. But this time, the hammer axe in the hands of Kyunjua Shenshu was not smashed down, and was even only slightly pressed down. How could this guy's strength increase so much in just a few days? A few days have passed and there is no increase at all. Rubbish. Take my axe too. Without giving Zi a chance to react, Lun chopped down the heavy gold hammer axe in his hand with great force. Facing this axe, Zi instinctively wanted to dodge due to his previous ninja training, but when he thought of the demeanor of Master Yin Zhongniao in the book Zhatian, he gritted his teeth and raised his stick to meet it, and then it was tragic. The strange power that was difficult to describe in words burst out, smashing Zi and his stick into the depths of the earth, and a deep hole appeared on the spot, which was bottomless, and the rock ground within a radius of 100 meters was shattered. Weakling! With a disdainful pout, Senju Nowake carried the heavy gold hammer on his shoulders, turned around and left. His mind was extremely clear. Finally, he beat that disgusting guy down. As for the guy's life and death, he was not worried. The defense of the tailed beast coat was not low, and there were a large group of Anbu ninjas around, so he would not die. Not long after he left, several figures landed from the sky. The first one was extremely burly, and it was the third generation Tsuchikage Onoki. It's a bit miserable. Using Earth Escape ninjutsu to get Zi, who had fainted in the depths of the earth, out, Brown Earth looked at the twisted arms, smacked his lips, and felt that his old bones could not bear it, even if he used the transformed Earth Power Chakra mode to bless the diamond indestructible. Is that the Yang Power Chakra mode? Thinking, Onoki guessed that the green light that just came out of Senju Nawaka should be the extremely sublimated Yang Power Chakra. That feeling is very similar to Yang Escape Chakra, but it is more advanced. It can only be Yang Escape like the power of gold and earth. Something is wrong. I didn't sense the fluctuation of Earth Escape Chakra on that kid just now. Without Earth Escape Ninjutsu to bless the bones, it is absolutely impossible to burst out this kind of power. He should have also accepted the surgery of that kid. Speaking of his own discovery, since the transformation of the power of gold and earth chakra, the perception of brown earth to earth attribute chakra has become several levels more sensitive. It is certain that Senju Rope Tree did not use Earth Escape Ninjutsu to bless the body strength and assist the burst of power just now. Take Huangtu over and let him complete the chakra attribute first, and start the power of Earth Shadow plan. Onoki opened his mouth and ordered, and decided to do it. Senju Rope Tree's performance just now made him more determined to plan the power of Earth Shadow, and his son was indeed the most suitable candidate. Although the boy asked for a high price, the power of Earth Shadow plan was indeed promising and could cultivate a peak strongman for their Iwagakure village. Even if he died in the next Ninja World War, the Hidden Rock village would not be in chaos. As for the perfect chakra medals that he had paid for, it was not a big deal. He would take them back after killing the Shimura family in Konoha. After all, chakra medals were not medicines that would disappear after use, but would always exist. At most, they would be made into ninja tools by the Shimura family, which was not a big deal. Unfortunately, what Onoki and others did not know was that while they were plotting against the Shimura family, Shimura Gento and his son were also plotting against all ninja villages, including the Hidden Rock village. On the other side, Shimura Gento was assisting his young fiancée Copyright-E in her practice in the villa. She was still on the path of attribute swallowing, and like Uchiha Mikoto, she also started with Yindun. This was the most suitable practice direction for the bloodline ninja of the pupil technique, which could maximize the improvement of the pupil technique level. Husband, can I tell my grandfather and others about this method of improving the pupil technique? After listening to her fiancé Copyright-S plan for the evolution of her Byakugan, Hinata Suzune asked weakly. Although she has always wanted to break away from that family, she is also grateful to the family that gave birth to her and hopes to give back a little. Of course, no problem, but I guess they are unlikely to listen to this theory. Shimura Gentoi said indifferently, and he didn't care about spreading this theory at all. Theory is just theory, just like everyone in the ninja world knows that the fusion of two chakra attributes can produce bloodline limits, but how many ninjas can fuse bloodline limits on their own? The second and third generation Hokage and Orochimaru in the original work are awesome, but they still failed to fuse bloodline limits? By the same token, the theory that sublimating yin escape into yin power chakra can indeed drive the improvement of pupil power, and even upgrade the pupil eyes is not precious. But at this stage, only he can help people sublimate and transform yin power. Without his assistance, don't even think about success. Of course, it's okay to pay him to do it, but don't waste time if you don't have tons of chakra metal. But this is not the main reason why the Hyuga family does not care about this route, because they have a giant reincarnation eye, and it is so cool to use that thing to directly improve the power of the white eyes, which is much faster than practicing yin power with great effort, and it is even possible to upgrade the reincarnation eye. Husband, you are so good to me. Seeing that her fiancé Copyright agreed to her request without any hesitation, Hyuga Suzune happily pressed her cheek against the solid chest. Of course, although her head was resting on her fiancé Copyright-S chest, the massage movements in her hands did not stop, and her pretty face was blushing. Husband is really bad. How can I trick Onoki into taking out more perfect energy metals for trading? While enjoying the massage service of his little fiancé Copyright-E, Shimura Gento was thinking about how to trick Onoki into spending a little money. Although it would be very profitable to switch to a gynecologist and men's specialist in the Hidden Rock village, but he now despises that little money. After all, the purchasing power of the currency in this world is really touching. 100 billion taels can only buy 1 ton of chakra metal or heavy gold. Of course, this is mainly because chakra metal has been artificially hyped up, and the price is very high. Just like the diamond industry in the previous life, in fact, there are not many diamonds mined every year. If they are really sold freely, diamonds can definitely be sold at a bargain price. Unfortunately, it was artificially hyped up by those diamond jewelers, and all kinds of advertisements were everywhere, which made the price of diamonds high. Chakra metal is also in the same situation. The Iron Country has all kinds of energy metal veins with all attributes, but they are not mined in large quantities. There is only a little energy metal that flows into the market every year. Scarcity makes things valuable, so the price will naturally rise. Therefore, the batch of perfect energy metals in the Hidden Rock Village must be obtained, no matter what means of cheating and deceiving are used. The period before the outbreak of the Second Ninja World War was the best time. The 4 major ninja villages all wanted to surround and kill the Shimura family, and then divide them up, taking away the secret inheritance of the Shimura family and everything that the 4 major ninja villages had paid for the transaction. So the previous 3 generations of Reikage and Onoki were so generous in trading chakram metals. I am afraid that in their eyes, those chakram metals were only temporarily kept by the Shimura family. This kind of thinking is very good and very conducive to trading, but it may not be easy to drain Onoki's small treasury. If it doesn't work, you have to ask Black Zetsu to come out. Just when Shimura Xianding was thinking about whether to let Black Zetsu take action to get out the batch of perfect energy metals sealed in the Hidden Rock Village, Black Zetsu had already touched the underground cave where the Otsutsuki class was hiding. This is a natural underground cave, which was then expanded and built by the Otsutsuki class using Earth Escape Ninjutsu, becoming an underground base. 341. Chapter 340, Ambush. Damn it, I shouldn't have pretended to leave those collections behind. Otsutsuki Squad crushed the test tube in his hand after another failed experiment. He regretted his pretentious behavior in the Hidden Mist Village. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. At that time, in order to suppress the runaway Hashirama cells, he gave the scroll that sealed those collections to the kid, and he didn't take it back afterwards. After all, with New Hope and the awesomeness of the Reisnan Jinden training system, he no longer cares about those previous collections. It's a pity that now he has been beaten back to the pre-liberation era, and many of the plans that were abandoned before have to be started again, which is annoying. Hey! Suddenly, his face changed, and Otsutsuki Squad transformed into an unstable samsara eye, condensed a yin-yang escape black stick and threw it out, piercing a black shadow in the shadow. I actually attracted a little mouse when I went out. Stepping over, the Otsutsuki team became interested in the thing nailed by the yin-yang release black rod. The hiding ability of this thing is amazing. If it weren't for the awakening of the samsara eye, it would not be able to sense it at all, even the powerful eternal eye would not be able to sense it at all. Let me see what you are. The purple samsara eye flashed with a heart-pounding light, and the powerful pupil power rushed into the black thing and forcibly read the other party's thoughts and memories. The second generation of Chakra God Tree. Samsara Sharingan. The Shimura family can really bring surprises to people. After reading the thoughts and memories of Black Zetsu, the Otsutsuki team was surprised and happy. What surprised them was that the Shimura family actually knew the secrets of thousands of years ago, and even secretly cultivated a second-generation Chakra God Tree, and made a 3-Magadama Samsara Sharingan that was stronger than the ordinary Samsara Eye. This is going against the will of heaven. At the same time, he secretly thanked himself for being rational enough at that time and not going back to seek revenge because he was alive with the Samsara Eye. Otherwise, he would not have much chance of winning against Shimura Danzo, who became the second-generation Jinchuriki of the God Tree. Not bad, from now on you will be my lackey. His eyes fell on the black mass in front of him again. Otsutsuki Ban reached out, and the power of yin-yang escape surged, deeply transforming his consciousness and thinking, turning him into his loyal lackey. Ban, do you want me to go back as an undercover? After Otsutsuki Ban finished brainwashing, Black Zetsu quickly changed his role and looked like a loyal lackey. Yin-yang escape based on the Samsara Eye is indeed very strong, but for him who inherited part of the bloodline network power from his mother, it is just that. Even the previous part of the thinking memory was specially simulated for Otsutsuki Ban to see. At present, it seems that the plan is going well. Your future mission is to monitor the Shimura family and obtain their secret cultivation methods, especially the Meridian A Cup Ointment reconstruction technique and the Reisnan Jinden cultivation method. Very satisfied with the results of this brainwashing, Otsutsuki Ban's expression changed and he spoke angrily. Some time ago, he suffered a lot in cracking the Meridian A Cup Ointment reconstruction technique and the Reisnan Jinden circulation circuit, and he almost died several times. He did not intend to continue cracking, and directly tried to get the ready-made ones from the Shimura family. I'm afraid it's difficult. Except for Shimura Danzo and Shimura Xianding, the father and son, no one in the Shimura family knows about the mysterious Zero Research Institute. Moreover, the father and son do not trust anyone at all, and the core secret inheritance is not written into scrolls and left in the family land. If you want to obtain the complete secret inheritance, you can only start from those 2 people. Speaking with embarrassment, Black Zetsu said that he was not capable enough and might not be able to complete this task in a short time. It's impossible for a person to not make mistakes all the time, not to mention that boy can't get over the temptation of beauty. If you keep an eye on him, there will always be a chance. Also, find the Uzumaki clan members who are spreading outside the Whirlpool country as soon as possible, the old man needs their strength. With a confident smile, the Otsutsuki class also knew that the father and son were not good people. It was basic that they would not believe in anyone, but the boy was not perfect. There were major flaws in his character and mentality. As long as he kept a close eye on him, he would have a chance to get him sooner or later. Anyway, he was not in a hurry now and had enough patience to wait. In addition, he could use the intelligence network of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu to find the right Uzumaki clan members as soon as possible to nourish these eyes. Yes, I will go monitor them now. Respectfully accepting the order, Black Zetsu's dark body merged into the ground. He actually sealed the outer path demon statue directly in his body. Black Zetsu showed up more than a dozen kilometers away, and saw some problems from the contact just now. The Otsutsuki class had the breath of the outer path demon statue on them, and it was obvious that they had sealed that thing in their bodies and merged it with themselves, which was beyond his expectations. And from the results of the induction, the outer path demon statue seemed to have revived a little bit. It should be that the Otsutsuki class resurrected the souls of the 2 brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku from the Pure Land, and transferred part of the 9 Tails power in their bodies into the body of the outer path demon statue. Is he going to secretly collect the chakra of the tailed beasts and revive the outer path demon statue bit by bit? Thinking about the intentions of the Otsutsuki team, Black Zetsu could clearly see the anxiety and fear in the hearts of the Otsutsuki team. They were afraid of the powerful strength of Shimura Gendai and Shimura Danzo and dared not show up openly. They were anxious about the speed at which the 2 became stronger, fearing that they would be left behind. The only things that the other side could use to break the situation now were the Samsara Eye and the outer path demon statue. The Samsara Eye had to be developed slowly and could not be rushed. The outer path demon statue could be slowly revived with the tailed beast chakra. Although the tailed beast chakra was not as good as the original power obtained by the tailed beast from the 10-tailed divine tree, it was easier to obtain. For example, spraying a tailed beast ball could explode a large amount of tailed beast chakra, which was much easier to collect and more concealed. Go report to that kid first. With that kid's insidious means, he will definitely arrange a reasonable death for the Otsutsuki team. Thinking of the young man in golden armor, Black Zetsu no longer wasted brain cells and was ready to let the boy think about this troublesome matter. He only needed to be responsible for doing things. He also worked hard to practice and prepare to blow up the moon and rescue his mother. Anyway, when it comes to Yinran's skills, he only admires Shimura Suand. When Black Zetsu ran over, Shimura Suand met Brown Earth, who brought Yellow Earth. Old man, your complexion is getting worse and worse. It seems that I can have a meal at your house in a few days. Looking at Brown Earth with a very bad complexion, Shimura Suand smiled happily and sincerely. Is it finally time to have a meal at the old guy's house? I'm leaving the person to you. We need to do it quickly. Before you leave the Hidden Rock Village, you must help Yellow Earth transform the Earth Power Chakra to the extreme. Money is not a problem. The old man's face darkened, and he suppressed the urge to fight with the boy. He was very unhappy and said his request. The Ninja World War is about to begin. He must tempt this boy to practice the power of the Tsuchikage to the extreme before the war begins. Otherwise, he can only wait until the Shimura family is destroyed and find all the chakra modes to practice slowly in the future. It's a bit difficult to achieve quick success. None of the boy's chakra attributes have been practiced to the level of escape techniques. I have to add 7 tons of perfect chakra metal. In addition, to perform surgical transformation on his body, 10 tons of perfect chakra metal, 35 tons of heavy gold, and 5 tons of sealing crystal powder are required. He pretended to be thinking and embarrassed, but in fact, Shimura Xianding was secretly happy. Before, he was thinking about how to empty the treasury of Onoki. He didn't expect it to be delivered so soon, and the other party really chose Huangtu to carry the power of the Tsuchikage plan. The kind of body transformation of the son of the Reikage? After hearing the list of materials with a terrifying number, Haitu asked in a low voice. They also planted a lot of spies in the Hidden Cloud Village in the Hidden Rock Village, so they naturally got the information that the son of the third Reikage, Yayu Ai, had undergone body transformation, and the transformation was extremely large, and a lot of chakra metal and heavy gold were used. It's more honest than Yayu AI. The alloy skeleton in his body is actually hollow. The main reason is that the raw materials are insufficient. There will be some hidden dangers in the later stages of training. However, your hidden rock village does not have the problem of insufficient raw materials. I can provide a service of exchanging heavy gold and perfect energy metal on behalf of the Shimura family. The ratio is 3 to 4, 3 tons of perfect energy metal for 4 tons of heavy gold. For the sealing crystal powder, it can only be exchanged 1 to 1. Smiling, Shimura Xianding showed his greedy side without any cover-up. You kid will die on money sooner or later. Staring even more unhappily, Haito glanced at Huangtu and whispered, do as you say. Although the transaction volume this time is amazing, as Onoki said, they just temporarily stored those perfect energy metals in the Shimura family. When the Shimura family is destroyed in the next Ninja World War, they can take it back. By the way, they can also make a profit. Why not do such a good thing? In this way, the two of them reached a wave of pi transactions with their own ulterior motives. On the same day, Shimura Xianding contacted his father, the old father of the pot shadow, through the white Zetsu and asked him to help operate it. They have accumulated a lot of heavy money. The last time, all the lightning attribute chakram metals traded from the hidden cloud village through various methods were secretly exchanged for heavy money with the daimyo of the land of lightning. And the exchange was 3 to 1. 1 ton of lightning attribute energy metal was exchanged for 3 tons of heavy money. Although it was incredible, who made energy metals more valuable than heavy money that can only be used as currency, there are many uses. In addition to the Star Destroyer cannon project, the daimyo of the land of lightning needs a huge amount of energy metal, so this price is given. As for the sealing crystal powder, it is not a problem. When I left the hidden cloud village last time, Black Zetsu came over secretly and gave me a broken method of making sealing crystals, saying that it was accidentally discovered from an ancient ruins. According to the broken production method, the secret method of making sealing crystals developed at the time was optimized, and the production efficiency was greatly improved. I believe that my father has produced a lot of sealing crystal powder during this period, which is enough for this use. ETA Euro trademark SA pity that at this stage, we can only produce sealing crystal powder, but Kana Euro trademark T produce block-shaped sealing crystals. It has to be said that it is a great pity. He sent the brown soil out of the villa gate with a smile on his face. Before he could close the door to train the yellow soil, a purple figure rushed over. Boss! Ziai Sheng cried, aggrieved like a baby. Just talk, don't hug my legs. After shaking him off and seeing that he couldn't shake him off, Shimura Xianding said with disdain. It would be fine if a girl hugged her legs, but what does it mean for a man like you to hug her legs? Do you really think that my big silver sword is not sharp? Boss, I want to get stronger quickly. Seeing that his big brother's hand was about to touch the big silver sword behind him, Ziai hurriedly got up and said sincerely, with hope in his big eyes. There was no way, he lost too badly before, and he couldn't even catch the axe of the tin can, it was embarrassing. No problem, next I will teach you the molten chakra mode, but we brothers should settle accounts clearly. After all, those chakra modes were created by our Shimura family with great effort, and they can't be given away for free. I can only give you a friendly price, and then let Damu send 3 tons of perfect energy metal. He accepted the younger brother's request without any hesitation. He would not miss such a good opportunity to make money. Ziai had no objection, because the chakra mode of the Shimura family was indeed worth the price. Didn't you see the rakeage of the neighboring village using 15 tons of thunder attribute chakra metal to trade? This was really a friendly price, worthy of being his big brother. 342. Chapter 341, Buy 2's sponsor is in place. Do you also want the chakra mode of the bloodline limit? Sitting on the sofa, looking at the big lowly Bai Tu, Han and Ditai who came with Ziai across from him. Can I? Bai Tu asked hopefully, and Han and Ditai next to him were also looking forward to it. Although they didn't see the second battle between Senju Nwaki and Ziai, they saw Zi's miserable condition in the hospital, with both arms shattered. If it weren't for the strong recovery ability of the Jinchuriki, he would have been useless long ago, and it would have been impossible to recover so quickly. From Zi's injuries, it can be seen how exaggerated Senju Nwaki's improvement was in just a few days, and all of this came from the big brother in front of them. They also want such a big improvement. Of course, no problem, but as brothers, we should settle accounts clearly. The bloodline limit chakra mode for you requires 3 tons of perfect energy metal per person, and I will ask Damu to deliver it later. Himura Gentoi will naturally not refuse such a good thing. At this stage, he needs to take advantage of the mentality of Onoki and the high-level officials of Uegakure village that they can get it back afterwards, and try to get all the perfect energy medals. As long as there is a strong enough excuse, I believe Onoki and others will not refuse. I think in their eyes, this is a free ticket deal, and I can only say that those people think too much. Little Baitu, have you cultivated half-chakra transformation? Looking at the big lowly Baitu, Shimura Gentoi guessed that this girl should not be lazy in the past 2 years. At the beginning, he also taught this girl a kind of operation circuit for half-chakra transformation of the body. When they met again, her image changed greatly. The originally smooth short hair turned into the wild hair of the Uchiha class, and the color also turned into the red color of the four-tailed Son Goku. This should be a side effect of cultivating with the help of the four-tailed chakra. I have cultivated it. She replied depressedly. Although her strength has indeed increased greatly after cultivating a half-chakra body, there are also significant side effects, one of which makes her very depressed. It's good that it has been cultivated. Shimura Xianding was very satisfied with the big lowly's cultivation results. As long as she cultivates half-chakra, the quality of chakra will be improved to the level of escape technique. In other words, the girl is now a quasi-shadow level strongman, plus some of the power of the four tails in her body, which is enough to cultivate the melting escape chakra mode. I will take a look at your physical condition first, and then create a running circuit for the chakra mode for you. Without any delay, he extended the immortal force thread into the bodies of several people, explored their physical conditions, and soon understood them. But not long after, his sword eyebrows suddenly frowned, and he looked at the big lowly Baitu again. Were you poisoned some time ago? The cell activity near the neck of the girl's shoulder was very low, especially the nerve cells were necrotic, so she should have been poisoned. Some time ago, we went out on a mission and encountered ninjas from the Hidden Rain village. Shiratsu was stabbed in the shoulder by a poisoned senbon from the enemy and almost died. Zi explained, with a look of self-blame on his face. He led the team on that mission, and it was his fault for not protecting his teammates. The medical treatment in the village is too poor. The toxin was not treated at all. This is a very tricky mental toxin, and it is spreading and infiltrating the spinal cord. It must be treated as soon as possible. Come with me to the room. With a serious look on his face, Shimura Gentoi motioned for the big lowly to follow, and got up and went to an empty room on the first floor. Why are you following me? Looking at all the people following when they came to the room, Shimura Gentoi said unhappily, Get out quickly, aren't you afraid that the bacteria you carry will infect other people's wounds? Seeing Shimura Gentoi say this, Datai and the other four didn't dare to stay any longer, and hurriedly left the room, closing the door. Use the fire escape ninjutsu to bake the room to kill bacteria. While opening the ceiling scroll to find medicines and equipment for the operation, he signaled the big lowly to make preoperative preparations. As a male and gynecological expert, it is normal to carry a lot of medicines and equipment, and now one of the medicines is needed to assist the operation. How can you be a doctor like this, letting me, a patient, assist in disinfection? Muttered, but Baitu was not slow, and formed a seal to release the fire escape chakra to sweep the room and kill the bacteria in the air. She also learned some medical ninjutsu, and knew that the wound was most afraid of infection, especially since her poisoned part was close to the spinal cord, and it would be fatal if it was infected. At the same time, the conditions here are limited, and there is not even a special operating room, so you can only do it yourself. Lie down, press the back of the collar down a little, and expose the poisoned part. Holding a syringe filled with liquid medicine, Ziken Xianding motioned the big lowly to lie on the bed. What kind of needle is that? She unbuttoned her collar obediently, pressed the back of the collar down a little with her backhand, revealing the shoulder that was poisoned at the beginning, and then looked at the syringe in Ziken Xianding's hand curiously. Anesthetic needle, I will give you general anesthesia next. After saying that, Ziken Xianding was about to inject the anesthetic into the big lowly, but she instinctively dodged it, and even sat up vigilantly and covered her chest. What do you want to do? The woman's intuition made her feel that this guy seemed to have bad intentions. After all, they were alone, and this guy wanted to give her a general anesthesia injection. If he really had any bad intentions, she would not even have room to resist. What are you thinking about? I'm not interested in a little brat like you. Hurry up. The pain and itching of nerve repair are not something you can bear. He knocked on the big lowly's forehead unhappily. In fact, Shimura Xianding secretly lamented the terrible intuition of women. He had stabilized his emotional fluctuations very well, but this girl was still vigilant. Sure enough, the world is too prejudiced against male gynecologists. You are the little brat. Looking at her angrily, as a little woman, Bai Tu naturally could not tolerate others despising her figure, just like men could not accept others saying that they were not good enough. But looking at her still ordinary chest, she couldn't help but lie on the bed angrily. Sure enough, as Grandpa Hichu said, this guy's mouth was too poisonous. Naturally, he stepped forward and injected the anesthetic into the big lowly's body. After a while, Bai Tu could not resist the effect of the anesthetic and fell into a coma. You brought this to me. Showing a gentleman's smile, Zhikan Xianding skillfully undressed the big lowly, turning her into an upright person, and then began to copy her body data. Although this girl is a little young, she has good qualifications and can also provide him with a lot of enlightenment, so she should not be missed. Now with the continuous improvement of strength, the required secret techniques are becoming more and more advanced, and the difficulty of deduction is getting greater and greater. Even with the enlightenment of many young ladies' clones, he still feels very difficult. He needs more young ladies to sponsor him, and the big lowly in front of him is a high-quality sponsor, at least a potential stock. It's still the same process. After carefully completing the body data copy, put on clothes and shoes for her, and finally clean the neurotoxins in the shoulder area. This neurotoxin is extremely difficult to remove, even with Zhikan Suanding's current medical methods, it took most of the day to complete it. Boss, how is Bai Tu? Seeing the door open, Huang Tu was the first to ask, his rough face full of anxiety and worry. The toxins have been almost cleared, and the remaining ones can be metabolized slowly by the body. The girl is now in a state of anesthesia and sleep, let her sleep here tonight. After a brief explanation, Shimura Gentoi came to the living room and sat down on the sofa again, while Tsunade and others had returned from training. In the morning, Tsunade took Senju Nawaki out for training so that he could adapt to the modified alloy skeleton faster, and he just returned now. Is it necessary to be so cruel? Looking at the blood stains on the little brother's face and hair, Shimura Gentoi looked at Tsunade strangely. He really didn't expect that the Senju family would have a Spartan-style brutal education model. What do you care? Staring at him, Tsunade really wanted to get rid of this traitor, to see what he had done to her originally cute Ou Daodu. Not a ninja at all. Boss, we'll come back tomorrow. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Ditai took Zi and the other two out with a tactful look. Originally, I planned to learn the chakram mode from the big brother today, but with the incident of Bai Tu, I can only postpone it until tomorrow. Do you want to make a deal with the Hidden Rock Village? After the few people left, Tsunade's face turned cold and her expression became more and more unfriendly. After all, the Hidden Rock Village is Konoha's hostile ninja village. It even reached the entrance of Konoha village in the last Ninja World War. If the second-generation Tsuchikage and the second-generation Mizukage had not suddenly fought, their Konoha might have been broken. Moreover, both sides suffered countless casualties in the last Ninja World War, and the hatred was as deep as the sea. Now this traitor is actually using precious secret techniques to make a deal with the Hidden Rock Village to strengthen the hostile ninja village. Is this guy really going to betray Konoha? Your vision is too narrow, limited to Konoha. That small village and the ninja village system will only make the Ninja World War continue to cycle. If you want to break this cycle, you must further gather the ninja villages and establish a ninja country. Showing a little disappointment, Shimura Gentoi shook his head and sighed. Sure enough, it is up to Shimura Gentoi to end the tragedy of the Ninja World War. Others are unreliable. There is a rumor in Iwagakure village recently, saying that in the last Ninja World War, your father designed to lure Iwagakure village and Mist village into a war and killed the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage. Holding her arms across her chest, squeezing her already large chest, Uchiha Mikoto sneered and revealed a piece of information. There was no need to ask for this information, as it had already spread throughout the entire Iwagakure village. When they first came to the Iwagakure village, a group of Iwagakure ninjas surrounded them to seek revenge, and they almost broke out and rushed out. Fortunately, Onoki suppressed the matter, so that the angry Iwagakure ninjas did not attack them. I was wondering why it was weird. It turns out that the root of the problem is here. Shimura Gentoi suddenly realized that when he came to the Iwagakure village before, he noticed something was wrong. Wherever he passed, the Anbu ninjas were intentionally dispersing the surrounding villagers and normal ninjas, and it turned out that they were preventing those people from being unable to resist and taking action. This is indeed my father's style of doing things. He did not doubt the rumor, and he knew very well that this was the style of his old father, the Nabe Cage. Why don't we go back tomorrow? Senju Noeki, who was chewing pig's trotters to replenish his energy, spoke up. It was too unsafe to stay here. Who knows if the hidden rock village will suddenly kill them? Although the 8 gates of the elder sister and the eldest brother are strong, they cannot last long and cannot stop Onoki's dust release. They have no means to absolutely protect themselves at this stage. It is better to return to Konoha as soon as possible. 343. Chapter 342 The Love of the Old Father. Don't be afraid. Uchiha Madara and the first generation of Hokage were able to put aside their blood feud and join hands to end the warring states period. I believe we can do it too. Patting his little brother's shoulder to comfort him, Shimura Gentoi was not worried that he would have problems in the hidden rock village. At least before he could create the ultimate earth power chakra for Hwang-tu, Onoki would protect him. And according to the intelligence collected by Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, the hidden rock village did not seem to be ready for battle and could not start a war at this time. At least they would not attack him directly, otherwise the hidden rock village could not withstand the joint attack of their old father and Uchiha Madara. Seeing Shimura Gentoi so confident, as a younger brother, Chien Hand Rope Tree naturally supported unconditionally. He knew the elder brother's style of doing things very well. Since he was so sure, he must have grasped some information and was sure that the hidden rock village would not take action. In this case, what is there to worry about? After dinner, Shimura Gentoi returned to the room to take a bath, and his young fiancé copyright Hinata Suzune followed to help rub his back and massage. However, when the couple walked out of the bathroom, they found that there were 2 more people in the room, Tsunade and Uchiha Mikoto. Suzune, you go back to the room first, I have something to discuss with him. With an unnatural look, he gestured to Hinata Suzune to go back to the room. Tsunade really didn't know how to face this disciple. During the day, she took Hinata Suzune out to ask, and Hinata Suzune also admitted that she had been peeking with her eyes at the time, which made them feel ashamed. But for the survival of the family, they could only come again. Husband, I'm going back first. Knowing what the teacher and her bestie were going to do, Hinata Suzune said goodbye to her fiancé copyright very considerately, and without saying anything else, she opened the door and returned to her room. She hadn't slept for the past few days and was very tired. It was just right for her to go back and have a good sleep. There's no need to be so anxious. Watching his little fiancé copyright leave, Shimura Gentoi turned his head helplessly and looked at the teacher and junior sister. These 2 women were too impatient. We will return to the village in a week. Tsunade said coldly, sitting on the bed and signaling the rebel to start quickly. Uchiha Mikoto sat beside the teacher without saying a word, but judging from her tightly clenched hands, she was obviously pretending to be calm. Last time, she was half forced and half broken jars were used to massage him, but this time, she came on her own initiative. Although as a ninja, you can endure what ordinary people can't endure for the purpose of the mission, this kind of thing is really too embarrassing. Teacher, you must be fair and just in doing things. I have been honest with you, why are you still hiding it? Helpless, Shimura Gentoi took off his bathrobe and lay on the bed, looking at the clothes on his teacher and junior sister to express his dissatisfaction and protest. One must be open and honest, how can one hide it? You. Tsunade was furious, her white jade hands were clenched tightly, and her slender blue veins were jumping. Uchiha Mikoto on the other side also glared at her, and her Mangekyou Sharingan was revealed. Alas! The Second Ninja World War is about to begin, and I don't know if Noeki and Uchiha Fugaku can survive it. Showing his little expression of worrying about the village and the people again, Shimura Gentoi was very worried about his little brother, and it didn't matter whether Uchiha Fugaku died or not. I promise, I will beat you to death in the future. Gnashing her teeth, glaring at the traitor in front of her fiercely, Tsunade finally closed her eyes and reached for her belt. She has been taken advantage of, and if she doesn't get a full set of chakra armor and chakra mode, she will lose a lot. Uchiha Mikoto hesitated, and finally raised her hand to the button. Sure enough, our ancestors were right. Books contain golden houses and beautiful women. Reading more and doing more research can indeed change your destiny. Enjoying the joint massage service of his teacher and junior sister, Shimura Xianding secretly felt that what the ancestors said was so right. Time passed so quickly, and soon several hours passed. In a room on the first floor of the villa, 2 white Zetsu quietly emerged from the floor and looked at Baitu who was sleeping on the bed. Do you want to do it? This is an important task that Danzo conveyed to us through Black Zetsu. Of course we have to do it. But if Xianding knew about it, he would definitely slice us up and cook us in hot pot. Isn't it okay if he doesn't know? That makes sense. The two white Zetsu discussed with each other, and finally extended their evil hands to the sleeping big loli Baitu. Lifting the quilt, looking at the big loli in front of him, thinking about how to create a flaw that is both hidden and just right for her to find. Thinking is really not suitable for white Zetsu to do. After thinking for a while, the two came up with a solution. Move her tail from the right trouser leg to the left trouser leg. Be careful not to touch that girl. The two white Zetsu worked together to condense roots with wood release and pulled the monkey tail in Shiritsu's right trouser leg to the left. This monkey tail is one of the side effects of Shiritsu's deep fusion of the power of the four tails and using it to practice the half-chakra body. It is also the most sensitive part of her body now. Perhaps stimulated by this sensitive point, Shiritsu, who was in a coma, showed signs of waking up. The two white Zetsu hurriedly covered her with a quilt and sank back into the floor. This was the task that Shimura Danzo personally assigned to them. In the future, whenever Shimura Gendo secretly did that kind of useless and perverted behavior to a girl, he would leave a flaw for him and make the relationship clear. Not long after, Shiritsu woke up, sat up and shook his head that was dizzy due to the anesthetic. When he regained consciousness, he immediately looked down at the buttons of his clothes. He was relieved when he found that they were intact. But the next moment, her body stiffened, she lifted the quilt and touched her left trouser leg, and her anger and murderous intent rose. Damn pervert, I'm not done with you. The anger filled her brain, and the girl didn't even bother to put on her ninja shoes. She rushed up to the second floor on the wooden floor and kicked at a door. She had been to this villa when this guy was still in the Hidden Rock village last time, and she knew which bedroom the pervert belonged to. Damn pervert, I want you. Just as she rushed in and was ready to fight a dead pervert, she was stunned by the absurd scene in front of her. This sudden change also startled Shimura Gendo, who was forcing himself to endure it, and immediately shivered. Cough cough. Pervert bastard, today's mission is over. Uchiha Mikoto, who was choked, coughed dryly, and didn't even bother to take the dress next to her, and ran out quickly to her room. Tsunade also did not stay for long and quickly ran back to her room. Damn pervert! Baitu, who finally came to her senses, was so angry that her pretty face flushed. She instinctively wanted to leave this dirty place, but she couldn't move the next moment, and the door that was kicked open behind her was closed again. Little Baitu, don't you know it's rude to enter someone else's room without knocking? Using the immortal energy thread to block the girl's acupoints and temporarily cut off the other party's neural network, Shimura Xianding walked down the bed and stretched out his hand to lift the white and delicate chin. To be honest, he was quite unhappy. He could have held on for another hour, but who would have thought that he couldn't help but shuddered immediately after being disturbed by this girl. Damn pervert, I'm not done with you. Although her body was restrained, the girl's momentum was still strong, and she still stared fiercely at the beast in human clothing in front of her. In physical skills, she is used to kicking her opponent with her left leg. In order to avoid being hindered by the tail, she hit it in the right trouser leg, but the tail was in the left trouser leg just now. She just had some residual poison in her shoulder, and no matter how big the surgery was, it would not affect that place. It was just a guess, but the absurd scene just now made her realize that her guess was true. She was really humiliated by this beast in human clothing. You seem to have noticed something. Did I leave any flaws? The girl's reaction made Shimura Gentoi understand that he must have found some flaws. You ninjas are troublesome. You are all like Conan. Shimura Gentoi was depressed and held his forehead. He originally wanted to continue to maintain his own established personality, but these ninjas were too smart. They were all like Conan in the world. Since you've disturbed my good time, you'll be the one to accompany me in the second half of the night. Recovering his original appearance, Shimura Gentoi undressed her skillfully and carried her to the bed to rest. This was a bad habit that he had developed in the Hidden Cloud Village by the two teachers, Yuyi Ino and Yuyi Lanner. He couldn't sleep without someone to accompany him. In the final analysis, Shimura Gentoi was a person who lacked a sense of security and needed a sister to fill the loneliness and uneasiness in his heart. The little sister in front of him barely made do. What are you doing? Shiritsuka panicked now. Although she was young, as a half-medical ninja, she knew everything she should know. Could this beast in human clothing be like that? If you don't want your brother Huang Tu to know what you are like now, just be quiet and sleep with me. I won't do that to you. Holding the girl in his arms, Ziken Xianding threatened shamelessly, then his body fell asleep, and his consciousness entered the black cauldron space to continue to deduce deeper cultivation secrets. Dead pervert, I won't let you go. Staring at the hateful face in front of him, Bai Tu hated it. In the past I thought this guy was a good person, but he turned out to be a pervert with a beast in human form. But she didn't struggle or shout anymore. She didn't want to expose this kind of thing, otherwise it would bring shame to Brother Huangtu and even become the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. Brother Huangtu is the man who wants to become the fourth generation of Tsuchikage, and there must be no stain on him. At the same time, Tsunade and Uchiha Mikoto on the other side returned to the room and washed up, while recalling the chakra armor and chakra mode operation circuit that the guy had passed on to them before. That's right, that guy is a bastard, asking them to do massages while distracting them to remember the flow circuit of the immortal energy thread in their bodies. It's really bad. Fortunately, both of them have strong memories. Although they were distracted, they still remembered it completely. Dong dong. Tsunade teacher, it's me. After washing up, Uchiha Mikoto came to Tsunade's room. There are some things that need to be discussed. Do you want to ask if we can exchange the operating circuits we got from that guy? To reduce the humiliation from that guy. As if she had expected the disciple's intention, Tsunade sighed gloomily, the operating circuits of these attribute chakra armors and chakra modes are not that simple. Even with the foundation of our two families, it will take a long time to crack them. If we can get another set of chakra circulation circuits, we can study them in comparison, and the speed of cracking can be doubled. At the same time, it will not delay our training. The next ninja war will probably be very dangerous. Only strong strength is the most powerful guarantee. The more Tsunade studied the secret chakra circulation circuit created by the traitor, the more she understood the profoundness of this circuit. She didn't know most of the knowledge points involved, and it was difficult to crack it. However, she still had the confidence to crack it. Since the Shimura family could create such a secret method from scratch, their two families could naturally crack it together. I really don't believe that I will lose to the Shimura family, which has only been passed down for hundreds of years. 344. Chapter 343 Helpless by 2. A week later, although Shimura Gento was extremely reluctant to leave, the teacher and his junior sisters left resolutely without any hesitation. Similarly, his fiancé copyrightee and younger brother also followed him back to Konoha. Fortunately, the two of them were reluctant to leave, unlike Tsunade and Mikoto. The boss has a good relationship with his teacher. Looking at the big brother who had been standing at the gate and watching for more than an hour, Datai couldn't help but sighed and was quite envious. Although ninjas pay attention to the bond between master and apprentice, it is rare for the relationship to be so good. At least his team leader had a very ordinary relationship with them. Humph. Of course they have a good relationship. Bai Tu snorted coldly, full of disgust. That night she saw everything clearly and knew what the relationship was between the granddaughter of the first generation of Hokage and that dead pervert. The same is true for the eldest daughter of the Uchiha family. They are not normal master-disciple or senior-senior relationship. So, in order to facilitate my guidance of your training at any time, you can live in my villa in the future. At this time, Shimura Xianding turned around and gently made a proposal that made Bai Tu's face change. Just when he was about to refuse, he suddenly felt a thread of immortal energy piercing his neck, and his body was out of control. Then we won't be polite. He laughed, Datai would naturally not refuse such a good thing. Ziai and Han also agreed, and even Huangtu, who was always taciturn, nodded. Finally, Shimura Xianding secretly used the immortal energy thread to control Bai Tu to nod, and the proposal was successfully passed, and the group returned to the villa happily. Ziai, how are you enhanced training of the molten chakra mode and the boiling chakra mode going? Sitting on the sofa in the large living room on the first floor of the villa and letting Bai Tu sit next to him, Shimura Gentoi asked Ziai and Han about their training progress. Both of them have obtained the bloodline limit of the four-tailed and five-tailed beasts, and with the blessing of the power of the tailed beasts, they can quickly cultivate the chakra mode of the bloodline limit. In addition, in the original work, Lao Ziai has cultivated the molten chakra mode, and his whole body is covered with golden molten chakra. He has both the hard defense and power blessing of the earth escape, and the high temperature of the fire escape. He can fight against Uzumaki Naruto in the nine-tailed mode head-on, which shows how powerful he is. In the original work, if it weren't for Uchiha Itake's main Jakaya and Hoshigaki Kisama's water escape that restrained him too much, it would be impossible for 2 members of the Akatsuki organization to catch him. The progress is not ideal. Scratching his head awkwardly, Zi was also very distressed. Although I have memorized the operating circuit of the molten chakra mode taught by the elder brother, memorizing that thing is one thing, and controlling the molten chakra to form a chakra mode is another thing, and I have not been able to practice it until now. Han on the side also lowered his head in guilt, and his progress was also very unsatisfactory. Don't be discouraged. After all, your molten chakra and boiling chakra are not your own, but come from Sun Wukong and King Mu, so it is inevitable that they will be weaker in control. As long as you integrate your own earth chakra and fire chakra into it, you can completely turn it into your own bloodline limit. Han, it's the same for you. Cultivate the water chakra and fire chakra, integrate them in reverse, and refine the boiling chakra from King Mu into your own, and your control will be greatly improved. In addition, the bloodline limit chakra mode puts more pressure on the body than the single attribute chakra mode, so you have to practice more. Give 2 suggestions. Shimura Gending had already carefully studied the 2 bloodline limits of the 4-tailed and 5-tailed in the Black Cauldron space, so he was naturally very clear about them. Thank you for your advice, boss. Zi and Han were thoughtful, and hurriedly stood up and bowed to thank him. Ditai, get ready, I will transplant the alloy skeleton for you in a while, and ask Damu to send some people to assist. Looking at the Ditai couple sitting on the sofa on the left, Shimura Gendo also felt that it was time to transplant the alloy skeleton for this junior brother. When the time comes, let him leave the Hidden Rock Village and hang out with Miss Yu Guan. It's finally going to be transplanted. Rubbing his hands excitedly, Ditai had been waiting for this day. Huang Tu, your body transformation surgery is scheduled for tomorrow, you can take a look at the transformation effect of Ditai first. Finally, he looked at Huang Tu, who was going to perform the same transformation surgery on him, but the transformation was more extensive. Thank you for the trouble, boss. Nodding to show that he understood, Huang Tu thanked gratefully, and was extremely excited in his heart. Although the body shape after the transformation will change greatly, as long as you can gain powerful strength and protect the village, it doesn't matter what you become. Moreover, the world of ninjas is full of wonders, and maybe in the future, we can find a way to reduce the body shape. Okay, go out and get ready, and notify Onoki to send someone over. He clapped his hands to signal several men to move, he didn't have time to delay. Ditai and his girlfriend Jingzi went to get the alloy skeleton, and Zi and Han went back to the apartment to pack their luggage and move in. Only Bai Tu, who had been silent, was ignored by everyone. It might be that everyone was too excited and forgot about this teammate, but Shimura Gentoi did not forget. Leaning over, resting his head on the girl's legs in black stockings, Shimura Gento manipulated the girl's hands to give him a head massage, while domineeringly ordering, "You will live in Ling Ian's room from now on. I will open a hidden door on the wall, and come to accompany me every night." It's all because of the 2 teachers, Yi Lingian and Yi Laner, who spoiled him into this bad habit. He can't sleep without a sister or a little sister. Shameless. The girl who finally got control of her head cursed, but her coat was untied by the fairy power thread as soon as she finished cursing. Go on, I'll take off a piece of clothing for every curse you make. Huangtu and the others should be back soon. The corner of his mouth curled up with an evil smile. He had a lot of experience in dealing with such sisters and little sisters. Sure enough, when Huangtu was mentioned, Beidou swallowed the words that were about to come to his throat, but his eyes looked very fierce. At the same time, he complained about why Grandpa Hichu brought this guy back to the Hidden Rock Village. It's like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Why are you still taking off your clothes? The girl, who was left with only her underwear after her dress was taken off, was furious. This guy was too untrustworthy. She had stopped cursing, so why were you still like this? Little Bai Tu, life is only a few decades long, we should live every day with a smile, what do you think? Shimura Gento looked like an experienced person, and gave the big lowly chicken soup with earnest words. It's a day to cry, and it's a day to laugh. Since it's a day, why not laugh? Are you satisfied now? Bai Tu gave in after forcing out a smile. She had thought about telling Huang Tu the true face of this pervert before, but she couldn't imagine how Huang Tu would look at her after knowing that she was not clean. Would he despise her and break off the relationship? She really couldn't accept that kind of consequence, so she could only endure it in the end. But who would have thought that this bastard would go so far? What should she do? Just when the girl was at a loss, Ditai and others returned, and Onoki also came with a group of Anbu ninjas and medical ninjas to watch the alloy skeleton transplantation operation. Of course, Shimura Gentoi also released his control over the girl, and Shirataki immediately put on the dress and jacket that had been taken off. Shimura Gentoi also regained his gentlemanly expression, and brought Onoki and others to the basement where Senju Nawaka's body was transformed last time. I'll shape some of your bone cells first. After giving instructions, Shimura Gentoi controlled the Kagaya puppet, used the corpse bone vein to use Ditai's own bones as a template, and used the pig bones that had been prepared long ago to shape a 5-meter-high skeleton. Then the meteorite alloy metal layer on the surface of the alloy skeleton was removed, revealing the alloy skeleton made of heavy gold and perfect energy metal fusion inside. Using these heavy gold alloy bones as materials, they were integrated into the bone cells of the bone skeleton to shape a bone structure like Senju Nawaka's. Although this kind of bone structure is weaker than pure heavy gold alloy in terms of its own strength, it can better assist in cultivation and has greater potential. The most important thing is, there is no way, Damu is too ungrateful, I can only save you the long handle of the sun and moon shovel in this way. Using the saved heavy gold alloy to shape a long handle, Shimura Gentoi has not forgotten that he wanted to make a sun and moon shovel for Ditai. At that time, only the meteorite alloy was used to cast the sun and moon shovel head, and the long handle in the middle was made of tough heavy gold alloy. And these heavy golds were exchanged from the daimyo of the land for the transformation of the body shape of the warriors, and they belonged to him. Only the perfect energy metal inside was provided by the Uegakure village, but it only accounted for 20% of the weight. Just do the surgery, why so much nonsense? The brown earth watching on the side stared unhappily, this kid is up to no good again. Onoki, however, had a blank expression on his face and didn't seem to care at all. He did refuse to use the perfect surge chakram metal was used to exchange for a large sum of money to build an alloy skeleton for Ditai, because it was not cost-effective in his opinion. From the perspective of the Tsuchikage, his decision was not wrong. And judging from the situation at that time, even if he did not exchange for a large sum of money, the boy would have gotten a large sum of money himself to build an alloy skeleton for Ditai. In this case, there was no need to waste the hard-earned perfect chakram metal. As for what Ditai and Master Yu Guan thought, it was not important. He also believed that both of them would understand his difficulties. Shrugging, Shimura Gentoi attached the meteorite alloy layer that had been disassembled before to the heavy gold alloy skeleton to provide a hard protective layer. The hardness of meteorite alloy is much stronger than heavy gold, but it has no toughness. If the skeleton is made directly from meteorite alloy, the recoil force in battle will damage the internal organs, so this inlay method can only be used. The skeleton is done, and the next step is much simpler. Use the magnification technique to enlarge Ditai's body, sterilize the alloy skeleton and transplant it one by one, so that it fits perfectly with the muscles and tendons. Then use medical means to stimulate the cell division and proliferation of muscle membranes, internal organs, etc. to adapt to the 5-meter-high skeleton. There are 2 examples of Yayuai and Senju Nawaki, and the operation went smoothly. Jingzi, you continue to use medical ninjutsu to enhance his immunity in the next few days to kill various bacteria and germs that enter the body during the operation. As long as there is no abnormal reaction after a week, the operation will be considered successful. After completing the operation, Shimura Gentoi instructed Jingzi, who had been assisting at the side, and Jingzi would take care of Ditai, who had completed the transplant operation. This former sister Yuan is very talented in medical ninjutsu and has been working in the hospital of Uegakure village, which is enough to solve most problems. If there is a major problem, I can do it myself, but there shouldn't be any problem. Replacing human bones with metal was often used in medical treatment in the past life, either adding steel plates to the bones of patients with fractures, or replacing joints with metal objects. In the past life without black technology, it was possible to do it, so it is not a problem in this world with cultivation civilization. Of course, this kind of operation requires very high medical skills, and even medical ninjas of Tsunade's level are not very sure that they can succeed. It would be almost the same if it was Tsunade at her peak in the original work. 345. Chapter 344 The Power of Habit. My father will come to assist in the transformation of Huangtu tomorrow. You will receive him and prepare the Sharingan by the way. Reminding Onoki, Shimura Gentoi walked out of the underground operating room. Do you really want to transplant the Sharingan into Huangtu? With a worried look on his face, Haito didn't trust the boy very much, and he also knew how big the side effects of the Sharingan were. It's okay that it consumes a lot of energy, but the key is that the evil pupil power inside will affect the user. It would be a pitfall if Huang Tu was affected by the Sharingan and became a mental patient. Activate those Sharingan. After thinking for a while, Onoki finally decided to do it. After he was humiliated by Uchiha Madara when he went to Konoha with his teacher, he started to target the Uchiha family and obtained a lot of Sharingan with the help of the last Ninja World War, ranging from 1 to 3 Megatama. But the Sharingan is too bad and has too many side effects, so it is meaningless even if it is transplanted forcibly. But this time the boy's suggestion is good. He can use the pupil power of the Sharingan to help his son control the huge body after the transformation. Of course, the premise is that the boy can really purify the pupil power of the Sharingan, otherwise he will not agree to this surgical transformation. And the next key is the upcoming Shimura Danzo. Because he had to welcome and guard against Shimura Danzo, Onoki took people away after confirming that Ditai was in good health, and Ditai and others lived in this villa. Fortunately, this villa is not small, and the bedroom on the second floor is enough to accommodate Ditai and several people. In the end, each person had a room, and even Ditai and Jingzi, who were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, did not live together. Only Bai-Tu did not have a new room to live in, and moved into the room where Hinata Suzune had lived before. No one thought it was a big deal. After all, the only empty rooms left were the 4 rooms that Tsunade and the other 4 had lived in. Bai-Tu could either live in Senju Nowake's room or in the room of Tsunade's 3 daughters. Whether it was a girl living in a boy's room or a boy living in a girl's room, it was not very convenient, and it would be much better if they lived in the same gender. As for the poor lighting in the rooms on the first floor, it was okay to live there for a day or 2, but it was a bit worse for long-term living. Is it done? He returned to the room and asked Baizetsu who was busy. Before, Shimura Gento had instructed Baizetsu to open a hidden door in the wall between his room and Bai-Tu's room, so that the girl could come to accompany him at night. Because of the high requirement for concealment, the process will be a little more complicated. However, he has confidence in White Zetsu. Although the ordinary White Zetsu's wood release is not as good as Yamato, and he can't do the lucrative business of real estate, it is not a problem to be an 8th level carpenter. Wait a moment, it will be done soon. White Zetsu replied respectfully, and then continued to work on the work in his hands. On the other side, Shimura Gento went to the bathroom to take a bath first. When he came back, he found that the White Zetsu had disappeared, and it was obvious that the work was done. Lying on the bed while waiting for the girl to come, he thought about how to cut corners tomorrow and replace the perfect energy metals made for Huangtu, just like the skeleton made for Yayu AI. However, this time, the Earth Attribute Chakra metal made for Huangtu will be replaced to match his own Earth Shadow Power plan. I don't know how my old father got so much Earth Attribute Chakra metal is gone. It is difficult to get 10 tons of Earth Attribute Chakra metal, because Earth Attribute Chakra metal can only be born in the deep Earth. That depth is measured in kilometers, so it is difficult to mine it. Especially in this world, industry has not yet been truly developed, and it is all done by manpower, which is more difficult and the output is naturally low. Even if the Iron Country can't dig out so much Earth Attribute Chakra metal in a short time, I specially asked my old father to go to Lulin before, but I don't know if the Earth Attribute Chakra metal vein has been found. The production of Chakra metal comes from natural energy with attributes, and Lulin has the gathering of Earth Attribute natural energy, which is very likely to produce Earth Attribute Chakra metal. After thinking about it for several hours, the girl didn't come until late at night, so he had no choice but to get up and go to the girl's room. Pushing open the secret door, the first thing he saw was a delicate figure sitting on the bed with her knees hugged. You can't sleep either, so it's just right for us to sleep together. He walked forward with a smile, hugged the girl in his arms regardless of her objection, turned off the lights and went to sleep. The girl, who was originally prepared to fight to the death to protect her chastity, finally let go of her worries when she saw that Shimura Gentoi did not do that kind of thing. Although she was a little resigned to her fate, she still didn't want that pervert to take her chastity. If it was just to accompany him to sleep, it would be fine. The night passed like this. When he woke up the next day and saw that the girl in his arms was very well behaved and did not do anything unpleasant, Shimura Gentoi took back the immortal energy thread that blocked the other party's acupoints, got up and went back to his room through the secret door. I am not afraid that people will sense that the two of them live together. First of all, the Hidden Rock Village does not have the bloodline of the Byakugan, and the perception of ninjutsu is also very ordinary. It can only vaguely sense the general direction, with a large error. Even if I don't a Euro trademark T actively burst chakra to perform ninjutsu, it will be more difficult to sense. In addition, a lot of sealing crystal powder is applied in my villa, which can greatly interfere with the perception of ninjutsu, which makes it even more difficult to sense the exact location of myself and by two. In addition, the two rooms are connected, even if they sense that the two are very close, no one will suspect anything. I hope that girl can be smarter. Shimura Gentoi walked out of the room and glanced at the door of the girl's room, whispering to himself. He naturally didn't want to expose his relationship with Shiratsuki, as that would affect his future plans for the Uegakure village. That's why he had to hug her to sleep, which was also a way to put pressure on her. Habit is a terrible force. Once you get used to it, even the things that were previously unacceptable will become commonplace. Going downstairs, Shimura Gentoi saw a familiar figure in the living room on the first floor. It was the old father of Nabe Cage, Shimura Danzo. Obviously the old father had arrived a long time ago. She's not bad looking, and has good aptitude, but her figure doesn't look like she's going to have a baby easily. Danzo Shimura, who was drinking tea, gave an evaluation of the new daughter-in-law. He arrived half an hour ago and obtained a lot of information from the white Zetsu who controlled the villa, including that his son had fallen in love with a girl again. Although it is not easy to give birth to a child from the perspective of her figure, it is not a big problem. Anyway, the son has already had sex with many women, and he will not lack granddaughters in the future. Do you need to make arrangements for Onoki's son in the next Ninja World War? The murderous intent was looming. Danzo Shimura did not like his son's procrastination in love. If it were him, he would just take the girl he liked and give birth to a child. Why make so much trouble? But Huangtu is indeed a threat, and there is a risk of cuckolding his son. There is still value in keeping Huangtu. As long as he is there, Onoki will become radical in the next Ninja World War and no longer have any worries. Sitting next to his old father, Shimura Gento rejected the proposal. He had already planned for Huangtu's future. There really needs to be a qualified successor to stabilize Onoki's heart. Having agreed with his son's idea, Shimura Danzo knew that Onoki was the biggest obstacle to their future plans in Uegakure. However, as the head of a village, he would not go out easily, especially during the Ninja World War. And Onoki was conservative, so it was not easy to get him to leave Uegakure and go directly to the battlefield. If there was a suitable successor to take charge of the village, that guy should be able to go to the battlefield with peace of mind. After chatting for a while, the two stopped talking because they heard the sound of the door opening upstairs. Shimura Danzo, hello. After walking downstairs, Zaide, who was still a little confused, saw Danzo Shimura's face clearly, especially the the iconic X scar on his chin, and he was immediately shocked and hurried over to greet him. This man is a ruthless person that the third Tsuchikage is afraid of, and he is also the old father of his eldest brother, so he cannot be neglected. Since you have learned those secret techniques, it is best not to be hostile to the Shimura family in the future. The consequences are not something you can afford. Glancing at Zi and the others, Danzo Shimura warned indifferently. From the information provided by White Zetsu, he could naturally see that his son had some plans for them, and he didn't want these juniors to do stupid things in the future to ruin his son's plans. However, if the other party is not smart in the future, he doesn't mind killing him at the soul level. Don't worry, Senior Danzo, as long as you don't come to Uegakure village, we will never confront the Shimura family. Zi hurriedly made a promise, but also showed his bottom line. He would not take the initiative to confront the Shimura family, but if the Shimura family attacked their Uegakure village in the future, they would not be able to care too much. This has nothing to do with the favor of teaching, because he is a ninja of the Hidden Rock village, and even more so the village's Jinchuriki. It is his mission to protect the village. Of course, if the Shimura family did not invade their village, they would naturally not take the initiative to become enemies with the Shimura family. Anyway, there are several hostile villages and many ninjas in the Hidden Rock village. There is no need for them to go to Konoha to fight with the Shimura family. Besides, Shimura Danzo just mentioned not Konoha, but obviously limited to the Shimura family, which is no problem. Without paying attention to what Zi said, Shimura Danzo silently sipped tea. After a while, Onoki came with a group of Anbu minions. You have become stronger again. Sitting opposite Shimura Danzo, feeling the chakra that made him feel depressed, Onoki's face was very ugly. Although the information obtained from the Hidden Cloud village before showed that Shimura Danzo was very strong, and it was even possible that he had reached the level of the first generation of Hokage, but when they met again, they realized how terrible this man was. The pressure from the other party was no less than that from Uchiha Madara back then, and he really reached that level. You are progressing too slowly. Maintaining his own aloof male god style, although Onoki is now taller than him, Shimura Denzo showed a condescending attitude. Because he is stronger than Onoki now, even without the blessing of the second-generation Chakra God Tree, he can still press Onoki to the ground. Who are the mysterious people who attacked the hidden cloud village? The old face turned black, and Onoki changed the subject. Although a lot of information was obtained from the hidden cloud village at the beginning, it is still unclear where the mysterious people who attacked the hidden cloud village came from. There is a group of seeds called Otsutsuki in the sky, and the gods and demons in our world were slaughtered by the strong Otsutsuki. They have descendants in this world, and now they live on the moon. You'd better prepare early, so that there will be no presence of the hidden cloud village in the new era in the future. After a brief explanation, Shimura Denzo stopped talking. It is time to reveal some information to the 5 major ninja villages so that they can prepare early. After all, when facing the universe Otsutsuki, the positions of the major ninja villages in their ninja world are consistent. A-euro. Starting tomorrow, there will be 3 updates at least, and additional updates will depend on the rewards. I hope you can support me. 346. Chapter 345 Fugaku's Mangekyo. Seeing that Shimura Denzo was unwilling to say more, Onoki signaled the start of the operation. Everyone walked out of the villa and came to a large warehouse next to it. This warehouse was built by the Uegakure village overnight last night. It is not only Huangta's surgery site, but also his residence for a period of time in the future. After all, according to Shimura Gento's plan, Huangta's height will reach a terrifying level of 9.9 meters after the operation, and ordinary houses will not be able to accommodate him at all. Even after mastering the body, Ditai will move in to live. Yesterday, Zi and Han had to work hard to move Ditai, who had just completed the operation, into the room. The rooms were spacious and the doors were big enough, otherwise they would not be able to carry him in. But a 5-meter-tall person is not suitable for living in it, but it is okay for a short period of recuperation. Following the same process as in the hidden cloud village, Shimura Denzo used his shadow clone to set up a 4-red yang array barrier, gathering natural energy to form a natural fairy fire, and then put the heavy money and the sealing crystal powder he brought in. The Anbu ninjas brought by Onoki also put the perfect chakra metal in, and the 3 melted quickly under the high temperature of the natural fairy fire, and even boiled in the end. Seeing his father forcibly heating the alloy melt to a boiling state, Shimura Xianding knew it was done. Before, time was limited, and he didn't have time to ask his father if he had found enough earth attribute chakra metal. Now seeing this step, he knew that his father did not disappoint. Because simply melting and fusing heavy metal and perfect energy metal does not require heating to a boiling state, that is a thankless act. Only single attribute chakra metal fusion heavy metal needs to enter a boiling state. Pour the boiling alloy liquid into the molds that have been prepared long ago, soak them in water to quickly cool and solidify, and finally all the alloy skeletons are formed. During this period, Shimura Gentoi also made some small moves, using magnetic force to control the molecules of perfect energy metal to gather on the surface, so that nothing wrong can be seen from the outside. Coupled with the radiation interference of energy crystal powder, Onoki and others can't see it even more. The fact is exactly as the father and son expected. Onoki and others stepped forward to carefully check the cast alloy skeletons one by one. It took a full hour to complete the inspection and confirmed that there was no problem. They mainly determined whether Shimura Gentoi and his son had left any tricks in these alloy skeletons, and they were relieved after confirming that there was no chakra of the father and son. As for cutting corners, they didn't even think about it. After all, they had been closely watching the previous smelting process and didn't find any tricks by Shimura Denzo, let alone replacing the pillars. It's a pity that Onoki and others didn't know the mystery of space ninjutsu, and finally Shimura Denzo replaced more than 95% of the perfect energy metal with a single earth attribute chakra metal. After the alloy skeleton was cast, the next step was the surgery, which was similar to the surgery carried out by Ditai yesterday, except that the yellow earth was enlarged to a larger size, giving everyone a sense of oppression even when lying on the operating table. That was the feeling produced by human instinct, just like many animals in the animal kingdom would stand up or increase their body size by blowing up their hair to deter their opponents when they encounter an opponent. Any animal would be afraid of creatures with larger bodies, and humans are naturally the same. Body enlargement. The alloy bone transplantation operation went smoothly. Although Huang Tu's heart stopped several times and other internal organs failed due to excessive division and proliferation, they all survived under the superb medical skills of Shimura Xianding. Bring it up. After the medical ninja in the village confirmed that his son was in good health, Onoki signaled the Anbu ninja to come forward and handed over a sealed scroll. You are very cruel. After opening the sealed scroll and looking at the glass bottles containing the Sharingan, Shimura Danzo was surprised. The power that a large ninja village can mobilize is indeed not comparable to that of a single ninja clan. He took great pains to collect those Sharingans at the beginning, but the number of Sharingans that Uegakure village brought out this time is more than double what he had at the beginning. Without further ado, he used the second-generation Chakra God Tree to devour most of the pupil power of these Sharingan, and removed the spiritual imprints of Kagaya-Hime's 10-tailed God Tree and the Six-Path Sage, leaving the purest pupil power, and fused these Sharingan into one eye. This is the eye you want. Although it is still at the level of 3 Megatama, the pupil power is much purer, and the strength is comparable to the Manjakaya. Sharingan. Throwing the fused Super Sharingan to Onoki, Shimura Danzo signaled him to pay for it quickly. The heavy money and sealing crystal powder he brought before all cost money, and the only things that he could look at in the Hidden Rock village at this stage were the perfect energy metals. While waving his hand to signal his men to check the Super Sharingan and delivering the perfect chakra metal that had been sealed long ago, Onoki asked sinisterly, is it possible that the incident in the daimyo of the Iron Country was done by the group on the moon? Ever since Shimura Danzo brought the 3 ships of the Iron Country here, he has used spies planted in other ninja villages to investigate the matter. But after so much time, there has been no harvest, no clues at all, which is very abnormal. And it happened that the Otsutsuki clan on the moon appeared in the world and had the power to destroy a large ninja village. Maybe the incident in the Iron Country was done by the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Don't rule out this possibility. Maintaining the aloof male god style, he replied indifferently. In fact, Shimura Danzo also suspected that it was done by the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. He had asked Black Zetsu and White Zetsu to investigate the matter before, but unfortunately he also did not find any clues. The other party did it too perfectly and did not leave any traces. However, there are not many forces with such strength. Apart from the 5 major ninja villages, there is only the Otsutsuki clan on the moon in the ninja world. However, judging from the behavior of the 5 Otsutsuki strongmen on the moon last time, it seems that they will not frame others. 3rd generation, there is no problem with the eyes. The strength of the eye cells and the pupil power are indeed much stronger than the 3 Magatama Sharingan. At this time, the Anbu ninja came forward to report the results of the examination of the Super Sharingan. Although the time is short, it is not difficult to check whether there are any hidden dangers in the eye. You must know that they have studied those Sharingans for nearly 20 years and have a deep understanding of them. It is not difficult to make an examination based on this. You purified chakra for some of the cloud ninjas in the hidden cloud village to fight against the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. After asking another question, Onoki became interested. The loss of the hidden cloud village last time was not small. If most of the villagers had not gone to work at the construction site, the controlled meteorite would have been enough to reduce the population of the hidden cloud village by half. That was not something that could be described as a serious injury to the vitality, it was almost crippled. He did not want the hidden rock village to be hit like that, so he had to make a battle plan that could target the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Chakra is an energy that has an owner. Whoever has higher authority in this system can control everything. The chakra of the bloodline limit is stronger than the chakra of a single attribute, and the chakra of the bloodline elimination is 1 level stronger. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon inherited from those outer world strongmen and has higher authority in the chakra system. If you want to fight them, you must break this system structure. I barely have the ability to do so now. Seeing that Onoki was moved, Shimura Danzo was also moved. Last time, after turning some of the ninjas in the hidden cloud village into its own leaks in the name of purifying chakra, the growth rate of the 2nd generation chakra god tree was several times faster. If some of the ninjas in the hidden cloud village were also turned into its own leaks, the growth rate of the 2nd generation chakra god tree would definitely soar again. I will arrange for someone to come and let you purify the chakra, or use the perfect chakra metal as a reward. After a little thought, Onoki finally made the same decision as the 3rd generation Reikage. He naturally knew that Shimura Danzo must have bad intentions in this matter, but if they could get some people's chakra out of the restraint of the Moon Otsutsuki clan, they would have the power to protect themselves. Otherwise, they would be killed instantly like the hidden cloud village, and it would be useless to take away all the chakra. Deal. Shimura Danzo rarely smiled, and he admired his son very much. Now he can not only turn the ninjas of the Uegakure into leeks who supply chakra to the second generation of the chakra god tree, but also get a generous reward. The most powerful profiteers in the ninja world are not as powerful as his own son. The next thing is much simpler. After purifying the chakra blood of the ninjas sent by Onoki, Shimura Danzo returned with a large scroll of perfect energy metal and started to build a heavy gold battle suit to prepare for the war to the maximum extent. After the old father left, another visitor from Konoha arrived at the Uegakure village, and he was specifically looking for him, or Uchiha Mikoto. What? My wife went to your house to propose marriage on my behalf? You have a daughter, do you want to be my child bride? After hearing about Uchiha Fugaku's intention, Shimura Gento was confused. What the hell was going on? Why did Sister Keiko suddenly go to Uchiha Fugaku's house to propose marriage on his behalf? She didn't even tell me, and my father didn't mention it before. Also, I haven't heard that Uchiha Fugaku has a sister or a daughter. Is Sister Keiko asking me to marry Uchiha Fugaku? Don't pretend, I've seen that you have bad intentions towards Mikoto a long time ago. The three Magadama Sharingan slowly rotated, and Uchiha Fugaku's murderous intent was not concealed at all. Unfortunately, the next moment he showed his murderous intent, a slap wrapped in a heavy gold gauntlet slapped him, and he was directly slapped into a spinning top at a speed far exceeding the dynamic vision limit of the three Magadama Sharingan. Sorry, I'm a sensitive person, and I will instinctively fight back against people with murderous intentions. Don't be surprised. An Uchiha clan member who came with Uchiha Fugaku wiped the blood off his hand nails, and Shimura Gentoi smiled gently, even showing a little innocent expression. In fact, he was also quite puzzled. Who gave Uchiha Fugaku the courage to show murderous intent to him? How could a fragile ninja dare to stand within 1 meter of him? Soon he knew where Uchiha Fugaku's confidence came from. Susanoo. Amaterasu. Forcibly stabilizing his body, the three Magadama Sharingan rotated rapidly, and finally turned into a strange pattern. One by one, black energy bones appeared, forming a sternum to protect Uchiha Fugaku, and then a black flame covered Shimura Gentoi's body. It's really a lineage. Looking at the black flames covering the heavy gold battle suit, Shimura Gentoi realized that Uchiha Fugaku had also awakened the main Jikaya Sharingan, and one of his eye techniques was Amaterasu, exactly the same as his two future sons. They are indeed father and son. It's a pity that although Amaterasu is strong, it's just that. In the original work, Uchiha Madara, who had no eyes during the Fourth War, was not afraid of Amaterasu's spurning, so Shimura Gentoi could naturally ignore this thing. After all, it's just a main Jikaya eye technique, how awesome can it be? And now I'm curious about one thing, how did Uchiha Fugaku awaken his main Jikaya? You know, in the Uchiha family system, only strong enough stimulation can awaken the main Jikaya. In the original work, Itaki awakened his main Jikaya. After witnessing the death of his best friend, Nijiruso awakened after knowing the truth and killing his brother with his own hands, and Tajeki awakened after witnessing his beloved being stabbed to death by another beloved. So where did Uchiha Fugaku's stimulation for awakening his main Jikaya come from? 347. Chapter 346, Transformation into a Young Evil Man. How is that possible? Uchiha Fugaku, who was protected in Susanoo, had a look of disbelief on his face, and his scarlet main Jikaya almost popped out. You have to know that it was Amaterasu, and the temperature of the flame was extremely high. He had tried it in the family before after awakening the main Jikaya. And a big tree was burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. He even specially got some heavy gold and sealing crystals for experiments, and he was able to melt and burn them, so he had the confidence. But now the result is completely different from what he expected. Is this all you can do? After feeling the power of Amaterasu, Shimura Gentoi was very disappointed and exploded his immortal energy to shake it away. In the original work, Amaterasu's ability was exaggerated, such as the flame in the sun, but in fact it was just a product of the fusion of yin-style chakra and fire-style chakra, with a little power of local gods at most. In terms of temperature alone, it is not as high as the 6,000 degree high temperature of natural immortal fire, and is at most more than 4,000 degrees. This kind of flame is also very strong, but unfortunately Shimura Gentoi has never stopped absorbing and refining the radiation energy of the sealing crystal, which makes him very resistant to damage from external energy. The Amaterasu flame can't even burn his external immortal energy, let alone hurt his body. Take me a Raijin. With his fists clenched, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't stand Shimura Gendo's contempt and decisively released another Mangekyo. Pupil technique. A deep purple lightning shot out, instantly hitting Shimura Gendo, and even broke through the immortal energy released from his body, making a hole in the chest armor of the heavy gold battlesuit. This is good, it can hurt me. He showed admiration on his face, but in fact Shimura Gendo was secretly very frightened. The piercing power of the purple lightning just now was so strong that even the immortal energy that he absorbed and refined a large amount of radiation energy could not defend against it, and even pierced through the heavy gold battlesuit. If it weren't for the fact that his bones were coated with a layer of meteorite energy alloy, I'm afraid his body would have been pierced. Now that you've finished your move, it's my turn. Pulling out the big silver sword from behind, Shimura Gendo admired Uchiha Fugaku's courage to attack him, but attacking him would come at a price. A heavy price. How could it be? The faces of the Uchiha ninjas who had just retreated to the periphery to watch the battle changed drastically. They really couldn't believe that their Uchiha's strongest eyes couldn't take down a ninja from the ninja clan without a bloodline limit. That's a Mangekyo. Susanoo. Seeing that the two trump cards could not seriously injure Shimura Gendei, Uchiha Fugaku panicked, gritted his teeth, and regardless of his own consumption, he forced a stronger burst of pupil power and chakra. More blood flowed from his eye sockets, and the surging pupil power surged, allowing the Susanoo, which was originally only in the form of ribs and sternum, to quickly take shape. Then it shaped muscles and skin, then outer clothes and even armor, and even a bow and arrow appeared in the end. This is the real Susanoo, even if it is only the upper body, it is more than 20 meters high. Knowing that he can't maintain it for too long, he endured the pain of being squeezed, and once again activated the Jianyu Thunder God Eye technique to condense a purple lightning arrow, and shot it with the help of Susanoo's own spiritual weapon longbow. Go to hell, Jianyu Thunder God Arrow! With a ferocious roar, the Thunder God Arrow shot out, like real lightning, and there was no way to avoid it. But Shimura Gendo didn't think about dodging. Cut! Swinging the sword, the acquired wind attribute immortal energy condensed into sword energy attached to the big silver sword, and with the blessing of radiation energy, the Thunder God Arrow that was shot was forcibly cut and exploded. Not giving Uchiha Fugaku another chance to attack, he jumped out, and the big silver sword in his hand slashed continuously, breaking all the armor, muscles and bones of Susanoo, and came to Uchiha Fugaku. Another sword light flashed, an arm flew up with blood, and the sternum and ribs were also cut open, revealing the beating heart. Uchiha Fugaku, stimulated by the severe pain, interrupted the pupil power supply of Susanoo and collapsed. The dynamic vision of the Mangekyo is awesome, and it actually dodged it in the end. Watching the broken arm fall to the ground, Shimura Gentoi felt a little regretful. Just now, he was aiming to chop Uchiha Fugaku alive, but the guy finally used the Chidori flow to increase his explosive power and dodged a little. Sure enough, his little Mikoto leaked the Chidori welding technique and needed to be trained. Poison wine, take Fugaku away. At this time, several Uchiha ninjas who followed him shouted and raised their hands to form seals to release ninjutsu attacks. Unfortunately, before they could complete the seals, their bodies were pierced by strands of immortal energy, their acupoints were blocked, and their neural networks were cut off. It's better not to move, otherwise the consequences are not what you want. After dealing with several Uchiha ninjas, Shimura Gentoi spoke in a deep voice, causing the boy who was about to carry Uchiha Fugaku on his back to run away to freeze, but he finally gritted his teeth, and his body flashed with lightning, also using Chidori style. Unfortunately, his strength was too weak, and he fell to the ground before he could even start, and his legs lost consciousness. He landed on his face. See, I told you that the consequences are not what you want to see. Walking slowly, Shimura Gentoi looked at the Uchiha boy with a smile, especially the goggles he was wearing. When he saw this guy just now, he thought it was 2GE who had traveled through time, and his outfit was very similar to that of Uchiha Obito in the original work, especially the goggles. Don't hurt brother Fugaku. Although his legs were numb, Uchiha Doju still struggled to turn around and protect Uchiha Fugaku behind him. You like this young lady, right? Using the immortal power thread to pull the restrained Uchiha girl over, the smile on Shimura Gendo's face became more playful. Who likes it? Don't talk nonsense. As if his hair was blown up, he instinctively retorted, secretly glancing at the girl while speaking, with a blush on his cheeks. Now I give you two choices, either I kill Uchiha Fugaku, or I send this young lady to see the six-path sage, giving you 3 seconds to think. 1. Just as he raised a finger, Uchiha Doju made a choice, decisively abandoning Uchiha Fugaku, who he had just tried to protect with his life, and turned to protect his goddess. Don't hurt Xylee. He slapped his palm on the ground, moved his body to sit up and protect Uchiha Lee. His expression was more resolute than before. Obviously, for the boy, the young clan leader is not as important as his girlfriend, even if it is just a secret girlfriend. Xiao Yu, you've seen it too. Your people have abandoned you. To avoid your pain, I'll give you a quick death. With a compassionate expression, Shimura Gentoi decided to be a good person and give Uchiha Fugaku a quick death, so that he wouldn't have to endure the pain and resentment of being betrayed by his people. No. Before he could do anything, an anxious cry rang out, followed by a flash of lightning in front of him, and a charming figure appeared. I knew that you would definitely not want to leave me, Xiao Mikoto. Reaching out and pinching the girl's smooth cheek, Shimura Gentoi was not too surprised by the girl's return. After seeing Uchiha Fugaku and others coming aggressively, he guessed that he would meet Uchiha Mikoto again. It's just that this girl came back much faster than he expected. He originally thought that she could only come back to collect Uchiha Fugaku's body, but she arrived at the most critical moment. Does God want Uchiha Fugaku to continue living so that he can give birth to the filial son in Harudasuke? Don't kill brother Fugaku, I'll give you whatever you want. Uchiha Mikoto also showed determination while protecting her fiancé copyright. This guy must not be allowed to hurt brother Fugaku. You can really give me anything. With his starry eyes shining, Shimura Gentoi had a bold idea. Pervert. That expression reminded the girl of the bad experience a few nights ago, and she gritted her teeth in anger. It turns out that you just talk, I'd better stab Uchiha Fugaku to death. With disappointment on his face, Shimura Gentoi pushed the girl away and swung his sword at Uchiha Fugaku. You win, I'm yours. The girl blocked the big silver sword again, tears in her eyes, and finally accepted her fate. Brother Fugaku is the hope and future of the family, and nothing can happen here. Mikoto. The scene in front of him made Uchiha Fugaku's eyes tear up, but the forced use of Susanoo just now not only exhausted his chakra, but also his vitality was forcibly extracted and squeezed, and now it was difficult for him to move. That's good. Putting back the big silver sword in his hand, Shimura Gentoi rubbed the girl's soft hair with satisfaction. This style of painting, which seemed like a bad boy robbing a good woman, made he felt a perverted pleasure. Maybe he was really a born pervert. Uchiha Fugaku, your eyes and your fiancé copyright are both great, but it's a pity that you don't deserve either of them. Pushing the girl away again, Shimura Gendo used the immortal energy thread to pull out Uchiha Fugaku's main Jakaya. Sharingan, laughing like a villain. He wanted to see if Uchiha Fugaku could awaken another pair of main Jakaya, and then snatch it and try to fuse a pair of eternal eyes. At that time, it would be fine whether it was used for research or for use by his minions. The most important thing was to use this to attract the hatred of the Uchiha family, forcing the Uchiha to further unite with the Senju family, and better follow the route he had set long ago. There was no way. The successive appearances of the evil demons and the Moon Otsutsuki clan exposed too many of his strength cards, even the hidden card of Uchiha Madara. This lineup seemed to scare the Senju family and the Uchiha family a little bit, which was not conducive to his previous plan for World War II. He just took this opportunity to add fuel to the fire of the Uchiha family. Why are you like this? I promised you. Uchiha Mikoto was furious. This bastard was too untrustworthy. Didn't I kill him? Shrugged innocently, Shimura Gento felt a little wronged. He had obviously spared Uchiha Fugaku's life, so why was this girl still not satisfied? You bastard! The girl was even more angry. This bastard was too bastard. Take that trash back, and by the way, tell your clan leader Uchiha Enika to send 3 tons of chakra metal to my house as compensation. Also, don't forget to send Mikoto's dowry. Take back the immortal energy thread that restrained the Uchiha clan members, and Shimura Gento signaled them to get out of here quickly. Uchiha Fugaku is still somewhat useful. After all, although that guy's own strength is a bit useless, he is very good at giving birth to sons. Let's not talk about the cheater like Harudasuke. Uchiha Itachi is really awesome. The 3 spiritual tools of Susanoo are very good and worth studying. Although they were furious about Shimura Gentoi's behavior, several Uchiha clan members finally suppressed their anger, carried Uchiha Fugaku, who was also speechless, on their backs, and left quickly. Still a little bit patient. Watching Uchiha Fugaku and others leave, Shimura Gentoi had a little higher opinion of that guy. Just now he thought that guy would say a few harsh words, after all, he was a proud Uchiha, but who would have thought that guy would actually endure it? This kind of person is the most dangerous, just like a dog that bites people, it generally won't talk nonsense. 348. Chapter 347 Divine Grace Kaleidoscope. You promised me not to kill brother Fugaku. Sensing the murderous intent, Uchiha Mikoto hurriedly grabbed his wrist. She would not let this guy really kill brother Fugaku. Don't worry, Shimura Gento, will keep my word. If I say I won't kill, I won't kill. But how to make me keep my word is up to you. Looking at the girl's pink lips, Shimura Gento missed her and sneered secretly. I really won't kill, but it's hard to say whether the Hidden Rock Village will let them go. Uchiha Fugaku does have the potential to become a high-quality chess piece, but whether he can return to Konoha alive is another matter. You. The gentleman's smile made the girl understand what he meant. Her pretty face turned red as blood, and she felt even more ashamed and helpless. For brother Fugaku, she had to admit it. Can you let Xylee go? Uchiha Doju, whose legs were still numb, spoke weakly and was worried. This guy let all the other clan members go, but he didn't let him and Xylee go. He must have some sinister plot. The most important thing is that guy seems to be a sex-hungry ghost, and he might snatch Xylee from him. Do you want to awaken your own Mangekaya? Squatting down and looking at the Uchiha boy, Shimura Gento guessed that this guy might be Uchiha Obito's father. If so, his potential must be good. Moreover, this time he was able to accompany Uchiha Fugaku to the land of earth and even come to the Hidden Rock Village, which was a proof of strength in itself, at least not bad among the younger generation of Uchiha. You want my eyes too? More vigilant, Uchiha Doju secretly said that as expected, he had just seen this guy take off Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekaya Sharingan with his own eyes, and now he was staring at his own eyes. Just tell me if you want it or not. Ignoring the boy's vigilance, Shimura Gentoi had a very bold idea. Can you let Xylee go if you take my eyes? Looking at Uchiha Lee who was still unable to move, Uchiha Doju gritted his teeth and decided to use his eyes to exchange for Xylee's departure. Although he didn't know why that guy was sure that he could help him open the Mangekaya. It didn't matter. For him, Xylee's safety was the first priority. Of course, no problem, but you have to leave your life for me. The smile became more and more kind, and he was more and more sure that this guy was the future 2Ge's old father. Their temperaments were exactly the same, and they were both sex-hungry ghosts. Okay, it's a deal. Not paying attention to the second half of the sentence, Uchiha Doju felt relieved instead, as long as Xylee could leave safely. Miss, I've done so much for you, why don't you say a few words to show your appreciation? Looking at Uchiha Lee, whose entire body was controlled by his immortal energy thread, Shimura Gento said earnestly. The next scene still requires the cooperation of this young lady. I won't leave, and I don't need you to do so much for me. If we die together. As if he had gained control of his body, Uchiha Lee knelt down, held the boy's cheek, and kissed him deeply on the lips. This scene made Uchiha Doju stunned. His body was extremely stiff, but his heart was beating non-stop. As a qualified fishing line, he didn't even dare to confess to the goddess he secretly loved, let alone being kissed by the goddess. At this moment, he felt that he had become the happiest person in the world. Unfortunately, life is 100% unsatisfactory. Before he could really experience this happiness, a mouthful of blood flowed into his mouth. What I hate most in my life is that others show affection and love in front of me. Since you want to die with him, this young master will fulfill your wish. Pulling his hand out from the girl's back, grasping a still beating heart and crushing it, Shimura Xianding smiled like a pervert. Ahem. Doju, if there is a next life, remember to say it earlier if you like me again. I like brave young men. Uchiha Lee coughed up blood again, said the last line, and then fell limply into the arms of the boy. Xylee, I promise you that I will be a brave young man in the next life. Don't die, don't die. Foolishly patting the girl's cheek, Uchiha Doju cried, crying like a 200-pound child. At this moment, he felt that the whole world seemed to collapse, falling from the clouds of happiness just now to the bottomless abyss. The indescribable psychological gap almost made him collapse. Don't dream, her heart has been taken out, she will definitely die, unless there is a miracle and time goes back. Still maintaining that evil and perverted smile, Shimura Xianding earnestly guided, whether it can succeed depends on this. Time goes back. Time goes back. Muttering this word, the boy's consciousness burst out with a strong obsession that is difficult to describe in words. The three Magadama Sharingan in his eyes rotated faster, and finally turned into a complex pattern under the extreme emotional stimulation. God's grace! The powerful pupil power burst out, and a mysterious power was added to the girl in his arms. The girl's blood that was originally flowing out seemed to be frozen and stopped there. Retreat, you retreat! Seeing that the expected effect was not achieved, the boy's face was hideous, the whites of his eyes were filled with blood, and tears could not stop flowing out. Pa! All right, since you have awakened the Mangekyo, go aside and don't interfere with me saving people. With a slap, the Uchiha poison wine was blown away, and Shimura Xianding took out a heart and stuffed it into the girl's body from the wound on the back, connecting the broken blood vessels, meridians, nerves, etc. one by one, and finally converted a little bit of acquired thunder attribute immortal energy to stimulate the heart to beat again. Then the ribs were reshaped and healed, and the flesh and blood were sutured. This operation stunned Uchiha Doju, who had climbed up, and his mind was blank. He didn't come back to his senses until Shimura Gentoi perfectly sutured and healed the last skin wound. Whose heart is that? He asked blankly. He just saw the bastard crush Xylee's heart. Her. He replied inexplicably, and Shimura Gentoi was more and more sure that this kid was Uchiha Obito's father. They were both stupid. Then whose is this? Looking down at the crushed heart on the ground, Uchiha Doju's mind was a little confused. Could it be that the experience just now was all a dream? As a doctor, it is very logical to carry a heart of the second brother with you. Throwing the glass jar hidden behind him into the hands of the boy, Shimura Gentoi was very satisfied with the results of this experiment and also affirmed Uchiha Madara's directing ability. This routine can really help people open the Mangekyo. And we can try to promote it in the future. Just now, he did kill Uchiha Lee once. After all, he is not good at illusion, and it is difficult to hide from the powerful insight of the Sharingan if he lies. So he really took out Uchiha Lee's heart, took out the heart of the second senior brother from the sealing scroll, and used the cover of Uchiha Lee's body to complete a wave of substitution, and finally crushed it in front of Uchiha Doju. You lied to me. Finally reacting, Uchiha Doju wanted to vomit blood. This guy is such a bastard. If I don't lie to you, how can I let the girl know your true heart? Let you get the beauty. Holding his hands on his chest, Shimura Xianding signaled with his eyes, and Uchiha Doju looked in the direction and found that Uchiha Lee had stood up, but his face was pale. After all, he had just lost a lot of blood. Looking at Uchiha Doju, the girl pursed her pink lips tightly and said nothing, and her heart was also very confused. She was just controlled by that guy to say those lines, and even gave her first kiss and first tongue. However, Uchiha Doju can open the Mangekyo Sharingan for her, which is enough to prove his intentions. At least he is a good guy. This is the benefit of being my lackey. I can only help you with these. You have to do the rest by yourself. If you still can't catch him, find a rope and hang yourself on the Hokage cliff. Patting the boy's shoulder, Shimura Gentoi turned back to the villa with his hands behind his back, intending to study Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan carefully. As for Uchiha Doju's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, he had copied it when he slapped her just now. After all, that kid is not a beautiful lady, there is no need to copy the whole body, let alone copy it many times, just pass it through his hands once. You don't want to dig my eyes out. Turning around and shouting, Uchiha Doju really didn't understand Shimura Gentoi's operation. I said I would dig out his eyes before, but now I have awakened the Mangekyo, and it is a pupil ability related to time, but that guy doesn't want to take action. It's just a pair of kaleidoscopes, not worth my action. Little Mikoto, take them to live in the room of Nawaki. Remember, they live together. If anyone dares to disobey, I will chop him to death. Without looking back, he replied, and Shimura Gento walked into the villa. Uchiha Doju's qualifications are indeed not bad, at least the concentration of chakra blood is very high, otherwise it is impossible to really awaken the time-based pupil technique. Although it is not a truly heaven-defying ability like time reversal, the time stop just now is also good, and this is only one of the pupil techniques. It is not clear what the pupil technique in the other eye is. Miss Mikoto, thanks to you for coming this time, otherwise we will be in danger. Uchiha Lee, with a pale face, thanked him. The previous situation was really terrible. If Uchiha Mikoto didn't come, the man would probably kill all of them after killing Uchiha Fugaku. You idiots, you came to find that guy without knowing the situation clearly. Are you looking for death? Do you really think you are invincible with a pair of Mangekyo? Uchiha Mikoto was furious when she mentioned this. Not long after she left the Hidden Rock village, she met her clansmen who came to pick her up. At the request of the clansmen, she parted ways with her teacher and returned to the village first. Halfway through, she realized something was wrong, opened her Mangekyo Sharingan and used illusion to interrogate intelligence. Only then did she know that Brother Fugaku had brought people to settle accounts with that guy. She immediately used her lightning release armor to rush over and finally rescued Brother Fugaku and others at the critical moment. The problem is that Brother Fugaku and others were indeed rescued, but she was trapped here again. She didn't know how that pervert would torment her at night. What a pit! Uchiha Lee was silent, and she was also very depressed. I thought that the young clan leader Fugaku who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan could restrain Shimura Gentoi, after all, that was the highest level eye of Uchiha. Even if there was a gap with Uchiha Madara's pair of Mangekyo, it should not be too much. The most important thing is that the Amaterasu and Take Me Aragen he awakened can well restrain the heavy gold and the sealing crystal. Without the protection of the heavy gold battle suit, that guy is just a ninja of individual skills. But who would have thought that the two great eye techniques that were highly expected were useless, and the Mangekyo Sharingan was taken away by the opponent. So they came from afar just to give them the Mangekyo. What a thing! Uchiha Doju on the side smiled foolishly, not caring about these, he was thinking about what Shimura Gentoi had just said. Will I live with the goddess here in the future? This big brother is awesome. Don't smile foolishly. Being valued by that pervert may not be a good thing for you and Sister Lee. Seeing the silly smile of Uchiha Doju, Uchiha Mikoto became even more angry. She felt that he was another idiot like Senju Ways. 349. Chapter 348 The Essence of Cultivation. Time-related abilities are really awesome. After studying Uchiha Doju's pair of Mangekyo, Shimura Genteng couldn't help but sigh. The abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan are all awesome, even the Amaterasu, which looks the worst, is awesome. The single target attack power of that thing is average, and it has never burned anyone to death in the original book, but it is very powerful in group attacks. If Uchiha Ataka could be ruthless, he would definitely be able to turn the entire Konoha into a sea of a fire with one blow. And the stronger the ability of the Mangekyo's pupil technique, the more pupil power it consumes when it is activated. This is also a law of energy conservation. The ability of the time system is considered to be one of the top ones, so the consumption is naturally not small. The previous attack of Uchiha Poison Wine consumed 90% of the pupil power of his left eye, and his vision was almost blind. He would not be able to recover for more than 10 years, which was similar to the characteristics of Kota Amatsukami. However, the effect was really amazing. It was estimated that if he was not prepared, even a 6 paths level warrior would suffer. First test whether the boy can be loyal. If he can become a competent lackey, he will be transplanted with Hashirama's living cells. With such a powerful pupil technique, Shimura Gendo would naturally not watch him in a half-wasted state. He must find a way to recover as soon as possible. Hashirama's living cells are a good choice. In the original work, after Uchiha Obito transplanted the cells of White Zetsu and Hashirama, he could use the Kamui Mangekyo at will. I think Uchiha Poison Wine should be able to do the same. But the premise is to ensure that the boy is loyal enough. We still have to start with Uchiha Lee. The target was quickly locked on Uchiha Lee. For a dog like Uchiha Doju, it was useless to control him alone. He had to control his beloved goddess together, or even just control Uchiha Lee. This is definitely the old father of the future 2GE. Thoughts turned to another pupil technique of Uchiha Doju, and Shimura Gento was more certain that the boy was the father of 2GE. The Mangekyo of Divine Grace he possessed was very similar to the Mangekyo of Divine Power of 2GE. The names of the left and right pupil techniques were the same, and one was for the outside and the other for himself. The left eye Divine Grace could stop the time of others' bodies, and the right eye Divine Grace could accelerate his own time, which was a bit similar to the inherent time control of the old father of the type Moon Emiya giant warrior next door. This kind of Mangekyo Sharingan with almost the same characteristics is rare, and it can be roughly determined that Uchiha Doju is the old father of the future 2GE. As for whether 2GE's mother is Uchiha Lee, it is not clear. He is a natural material for being a fast boy. The new henchman's future training direction was quickly planned. With this ability to accelerate his own time, it would be a pity not to be a fast boy. By then, the lightning chakra mode plus time acceleration, plus the super dynamic vision of the kaleidoscope, can almost be compared with the Quicksilver of the Marvel Universe next door. Even if he develops well, he can learn from the Flash of DC next door and directly rely on his own strength reverse time. It's a pity that it's an ability that acts on chakra, and it's not easy to transplant. Finally, he couldn't help but sigh with regret. The key point of the Mangekyo ability lies in the pupil power, and the pupil technique is also bound to the subtle acupoints and pupil power. The key point lies in the mental imprints in the chakra, but those mental imprints have pitfalls. He doesn't want to transfer that thing to his body, or even become the foundation of cultivation. I still have to go to the land of demons. Thinking of the prophetic ability used by the Witch of the Land of Demons in the original book, Shimura Gento is looking forward to the trip to the land of demons more and more. As long as he gets the power of time, the 9 basic powers will be gathered. He didn't stop, studied the Mangekyo of Uchiha Poison Wine, and turned to study the pair of Mangekyo of Uchiha Fugaku. There is nothing to study about the pupil technique itself. One is flame, the other is lightning, and both are related to gods. One is Amaterasu Omikami, and the other is Take Me a Raijin. He didn't care about this thing, what he really valued was the longbow that Uchiha Fugaku Susanoo brought with it. The spiritual weapons that Susanoo brought with it were all related to the artifacts of the mythological era, such as the 8-foot mirror, the 10-fisted sword and the Yasakani no Megatama of the future Uchiha Itachi, all of which had unique characteristics. For example, the seal of the 10-fisted sword and the energy defense of the 8-foot mirror. Feng Buddha God Bao. Butu Yahun sword. Sensing the 2 spiritual weapons in Fugaku's main Jikaya Sharingan, Shimura Genteng guessed that Fugaku's Susanoo should be related to Takemi Kazuchi of the mythological era. Takemi Kazuchichi is also known as the god of bows and arrows, the body of swords, and is good at using bows and arrows and swords to fight, and he also has the sword Butu Yahun sword. Before, Uchiha Fugaku might not have been proficient in the use of the main Jikaya, and only manifested the Feng Buddha God Bao, not the Butu Yahun sword. The Feng Buddha Divine Bao has a locking feature, and the arrows shot out will be as fast as lightning. If the unique lightning of Takemi Kazi is condensed into arrows, it will turn into real lightning, which is basically impossible to avoid. It seems to be a manifestation of will. Is the essence of the Naruto world my thoughts? Stroking his chin, Shimura Gentoi saw the essence of cultivation. The essence of chakra is the spiritual imprint of each boss, and its origin is the spiritual imprint of the ancestor of the universe Otsutsuki, which is the manifestation of his will. The essence of these eye techniques of the Mangekyo and the Susanoo spirit weapon also lies in the spiritual imprint, which comes from the spiritual imprint left by the gods in the mythological era. This shows that the essence of cultivation lies in the spiritual will. The so-called special ability is to use the spiritual will to drive and pry energy, or even the existence of rules, such as time and space. We have to develop a method of cultivating spiritual will, preferably in the Black Cauldron space. Locking the target on the cultivation of spiritual will, Shimura Gentoi thought of the legendary Onmyoji. Judging from the various records handed down, Onmyoji seemed to focus on the soul, spirit, and will, but it was a pity that the inheritance of Onmyoji was completely cut off. Someone is coming again, is it Xiao Mikoto? After noticing that the warning line of the immortal energy thread in the outside world was touched, Shimura Gento showed a gentleman's smile, and his consciousness withdrew from the Black Cauldron space and returned to his body in reality. Then he saw a black mass of black Zetsu on the ground, which made him very disappointed. It seems that I came at the wrong time. Looking at the small tent, Black Zetsu thought that he might come at the wrong time. Obviously, Shimura Gento was waiting for someone, but it was definitely not him. Can you still shrink back if it's not the right time? Staring unhappily, Shimura Gento's face became solemn, and he asked in a deep voice, is there any progress on the Otsutsuki team? He gave Black Zetsu a lot of tasks, and it was basically impossible for him to come in person without major events. The plan is perfect, and the Otsutsuki team is also very confident in their yin-yang escape ability. Laughing sinisterly, Black Zetsu felt full of accomplishment. Although he had already started planning the Otsutsuki class, now there is an extra layer of disguise, which makes him want to laugh when he thinks about it. He asked you to come back to steal the Meridian A cup ointment reconstruction technique and the Reis-nan Jinden condensation method. After asking again, Shimura Gentoi was very confident in the anti-theft method he had built himself. Unless the Six-Path Sage took action personally, there would be no way to crack it. I think the Otsutsuki class is now very troubled by the two exclusive versions of the secret circuit. He did let me do this, but he should make two preparations. The last time I lurked there, I found that guy was recultivating and transplanting Hashirama's living cells, trying to recreate Hashirama's face on his chest. I just don't know how he is going to make a pair of Mangekyo and a heavenly ninja Byakugan. Black Zetsu has been secretly observing the Otsutsuki class since they were born, and he knows their personality very well. He knows very well that such people will never put all their hopes on external things, and will definitely try to find a way to break through. Since he couldn't crack it on his own, he would restore his body to its original state. This was not too difficult for the Otsutsuki class who had already used the Samsara Eye to fuse yin-yang release. It's not difficult for him to get the Mangekyo. But it's not easy to get the Byakugan. Even if he gets a defective one, it will greatly reduce his training efficiency. He was not surprised. Shimura Gentoi had expected that after the Otsutsuki class realized that it was difficult to crack the Meridian A cup ointment reconstruction technique and the exclusive circuit of the Reis-nan Jinden, they would definitely find a way to restore their bodies to their original state and practice again according to that set of operating circuits. He seems to have a new idea for the Meridian A cup ointment reconstruction technique, and wants to use yin-yang release to directly shape it. Thinking of another piece of information he observed last time, Heizetsu was a little worried about the anti-theft measures set up by Shimura Gentoi. He knew very well how powerful yin-yang release was, especially the yin-yang release with the blessing of the Samsara Eye. It can be said that escape can do anything. That kind of structure can indeed be shaped by yin-yang escape, but its potential is limited, and it cannot continuously strengthen the barrier of the acupoints with the help of the transformation of the body and chakra. When the attributes are integrated into the Reis-nan Jinden, the acupoints will not be able to bear it and will be torn apart. I am looking forward to whether the body of the Otsutsuki class can withstand the tearing of so many Reis-nan Jinden. I am also a little looking forward to it. The two looked at each other and smiled sinisterly, full of expectations in their hearts. I don't know if the Samsara Eye and Izanaga technique can withstand it. Also, I found that he seems to have become the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts, but he is not using the known 9-tailed beasts. Then he said another piece of information. Although he could not directly say the name of the Outer Path demon statue, he could give a little hint. Black Zetsu is very confident in Shimura Gendori's IQ and imagination, and he can definitely guess a lot of things from this clue. And this kid seems to have learned a lot of secrets from the daimyo mansion and the national swordsmen of the 5 major countries, so there is no need to say too much detail. Sure enough, Shimura Gentoi did not disappoint Black Zetsu. The original guess was correct. The Six-Path Sage used the first-generation Chakra God tree to create the 9-tailed beasts. However, the 9-tailed beasts are only chakra bodies, without substantial material support. They should have only used the chakra of the first-generation Chakra God tree, and the body of the God tree must have been sealed somewhere. It is unlikely in the ninja world, otherwise it would have been discovered thousands of years ago. The most likely possibility is an independent space like the 3 holy places, or on the moon. Only these 2 places are difficult to reach by human power, but judging from the previous experience of the Otsutsuki class, the body of the God tree should have been obtained from the moon. In the future, keep an eye on the tailed beast Jinchuriki of the 5 major ninja villages, and never let the Otsutsuki class gather the 9-tailed beasts and revive the first-generation Chakra God tree. Shimura Gentoi gave an order to Black Zetsu. He did not want the 4 wars in the original work to be brought forward, so he let the Otsutsuki class hide in the dark and develop slowly. We are already keeping an eye on them. Black Zetsu also doesn't want the Otsutsuki class to move forward with their plans. Through his last observation, he increasingly agrees with Shimura Gentoi's speculation that the Otsutsuki class is probably a pawn prepared by the Six-Path Sage, who wants to use it to release his mother, and then seize her Samsara Sharingan to take a step forward. After all, the essence of the fruit that the divine tree nurtured for 1,000 years has always been on his mother's body and integrated with it. The 10 tails is a war weapon that his mother used yin-yang escape to create with the divine tree as the foundation, and the highest Samsara Sharingan with 6 Megatama can be created. If he wants to go further, he can only seize his mother's Samsara Sharingan. He has just started to switch to the immortal energy system, and it will take some time for him to develop slowly. After he develops well, he will hammer those two bastards to death and rescue his mother safely. Have you found the 7 tails? Thinking of the 7 tails that had no clues for a long time, Shimura Gentoi's face became serious again. This is not a trivial matter. 350. Chapter 349 by Wu Chang Suit. Originally, Shimura Gendai didn't care about the 7-tailed beast. After all, no matter who did it, it would still be in the ninja world in the end, and there was no way to completely kill the 7-tailed beast. But now it's different. Let alone the unknown arrival of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others, the Otsutsuki class who have awakened the Samsara Eye is a big threat. Now we must not let any complete-tailed beast fall into the hands of the other side, otherwise it will have a great impact on the next World War II and destroy our own plans. It's a pity that the seal scroll prepared by the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama for Takigakure village was too strong, completely sealing the 7-tailed beast, making it impossible to detect the situation in the outside world, and now we don't even know where it is. I made a strange discovery in the sand village some time ago. What discovery? I found some white snake scales stained with blood in the bedroom of the 3rd Kazekage. Those blood cells and white snake scales have the blood of sand iron magnetic escape. After revealing a piece of information, Black Zetsu basically guessed who massacred the Takigakure village and took away the 7 tails. Although there is no solid evidence yet, when does a ninja need real evidence to do things? Suspicion is enough. White snake scales. Thinking back to the red snake Zinja summoned by the 3rd Kazekage in the battle outside Lulin, Shimura Gentoi had murderous intent. It seems that our 3rd Kazekage seems to have cultivated the sage mode of the Ryokai cave. With the sage mode and the magnetic field escape, he is indeed capable of quickly massacring the Takigakure village. He was also basically sure that it was the 3rd Kazekage who took away the 7 tails. After all, only the 3rd Kazekage could do that during that period of time. Find a way to reveal this information to the other 5 major ninja villages, and let them put pressure on the Sand Village. Next, I will go to the Sand Village to create a split body for the 7 tails and give that big guy freedom. Signaling Black Zetsu to take care of this matter. As an old silver coin hiding in the dark for thousands of years, Shimura Gentoi believes in Black Zetsu's ability to do things and will never let him down. I will take care of it. What do you plan to do with the 9-tailed beasts? The 9 tails has a certain ability to sense its own power. I believe that when the Otsutsuki class devoured the part of the 9 tails power in the souls of the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers, the big fox should be able to sense it. Next, the 9-tailed beasts will definitely figure this out quickly. Accepting the plan for the 3rd Kazekage, Black Zetsu was very curious about Shimura Gentoi's next arrangement for the 9-tailed beasts. Alas! Plans cannot keep up with changes. I originally planned to let those 9 big guys slowly realize the insidiousness and meanness of the 6-path sage, but who would have thought that the 2 brothers would play a trick on me? The original plan is no longer feasible. Let those 9 big guys completely abandon the bodies of the tailed beasts and cultivate the immortal energy system, but they can also be used to expose the 6-path sage's insidious and despicable true face. To be honest, Shimura Gentoi was quite unhappy. Originally, he had arranged the routes of the 9-tailed beasts, and even planned to play a big show during the 4th war. Unfortunately, the 2 brothers of the 6-path sage directly sent signals to the Otsutsuki clan in the deep space of the starry sky, hoping to take advantage of the conflict between the snipe and the clam. The abacus clanged loudly, and it also destroyed many of his plans. It is indeed necessary to expose the 6-path sage's insidious and despicable true face. Nodding in agreement, Black Zetsu didn't think there was anything wrong with Shimura Gentoi's statement. Although the 2 of them and that ninja Shimura Danzo were truly sinister and despicable, the 6-path sage was even more sinister and despicable. At least they didn't attack their biological mother and imprisoned her for thousands of years. This kind of scum is worse than beasts. You should also keep an eye on the coastal areas and those island countries. I always feel that the last time the evil demons were killed was too smooth. The 6-path sage couldn't have created such a brainless person. Suddenly thinking of the last battle to kill the evil demons in the land of water, Shimura Gentoi signaled Black Zetsu to pay attention. The evil demon should be the ultimate weapon specially cultivated by the 6-path sage to fight against Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others, and he also suppressed it with his own 6 Magadama Samsara Eye, which shows how much he values a euro it. With such a powerful weapon, that old Yunbai couldn't just watch it being completely destroyed. There must be other backups. It was indeed too easy. The performance of the evil demon was very unworthy of the 6-path sage's great investment. With a shudder in his heart, Black Zetsu took note of this and organized White Zetsu to go to the coastal areas and various islands for surveillance after preparation. There are a lot of things to do, and I'm afraid that there are not enough White Zetsu with brains. After calculating the number of White Zetsu he had at hand, Black Zetsu asked for support with difficulty. Although White Zetsu can create clones, the IQ of clones without human essence is very touching and not very convenient to use. They need a lot of human essence to nourish White Zetsu, and this depends on when Shimura Gento can come up with the Death God plan. You came at the right time. I have almost perfected the basic development of the Death God plan. Let the White Zetsu practice the weeping stick and the soul binding rope as soon as possible. He took out a sealing scroll from the bedside table and threw it to Black Zetsu. When Black Zetsu sent those battle pets, he also sent a lot of good things, including a full set of death masks and the Shiki Fujin technique of the Uzumaki clan. The Shiki Fujin technique does not have much technical content. It mainly summons the Shiki in the death mask and uses the Shiki to extract the enemy's soul. The Shiki themselves are the ones with real technical content. According to the information sent by Black Zetsu, those Shiki were created by the ancestors of the Uzumaki clan before they died, using their own souls as the foundation and using the sealing technique. It has nothing to do with the Pure Land. It is just a unique sealing technique for the soul. He doesn't need to understand what a Shiki is. He just needs to figure out how to make the small knife and the beads in the hands of the Shiki. Original in the novel, the Shiki summoned by Minato Namikaze with the Shiki Fengjin holds a knife in one hand and a string of beads in the other. The beads have the effect of capturing souls, and even the Nine Tails, whose chakra is suppressed by the diamond chain, can hardly resist. The small knife can hurt the soul. In the original novel, Hiruzen Sarutobi controlled the Shiki and used that thing to cut off the soul of Orochimaru's hands. Then, based on the two methods of making spiritual tools, he kept trying and finally created a similar thing, but in order to cultivate that kind of spiritual tool, he needed the two attributes of yin and yang. Fortunately, as a creation of the sacred tree, White Zetsu himself has all 7 basic attributes of yin and yang, wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth, which meets the conditions for cultivation. The premise is that White Zetsu's IQ can understand those cultivation secrets. Dinger is still as surprising as ever. Taking the sealed scroll containing the cultivation method, Heiju couldn't help but sigh at this man's incredible ability to figure it out so quickly. But this fatherly attitude made Shimura Gento feel sick. You really thought you were my father's clone? Just wait, when I marry Miss Kaguya, I'll make you call me daddy every day. He swore fiercely in his heart that he would take this son in. Pay attention to whether there are any ancient relics related to Onmyoji. Now I lack the cultivation method of cultivating the soul and spiritual will to complete my immortal energy system. Thinking of his previous research on the Fugaku Mangekaya and the poison wine Mangekaya, Shimura Gentoi signaled Black Zetsu to get the Onmyoji's practice method. After the destruction of the mythological era, not much of this thing was passed down, and after being calculated by the Six-Path Sage, there was even less. He can only turn to Black Zetsu, a living fossil, for help. Not only has the other party survived for thousands of years, but he has also inherited some of Miss Kaguya's knowledge. Maybe he has the Onmyoji's practice method, or even the complete practice method of ancient warriors and monks. These local practice methods are what he urgently needs, especially the Onmyoji's practice system that is based on the soul and spiritual will. I will arrange it, and I won't bother you anymore. Sensing someone coming, Black Zetsu sank into the floor and left the room, preparing to arrange what Shimura Gento had ordered, and at the same time urging White Zetsu to start practicing the Death God plan. Not long after Black Zetsu left, the door was pushed open, Uchiha Mikoto walked in with her head down, and closed the door with her backhand. Although she didn't want to come, she had to endure it for her brother Fugaku. Not in this room today. Grabbing the girl's snow-white wrist, Shimura Gento pushed open the secret door and came to the room of Bai-2 next door. Dead pervert! You bastard! The moment the two girls saw each other, they glared at Shimura Gento. This guy was too hateful. Ken only unfortunately, no matter how angry you are, it is useless if you are not as strong as others. In the end, you have to follow someone's will. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku and others who had been running thousands of kilometers suddenly stopped. Their faces were extremely ugly because there was a roadblock ahead. Although there was only one person, he was enough to kill all of them here in seconds. Young leader of the Uchiha clan, do you dare to come forward and talk to me? With his hands behind his back, Onoki looked at the bright moon in the night sky and invited him calmly. He did come specifically for Uchiha Fugaku, but not to kill a few people, but to cooperate. You stay and be on guard. Indicating several clansmen to stay here and wait, Uchiha Fugaku used part of the recovered chakra to split a shadow clone, and the shadow clone took the main body to meet Onoki. Now he has no eyes, so he can only move forward in this way. We have the same enemy goals, and in some ways we are natural allies. You are a smart man, so I don't need to say too much. Without even looking at him, Onoki spoke coldly. If Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were still there, he would indeed be worthy of his attention, but now that his eyes were taken away, he was only a quasi-cage level strongman, and his actual combat power was even inferior. If he hadn't been the young patriarch of the Uchiha family, he wouldn't have bothered to come. You're right, in some ways we are natural allies. Uchiha Fugaku replied expressionlessly after realizing Onoki's intention, but in fact he was relieved and excited. If the Uchiha family alone relied on themselves, it would naturally be difficult to fight against the growing Shimura family, but if the Uegakure village was added, it would be very different. You are very cunning, and your future is worth looking forward to. Let me give you a small gift first. Uchiha Fugaku's calmness made Onoki turn his head and look at him with a higher opinion of him. After saying that, he used the instant body technique to disappear. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Uchiha clan members. He used the Earth Escape ninjutsu to strengthen his body defense and launched a fierce attack on them. Those who could follow Uchiha Fugaku to the land of Earth were naturally not bad. They were all elite jonins, and their Sharingan had been developed to the level of 3 Megatama. They were not weak. But it also depends on who you compare with. Compared with mainstream ninjas, they are naturally well-deserved strongmen, but compared with veteran strongmen like Onoki, they are far behind. Not to mention that Onoki was transformed into this non-human body by Shimura Gentoi. Not only did his physical fitness and physical skills soar by several levels, but his chakra volume was also greatly increased due to the increase in body cells. He himself has yang attributes. Now that his body size has increased, his yang attributes show a stronger effect, and his chakra volume is already at the level of tailed beast. With the blessing of many parties, in just 10 seconds, most of the bones in the bodies of several Uchiha clan members were broken and they fell to the ground. 351. Chapter 350 Black Zetsu is studying hard. Uchiha Eniki is old. Uchiha needs a new clan leader to lead them to greater glory. Don't let me down. Leaving a word calmly, Onoki used the super light and heavy rock technique to fly high into the sky and quickly return to the hidden rock village. He had done what he should do. Next was Uchiha Fugaku's business. It depended on whether the other party could be so cruel. But I think that kid would not let him down. A man whose fiancé copyright and eyes were taken away would inevitably breed a lot of darkness in his heart. It would be no problem for him to be cruel and ruthless. Not to mention that the other party was born in the Uchiha clan, which produces psychopaths. Sure enough, Uchiha Fugaku did not let Onoki down. He came to several clan members under the leadership of the Shadow Clone. Although he saw the miserable state of several clan members with the help of the Shadow Clone's memory after removing the Shadow Clone, Uchiha Fugaku's expression was still indifferent. As early as when he awakened his main Jikaya Sharingan because his fiancé copyright was taken away, his heart was dead. It is impossible for the Shimura family to propose marriage to Uchiha Mikoto for no reason. It must be that the bitch had that kind of relationship with Shimura Gentoi. You know, the little bitch stayed in the Wind Country with Shimura Gentoi for several months. Who knows if she did anything shameful during that time? He, Uchiha Fugaku, does not need such a woman whose reputation and chastity are no longer clean. Fugaku, are you really going to attack the clan leader? A Uchiha youth coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked at Uchiha Fugaku miserably, knowing that they, the Uchiha, were in danger. The bitch Uchiha Mikoto is no longer trustworthy, and her father is naturally no longer trustworthy. All this is for Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku spoke indifferently, and his emotions were still not fluctuating at all. I understand. Please accept my eyes. No innocent sacrifices. I hope you can lead the family to glory. Understanding the will of his cousin, the Uchiha youth, regardless of his own serious injuries, forcibly squeezed the vitality and mental power in his body to fuse a large amount of chakra, and merged all these chakras into his eyes. Finally, he used his skinny palm to dig out his 3 Magatama Sharingan and handed it to Uchiha Fugaku. Now he has no choice, because Uchiha is already in a state of lack of successors, and most of the strong men of the older generation of the clan have old injuries from the last Ninja World War. Even Uchiha Yunyi, the clan leader, has a serious hidden injury on his internal organs. His physical condition has been declining in the past 2 years. The Uchiha really need a young clan leader to lead the family to continue. At this stage, Uchiha Fugaku is the strongest and most qualified among the younger generation. He has awakened a pair of Mangekyo. Before. This will be the hope of their Uchiha in the future. Still with that indifferent look, Uchiha Fugaku will the 2-3 Magatama Sharingan in his hand were pressed into the eye sockets, and the family's secret special medical ninjutsu was activated, and the optic nerves and blood vessels were connected to the new eyeballs in the eye sockets one by one. Because they were cousins, the eyes did not show any rejection reaction, and even quickly recovered their vision. Fugaku, please accept our power and lead the family forward. The remaining few clansmen did not delay, and all resolutely and fanatically performed the secret technique to squeeze their own vitality and mental power to the limit, integrating the refined chakra into the eyes, and finally mixed with the pupil power of the 3 Magatama Sharingan and sent it into Uchiha Fugaku's body. They had absolute confidence in Uchiha Fugaku. Since this man could open the Mangekyo Sharingan once, he would definitely be able to open a second pair. Accepting the gifts from several confidants, Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists, and tears of blood flowed from his eyes. Shimura Gento. With a deep roar, the hatred and murderous intent in Uchiha Fugaku's heart could not be described in words. He swore that in the future, he would tear the guy who brought him shame many times into pieces. Without stopping, Uchiha Fugaku used the fire escape ninjutsu to burn the bodies of several clansmen, including his cousin, into ashes and left quickly after making sure that there were no loopholes. After all, this is the territory of the Land of Earth, and the interior of the Hidden Rock Village is not a monolithic entity, otherwise Onoki would not have come to see him alone. It is very dangerous to continue staying in the Land of Earth. Maybe someone is chasing after him, and he must return to Konoha as soon as possible. Wow, a group of ruthless people. Not long after Uchiha Fugaku left, 2 white figures rose from the ground, and they were the 2 White Zetsu. Without Shimura Gento's instructions, White Zetsu knew the importance of the Uchiha clan members. Whether they eventually escaped back to Konoha or were killed by Uegakure or other forces, it was important, so he followed secretly. He didn't expect to see such a wonderful scene. Just now they said that they seemed to want to kill the current Uchiha clan leader. Isn't that Xuanding's father-in-law? Xuanding should be sad, right? Xuanding is a man who is more sinister, cold, black-bellied, ruthless, and shameless than Black Zetsu. Even if Shimura Danzo was hacked to death outside, he would not be sad? How could he be sad for a father-in-law? Another White Zetsu expressed his objection, as if he knew Shimura Gento very well, and really didn't think that the man who made Black Zetsu admire him so much would have the concept of sadness. It seems to make sense. I will continue to secretly follow Uchiha Fugaku, and you go back to report the situation to the insidious Xuanding Jun and Black Zetsu. After saying that, a White Zetsu sank into the ground and chased in the direction where Uchiha Fugaku left, while the remaining White Zetsu turned back to report the situation. Shimura Xuanding and Black Zetsu, who were named Insidious by the 2 White Zetsu, were busy. In an underground space far away from the Hidden Rock Village, Black Zetsu held a torch and looked at the 3-meter-high and 6-meter-diameter supergiant scroll in front of him and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He naturally knew what style of the secret technique written by Shimura Xuanding was, and he tried to be the simplest and clearest, breaking each knowledge point for you and writing it down, so that even a layman could understand it. But this is too clear, right? All the characters used on it are those small Chinese characters, densely packed, and the number of characters inside is at least 30 small goals. It would take a long time just to read this thing, not to mention practicing it. Use the shadow clone to memorize it separately. Rubbing his forehead with a headache, Black Zetsu could only use the multiple shadow clone technique to divide the memory, try to finish reading it as soon as possible, and then pass it directly to the White Zetsu through the power of his mother, and intensify the practice. Opening the super large scroll, what came into view was a catalogue. It turns out that there are other secret techniques to practice, no wonder there are so many words. After reading the catalogue, Black Zetsu realized that this was a complete set of encyclopedias of immortal energy practice tailored for White Zetsu, not just the condensation method of the morning stick and soul locking chain in the Death God plan. With the help of the catalogue, he quickly flipped to the place where the condensation method of the morning stick and soul locking chain was recorded, but frowned after reading it, feeling a little disappointed. It can only be used to deal with the souls of ordinary people. It's just a makeshift one. Although it looked very rough, the secret technique of cultivation specifically noted that the morning stick used can only hurt the souls of the dead, and the soul locking chain can only lock the souls of ordinary people, and it is only effective for the souls of the dead. The souls of living people have body protection and will not be hurt by these two spiritual tools. This effect is much worse than his previous expectations. He originally thought it could become a great killing weapon, but who would have thought it would be such a thing? But it's not too bad. After all, at this stage, they mainly lack human spirit to shape the perfect white Zetsu, so that white Zetsu's IQ and potential can be improved a little, and assist in the cultivation of immortal energy. Moreover, Shimura Gento had said before that this was only a secret technique at the basic stage, and that a stronger secret technique would definitely be developed later, making the Death God plan a killer. Not to mention that Black Zetsu was studying hard here, Shimura Gento on the other side was enjoying the massage service of two girls. Uchiha is indeed a ninja clan that is good at fire-breathing jutsu. There are special training methods for the fire-breathing parts, which can greatly avoid being burned by fire attribute chakra. Uchiha Mikoto has obviously received the true teachings. On the other side, Bai Tu is not bad either. In the future, he can give birth to a leg shadow, which is enough to prove that the other party's genes are excellent. He also has a pair of perfect legs and feet. It would be a pity not to use such perfect legs and feet to pedal a tricycle and massage. In the following days, Shimura Xianding lived a very comfortable life. During the day, he trained those minions to practice, and at night he enjoyed the massage services of two girls. Of course, he did not forget to cultivate immortality and assist those battle pets in dual cultivation. During the day, he was almost inseparable from those battle pets, and he kept the dual cultivation cycle with them using the immortal force thread. The 8 battle pets have now grown into big guys. The largest river crab is 3 times larger than when it just came. The other battle pets have also grown to varying degrees. Even the smallest yam butterfly has grown to the size of an umbrella, landing on Zhikan Suending's head all day long, adding a piece of green. Big Mouth, I'm not saying you really need to lose weight. Looking at Zhikan Big Mouth who has gained a lot of weight, Zhikan Xianding is very worried that this first battle pet will get 3 highs. It's really too fat. Now Zhikan Big Mouth's whole body has become like a ball, round and round, with a diameter of 10 meters. Bang bang bang! Zhikan Big Mouth, who can already understand human language, jumped around with his round body to protest. He is not fat, but plump. Okay, I won't talk about you anymore. Bounce 10,000 times today. Shaking his head helplessly, Shimura Xianding asked Shimura Dazwai to do a weight loss exercise tailored for him, which can also be said to be his way of walking. After receiving the order, Shimura Dazwai naturally did not dare to neglect it. He controlled his round body to bounce on the spot, and the amplitude of the bounce became larger and higher. This is the way of walking tailored for him by Shimura Xianding. It relies on bouncing to move forward, and it is also a way of attack. Dazwai's qualifications are really bad. Looking at Shimura Dazwai who kept bouncing up and down, Shimura Xianding knew that the qualifications of this first battle pet were not very good. Although he had the talent of vitality, his talent was very low, almost non-existent. If it were not for the assistance of Greyer's energy liquid, it would be impossible to awaken and transform into the innate Yang attribute immortal energy. Compared with the other battle pets found by Black Zetsu, it was far worse. The fat storage method of the Akimichi family has a future in development. Let Dazwai try it. Thinking about how to strengthen and make up for the lack of talent of Shimura Dazwai, Shimura Xianding thought of the group of fat people in the Akimichi family. The Akimichi family will store vitality or chakra directly in fat, and when using it, they can just draw the vitality or chakra in the fat. Because fat does not directly participate in the operation of body functions, even if it is damaged, it will not have much impact on the body, so Akimichi family ninjas rarely over-extract chakra and overdraw their bodies during battle. This method is very suitable for Shimura Dazwai, and coupled with the super magnification technique optimized from the super multiplication technique, it is enough for Shimura Dazwai to burst out with powerful strength. The only thing missing is the time attribute. After thinking about the future plan for Shimura Dazwai, Shimura Xianding thought about his own training progress and looked forward to the next trip to the land of ghosts. He has now obtained 8 corresponding innate attribute immortal energy with the help of the 8 war pets. As long as he further transforms these innate attribute immortal energy into escape technique immortal energy, he can completely change himself and permanently obtain these innate attributes. At that time, both his own strength and qualifications will be greatly improved. 352. Chapter 351 Original Scene Agreed. Brother, you have a really big brain. Taken to an underground laboratory in the Hidden Rock Village, Shimuragendo heard Onoki's request and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Onoki's idea is very awesome. He himself has 5 chakra attributes of Yang, Wind, Fire, Thunder, and Earth. Dust Escape is a fusion of the 3 attributes of Wind, Fire, and Earth. This old guy wants to use the splitting technique of the second generation Tsuchikage to split the Yang attribute and Thunder attribute to form a semi-independent clone. Then the clone will transplant and complete the attributes through surgery to become a top-level qualification with all 7 attributes, and then use this clone to practice the system of chakra attribute swallowing. And the old guy has already mastered the art of splitting out a clone, or the original body. If you ask me, your aesthetics are definitely problematic. Even if it doesn't split into that majestic and powerful posture, there is no need to make it this 3-inch tall. Looking at the pitiful height of 1.3 meters of the split body of Onoki, Shimuragento didn't understand the old guy's aesthetics. The old guy split out a clone that is exactly the same as before, that is, the one before the surgery. However, this dwarf clone inherited the dust release, and the majestic and powerful body retained the Yang attribute and the Thunder attribute. Now it is difficult to distinguish which is the original body and which is the split body. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and do the surgery, the perfect chakra metal will not be missing you. With a dark face, Onoki signaled to work quickly. It's still the same price as the Lois. After reminding, Shimuragento began to transplant another Senju cell for Onoki. Tobirama's cells have precious spatial attributes, so he naturally wouldn't give them to anyone to fuse. He happened to use the latent ability of Black Zetsu to get a lot of cells from the Senju family. Although he didn't have all the attributes, it was no problem to use them to make up for the attributes that Onoki lacked. He quickly completed the attribute completion, and used his own Yang escape chakra to activate the immortal body characteristics in those Senju cells, which increased Onoki's chakra by a large margin. This old guy is really a master of earth escape. On the first day after the transplant, he perfectly mastered the earth attribute in the Senju cells and stabilized it to the level of earth escape chakra. Then there are other attributes. In addition to the yin and water attributes that were not originally there, wind and fire were stabilized to the escape level in less than a week. The water attribute and yin attribute also quickly cultivated to the escape level with the help of their own strength and the power of the Senju cells, and then it was the step of attribute swallowing. Compared to Lois, Onoki is much stronger, and practice is faster. The speed of swallowing one attribute every 3 days is constantly improving, starting with the earth attribute swallowing the water attribute, followed by the fire attribute, the wind attribute, the thunder attribute, and finally the yin and yang attributes. A total of 6 transformations have been obtained, making the earth power extremely strong, but a little too strong. This is none of my business, it's your request. Looking at Onoki whose body has been metallized, Shimuragento blinked innocently, indicating that it was not his fault. The earth power is an extreme attribute, which will naturally have an impact on oneself and will metallize the body. Originally, if it was slowly transformed and adapted a little bit, there would be no such side effects, but Onoki was too eager for quick success. He swallowed one attribute in 3 days to make the earth power transform quickly, and his body had no time to adapt. This is your perfect chakra metal. The brown soil guarding on the side handed the sealed scroll that had been prepared long ago to Shimuragento, and signaled that he could leave. Onoki, who was adapting to the power of earth, did not object. As early as when he finished swallowing the 5 escape attributes, his body had some abnormalities, but he insisted on continuing to swallow. It was indeed not the kid's fault for this situation. But they didn't have so much time to wait. This time, the kid left the Hidden Rock Village and there would be no future. They had to seize the opportunity. Can you bear it? After personally sending Shimuragendo away, Haito returned and asked with concern, with more worries in his heart. The current situation of Onoki's body was not optimistic. The bones had been completely metallized. The power of earth was eroding the flesh and blood, and then the internal organs would be next. Once they were completely eroded, this body would be useless. Combination technique. The split body of Onoki raised his hand to form a seal, and performed the combination technique that matched the split technique, reuniting the two, and using the split body's dust escape chakra to affect the power of earth. It can barely work, but it will take 3 years to adapt. I'll trouble you with the village's government affairs. With difficulty, Onoki made an explanation. The power of earth that has transformed to the extreme is indeed very strong. Even the chakra of dust release can only slightly affect it. Fortunately, this little influence has given him a chance to adapt in 3 years at most. Once he adapts, his strength will surely rise to the next level, reaching the extreme level of shadow that the ninja world is divided into by the bird of the river, which is 1 level higher than the super shadow level, second only to the ultimate shadow level of the first generation of Hokage and Uchiha Madara in the end of the Valley War. If he learns the Sage Mode, he can reach the ultimate shadow level and truly be on par with the first generation of Hokage. Shimura Gendo doesn't care about Onoki's crazy plan. After all, 3 years is enough for them to do a lot of things. With his own training speed, even if Onoki really adapts to the extreme power of earth in 3 years, he can press it to the ground. Even if he doesn't talk about himself, his old father and Uchiha Madara are not weak. The old father is now practicing the ultimate power just like Uchiha Madara. Even the old father of Nabekage is practicing the full set of 9 ultimate powers, including the space talent obtained from Tobirama's cells and the time talent obtained from Uchiha Tokusaki's pupil power. After Uchiha Tokusake officially came to recognize the boss, he asked him to share a portion of his pupil power, packed it up and asked Black Zetsu to send it to the old father. With the help of the second generation of Chakra God Tree and the 3 Magadama Samsara Sharingan, the old father's training speed will never be slow, at least the first stage of the ultimate power will be cultivated quickly. At that time, Onoki will only have an ultimate earth power plus dust escape, and at most a sage mode. How can he be the opponent of his old father? In the final analysis, these people's imagination is not big enough, and they don't know how high the limit of human beings is. The small treasury of Uegakure village should be emptied. Back in the villa room, Shimura Gendo tossed the sealed scroll in his hand. He knew how much perfect energy metal was smelted at the beginning. Apart from the money used by the Hidden Rock village to make ninja tools for itself, Onoki's small treasury should have been drained during this period. How stupid! A group of Black Zetsu emerged from the floor, took the seal scroll thrown by Shimura Xianding, laughed strangely, and felt quite sympathetic in his heart. Onoki and others are really sitting in a well and watching the sky, and they don't know what real strength is. Even the brothers of the Six-Path Sage didn't dare to show up and confront the Shimura father and son. How can you, a small hidden rock village, have such courage? Even if all the 5 major ninja villages go, they can't take down the Shimura father and son and Uchiha Madara. Those people are destined to be empty-handed. It will take at least 3 years for Onoki to adapt to the ultimate power of earth. Be prepared. After giving this order, Shimura Gentoi knew Onoki's current situation very well. He needed 3 years to adapt to the power of earth, which means that the decisive battle in Whirlpool country will begin in 3 years. At that time, he would take away these old guys in the ninja world and harvest them, making room for the young people, and let the ninja world develop in the direction he planned. It's already been arranged. As long as the Six-Path Sage brothers don't take action again, or the strong men of the Otsutsuki clan of the universe come, there will be no problem. With worries in his heart, Black Zetsu knew that the Six-Path Sage would definitely not watch their plan succeed, and there would be waves at that time. We can clear as many as we can. Those old generation ninjas are still using the overloaded training method of the Warring States period. Their physical potential has long been overdrawn. They are of no use to our bloodline plan. We must clear them out as soon as possible. I didn't care about this. As long as the Six-Path Sage didn't show up to oppose me, my plan would be successful. At least 90% of the old generation ninjas could be taken away. Although I can't beat the Six-Path Sage brothers now, I believe the last time my future self traveled through time, he must have arranged a backup plan to continue to intimidate those 2 old silver coins. As long as the other party is not forced into a corner, he will definitely not show up to fight to the death. They must also want to become stronger through the Reis-Nan Jinden practice method, so we have to develop further to steal more and stronger secret techniques. He sneered. Black Zetsu knew very well the terrifying potential of the secret technique practice system created by Shimura Gento. Even if someone as strong as his mother practiced it, he could get a huge improvement, not to mention the Six-Path Sage and Otsutsuki Hamura. It was originally to allow them to crack the secret learning. The greed of the human heart is a good weapon. As long as the Six-Path Sage wants to become stronger and has greed, he will not tear his face and show up to fight us. Also with a sneer on his face, the reason why Shimura Gento deliberately passed the Reis-nan Jinden practice system to Uchiha Madara and Uzumaki Mitaru was that he also had the idea of a using it to show it to the Six-Path Sage brothers. First, let him be greedy. As long as he wants to get the subsequent cultivation method, he will basically not take the risk of showing up directly in a decisive battle, and let the net and the fish die. Second, create a fatal flaw for him. Even if the Six-Path Sage really cultivates the Reis-nan Jinden system in the future, he can also use the secret method of restraint to kill the old guy. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. People die for money and birds die for food. Greed can indeed make people die on their own. I agree with this point. As an old antique who has survived for thousands of years, Black Zetsu has seen too many tragedies caused by greed. Not to mention the distant past, the wood release reconstruction plan carried out by the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama alone killed many people during the experiment, and even many Senju people. It was because too many people sacrificed that it was stopped by Senju Tobirama. This is a tragedy. Whether Senju Tobirama is greedy for the power of wood release or to protect the family village, it is essentially a kind of greed for power. Greed can easily make people do irrational things, and sometimes they can't even realize it, thinking that what they are doing is just and right. Even if what they do is evil, they can find an excuse to convince themselves, such as for self-protection or protection. After all, sometimes the difference between evil and justice is a reasonable excuse. Haven't you found the meteorite yet? Thinking of the meteorite from outer space, Shimura Gento couldn't stop his greed. The sharpness of the big silver sword proved the value of the meteorite, which is much more precious than heavy gold and perfect energy metal. It is perfect for making weapons, and it can even coat the key parts of the heavy gold battlesuit with a layer to resist the seeking of truth jade and bloodline net. However, Onoki seemed to recognize the value of the thing and hid it. No, I suspect Onoki hid it in a certain summoning beast space. When it comes to this, Black Zetsu is also very distressed. Shimura Gento had long ago ordered him to search for the meteorite in Kumagakure, but unfortunately he found nothing, and the thing itself had no energy fluctuations and could not be sensed. Even if it was buried in the ground, it could not be sensed. He personally went around Iwagakure many times, but could not find it, and there was no clue at all. 353. Chapter 352 Negative example. We have to start with Aoenaki, are you sure? Seeing that even the powerful Black Zetsu could not find any clues, Shimura Gento knew that he could only make the final plan and expose the existence of Black Zetsu. It's a bit difficult. Aoenaki is not a weakling, and there are a large number of Anbu ninjas stationed around him, and there are several cage-level ninjas following him to protect him. It's difficult to succeed, and I will be exposed. Black Zetsu didn't say too much. After all, the other party was the cage of Iwagakure, and there were a large group of younger brothers following him. If he wanted to succeed, he would have to spend some effort. Of course, it was just a little effort. Disguise a little. With a satisfied smile, Shimura Gento reminded him. He knew that Black Zetsu would not let him down. Even if he could get the memory information of the meteorite from Aoenaki's brain, it would not be a problem to kill the old guy. After all, this is the one who can speak to Six Paths Madara from the heart in the original book. It's a pity that the old father positioned Black Zetsu as an intelligence collector. Theoretically, he has no combat power. In this case, Black Zetsu can't show much strength. I need a few clones cultivated from the cells of that ear. Nodding to show that he understood, Black Zetsu also put forward his own requirements. Since he must be exposed a little, he might as well frame the Ao8 Satsuki clan on the moon and let them take the blame. You can arrange it yourself. He indicated that Black Zetsu could do whatever he needed, and he would not ask. Shimura Gento had absolute trust and confidence in Black Zetsu. At the same time, they must also get the meteorite from outer space. It is the only material that can be used to fight head-on and even cut into pieces at this stage. It is powerful enough to fight against the Six-Path Sage brothers and Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others. Although the ordinary Tao-seeking jade is not a bloodline network with 7 attributes perfectly integrated, it is also extremely powerful. Even the defective product condensed by the last Otsutsuki strongman on the moon with the help of the giant reincarnation eye can be said to be indestructible and indestructible. Even the Black Thunder Hell Stab after the transformation of the 3rd generation of Reikage could not break it. The copycat version of the Zangba snake spear was also decomposed into a section of the spear blade, which shows how terrifying that thing is. For future wars, they must prepare enough powerful equipment like the big silver sword, otherwise there is no way to fight. By the way, let white Zetsu spread out to the whole world to find out if there are similar high-density meteorites from outer space. No satisfied with the meteorite from outer space, Shimura Gento wanted more. It's very difficult. Even if such a high-density meteorite falls, it is almost impossible for it to stay on the surface. It will directly enter the magma layer and fall into the center of the earth. It was a great luck for the first generation of Tsuchikage to find that piece. It was a bit difficult. Heizetsu was really helpless about this. He inherited a lot of knowledge from his mother, including the research on celestial bodies by the Otsutsuki clan in the universe. According to the knowledge inheritance of the Otsutsuki clan in the universe, the core of this planet should be magma, with a temperature of thousands of degrees. Even because of natural causes, the temperature of the Earth's core may exceed tens of thousands of degrees. Coupled with the extreme high pressure, even if he is now, he can't enter the center of the Earth unless he has the power of his mother in the past. If there really is a high-density meteorite that falls into this world, it is very likely to break through the strata, enter the underground magma, and then fall to the center of the Earth under the action of gravity, or be directly melted by high temperature and merged with the material in the center of the Earth, which will be even more difficult to get out. First search for meteorites on the surface and in the strata, and I will go to the center of the Earth myself later. Without making things difficult for Black Zetsu, Shimura Gendo had already made plans. As a new man of the new era, he naturally knew that the center of this planet, which was similar to the Earth in his previous life, was likely to be in a molten state, and ordinary means could not enter it at all. Even the technological means of the previous life could not enter the center of the Earth, mainly because there was no material that could withstand such high temperature and high pressure. Fortunately, this world has a cultivation civilization that did not exist in the previous life, and there are ways to get in, such as space means. But that is all for the future, and there is no rush for the time being. I won't disturb your good things. Sensing the two chakras approaching, Black Zetsu smiled and sank under the floor. After a while, the secret door of the boundary wall of the two rooms was pushed open, and Uchiha Mikoto and Shirataki came over one after another, performing the routine massage service every night with expressionless faces. After all, he was not a fierce man like Tsunade, so Shimura Gentoi was naturally relieved to be frank with the two girls and enjoy their meticulous massage services. Come, put on this pair of fishnet stockings, and massage my chest today. Throwing a pair of black fishnet stockings that had been prepared long ago into Shirataka's hands, Shimura Gentoi liked the massage service of this girl very much. She is really worthy of being able to produce leg shadows, and is very suitable to be a massage technician. She is much stronger than the male technician she met in her previous life. Still with that expressionless look, Shirataki silently took the pair of stockings and put them on, and stepped on the guy's chest with her delicate feet. Although she wanted to kick this pervert to death with a kick, she knew very well that she did not have that strength, even if she used the power of the tailed beast in her body to enter the half-tailed beast transformation. The gap in strength between the two sides is too big. The most important thing is that she doesn't want to expose the fact that she was bullied by this guy, otherwise she really doesn't know how to face Brother Huangtu, and how Brother Huangtu will view herself. Before, Uchiha Mikoto's fiancé copyright Uchiha Fugaku has become a laughingstock in Konoha village, and even has the tendency to become a laughingstock in the ninja world. She doesn't want Brother Huangtu to end up like that. The same is true for Uchiha Mikoto on the other side. On the one hand, she is not as strong as others, and on the other hand, she surrenders to protect Brother Fugaku and the family. The Shimura family is too strong at this stage. Let alone fighting against the Shimura family, she can't deal with this bastard pervert in front of her. Even if the Manjakaya is opened, the gap in strength is too big. How should I practice next? After stepping and massaging for a while, Bai-Tu suddenly asked. Last time, Shimura Danzo came to Uegakur village to purify the chakra of some of the village ninjas, including her. It's just that she was secretly purified by the father and son, and was not on the list provided by the third Tsuchikage. The original purification even purified the power of the tailed beast in her body, which was a big change from before. Now she doesn't know how to practice. You go for the chakra bloodline fusion system first, and wait until you upgrade the lava escape to bloodline elimination and then see the situation. He said casually. Shimura Gentoi was very optimistic about this girl. Not only is she excellent in talent, but her brain is also first class. It seems that the brain of the leg shadow in the original work inherited this girl, and she is very suitable for the bloodline path of attribute fusion. Of course, How far she can go depends on whether this girl will return in the future. If she insists on becoming an enemy, he doesn't mind giving her a Kota Amatsukami at that time and turning her into his own form. Ahem, it's what he wants. After I leave Uegakure, you go with Datai and the others to find Mr. Yuguan and the others, and practice with them. I will go to the land of water later. After thinking about it, I felt that it was a pity to use Kota Amatsukami to transform her. It would be best to let this girl recognize the ugly side of the ninja village on her own and draw a clear line with it on her own. In this way, she can join Mr. Yuguan's travel team. I believe that Black Zetsu, White Zetsu, and the daimyo of the 5 major countries will see to the arrangements. Pursing her lips tightly without saying a word, Bai-tu knew that she had no choice. The days that followed were still very fulfilling. Shimura Gento trained those lackeys during the day, helped Datai and others practice the chakra mode of the bloodline limit, helped Jingzi integrate Yin Dun and Earth Dun to develop the bloodline limit, and helped Huang Tu continue the Tsuchikage power plan. Nearly 3 months after arriving in Uegakure village, Huang Tu's Tsuchikage power plan finally succeeded. Why is there such a big difference? The brown earth who came to inspect was very dissatisfied. The earth power chakra in the yellow earth was much worse than that of Onoki. It's none of my business. You insisted on doing this. Some methods of forcing things to grow can be used to speed up the process. But don't worry, when Onoki has completely mastered his earth power chakra, he can merge it with Huangta's quick version of earth power and drive it. And this weakened version of earth power chakra also has its advantages, at least it won't turn Huangtu into a metal lump like a big wood, which is difficult to move, and there will be a stage for him to slowly adapt to the practice. Spreading his hands, Shimura Gentoi would not take such a black pot. After all, Huangtu was not as good as his father Onoki. He only cultivated the earth attribute to the level of earth escape, and transformed it into the earth power chakra based on it, and then devoured other attributes. In order to allow other attributes to complete the transformation, Shimura Gentoi used some quick methods to force them to transform, and the effect was naturally much worse. This is the price of quick success, but fortunately there is still a chance to remedy it, as long as Onoki completely masters the earth power chakra in the future and comes to render it. After all, they are father and son, and the nature of chakra will be very similar, and there is a basis for fusion. This is your last reward. Reluctantly accepting this statement, Hai-Tu threw a scroll of sealing objects containing perfect chakra metal. It was naturally impossible for them to give all the perfect chakra metal to this kid at once, but to see the effect of Huangtu's Earth Shadow Power Plan and pay in installments. This is the last installment of perfect chakra metal and the last bit of inventory in the village. Frankly, after checking those perfect chakra metals, Shimura Gentoi was very satisfied. It seems that Onoki is very confident in his plan. He really thinks that he can kill their Shimura family by relying on the joint efforts of the 5 major ninja villages, otherwise he would never be so generous. Huangtu, practice more physical skills in the future. Your huge physique disperses the concentration of the earth power chakra, which can be used to slowly improve your physical strength. Master the earth power chakra mode as soon as possible, and wait until your father uses his earth power chakra to complete yours, then you will be qualified to become the village chief of Uegakure village. Patting Huangta's wrist, Shimura Gentoi exhorted earnestly. It's the Tsuchikage. He corrected himself depressedly. Huangtu really couldn't accept the elder brother's address to the cage. He was clearly the cage of the ninja village, but he was called the head of the village by the other party. He suddenly lost his dignity. It's the same. I hope that when we meet next time, you have killed the stubborn old man Demyu and become the head of the Uegakure village, leading our Uegakure village to prosperity. Of course, it would be better if you are willing to support me to become the village head. I am a little interested in the position of the 4th generation village head. Grinning and laughing, Shimura Gentoi really wanted to become the 4th Tsuchikage, but unfortunately there were too many obstacles and there was almost no hope. This made Huangtu feel sick, and he had no way to respond. Whether it was the elder brother's bewitching words that asked him to kill his father to seize the throne, or to become the 4th Tsuchikage, it was impossible. Datezi and others on the side did not respond. Although they did not mind letting Shimura Gentoi become the village chief, they definitely could not do it by killing the 3rd Tsuchikage. And judging from the strength of the Shimura family, it seemed that things were not as simple as they had thought before. If you want to leave, hurry up. Listening to the treasonous words, Hai-Tu urged with a dark face. Since the most important transaction has been completed, there is no need to let this kid stay in the village. Look, This is a ninja, ungratefulness is the basic operation. Transformed into a great and glorious trainer again, Shimura Jondun used Haitu as a negative example on the spot to show several minions the ninja's despicable and shameless ingratitude, making Haitu almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. He hated this kid. 354. Chapter 353 Mikozi Ning. Boss, you passed on so many precious secrets to us, aren't you afraid that we will be your enemies in the future? Before parting, Huang Tu couldn't help but ask the doubts that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. Others also cast doubtful eyes, and they all didn't understand why Shimura Gentoi and the Shimura family had passed on precious secrets in recent years. From the perspective of Konoha, we are indeed enemies, but from the perspective of the entire ninja world and even the entire world, we can all be comrades who rely on each other. You are still very weak now, and you are not qualified to understand many things. Don't relax, and do your best to practice and become stronger. The future will be countless times more cruel than you think. Without sufficient strength, let alone protecting the people you cherish, it will be a problem whether you can protect yourself. With a sigh, Shimura Gentoi was not very optimistic about the future. After all, his future self had reminded him when he was in Lulin that even the Six-Path Sage brothers were not small dishes. It can be seen how powerful the enemy is. It is very likely that they will really confront the Otsutsuki clan of the universe. Although the performance of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others in the original work was very poor, that could not represent the strength of the Otsutsuki clan of the universe. As a powerful race that roams the interstellar, feeds on life planets, can survive for thousands or tens of thousands of years, or even live forever, explosive star-level combat power is only the foundation. If they really face the Otsutsuki clan of the universe, they may not be able to save this planet. Are they the mysterious people who attacked the Hidden Cloud Village? Thinking, Zi thought of the information about the attack on the Hidden Cloud Village that he had seen before. The strength shown by that group of mysterious people far exceeded their imagination. As soon as they appeared, they almost destroyed the entire Hidden Cloud Village. It was really terrifying. Those guys are not even small dishes. Let me tell you something. Our moon was formed by someone using a continent that is no smaller than the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Earth. Can you imagine if someone how many people will die in the process of shaping the current Wind Country and Earth Country into another moon? With a meaningful reminder, Shimura Gentoi stopped talking, jumped onto the broad back of Shimura Harmony, and flew high into the sky with the anti-gravity technique. Grandpa Hichu, is it true that the legend of the Six-Path Sage shaping the moon? Watching Shimura Gentoi leave, the taciturn Han suddenly asked, because Shimura Gentoi's previous words were too terrifying. I don't know whether the moon was artificially created, but there are indeed people living on it. Not long ago, the Third Reikage wrote a letter, mentioning that the reason why the group attacked the Hidden Cloud Village was because the Hidden Cloud Village had a treasure that could threaten the moon. After speaking, Hichu looked up at the sky, but it was a pity that it was broad daylight and the moon could not be seen at all. If the legend is true, why did the Six-Path Sage sacrifice countless lives and use an entire continent to create the moon? Jingzi also looked up at the sky, questioning the existence of their ninjas, and was confused. According to legend, the Six-Path Sage is the ancestor of their ninjas, but even the ancestor of the ninjas did such cruel things, so is the existence of their ninjas right or wrong? I am old, and these things need you young people to explore and take on. The future belongs to you. Seeing that several people wanted to ask more, Hichu waved his hand. He didn't know much about these horror things. Shimura's secret technique. Looking back at the Tsuchikage building, Brown Earth was determined. As ninjas, they could not place their hopes and future on others, and the style displayed by Shimura Danzo and his son and the Shimura family was not trustworthy. Besides, the Shimura family was also on guard against them and had not really passed down those secret techniques. Instead of being led by the nose by the Shimura family, it would be better to get the powerful secret techniques developed by the other party and enhance their own strength to deal with possible disasters in the future. So in the next Ninja World War, the Shimura family must be destroyed. Brown Earth was too lazy to care about what Shimura Xianding was thinking, he was flying to the land of demons. He was also traveling with his own battle pets, and even the fatter Shimura Big Mouth was held under the body by Shimura Harmony and flew together. In addition, he also brought Uchiha Doju, Uchiha Lee, and Uchiha Mikoto. It's so high. Lying on the edge of Shimura's Big Mouth carapace, staring at the ground below, Uchiha Doju's body was trembling with fear, but he seemed very excited in his heart. Sister Lee, have you made up your mind? Ignoring Uchiha Doju, who seemed to be afraid of heights, Shimura Xianding looked at Uchiha Lee, who had been silent. He had talked to this young lady before, and believed that after this period of thinking, there should be a result. I will not betray my family. Biting her red lips tightly, Uchiha Lee glanced at Uchiha Doju on the edge and expressed her position tactfully. In fact, the decision could have been made long ago. After all, they themselves had no power to choose from the beginning. When Uchiha Doju decisively chose to protect her and abandoned Uchiha Fugaku, it was destined that they would be excluded in the future, and even their lives would be in danger. I don't need you to betray Uchiha either. Shimura Gentoi smiled. As long as Uchiha Lee was recruited, the henchmen of Uchiha Doju could be tied up. Uchiha Mikoto on the side watched this scene without saying a word, nor did she try to stop it, because she didn't have the strength to stop that pervert. But this pervert is too hateful. I really want to kill him. As if he sensed the girl's resentment and murderous intent, Shimura Gentoi turned his head and looked at the girl's bright eyes with a smile. Little Mikoto, why haven't your Mangekyo Sharingan evolved again? Is it because of insufficient stimulation? Stroking his chin, he felt the need to increase the stimulation to the girl. Although strong emotional stimulation is not a prerequisite for the evolution of the Eternal Eye, emotional stimulation can stimulate the Uchiha clan to produce more and stronger pupil power. As long as there is enough stimulation, I believe that Uchiha Mikoto's Mangekyo pupil power can be improved and infinitely close to the Eternal Eye. At that time, coupled with the blessing of the attribute Devouring Road, there is a high probability that the Mangekyo will be upgraded to the level of the Eternal Eye. You bastard! The girl was furious. If she hadn't known that she couldn't win, Uchiha Mikoto would have rushed over and bit the bastard to death. How long are you going to bully me? Unfortunately, the girl's protest was ignored by someone, who even began to think about how to increase the stimulation to the girl. He had many ideas about the pupil eye of the Sharingan, but unfortunately, the replicas of the young ladies in the Black Cauldron space were emotionless and could not produce emotions to stimulate the Sharingan to change, so they could not be used for experimental research. He could only find Uchiha Mikoto in reality to try. The last time Uchiha Doju opened the Mangekyo was one of his attempts, and the effect was very good. However, this method also requires high requirements. Uchiha Doju's my great-grandfather had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he had excellent blood as a foundation. At the same time, that guy was deeply in love with Uchiha Lee, so he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan of divine grace in one fell swoop. This method is difficult to popularize. While thinking about the training and upgrading plan for Xiaomikan, he flew quickly and arrived at the Land of Demons in a few days. Because he had asked the daimyo of the Land of Earth to send a visiting card before, the shrine maidens of the Land of Demons had already arranged for people to welcome them. Uchiha Mikan and the other 2 and the 8 pets were taken away to live, and Shimura Gento was taken to the shrine maidens hall. But when he saw the contemporary shrine maiden of the Land of Demons, Shimura Gento was a little confused. Are you the shrine maiden? Looking ahead the big Lolita in the main seat, Ziken Xianding felt that this trip might not yield much. My name is Zai Ning. My mother mentioned you to me before she died, my husband in 15 years. Zai Ning, who was kneeling on the main seat, had a cold expression on her face. As early as last year, her mother had predicted for her once at the cost of her life, predicting the future of herself and her daughter. Husband, 15 years later. Even more confused, Ziken Xianding really didn't understand the girl's brain circuit. Also, what did the witch of the previous generation predict? I still want to give birth to a daughter. Before that, I need to keep my body pure and cannot be polluted by you. I have to wait until I give birth to a daughter in 15 years before I can marry you. Still with that cold expression, but the jade-like little hand hidden in the sleeve was very tight, and it was obvious that her heart was not as calm as it seemed. Pollution. The veins on his forehead were jumping, and it was the first time that Ziken Xianding heard such an absurd thing. You want to be my wife, that's all, but you want me to be a father. Do you really think I, Ziken Xianding, am Wrigley chewing gum? He looked around the hall and found that there were no guards or maids. Ziken Xianding stood up with a gentleman's smile, walked all the way to Zai Ning, leaned down, and their noses almost touched each other. Such a close contact made Zai Ning's heart beat faster and she looked very uneasy. And the next scene made her mind blank. With a wicked smile at the corner of his lips, Ziken Xianding kissed the pink lips. After a long time, the lips parted, Zhikan Xianding lifted the big lowly's delicate chin and said with a smile, I have polluted you, what can you do? It has always been only him, Ji, who can make others be a father, and no one can make him be a father. This time, the big lowly couldn't hold it anymore, her eyes sparkled, and she was about to cry. After all, she is just a little girl, how strong can her mental quality be? Don't cry, if you cry again, I will let you give birth to a child now. Shimura Gento threatened fiercely with a bully face. This trick really worked, the big lowly stopped crying, her little face became pale, her body was trembling, and she was obviously very scared. Sitting down and hugging the big lowly's delicate body to comfort her, Shimura Gento asked curiously while enjoying the big lowly's three good things. You just said that you will wait until you give birth to a daughter before marrying me? Who are you going to have a child with? In the original work, the shrine maiden of the demon country is Shin, and the girl even said that she would inherit the shrine maiden lineage with Uzumaki Naruto. Her mother died in her childhood to seal the monster Wu Yang. This girl should be the mother of the future girl Shin. I can give birth by myself. Grabbing the two mischievous claws, the big Lolita replied stubbornly. How can you give birth by yourself? Are you the legendary hermaphrodite? Blinking his eyes in confusion, Zhikan Xianding didn't understand what this girl said. How can you give birth to a child by yourself? Artificial insemination? In vitro fertilization? We, the shrine maiden lineage, have a secret technique. After practicing, we can get pregnant and continue the purest power of our shrine maidens. My mother predicted that my future daughter will be the strongest shrine maiden in history, and there is even hope to end the mistakes and tragedies of our shrine maiden lineage. Raising her chin proudly, Xiaoning is very proud of her family's inheritance. That is a powerful power directly inherited from the gods, and it is also the oldest inheritance today, no one else. The mistakes and tragedies of your shrine maidens refer to that monster Wu Yang. Thinking, Zhikan Xianding thought of the monster Wu Yang in the original book who was killed before he even showed up. Although Tsunade in the original book said that the thing was a monster from another world, the ghost itself and Shin's mother both vaguely mentioned that it was a local product, and even that it was one with the shrine maidens, and should be related to the gods and demons of the mythological era. How do you know? The delicate body stiffened, and Xiaoning really couldn't understand how this guy knew the secrets of their shrine maidens. 355. Chapter 354 Iwagakur Collapse Plan. There is no airtight wall in the world. Responding with an unfathomable smile, Shimura Gento naturally couldn't give up his strongest informant Kishimoto. Show me the secret technique of having a child with yourself. He was quite curious about the secret technique that Xiaoning mentioned, which was definitely a secret technique that broke the rules. Although some clones can be made at this stage, the number of cell divisions of clones is limited, the lifespan is very short, and the IQ is frighteningly low, and the soul is incomplete. Obviously, this world does not support unconventional breeding methods. Even the son that Uncle Snake or Aunt Snake created in the future was created through scientific means. I didn't expect that the shrine maiden lineage already had a secret technique with similar effects. Follow me. Climbing out of someone's arms, Xiaoning motioned to follow, and brought Zhikan Xianding to a waterfall not far from the palace. It's like a water curtain cave. Walking through the waterfall and into the cave behind, Zhikan Xianding expressed his approval of the aesthetics of the shrine maidens of all generations. Continue to follow the big lowly all the way, and soon arrive at a secret room hidden in the mountain. Using a power completely different from the ninja system to untie the barrier above, Xiaoning took Zhikan Xianding into the secret room. This is the place where our shrine maiden lineage retreats. All the inheritance is placed there. Mother said that our inheritance is yours. Pointing to the inner room of the secret room, Xiaoning was very generous. Although she didn't understand why her mother wanted to, this was the arrangement, but she was a good child and naturally would not refute her mother's words. My mother-in-law is very generous. Glancing at the inner room of the secret room filled with bookshelves, Zhikan Xianding smiled with satisfaction. As a lineage of shrine maidens that has been passed down for thousands of years, the various inheritances they have are definitely not less than those of the wealthy families like Senju. This time they really made a fortune. Not to mention that the shrine maiden lineage has a close relationship with the gods, and there may be more intelligence clues about the gods, or even the cultivation methods of the gods. However, the mother-in-law who had never met was generous enough, and he hoped that there would be more mother-in-laws like this. What are you doing? Seeing that Zhikan Xianding did not enter the inner room to read the inheritance scrolls, but walked towards him, and with the same smirk as before in the hall, Ning couldn't help but panic. Of course I'm checking your body. He picked up his big Lolita fiancée and put her on a bed in the secret room. He used the immortal power thread to temporarily cut off her neural network, and then turned her into an open and honest person, and then copied her body data. The inheritance of the ghost country Myco lineage is secondary. The key is the power inherited by the Myco. That is the core of the Myco lineage. Ninger, did the ancestors of your Myco lineage use their lives to inherit power in this way? He took his hand back from the big Lolita fiancée and restored the blocked neural network. Ziken Xianding couldn't help but sigh at the woman's ruthlessness. He just checked with the immortal power thread and found that there was indeed a strong power in the girl's body, but that power was too strong and it was not something that a big Lolita like Ning could bear. Now that power is being sealed by a means similar to the sealing technique, but to maintain this sealing technique, it is necessary to continue to consume Ning's mental power and vitality. This consumption rate is very fast. It is estimated that even if there is no disease or disaster, this girl can only live for 30 or 40 years in the future. My mother and grandmother all went through this. Every time they gave birth to the next generation of priestesses, the power in their bodies would gradually flow into the next generation of priestesses, and then they would die. Ning, who regained control of her body, put on her dress, shoes, and socks while explaining. The reason why her mother had to predict the future at the cost of her life was mainly because she could not hold on for much longer. Every generation of their priestesses would do this before they died. It was precisely because of this that the priestesses had been passed down for thousands of years. Otherwise, this single-line inheritance model would easily be broken. With a contemplative look, Ziken Xianding's consciousness entered the black tripod space and read the data memory of Ning's replica. What a diligent and studious child! After roughly reading the memory of the big Loli, he found that the girl had read and memorized all the scroll inheritances on the bookshelves in the secret room, which saved him a lot of time. Otherwise, it would take several months just to finish reading those scrolls. Sure enough, it is still a spiritual imprint in essence. After browsing the memory of the big Loli, Ziken Xianding used the ability of the black cauldron space to separate the power in her body and analyze it. Finally, looking at the spiritual imprint phantom of the strange flying bird, he secretly said that it was true. Whether it is the power of these gods or the inheritance of chakra, they are all spiritual imprints, or spiritual will. But it is not just spiritual will, there are other things inside, but he can't understand it with his current strength and knowledge. What a pity! Consciously exiting the black cauldron space, Ziken Xianding secretly said it was a pity. The clues obtained from Ning's memory show that the spring pigeon has long been extinct, but fortunately, the power of the spring pigeon has been inherited by the witch lineage, which is the power in Ning's body. The witch lineage of the ghost country serves the main god of Tianzihushang, and the spring pigeon is just a pet created by the main god of Tianzihushang, or a guardian beast, and is worshipped by the Wei. You really can't control that power with your body. It would be much better if you give full play to giving birth to a child. Looking at his big Loli fiancé copyrightee who was kneeling opposite him, Shimura Gento finally accepted the plan of becoming a father. Ning's aptitude is excellent, but she is not very compatible with that power. Not only does it consume more energy to seal and carry it, but she can't fully exert that power. However, the secret technique of self-pregnancy has been continuously improved by successive generations of witches, and it is enough to give birth to a descendant who can perfectly fit and carry that power, that is, Shen in the original book. Mother said that you can help our witch lineage break the curse. Is it true? Ning couldn't help asking, she didn't believe the words left by her mother. The main reason is that their witch lineage in the ghost country has thought of countless ways to break the restrictions for thousands of years, but unfortunately they can't live past the age of 36. They either die of exhaustion of vitality and mental strength, or die due to various accidents. After reading these records in the scrolls of the classics in the inner room, she knew the fate she would face in the future, and even prepared herself mentally. But last time, her mother predicted that her future husband could break the curse that had been passed down for thousands of years in the lineage of the witches, which was really unbelievable. Not yet, but soon, it won't be a difficult task for me. Responding with a confident smile to comfort, Shimura Gento knew the nature of the so-called curse of the lineage of the witches very well. In fact, it was harmed by that power, and after the previous analysis, it was found that the power was still slowly devouring Ning's soul. This should be the root cause of the short life of the lineage of the witches, otherwise the loss of mental power and vitality alone would not be too difficult to solve, and it would not have troubled the lineage of the witches for thousands of years. You stay here and practice obediently, I'll go inside first. After pinching the big lowly's tender and pretty face, Ziken Xianding stood up and went to the inner room of the secret room. Although he had learned all the scrolls and books here from the big lowly's memory, this secret room not only sealed scrolls and books, but also some treasures. Why did mother choose such a lewd husband for me? Watching Ziken Xianding walk into the depths of the inner room, Xia Yining's expression could not be restrained, and a blush appeared on her fair face. I thought that the guy in the hall was already too much, but I didn't expect to do that here. Although they are now an engaged couple, that kind of behavior is too much, and I always feel that the guy is a pervert. Ziken Xianding didn't know that he had been labeled a pervert by his little fiancé copyright-e. He was looking at a gourd at this moment, a very large gourd, a gourd that was 3 meters high. It was much larger than the red gourd in the hidden cloud village, and it was a treasure passed down from the mythological era. I can't make a storage ring for now, so I'll make a storage gourd for fun. After carefully sensing the big gourd in front of him, Ziken Xianding had a plan for it. He had been planning what to use to make storage equipment, but unfortunately the requirements were too high and he hadn't found a suitable carrier until now. Until he found the big gourd in front of him, this thing itself has a space inside. According to records, it was used to absorb and seal a space where demons lived in the mythological era. Based on it, it is completely possible to create a storage equipment to hold coins. Although it is not as cool as storage rings and storage bracelets, it is at least much better than the temporary sealing scrolls he made. Just when Ziken Xianding was trying to make his first car in his life, no, the first storage equipment, Black Zetsu, who was far away in the hidden rock village, also started his plan. Almost done. If we go any higher, we will have to fly into outer space. Tens of thousands of meters above the hidden rock village, Black Zetsu used the Earth release anti-gravity technique to control a meteorite with a diameter of 100 meters to stop. He had found this meteorite on purpose. It did not have any special elements and its hardness was average, but it was enough to attack the hidden rock village. Gravity technique. Releasing the clone of the moon Otsutsuki Strongman that had been prepared long ago, Black Zetsu applied gravity to the meteorite to accelerate its fall, and attached himself to the clone of the Otsutsuki fan, following the meteorite to accelerate towards the hidden rock village, while constantly adjusting the direction of the meteorite's fall depending on the situation. At the beginning, Shimura Gentoi left behind an ear of the Otsutsuki fan, and then used that ear to let the old father of the pot shadow make a clone for studying the moon Otsutsuki clan. Now this clone is the best one among them. The meteorite blessed by gravity fell very quickly, and soon it produced flames due to the intense friction with the air, which was very dazzling in the dark night. This change naturally attracted the attention of the Uegakure ninjas below, but unfortunately the meteorite fell too fast, giving them no chance to react. Boom! The meteorite hit the Tsuchikage building accurately, destroying it instantly, and a big pit was smashed out on the spot, and the whole Uegakure village was shaken violently. The geology of Uegakure village was hard enough, and the houses they built were also based on strength and earthquake resistance as the first standard. The most important thing was that the defensive barrier of the Tsuchikage building buffered most of the impact of the meteorite, so no casualties were caused. Even the ninjas in the Tsuchikage building evacuated as soon as they noticed the meteorite appearing in the night sky, and there were no casualties. Without any nonsense, the Black Zetsu who followed the meteorite to fall controlled the clone of the Otsutsuki fan, and performed the earth escape ninjutsu to lift up the entire laboratory deep underground in the Tsuchikage building, revealing Otsutsuki whose body was metallized by the earth power chakra. With his palm pinching Onoki's neck, Black Zetsu appeared and covered his head, forcibly reading his memory, ignoring the various curses and illusion defenses set up in his brain. Any means based on chakra are ineffective for him. The will is very strong, but it's still a futile struggle. Sensing Onoki's will struggling violently, Black Zetsu sneered disdainfully. The strong will can indeed resist the reading of his memory a little, but it will only waste more time. At this moment, a golden figure suddenly appeared behind Black Zetsu, and his right leg swept over like a big knife and axe. 356. Chapter 355 Old Short Legs. Swish! A black stick passed by, cutting off the golden right leg that swept over like tofu. Are you from the moon? Without waiting for the black stick to stab again, Brown Earth withdrew violently, staring at the white-haired man opposite with vigilance, confirming the other party's identity. Last time, the Third Reikage sent a letter with the portraits of the 5 people who attacked the hidden cloud village. Although they were always wrapped in that green chakra, their general appearance could be seen. The leader looked very similar to the one in front of him, but why did his eyes look so much like the Byakugan of the Hyuga family? Also, what about the green chakra of the other party? As he spoke, dozens of figures appeared around him, surrounding the Otsutsuki fan clone possessed by Black Zetsu, and many ninjas rushed over from a distance. You actually purified the chakra. Pretending to be just discovered, Black Zetsu controlled the Otsutsuki fan clone and said gloomily. Humph. So what if the chakra is purified? Even if I can't restrain you, how can you ants resist my Otsutsuki's will? When it comes to acting, he, Otsutsuki Black Zetsu, is inferior to others. Sure enough, I can get rid of restraint. Brown Soil One while sealing the wound on his leg, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After confirming that the other party was the Moon Warrior who attacked the Hidden Cloud Village that day, he was frightened and could not be sure whether what Shimura Danzo said was correct, and whether the purified chakra could get rid of the other party's restraint. Fortunately, it was indeed effective, so there was a fight. What are you going to do? Although he was secretly happy, Brown Earth did not show it and asked coldly. According to the detailed information sent by the Third Reikage, these Moon Warriors seemed to be very arrogant. Using this as a breakthrough, he should be able to ask some information. The main family is about to return to this world, and you ninjas will surely end. A new era belonging to the Otsutsuki will be born in the wasteland. Showing full pride and fanaticism, like a fanatic, and even showing a sacredness, as if carrying out some sacred and great mission. Just as Brown Earth was about to ask again, a scarlet figure suddenly rushed over and kicked the clone controlled by Black Zetsu. Unfortunately, the pair of white eyes on the clone were not just for show. Black Zetsu, who had long noticed the attack, lifted up the metallized Onoki in his hand and met the kick. The intruder naturally couldn't kick Onoki, so he could only forcibly change direction and rush past. At this moment, Black Zetsu, holding the black jade stick of seeking truth, easily cut through the scarlet-tailed beast's coat, and then blood spurted out. Han. Jin 2 hurried forward to catch the seriously injured Han, while guarding against Black Zetsu's next attack. Originally, Black Zetsu wanted to attack again, but unfortunately he was entangled by someone, who was Zi who also rushed over quickly. Zi is much older than Han and stronger. Not only does he have the blessing of half-tailed beast, but he has also initially practiced the Molten Chakra mode. The golden red Molten Chakra mixed with the scarlet Four Tails Chakra, plus the knockoff version of the immortal iron stick made of heavy gold and meteorite alloy in his hand, the combat power is off the charts. Despicable. After a few rounds of fighting, Zi pulled back violently, gritting his teeth and staring at the clone controlled by Heiju, almost exploding with anger. This guy is too despicable. He has been using Onoki's body as a shield to resist, and he has no way to attack him. You didn't use the green chakra that you used when you attacked the Hidden Cloud Village last time. You must have been seriously injured in the last battle of the Hidden Cloud Village. Although the battle situation was unfavorable, Heiju sneered and saw a big flaw. Compared with the combat power shown by the opponent in the last battle of the Hidden Cloud Village, this person today is very ordinary in other aspects except for the black stick in his hand. Either the opponent is unwilling to use all his strength, or the opponent is temporarily unable to exert that kind of power. Compared with the first possibility, he was more inclined to the second possibility. After all, according to the intelligence, the opponent was really killed by Shimura Gentoi last time. So what if I can't use the Samsara I Chakra mode for the time being? Those three people are not here. Black Zetsu sneered while controlling the clone, but he also showed a little fear. When it comes to acting, he, Otsutsuki Black Zetsu, is serious. This really made the sneer on Brown Earth's face unable to continue. Indeed, the opponent was in a bad state and couldn't use the Samsara I Chakra mode, and only one person came, but their rock village was not as good as the cloud village at that time. Although Onoki, who obtained the ultimate earth power chakra, was stronger and much stronger than the Third Reikage, he was struggling to move now, and fell into the hands of the opponent. The most important thing is that there is no Shimura Gentoi and Uchiha Madara to come to the rescue, so the chances of winning are not great. At least they are not sure to keep the opponent. I won't play with you guys anymore. Black Zetsu, who finally got the information about the meteorite from Onoki's memory, used the black jade stick to cut Onoki's arm, forcibly extracted a portion of blood and chakra, and used the opponent's chakra and blood as a guide to perform the summoning technique. A burst of mist exploded, revealing a meteorite, which was the high-density meteorite from outer space that was melted. You came for it. Seeing that the high-density meteorite from outer space was summoned, Zi finally understood that the opponent's target was that thing. You are not qualified to own such a treasure. Sneering again, Black Zetsu controlled the clone to wrap the high-density meteorite with chakra, and before Brown Earth and Purple and others could make another move, he disappeared strangely with the meteorite. It's indeed a space ninjutsu. Brown Earth, who had been staring closely, looked even uglier. The detailed information given by the third Raikage last time pointed out that the strong men on the moon had space ninjutsu, just like the flying thunder god of the second Hokage. Space ninjutsu is extremely powerful, and they have no way to limit it at this stage. I said at the beginning that we couldn't keep that thing, but you insisted on hiding it and taking it for yourself. Now it's good. Seeing that the enemy really left, Zi exited the melting chakra mode and the half-tailed beast state, and couldn't help complaining. Before, the big brother Shimura Xianding proposed to trade the high-density meteorite with a stronger Shimura secret technique, but it was a pity that Onoki and others did not agree. Now it's good, it was taken away by the strong man on the moon. Not only did they lose a big treasure to deal with future strong enemies, but also strengthened the opponent in turn. What a mess! This topic made Haito's face black, but he was speechless. Because he also opposed the transaction proposed by the kid at the beginning. After all, the high-density meteorite is different from heavy gold and perfect energy metal. In the battle between the evil demons, Yu Guan used the large guandao made of meteorite alloy to cut open the indestructible skull of the evil demon. How could such a strategic treasure be handed over to the Shimura family? If he were to use that meteorite alloy to create a set of combat gear, even if the dust release of Noki cannot be broken, the future of the Shimura father and son and the Shimura family will really be incurable. But who would have thought that the strong man on the moon would suddenly rush into the hidden rock village for this and take it away? If I had known this earlier, I might as well make a deal with that kid and get more Shimura secrets. Unfortunately, it is too late to regret now. Call all the ninja clan leaders in the village to come to a meeting. Onoki, who had just recovered, gave an order with difficulty. Although he was very weak, he must solve this matter as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. The Tsuchikage gave an order, and the Anbu ninja went to execute the order. At the same time, several medical ninjas came forward to treat Han and Brown Earth's injuries. Lord Brown Earth, the wound cells were completely killed and destroyed by a mysterious force, and medical ninjutsu could not be used to stimulate healing. We need to cut off a section of the wound to connect your leg. After the medical ninja examined the wound on Brown Earth's leg and the broken leg, he gave a treatment plan. Although they had been learning from Shimura Gentoi for the past few months, their medical skills had greatly improved, but the injuries they could treat were still limited. For this kind of injury, reattaching the severed leg was already the limit. How much do you have to cut? His old face darkened, and Hichu had a bad premonition. At least 20 centimeters. Carefully stating a number, the medical ninja lowered his head and looked at his nose and heart, indicating that this was his limit. Become a cripple or a disabled person, it's your choice. Cut. After a little hesitation, Hichu finally gritted his teeth and said a word. Although he was very unwilling, a short leg was much better than a broken leg. The situation of Han on the other side was similar. The wound on his waist scratched by the Seeking Dao Jade had a large area of a necrosis of blood and flesh cells, and several pounds of meat were cut off before it was forcibly sutured. Only as a tailed beast Jinchuriki, his physique and recovery ability were strong enough. If someone else came, they could prepare for the feast. Onoki, we have to find a way to get some heavy gold. Ordinary metal armor can't resist that thing at all. Touching the dents on the knockoff version of the immortal iron stick in his hand, Zi suggested to find a way to make a heavy gold battlesuit like the big brother Shimura Gento. These dents were made by that guy with that black stick during the battle just now, and the heavy gold alloy in that part was forcibly decomposed. Obviously, heavy gold can't resist that thing, but at least it can resist it a little. Unlike Han's armor, which was cut like tofu, if he hadn't arrived in time and was hit by that guy, he could have arranged Han's funeral. I will contact the third Kazekage to discuss this matter. After turning his eyes with difficulty to look at Han's miserable condition, Onoki also understood that he must create a battle armor that can resist that black stick. It's just that the heavy money is too expensive. They don't have the capital to buy it normally now, and the heavy money is basically in the hands of the daimyo, and they won't trade it to them. Fortunately, there seems to be a gold miner in the Sand Village. Judging from the information sent back by the spies, the Cloud Village has obtained a lot of heavy money from the Sand Village. This is a good channel. The efficiency of the ninjas is very high. After a while, the Anbu ninjas who left before brought back the heads of the major ninja clans in the village. Everyone looked at the miserable situation around them, and then looked at Onoki, whose skin was golden and unable to move. His eyes flickered, and I don't know what he was thinking. Soon everyone came to an underground secret room. Onoki asked Brown Earth to explain the previous battle situation in detail to the heads of the major ninja clans, and even took out the information specially sent by the third-generation Raikage last time for everyone to read. Is it possible that the Moon Strongman was deliberately fabricated by the Shimura family to deceive us? After reading the information, one of the old men said a possibility. After all, the story of the Moon Strongman was told by Shimura Gentoi, and they all distrusted that guy. Maybe he was deceiving them. Others also nodded in agreement. Compared with the so-called Moon Strongman, the increasingly powerful Shimura family is more worthy of their vigilance. Moreover, the major events in the ninja world in recent years were basically caused by the Shimura family. With the style of the ninja darkness in the past, it is not impossible to fabricate a Moon Strongman to fool them. 357. Chapter 356 Unaki's Courage. I asked Sun Wukong, although he didn't say much, but admitted that there are indeed people living on the moon, and they are very strong. Zi suddenly spoke out a piece of information. After they parted last time, he asked the four-tailed Sun Wukong in his body about this matter. After a long time of talking, Sun Wukong finally replied, confirming that the moon is indeed not simple. That kid is indeed very treacherous, mean, and shameless, but the Shimura family is not stupid. It is impossible for them to trade such precious secrets as Chakram mode for a little bit of profit. I think they have found a powerful enemy that is difficult to deal with alone, so they spread all kinds of secrets and want to use us as cannon fodder. Brown Earth, who was undergoing medical ninja surgery to reconnect his legs, also spoke up to support Shimura Gento. Although he was cheated by that kid many times, he had to admit that he was a smart man, not a fool. There must be some reason for such a transaction to spread the secrets created by the Shimura family. A powerful foreign enemy is the most reasonable explanation. The Moon Strongman may be fake, but it must be true that there will be powerful enemies in the future. Onaki also spoke with difficulty. He also doubted the identity of the Moon Strongman, but judging from the current situation in the ninja world, the future situation will become more and more terrible. Even if their 5 major ninja villages make a slight mistake, they will be destroyed. In fact, this is easy to guess, just like being the shadow of a village and supporting civilian ninjas as cannon fodder. Just like the ninja clan forces in the village, it is reasonable for the Shimura family to strengthen the 5 major ninja villages to fight against unknown powerful enemies. This time I asked you to come here to understand the cruelty of the current and future ninja world. Don't hide the family assets you have inherited and accumulated. Use them all to develop your own strength at all costs. Otherwise, once the village is destroyed, no matter how much you have accumulated, it will be useless. Instead, it will be a bargain for the enemy. Giving everyone a moment to think, Onoki made a bold and even crazy proposal. 3rd generation, are you serious? The old man who spoke before spoke again, and his turbid old eyes also flashed, and the other ninja clan leaders also suppressed their excitement. They naturally understood what Onoki meant, but that was too incredible. You must know that since the establishment of the ninja village, the shadows of the major ninja villages have tacitly suppressed and even suppressed the ninja clan forces and supported civilian ninjas. Especially since the 2nd generation Hokage Senju Tobirama founded the ninja school, this tacit understanding has reached its peak. But today, Onoki wants to release this restriction and let their ninja clan develop with all their strength. This is terrible. You heard it right, but this is conditional. First, you must not betray the village. Violators will be killed. Second, you must not fight or waste your energy. Violators will be killed. Third, if a strong enemy comes, no one must retreat. Violators will be killed. Although Onoki's eyes were a little difficult to move after saying the 3 words kill in succession, everyone who was swept by his eyes trembled and saw Onoki's determination and murderous intent. From today on, I will set a rule that the position of Tsuchikage will no longer follow the inheritance of master and apprentice or family inheritance. The position will be held by the most capable, but it must be held in an open and above-board competition. Without waiting for everyone to speak, Onoki made another bolder and crazier proposal, which almost shocked many ninja clan leaders present. They all stared at Onoki in disbelief, and were ecstatic when they saw that he was not joking. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, they would have wanted to cheer and celebrate. You should know that they have long been dissatisfied with the Tsuchikage lineage. The first generation Tsuchikage Ishikawa became the Tsuchikage with his tyrannical strength and their recognition, but then the first generation Tsuchikage designated the position of Tsuchikage to be passed on to the second generation Mu. The second generation Tsuchikage designated the position of Tsuchikage to be passed on to Onoki, who is also the grandson of the first generation Tsuchikage. Although both of them have the 3 attribute bloodline elimination of dust release and are powerful, they are still dissatisfied. If this continues, the position of Kage will become the private property of the Tsuchikage lineage. What are these ninja forces? But now Onoki has broken this inheritance rule. Although it is just an opportunity, it is what they need most. After discussing for a while, the ninja clan leaders left one after another, full of joy and confidence in the future. The heritage of their ninja clan is not something that ordinary people can imagine, especially those powerful ninja clans that have been passed down for thousands of years. If they really use all the heritage accumulated for hundreds or thousands of years to develop themselves, the growth they can get is unimaginable. Coupled with the relatively stable environment of the ninja village, they are sure to get an explosive improvement within 10 years and triple the family strength. Onoki, you are reckless today. After the legs and feet were initially connected and the wounds were sutured, Haito signaled several medical ninjas to retreat, looked at Onoki, whose whole body was golden, and sighed. He disagreed with Onoki's decision, it was too risky. The power of the ninja clan is like a hungry tiger. In the Warring States period, the ninja clan killed each other and fought each other, and it was difficult to obtain a stable development environment. After entering the ninja village era, they were suppressed by the shadow lineage one after another. Even the last ninja world war was used by the 5 shadows to weaken the power of the ninja clan, so as to better control the power of the village and avoid being hollowed out by the ninja clan. Originally, there were good results, but now Onoki has opened such a hole, which is equivalent to letting the hungry tiger out of the cage. It will be difficult to lock up the tiger of the ninja clan in the future. Old man Brown Earth, you are old, and your vision and courage are not even as good as Onoki. Zi gently stroked the dent on the copycat version of the fairy iron stick and cast a disdainful look. Huang Tu has been carefully trained by the boss, and has even developed a tude combat body. If he can't compete with those ninjas, he might as well find a piece of tofu and die. Besides, if Huang Tu is really not good enough, don't we still have us? Mai, Han, Ditai, Bai Tu, and even Jingzi, will not be inferior to Onoki in the future. Those ninjas can't make waves. The sneer on his face became stronger, and he also showed an absolute confidence. Only after the training and guidance of the big brother did he know how powerful the other party was, and how much they would grow in the future. Apart from other things, he alone had the confidence to fight Onoki after mastering the Molten Chakra mode and half-tailed beast transformation. And Bai Tu and Aunt Yu Guan were more valued by Sun Wukong and King Mu. Some time ago, Sun Wukong even asked him to take care of Bai Tu more through his main body, saying that he wanted to study the development of blood inheritance elimination with Bai Tu. If Bai Tu and Sun Wukong really work together to develop a true bloodline elimination, their strength will definitely surpass that of Onoki at this stage, and suppressing those ninja clans will be a piece of cake. After all, when the strength is raised to a certain level, the number will completely lose its meaning. But that's too risky. Ignoring Zi's contempt, he too looked worried and was not optimistic about this proposal. Zi is right, we have to look at the long term, the future will not be too optimistic. After a long breath, Onoki also looked worried. Meiki had no choice but to make such a decision. He was lucky this time. The Moon Warrior was killed by Shimura Gendo in the Battle of Kumagakure village last time. He obviously paid a lot of price, so that he couldn't even use the green chakra mode this time. He didn't create a 1,000-meter stone statue to fight, and didn't stay for long. He left quickly after getting the meteorite. Even this time, he only summoned a meteorite to fall, causing no casualties. But this good luck can't last forever. The other party is just afraid of Shimura and his son and Uchiha Madara. The future and life and death of their Iwagakure village cannot be placed on others. They must do their best to improve their own strength. No matter what the future holds, strong strength will inevitably be the only guarantee. It can be seen that Onoki has made up his mind, and it is useless to say these things now. After all, the words have been spoken, and the ambitions of the ninja clan leaders have been released. They can't take back the order at all, and then Brown Earth brings up another topic. Do you believe what that person said? Some information had been obtained before. The strong men on the moon seemed to be waiting for stronger men to come to the ninja world, and even wanted to destroy the ninja world and start a new era. This was not a good thing for all of them, and judging from the other party's attitude, they, the ninjas, seemed to be the first to bear the brunt. Onoki said nothing, and his eyes turned to look at Zei. "Don't look at me, I just asked Son Goku." He just opened his eyes and stared at me for a long time, and continued to sleep without saying anything. Seeing the two of them, Zei said that he couldn't get anything out of the four-tailed Son Goku. As early as they confirmed that the tailed beasts were not irrational beasts, they recognized the great value of these big guys. The existence of this kind of living fossil itself is a witness to the history of the ninja world, and knows many secrets. It's a pity that the tailed beasts were pitted so badly by the ninja village that they didn't pay any attention to them at all, let alone ask for secret information. Attitude is sometimes a kind of information. His face became more and more ugly, and Haito rubbed his swollen forehead, feeling more and more tired. Originally, he thought that he could live out his life in peace and at most sacrifice himself in the next Ninja World War, but who would have thought that the chaos in the ninja world in recent years has become more and more exaggerated. First, there was that crazy evil demon, and now there are a group of strong men on the moon, and even more powerful outer space strong men are about to descend on the ninja world. Who did they ninjas offend? If they had known this, they should not have responded to Konoha's call to open up the ninja village era. Not to mention the changes in the Hidden Rock village. On the other side, after contacting Shimura Denzo to summon himself over with space ninjutsu, Black Zetsu broke away from the clone. A simple clone of the moon Otsutsuki is very ordinary. If it weren't for the truth-seeking jade you gave to the original body, it wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. As he spoke, he handed a truth-seeking jade to Shimura Denzo. This was the truth-seeking jade that he had transformed into a black stick to deal with the attack of Zei and others. It was a performance prop that he borrowed from Shimura Denzo. Although he could also condense a truth-seeking jade with the help of his mother's power, and it was even stronger than Denzo's, but that one was not allowed to be seen in the light. Now he had to maintain this identity so that he could obtain more of Shimura's secrets and could not be exposed. The fusion experiment of the three major families of Hyuga, Otsutsuki, and Kagaya is being launched. After the fusion is successful, a stronger clone should be produced. After taking back the truth-seeking jade condensed with the help of the second-generation Chakra God tree, Shimura Denzo glanced at the clone that was squeezed and almost useless, and did not care about it. If he didn't need his own strength to guard against the two brothers of the Six-Path Sage, he would have switched to cultivating the immortal energy created by his son, and would not have bothered to fuse the Seeking Truth Jade. Even the fusion experiment of the three bloodlines of Otsutsuki Hyuga and Kagaya was just to better explore the secret of Otsutsuki Hamura's power. So it doesn't matter if this clone is broken, after all, the power of the Seeking Truth Jade is not so easy to bear. Moreover, compared to the loss of a clone, the harvest this time is more gratifying. Thinking of this, Shimura Denzo turned his eyes to the high-density meteorite brought back by Black Zetsu, and a smile appeared on his cold face. Finally got it. 358. Chapter 357 Purple Gold Gourd. Leaving a split body to continue to sit in the Shimura clan, Shimura Denzo performed the Thunder God Division technique to go to the ancient city of Lulin. What a convenient ninjutsu! Looking at the scene of the ancient city of Lulin, Shimura Denzo couldn't help but sigh. He was in Konoha more than 10,000 kilometers away the last moment, and in the blink of an eye he arrived at the ancient city of Lulin. Since he devoured a clone of Tobirama with the second-generation Chakra God tree, he gained the talent of space and naturally learned the Flying Thunder God technique. In addition to the huge chakra provided by the Chakra God tree, he was able to perform the Flying Thunder God technique across tens of thousands of kilometers. The consumption is too large, I have to speed up the extreme devouring of the spatial attribute. Sensing the chakra of the second-generation Chakra God tree that was mostly consumed, Shimura Denzo knew that he still had a long way to go. The Flying Thunder God technique is the same as the summoning technique. The stronger the object or person being transmitted, the more chakra is consumed the farther the distance. His own strength is strong, plus it is tens of thousands of kilometers, the consumption can be imagined. Directly consume most of the chakra of the second-generation chakra tree. Although the consumed chakra will return, it still takes some time. This is very fatal for strong people to fight, but it should be much better if you just cultivate the space attribute. Flying Thunder God. An arrogant figure appeared next to Shimura Denzo, with an extremely unfriendly expression. The person who came was Uchiha Banara. He had sensed the sudden appearance of Shimura Denzo's chakra before, and it was obvious that he had used some kind of space ninjutsu. He came over and found that there was a mark under Shimura Denzo's feet, which was very similar to the flying thunder god mark of Senju Tobirama back then. Dinger will come in a few months, and then you will also have the talent for space. Maintaining his own aloof male god style, Shimura Denzo told a fact. Now Uchiha Madara is also half of his own, so he will naturally not be stingy in cultivating him. He himself has all 7 basic attributes of yin and yang, wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth, and now there are only 2 powers left, space and time. It's a pity that I can't kill Senju Tobirama myself to avenge Izuna. Uchiha Madara felt regretful when he retracted his gaze. It would be great to be able to obtain the talent for space, but it's a pity that Senju Tobirama is dead, and he can't take revenge. There will be a chance. As long as we become strong enough, the 6th-path sage will send Senju Tobirama, or even Senju Hashirama, to us. Shimura Denzo was extremely confident about this. The power of the current ninja world alone cannot compete with them. The 6th-path sage will definitely not be willing to see the ninja chakra system he established collapse and perish, and will definitely resurrect the ninja ancestors who died in the past. But it doesn't matter. When his strength reaches this level, the number of people has long lost its meaning. That's right. With a smile on his face, Uchiha Madara is looking forward to facing Senju Hashirama again in the future, and then defeating him and stepping on him, proving that he, Uchiha Madara, is right. The most important thing is to completely kill the rat of Senju Tobirama, and completely kill it from the level of soul consciousness. This meteorite is the raw material for forging Dinger's big silver sword. Next, please use the power of fire to condense the natural fairy fire and melt it. Take out the high-density meteorite sealed in the Bagua seal. Shimura Denzo raised his hand and gently stroked it, and he also wanted to have a magic weapon like his son's big silver sword. I have been looking forward to it for a long time. Also stepping forward and stroking the high-density meteorite, Uchiha Madara has long been envious of Shimura Suending's big silver sword. After seeing the power of the Seeking the Way Jade, he urgently needs a weapon that can compete with it. Although they can also take the root of the Seeking the Way Jade, the brothers of the 6th-path sage have been practicing hard for thousands of years, and they can't catch up with them in this regard anyway. Rather than being restrained by the 2 old silver coins with the Seeking the Way Jade, it is better to get a high-density magic weapon like the big silver sword, and use the powerful material properties to fight against the Seeking the Way Jade. These materials outside are only secondary. The key is the treasure in the core, which is the foundation for shaping this high-density meteorite. Telling another piece of information, although Shimura Denzo didn't know how his son knew that there was a treasure in the core of the meteorite, it was not important. The most critical issue now is to melt the high-density meteorite on the outer layer to make weapons and take out the most core treasure. Does that mean we can have countless powerful divine weapons in the future? At this moment, even Uchiha Madara couldn't help but breed greed. One divine weapon and countless divine weapons are 2 completely different concepts. If there are enough high-density metals, they can not only use them to forge weapons, but also forge battle clothes. He has long been envious of Shimura Gendo's high-end battle clothes. In theory, this is the case. Nodding, Shimura Denzo's heart was also hot, and he was even thinking about how to increase the efforts to cultivate his family members, and then put on battle clothes to fight against the Universe Otsutsuki clan. Let alone how Shimura Denzo and Uchiha Madara speed up the melting of the high-density meteorite, Shimura Xianding, who is far away in the land of demons, once again enjoys the blessing of having 2 wives. Although Xiaoning and Mikoto are still young, they are both beautiful women, and most importantly, they are both very talented in massage. My husband, my hands hurt. After a massage, Xiaoning looked at her red palms with tears in her eyes. Now not only is the skin of her palms burning, but the muscles of her palms are also very sore. My husband is too strong. Ninger, you have to intensify your physical training in the future. He used his innate yang attribute immortal energy to heal his fiancé copyrightee's delicate little hand with heartache. Shimura Xianding didn't know how to complain about the cultivation method of the Miko lineage. The cultivation of the Miko is all based on the power inherited from the spring pigeon beast. Simply put, it is to use oneself to nourish that power, and then fight with the help of that power. However, external force is external force after all. It is not Xiaoning's own strength, so it naturally cannot improve physical fitness. This leads to Xiaoning's physical fitness not much better than that of ordinary people. Why didn't I see that you are such a pervert at the beginning? Uchiha Mikoto on the side stared at the man in front of her with hatred. She regretted not seeing through the true face of this guy at the beginning, and even more regretted agreeing to her father's arrangement to deliberately approach this pervert. Now, she has completely fallen in. Not only her, but also her teacher Tsunade and her best friend Hinata Suzune were taken down by this guy with despicable means. What a loss! Without paying attention to the girl's death gaze, Shimura Gento knew very well how perfect his disguise was before. There was no way. He had no strength before, so he had to be humble. After all, if you have the strength to pretend, that's called awesome. If you don't have the strength to pretend too much, that's called stupid. Now that he has completed his initial development, he is invincible in the current ninja world as long as the two brothers of the Six Path Sage do not resurrect and jump out. Even if this invincibility is based on forbidden techniques such as the 8 Gates of Dunjia, it is not a normal strength, but it is also a kind of strength, isn't it? Not to mention that there is someone standing behind him now. The two strong men, the old father of the Nabe Cage and Uchiha Madara, are real hard power. Is my husband leaving? Suddenly, Ziyining asked, feeling reluctant. Although this husband is indeed a little perverted, he is a very good person, very concerned about her, and gave her a new way of cultivation. Her own strength has increased many times in the past 6 months. It's a pity that my husband's world is very big, and it is impossible for him to stay in the land of demons to accompany her. I will leave for the sand village tomorrow. After answering, Shimura Xianding couldn't help but look at the purple gold gourd on the bedside table, full of pride. This time, he stayed in the land of demons for a full half a month just to create that storage equipment. After half a year of careful creation, he finally used the big gourd collected by the witch lineage as the foundation to make the current purple gold gourd. It also incorporated the characteristics of the sand temple ceiling cauldron that can be enlarged and reduced, and finally reduced the gourd to the size of a palm. Although the gourd is not big, the space inside is very large. This thing was used by the shrine maidens in the mythological era to absorb and seal an independent space where demons lived. Although the space inside has shrunk a lot over thousands of years, it still has a diameter of 10 kilometers. It is enough to hold a lot of things, and no longer need to carry those uncool ceiling scrolls. I want to go home. Uchiha Mikoto hesitated, and finally said that she missed home. Mainly, she didn't want to follow this guy to do that annoying massage, but she didn't know if this guy would let her go. Well, it's a pity that I originally thought that after the trip to Sand Village, I would go to Lulin and introduce you to Uchiha Madara for teaching. It seems that you don't have that fate. I didn't refuse, and even felt quite sorry. Although he can teach this young girl fiancé, Uchiha Madara is more suitable. At least in the development and utilization of the Mangekyo-I technique and the use of Susanoo, Uchiha Madara is more professional. You're just a bastard. The girl gritted her teeth in anger. How can I refuse after you said that? Improving strength is secondary. The key is to take the opportunity to find out Uchiha Madara's attitude towards the family. Don't let Uchiha Madara break into the family territory one day, that would be a trap. Thank you for the compliment. With a smug smile, Shimura Gentoi really likes to see Uchiha Mikoto angry. By the way, is he really a pervert? Doesn't that Wu Yang really need me to find someone to deal with it? Looking at his little fiancé copyright on the other side, Shimura Gentoi really wants to study the monster Wu Yang in the original book. Don't think that Wu Yang's performance in the original book is very bad, but that's mainly because he didn't completely escape from the predicament, so he was killed by the first generation of cheating Uzumaki Naruto combined with the power of the Miko. If the Wu Yang is in its prime, its strength must be at the level of the first generation of Hokage. Otherwise, the 5 major ninja villages in the original work would not be unable to destroy it, and they had to rely on Ziyining to seal it with her life. It would be a pity not to put such a good thing in the laboratory for slice research. No, I can solve it, and I want to try to see if I can completely cut off the connection between our Miko and that thing. A touch of confidence appeared on her pretty face, and Ziyining had some plans for this. In the past 6 months, in addition to her physical fitness, she has made great improvements in all aspects, especially her mental power has increased more than 10 times compared to before. Strong mental power can allow her to better use the power of the gods in her body. She wants to try to completely cut off the connection between the Miko and the Wu Yang, turning them into 2 completely independent individuals, and then eliminate the Wu Yang. It's good that you have an idea, but don't force it. Your safety is the most important. He did not reject the plan of his young fiancé. Although Shimura Xianding accepted this young fiancé, he would not take her home to be raised as a vase. It would be best if she had her own ideas. Of course, he would not really leave. Next, he would leave some white zetsu to hide around to protect Ziyining's safety. If there are dangerous people approaching, they can be discovered at the first time. In addition, the divine power inherited by the spring pigeon divine beast is not weak, and it is also the most mysterious time power. He even suspected that even if the six-path sage dared to jump in front of the witch, he would be severely injured by this power. 359. Chapter 358 Mutation Heavy Gold. Venom, why haven't you taken Sister Lee down yet? Sitting on the increasingly huge back of Shimura Harmony, Shimura Xianding pulled Uchiha Poison Wine to the corner and asked in a low voice. His voice was full of regret. He had hardly taken care of this little brother in the past 6 months, but he had asked Baizetsu, who was hiding in the dark before, and found out that this guy had been sleeping on the floor for the past 6 months. He also slept on the floor in Uegakure village. Boss, I arranged for you two to live in the same room just to let you sleep on the floor? When this matter was mentioned, Uchiha Doju's face instantly turned red, and he looked at Uchiha Lee on the other side cautiously. He also wanted to take Xiao Li down, but he never had the courage. You kid is really hopeless. Even more disappointed, Shimura Gendo really wanted to cut open this kid's brain to see if there was tofu brain inside. With your cowardly look, when will Uchiha Obito be born? And when will my Kamui Mangekaya arrive? Forget it, let's go to Uegakure and ask Brother Zhang if he has any special medicine. Looking at Uchiha Doju's cowardly look, Shimura Gendo gave up the idea of letting this kid figure it out and prepared to save the country in a roundabout way. The puppeteer of Sand Village is good at developing poisons, so he should also be able to make that kind of medicine, right? In such an anxious mood for the happiness of his little brother, Shimura Gentoi increased his flying speed, arrived at Uegakure village in less than a week. The third Kazekage, who had received the news long ago, naturally sent people out of the village to welcome him, and the person who welcomed him was Ebizo. Brother Zhang, do you have any medicine for that? Give me a bottle, the kind with strong efficacy. Ebizo, who went out of the village to welcome him, was confused by Shimura Gentoi's words before he even opened his mouth. Aren't you a male expert? Asking in confusion, Ebizo really couldn't figure out why this guy wanted that kind of medicine. There are always some difficult and complicated diseases that cannot be solved by surgery alone. With a sigh, Shimura Gentoi felt bitter. The younger brother is not doing well, so he, as the eldest brother, naturally has to help him a little. You know, this year is the 33rd year of Konoha. According to the information given in the original book, Obito will be born next year, but now the father who is suspected to be Obito is still sleeping on the floor. He is anxious. I'll go back and look for it for you. Nodding in understanding, Ebizo didn't ask any more questions and cordially welcomed Shimura Gentoi and his group of war pets into the village. Uchiha Mikoto and the other two were taken to the high-end villa building, while Shimura Gentoi was welcomed by Ebizo to the Kazekage building. Uncle Kazekage, how have you been recently? Walking into the Kazekage's office, Shimura Gentoi greeted the third Kazekage, sat on the sofa very familiarly, and put his combat boots on the coffee table. Did you leak the Seven Tails story? With a gloomy face, the third Kazekage's murderous intent surged in his heart. Although he hadn't found out who spread the news, since he couldn't find it in the ninja world, there was a 90% chance that it was done by the Shimura family. He had been tossed around a lot in the past year. The 4 major ninja villages jointly exerted pressure, and even the daimyo of the Wind Country became more vigilant. Life in the Sand Village became more difficult. I've heard about the Seven Tails, but it has nothing to do with our Shimura family. Even if you are the Kazekage, you can't slander your fellow villagers at will. Shaking the 5 forehead protectors hanging around his waist, Shimura Gentoi righteously stated his innocence. Anyway, that thing was done by Black Zetsu, and it really has nothing to do with their Shimura family. Until Miss Kagaya is rescued and moved to marry him, Black Zetsu is not considered a member of their Shimura family. This logic is absolutely correct and can withstand any verification. But the third Kazekage would not believe this. To be precise, the words of everyone in the Shimura family are not credible, especially this kid. You came at the right time this time. We need to create a Seven Tails Jinchuriki. You can communicate with the Seven Tails. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more dull, and even more solemn, Ebizo spoke to smooth things over and said something. At first, he was also shocked by the news. He really didn't understand how the third Kazekage could have massacred the Takigakure village and taken away the Seven Tails. But then the third Kazekage really took out the seal scroll that sealed the Seven Tails, proving that the Takigakure village incident was indeed done by the third Kazekage. Now that things have come to this, it is meaningless to worry about why the information was leaked. The most urgent task is to create the Seven Tails Jinchuriki and label it as their sand village. Anyway, their sand village originally only had one tails, and even if they get the 7 tails, there will only be 2-tailed beasts, and they will still maintain a balance with other ninja villages. This is easy to say, but although I am a glorious sand ninja, I have to settle accounts with my brothers. I still have a big family to support, please understand. I didn't refuse this matter. After all, one of the purposes of Shimura Gentoi's visit to the sand village this time was to create a split body for the 7 tails Shijiki, so that the guy can gain a certain degree of freedom. Of course, there is also a copy of the 7 tails body in hand. He has now copied 8 of the 9-tailed beasts, and the last one is the 7-tailed beast. As long as the 7-tailed beast is in place, and then the outer path demon statue on the Otsutsuki class is obtained, the 10-tailed divine tree can be synthesized, and then the strength of the 6-path sage can be glimpsed. This is very important. What do you want? Suppressing the killing intent in his heart, the third Kazekage asked in a deep voice. Although it is very aggrieved, it is indeed necessary for this guy to let the 7-tailed beast cooperate with the seal, otherwise, with their sand village's sealing technique, it is impossible to create a perfect 7-tailed Jinchuriki, and even if it is sealed, it will often go berserk. 1 ton of chakra metal. Stretching out a finger, Shimura Gentoi is no longer interested in coins. After all, some things cannot be bought with money. He can slowly obtain the heavy money from the daimyo of the 5 great countries, but chakra metal is an absolute strategic material. Even if the relationship with the daimyo of the 5 great countries is good, it is impossible to sell it to him in large quantities. As for why only 1 ton is needed, it is mainly because Sand Village is too poor, and resources are in short supply in all aspects. In addition, there is no ninja force that has been passed down for thousands of years in the village, so it is impossible to have too much chakra metal. The most important thing is that there is no mine here. Okay. After thinking about it, the third Kazekage finally agreed to the deal. The 2 shadow power plans you have in Cloud Village and Rock Village are very interesting. Give us a wind shadow power plan, and this thing is yours. After negotiating the 7 tails Jinchuriki plan, the third Kazekage took out a piece of golden ore that had been prepared long ago, a strange ore emitting dazzling golden light. That is a mutated heavy gold, with a higher density than ordinary heavy gold. I believe you will like it. Ebizo explained from the side that this was accidentally obtained by Luasha when he was mining some time ago, and it was a good bargaining chip. This thing is of no use to them, and they can't even melt and forge it, but since it is a mutated heavy gold, I believe Shimura Gendori will definitely be very interested. It is indeed much heavier than a large sum of money. Stand up and go to take it. After weighing the mutated heavy gold, he found that the fist-sized piece actually weighed 3 tons. Shimura Gento immediately said that the deal was established. Let Akira get ready. Without saying anything more, Shimura Gento played with the mutated heavy gold while walking out. When he reached the door, he left a message and walked out of the Kazekage office. To be honest, he didn't like the Sand Village very much, mainly because there were too many poor people here. There was no chakra metal, and he had channels to the 5 major daimyo for heavy gold. He really didn't know what to make here. However, this mutated heavy gold is really good. Since it has a higher density, its toughness and hardness will naturally be higher. Even if it is not as good as the high-density meteorite, it will at least be much stronger than the current heavy gold. The effect of using it to make a battle suit will definitely be better. Even once the secret inside is figured out and a method of converting ordinary heavy gold into this form is developed, it will be rich. It's a pity that such treasures are hard to come by. With Black Zetsu in his hand, he has already known the family background of Sand Village very well. The secret inheritance has been copied in his hand, and the precious treasures have been cleverly replaced. The Shimura family is not easy to fight. After a long silence, Ebizo suddenly sighed, worried. As a senior official of Sand Village, he naturally knew the plan of the 4 ninja villages to secretly form an alliance to deal with the Shimura family, and he also supported this plan. After all, the Shimura family is too strong. Once it continues to grow, no force in the ninja world will be able to resist it. With the kind of people like Shimura Denzo, they will inevitably launch a war for the unification of the ninja world. At that time, the end of their Sand Village will definitely not be good, and they have no way out. But the Shimura family is too strong. The father and son Shimura Danzo and Shimura Xianding are abnormally strong, not to mention Uchiha Madara. Even if the Shimura family can be wiped out, their sand village will suffer heavy losses. The Senju and Uchiha families sent a letter saying that there is a way to hold back Uchiha Madara. We just need to keep an eye on the Shimura family. The third Kazekage was confident in the latest intelligence with a sneer. Originally, there was only a 50% chance of success, but since the Senju family and Uchiha were able to stop Uchiha Madara, the chance of success immediately soared to 70%. After cleaning up the Shimura family, they will turn around and wipe out Uchiha Madara and Konoha, and divide up the foundation of Konoha and the Shimura family, especially the secret techniques of the Shimura family. Haven't you found the location of the Shimura family's No. 0 Research Institute yet? Asking about another matter, the third Kazekage was very upset and urgent. The powerful secret techniques of the Shimura family were all developed by the No. 0 Research Institute. If you want to obtain all the secret techniques of the Shimura family, you must first find the No. 0 Research Institute. No, the spies from the 4 ninja villages have not gained anything even if they joined forces. I suspect that the Zero Research Institute may not be in the ninja world. Shaking his head slightly, Ebizo was also very depressed and anxious. If he couldn't find the Zero Research Institute of the Shimura family, even if he destroyed the Shimura family, he would not be able to gain anything. Is it an independent space like the 3 holy places? Thinking, the third generation Kazekage immediately thought of the 3 holy places. He had been to the Ryokai cave, one of the 3 holy places, and even went deep into it to meet the White Snake Immortal when he was learning fairy arts. He knew very well that it was a completely independent space and was not in the ninja world. If the Zero Research Institute of the Shimura family was in an independent spiritual world, it would indeed be impossible to find it by a few conventional means. I will find a way to obtain the blood and chakra of the Shimura father and son in the war. You are ready to lead people to the Zero Research Institute as soon as possible to snatch all the secret materials. The murderous intent emerged, and the third generation Kazekage knew that if he wanted to know the location of the Zero Research Institute, he had to start with the Shimura Danzo father and son. Let's see if we can use the blood of the father and son to perform the psychic art and find the location of the Zero Research Institute. This piece of cake is too big for us to eat alone. We have to join forces with other ninja villages, and I believe other ninja villages also think so. Adding to the plan of the third Kazekage, Ebizo was more rational and cautious. According to the background shown by the Shimura family, there must be more powerful people inside than Shimura Danzo and his son. There must be other powerful people hiding in the Zero Research Institute. They need the 5 major ninja villages to join hands and fight together. 360. Chapter 359 Mental Power Double Rest. We must obtain Shimura Suinding's blood as soon as possible at all costs. This is related to the survival and future of the village. Looking at Yeking kneeling on one knee in front of him, the third Kazekage solemnly ordered the task. They must obtain the blood of Shimura Danzo and his son before other ninja villages, and they must not be noticed by the father and son. Shimura Danzo is too strong to deal with, but Shimura Gento is in their sand village at the moment. This is an opportunity. Yes, third generation lord, I promise to complete the task. Nodding her head, Yeking accepted the order. Although she didn't know why the third generation Kazekage wanted Shimura Gento's blood sample, since it was related to the life and death of the village, she had to complete the task, no matter what the cost. With this determination, Yeking left the Kazekage building and returned to her home in the luxurious villa. After coming to the top floor and looking at the bedroom door of Shimura Gento, Yeking went back to her room to wash up, and then came to Shimura Gento's room in pajamas. But when she opened the door, the scene in front of her made her dumbfounded. Uchiha Mikoto, who was doing a massage service, was also stunned. She really didn't expect someone to come in at this time, and she didn't knock on the door. After reacting, she didn't bother to take the dress thrown aside, and she used the transformation technique to change herself into a dressed figure, and quickly passed by Yeking and ran out of the room. She was not as shameless as Shimura Gentoi, and she was almost going crazy when she was seen by outsiders. Shameless! Finally coming to her senses, Yeking cursed and was about to turn around and leave, but suddenly her waist tightened and her body flew out and fell into a broad embrace. Since you are here, don't leave. With an evil smile, Shimura Gentoi would not let this girl go. Since you scared my little Mikoto away, I will use you instead. The most important thing is that anyone who sees his true face will either become one of us or become a dead person, there is no second choice. Let go. Aware of someone's dishonest claws, Yeking pursed her pink lips tightly, her beautiful eyes full of anger. What did this bastard think of her? What can you do if I don't let go? The girl's anger made Shimura feel more relieved. Sure enough, boys are born to bully girls. This is a biological instinct engraved in their blood. I'll bite you. Even more angry, Yaking opened his mouth and bit her shoulder, and even added wind escape chakra to his teeth, which was extremely sharp. Although Shimura had a strong physique and tough skin, he could not resist the cutting of wind escape chakra and was bitten to bleed. The pain in his shoulder made him shiver. He had been massaged to the limit by Uchiha Mikoto before, and now it broke out. Pervert! He hurriedly broke free and looked down at the dirt on his nightgown. He was so angry that he wanted to bite someone. However, thinking of his mission, he didn't stay for long. He glared at someone who entered the sage mode and turned to leave the room, fearing that he would be dragged over by that guy again. The blood can't be kept in the mouth for too long, and it must be sealed as soon as possible. Not to mention Yaking, who went back to seal the blood sample with the special equipment brought from the Fengying building. On the other side, after repairing the bite mark on his shoulder, Shimura lay down and thought about life, then walked out of the room and headed towards the room where Uchiha Mikoto was at the moment. He had been spoiled into a bad habit, and he couldn't sleep without the company of his little sister. At this moment, Uchiha Mikoto was taking a bath and brushing her teeth in the room that was originally in Karuro's room, but before this set of procedures was completed, she found that Shimura opened the bathroom door and walked in, and sat in the bathtub so naturally and took a bath facing herself. Asshole! With shame and anger on her face, the girl was about to get up and walk out, but suddenly felt her waist tighten, and then she was hugged into a solid embrace. Don't be shy, you are already my fiancée copyright one of my future wives, you have to learn to adapt. Looking at the girl's increasingly proud figure, Shimura persuaded her earnestly. Originally, he just wanted to train Uchiha Mikoto to be a nail in the Uchiha family, but unfortunately, the plan could not keep up with the changes, and too many changes happened before. The most important thing is that this girl discovered his true face, and the old father also arranged for Sister Huiza to come to propose marriage. Now that this girl is his fiancée copyright it is obviously not possible to stay in the Uchiha family as a nail. Otherwise, this girl will really make him a cuckold with Uchiha Fugaku, and even let him become a father in succession. One of the wives? I will not share a husband with other women. You can only marry me. Seeing that she could not break free and leave, Uchiha Mikoto spoke hatefully. She knew that this perverted bastard was a playboy, flirting with women everywhere, not only taking down the three of them, but also reaching out to other villages. The White Earth in the Hidden Rock Village is one, and Karura and Yaking in the Hidden Sand Village may also be killed. Just now she noticed that Yaking was dragged in by that guy after she left. She could easily guess what would happen. Oh, and that Xionjiu. This guy must have bad intentions to break up the couple of Scorpion and Xionjiu. Xiao Mikan, I advise you to think about it carefully. After all, finding more sisters is to save you. With earnest persuasion, Shimura didn't fool anyone this time. Finding more wives is indeed for the good of those wives. His strength is too strong, and no woman can monopolize him. If he really forces it, it will cost lives. I want to use you to save, shameless. He sneered, but then seemed to understand something. Her fair and pretty face blushed with shame, and she stared at the bastard in front of her with gritted teeth. Just figure it out. My 18.88 cm magic weapon has good combat power, not to mention that I am a male expert and can add plugins to myself. Laughing very proudly, Zhikan Xianding knows his own combat power very well, and as his physical fitness continues to improve, his combat power will also increase. You will die on us women sooner or later. After a hateful curse, the girl closed her eyes to avoid seeing and being bothered. Zhikan Xianding also held the girl in his arms and soaked in the water, using the fire attribute immortal energy to maintain the water temperature. This is not over yet. The yin attribute immortal energy thread pierced into the girl's body, driving the girl's mental power to operate. This is a spiritual dual cultivation method that can maximize the growth of mental power. He developed it based on the kaleidoscope pupils of the ancestors of the Blood Pond clan. He had been using this method to perform spiritual dual cultivation with those young ladies before, otherwise they would really think that he, Ji, was obsessed with sex. The night of double cultivation ended like this. The next morning, Shimura Xianding put on a heavy gold battlesuit with the help of his young fiancé copyright and went to the rooftop to watch the rising sun in the east. It's almost done. Mumbling to himself, Shimura was full of excitement. The cultivation method of the Reis Nan Jindan relies heavily on mental power, and maintaining each Reis Nan Jindan requires a portion of mental power. Unfortunately, mental power is his weak point. Fortunately, he has developed a dual cultivation method of mental power, which can obtain the mental power cultivation speed of many little sisters, especially the little Mikoto who opened the Mangekyo, and the little Zening of the Demon Country. The reason why he stayed in the Demon Country for half a year was mainly to use the girl's mental power to cultivate. Now there are less than 10 empty acupoints left in the body. As long as they are condensed into a Reis Nan Jindan, the first stage will be considered completed, and the strength will be qualitatively improved. Let's go. At this time, the third Kazekage came flying on a mat of iron sand, and after saying something indifferently, he flew out of the village. There was a huge scroll on the iron sand mat, which I think was the scroll that sealed the 7 tails. Shimura Gento even saw the family emblem of the Uzumaki family on the scroll, which I think was the work of Miss Uzumaki Mido. Yekeng jumped onto the sand mat of the third Kazekage and followed him to the outside of the village. Is this the scroll that sealed the 7 tails? Flying forward curiously and picking up the huge scroll, Shimura Gento stroked it gently with his palm. Looking at Shimura Gento's actions, the third Kazekage didn't care much. At this moment, he had already flown out of the village. Even if Shimura Gento destroyed the seal scroll and released the 7 tails, he could still suppress it. The magnetic escape with the blessing of the sage mode is not something that ordinary people can imagine. In this way, the two flew hundreds of kilometers and landed on a sand dune. There were already hundreds of Anbu ninjas waiting around, and the ceiling barrier had been set up. Ebizo was also here. Brother Zhang, why can't I see big brother Akazaga and little brother Raza? Landing down, Shimura Gento skillfully put his arm around Ebizo's shoulders and asked the doubts in his heart. I haven't seen those two for a long time, and I miss them. Don't you know what you did? Glancing sideways in silence, Ebizo secretly complained about the boy's thick skin. Not to mention Akashira, you also screwed Luasha so much that even his girlfriend was ruined by you. If they meet, I will die with you. They deliberately transferred Akashira and Luasha out of the village before, just because they didn't want them to meet this boy. I heard that Akashira got married and had a child. This is the wedding and the child's full moon gift. Please help me send it over. Take out 2 gifts that he prepared yesterday from the purple gold gourd and hand them to Ebizo. Shimura Gento's feelings for the elder brother are extremely sincere. It's a pity that the elder brother seems to have a misunderstanding of him. He didn't even inform himself of such a big thing as getting married. I don't know if my sister-in-law is beautiful? Can't you be a good person? Looking at the exquisite puppet arm in his hand, Ebizo complained helplessly. You cut off the arm of your nephew yourself, and now you sent him such a puppet arm. Although it looks good, if you really give this thing to Akashi, he will definitely be so angry that he will vomit blood. Brother Akashi's misunderstanding of me is indeed a bit deep. So, just say that you made it yourself and don't mention my name. But this gift must be given to my little nephew. By the way, what is my nephew's name? After thinking about it, Shimura Gento decided not to provoke the elder brother. He would tell him his feelings when they met on the battlefield in the future. He believed that after realizing the wonders of this puppet prosthesis, Brother Akashi would definitely understand his good intentions, and the two brothers would reconcile. Scorpion. Akashi's scorpion. Looking at another gift, Ebizo replied casually, and after fiddling with it, he asked curiously, what is this? This second gift is also a puppet, and it looks much more delicate and sophisticated than the prosthetic limb. Even he couldn't understand it for a while. This is called the Transformer Pillar Brother. It can change its shape and is very difficult to control. It can be used to train the little scorpion to control the chakra thread. While explaining, Shimura Gento extended thousands of immortal energy threads into the pocket truck toy. After a series of parts changes, the original truck head soon turned into a 30 cm tall robot, which is exactly the shape of Pillar Brother in the Transformers movie. He spent a lot of effort to create this, and used it to enlighten the Red Sand Scorpion. 361. Chapter 360 Tailed Beast Breeding Plan. It's a very delicate toy. After watching the transformation process of Transformers Optimus Prime, even a puppeteer of Ebizo's level couldn't help but be amazed. Although he is not as proficient in puppets as his sister, he is also one of the leaders of the puppeteer school of Sand Village, so his eyesight is naturally not bad. Although this thing in front of him is just a toy, it contains a lot of new knowledge and creativity. It is really a waste to use it as a toy. Brother Zhang must train the little scorpion well. Although Brother Akazaga is very stupid and has no talent in puppetry, his brain is just an accident. I believe his child must be a puppetry genius and must be vigorously trained. Turning the toy version of Optimus Prime back to a truck, Shimura Gentoi said in a deep voice, speaking very seriously, as if Scorpion was his own son. He attaches great importance to Scorpion, a genius who surpasses Mischo. After training him, he will definitely speed up the development of puppet armor and even puppet mecha. Maybe in the future, he can really develop a copycat version of Gundam to start a space war. Can you not use this tone? Shimura Gentoi's fatherly attitude made Ebizo couldn't help but twitch his face. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Xiex's hair was the same red as his nephew's, he would have suspected that his nephew was cheated on by this kid. Otherwise, why do you care so much about Xiao Xies yet? Ahem. The third Kazekage on the side couldn't stand it anymore, and coughed dryly to get back to work. Let's talk later. Realizing that there was still work to be done, Shimura Gento carried the huge seal scroll into the seal barrier, destroyed the seal on the scroll, and a stream of scarlet chakra emerged, eventually condensing into a huge beetle. Big guy, I'm sorry that I only brought you limited freedom now. With an apologetic look on his face, Shimura Gento was also quite helpless about this. He didn't expect that after crippling the third Kazekage outside Lulan City, that guy would actually make up his mind to practice the Ryukadong Sage mode, and even succeeded, greatly increasing his strength. Then he slaughtered the Takigakure village and took away the seven tails and hid it until now. If it weren't for Black Zetsu's intelligence ability, who knows how long he would be hidden by the third Kazekage. No need to apologize, it's not your fault. My name is Chongming. Looking at the many sand ninjas outside, Chongming shook his huge head and said his real name. You should have learned about the next thing from Sun Wukong and the others. Do you have any requirements for the new body form? Without much nonsense, Shimura Gentoi went straight to the point and asked this big guy what kind of new body he wanted. I want a human body. Chongming also knew that the sand ninjas around would not give her too much time, so she said the split body form she had thought of long ago. Having been a bug for thousands of years, she wanted to change her way of life. And the size of the split body would definitely not be as big as the main body, and there would be no advantage in making this kind of bug form, so it would be better to make it into a human form. No problem, wait a minute. Seeing that Kongming's request was not too outrageous, Shimura Gentoi signaled him to wait a moment, turned his head and waved to Yekeng outside the ceiling barrier. If he really wanted to cooperate with the seven-tailed fox to cast a split body, he would naturally prefer to let his own Akira assist. I believe that after obtaining the power of the seven-tailed fox, Akira's strength will surely advance by leaps and bounds, and he will be able to better condense the three-attribute bloodline elimination. I forgot to ask, what is your bloodline limit? Thinking of Akira's future cultivation path, Shimura Gentoi remembered that he had not asked the seven-tailed fox's bloodline limit. I originally wanted to condense yin-yang escape, but unfortunately it failed due to some accidents. In the end, I used yang escape to fuse wind escape to form scale escape, which is the scale powder on my body. Although it was the first time they met, Seven-tailed Fox had absolute trust in Shimura Gentoi, and he did not hesitate to tell his bloodline limit. Scale powder, burning escape, the bloodline limits of the two of you can be used together. Looking at Yekeng who came to his side, Shimura Gentoi felt that he had chosen the right person. Although scale release and burn release seem to be unrelated, the effect of using them together is definitely not bad. As a newcomer of the new era, he knows what a dust explosion is. Moreover, scale release is formed by the fusion of yang release and wind release, while burn release is formed by the fusion of the two attributes of wind and fire. The two overlap a wind attribute, which has the basis for fusion into bloodline elimination. As for the burn release bloodline elimination evolution system set for Yekeng last time, there is no need to give up. After all, Yekeng has 4 innate attributes and can completely fuse a bloodline of 4 attributes. At that time, other bloodline eliminations will be needed for fusion, which can be done together without delay. I'll take you up. Holding the girl's soft waist, he jumped to the big head of Nanabe Chongming. It was still the same process. First, the two were fused with the mixed transformation technique, and then the split technique was performed to split a Chongming split body that was 9 points similar to Yekeng. At the same time, Yekeng lost most of his bones, but fortunately, Shimura Gentoi quickly shaped and supplemented them with the Kagaya puppet, and gained a pair of wings with extremely sharp edges that pierced the clothes on his back. This dress is not suitable for you. When I go back, I will ask our family's agent clothing store here to send you some backless clothes. Looking at the wings on Yekang's back, Shimura Gentoi couldn't help but think of Yekang's dress in the original work. The title of the most beautiful back of Naruto is not exaggerated, but it's a pity that Yekang, who is still a girl at this stage, doesn't wear it as cool as that. This is not good, very bad. Ignoring someone's words, Yekang adapted to the extra wings on his back and felt relieved. She read the letter information sent back by Jiaoluo, and knew that anyone who had participated in the fusion and splitting of the tailed beast would carry some parts of the tailed beast more or less. Even though her best friend Karura had grown a tail, she only had a pair of wings, which was not outrageous. Instead, she gained a rare flying ability. Uncle Kazekage, it's your turn to work. After a short wait, Shimura Gentoi dragged Yekang and Kongming's split body out of the sealing barrier, signaling the third Kazekage to start sealing the 7 tails. In fact, there was no need to remind him. The third Kazekage knew that the matter was done after seeing that the 7 tails did not run away. With a wave of his hand, a young man walked into the sealing barrier, and a group of sealing ninjas stepped forward and performed a large-scale joint sealing technique to seal the huge body of the 7 tails into the young man's body, making him the 7 tails Jinchuriki. Shimura Gentoi did not participate in this matter anymore. He followed Kongming's split body to fly high in the sky, and Yekang followed closely behind to adapt to the flying ability of the wings. It's better to be free. Hovering in the sky, enjoying the taste of freedom, Chongming was very happy. Since being captured by Senju Hashirama and then sealed, it has been more than 20 years since I got the sealed scroll. I have been staying in that dark sealed space for a long time and I am exhausted. You should also know what Matada and Ashiki said at the beginning. If you need to completely abandon chakra and practice my kind of immortal energy, tell me at any time. I will do my best to help you. Shimura Gentoi mentioned the original matter at the right time. Although it is not convenient to directly trap the tailed beast's body for the time being, it is not a loss to rescue its spiritual consciousness first. At least in the future, he will let him recognize the insidious and despicable true face of the Six-Path Sage. We have considered that we want to cultivate bloodline elimination first, further improve our strength, and obtain the new attribute of bloodline elimination, and then switch to your immortal energy. After glancing at Yekang who was practicing flying next to him, Chongming spoke up. Since the main body is already a chakra body, there is no need for the split body to stick to the chakra system. It is also a good choice to follow Shimura Gentoi's immortal energy system. At least now, Shimura Gentoi, who is cultivating the immortal energy system, is very strong and has great potential. I understand. Nodding to show his understanding, Shimura Gentoi thought about it and told his plan. This is what I think. First, use your spiritual consciousness as the foundation, use my yin escape immortal energy and yang escape immortal energy to shape an embryo, and then nurture you into a completely independent individual, and have a soul that you don't have at this stage. He had already planned the way for the 9-tailed beasts to have independent spiritual consciousness. It was not perfect at first, but after obtaining the self-nurturing secret technique of the Myco lineage, the plan was initially perfected. It is absolutely possible to create a new and independent body for the 9-tailed beasts, and even create a soul. How long will it take to nurture? The consciousness is connected to the other 8-tailed beasts, and after a brief discussion in secret, Chongming asked on their behalf. They don't have much time now. If Uchiha Madara's body really awakens the Samsara Eye, it will definitely be able to communicate with the body of the monster, and then devour their 9-tailed beasts and revive the monster. Facing the Samsara Eye and the monster, they had no power to resist, at least not the main body. If they wanted to break through, they could only find a way from the split body. I'm afraid it won't be short. You also know how strong your spiritual consciousness is. It's difficult to breed a body and soul that can perfectly carry such a strong spiritual consciousness. However, if we use the bodies of some strong women to speed up the breeding, it will be done in 10 years at most. It's clear why Chongming is so anxious, and Shimura Gentoi gave a time limit of 10 years. After all, this is not shaping a fetus, it can't be fast at all. As a living fossil that has survived for thousands of years, although the tailed beast has no soul, its spiritual consciousness is extremely huge. To carry such a huge spiritual consciousness, you need a strong soul and body, otherwise the soul and body are not strong enough, and it will collapse if you force it to carry it. For example, the little sister Uchiha's Hilly, they had cloned a new body for her a long time ago, but because her own soul was too strong, the first soul transfer caused the clone to collapse, and it could only be nurtured slowly. I don't know if it's successful now. Please help, Mr. Xianding. Hearing that it would only take 10 years to breed a qualified soul and body, the 8-tailed beasts connected to Chengming and were relieved. They can still wait for 10 years. After all, there are top-level strongmen like Shimura Xianding in the world. Before there is absolute power, Uchiha Madara's body should not attack their tailed beasts. Otherwise, if they cannot absorb and refine them in a short time, they can use the connected spiritual consciousness to lock their positions, and kill them with Mr. Xianding and others before they have collected all the tailed beasts. Besides, the power of the Samsara Eye is not so easy to master. Uchiha Madara's body is far inferior to the old man of the 6 paths back then. It will take at least 20 years to develop and master the power of the Samsara Eye. Enough. At the same time, Shimura Xianding on the other side was thinking about when to let Black Zetsu arrange a chance encounter between him and the Otsutsuki class, and take the opportunity to copy the Outer Path Demon statue sealed in the body by the Otsutsuki class. At that time, he can use the Tailed Beast replicas and the Outer Path Demon statue replicas in the Black Cauldron space to revive the 10-tailed Divine Tree, and then become the Tailed Beast Jinchuriki and understand the mystery inside. See if the 6-path sage has other tricks in the Tailed Beasts and the Outer Path Demon statues, and use this to further explore the secret of the 6-path sage's power. I don't know if the other 6 Magadama Samsara Eye of that old bastard is in the Outer Path Demon statue. Thinking of a previous speculation, Shimura Gentoi is looking forward to seeing the Otsutsuki class again. 362.